This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1092. No, we can't jump. After launching the identical spin attack, there will be a quantum wave. If we jump at this time, our command room will inevitably be hit by the quantum wave. At that time, we will destroy ourselves without them taking action. The Reaper made a choice quickly, because it seemed that there was a choice, but in fact there was no choice. No choice. This is the only way. Activate the macro photon shield. Facing the unknown attack of the Lyra, the Reaper really had no choice but to resist. I thought I could kill the Lyra directly, but the Lyra actually jumped on my face at the critical moment, which really caught the Reaper off guard. Don't worry too much. It's just our level 6 special technology. It can't do anything to our electronic warship. The Reaper has made up his mind. At this time, there was also a tense atmosphere on the Lyra. The pilot stared nervously at the electronic warship that suddenly froze, always alert to its possible new changes. At the same time, the Tianqin finally launched the quantum exile attack that had been accumulated for a long time. The starting coordinate center of the attack was near the star, because the Tianqin could not attack itself. Of course, if the data and energy input were adjusted properly, the range of quantum exile could be reduced, but this time the Tianqin did not do so. After all, a smaller range also means a smaller power, and humans are not sure now, so they must attack with all their strength. The order was issued from Yu Yuan, and then turned into a recognizable signal input into the human's unique technological creation, which was the crystallization of human understanding of microscopic high dimensions. The string in the microscopic world was plucked by the Tianqin, and the force, angle, and type of string were all ready. A clanging sound was heard in the microscopic world, and the combined string was plucked hard. The energy system of the Tianqin was used as the key to start, and under the guidance of the special technological creation, it finally broke through the door of the microscopic world. The piano sound began to echo in the microscopic world. And what resonated with the piano sound emitted by the Tianqin was a group of microscopic high-dimensional strings corresponding to the macroscopic three-dimensional. If someone could enter the microscopic world to observe, then he would definitely see such a scene. In the microscopic realm, there are densely packed microscopic six-dimensional spaces of various types. They are ruthless and endless. Each microscopic six-dimensional space reflects the shadow of the macroscopic. They are originally one with the macroscopic, but are hidden by the universe. If the ground part of the plant is the macroscopic, then the underground root system is the microscopic. They are originally one. In the infinite Calabi-Yau flow, a type of Calabi-Yau flow begins to change under the action of the vibrating string, as if it were a sublimation mutation. Its microscopic properties suddenly changed under the influence of string vibration. In just one Planck time, its microscopic properties flipped their axes, and the entire space-type also changed in the next Planck time. It looked as if the microscopic universe inside had exploded, and its microscopic space was expanding wildly. In the next Planck time, the physical laws that bound it seemed to be suddenly loosened, so it stretched out from its curled state in an instant. This change is like a curled flower blooming all its folds. Countless similar curled spaces broke free of their restraints and stretched out at that moment. It was as if countless roots, hidden underground, rolled back to the ground and swelled in the wind. The entire void that was targeted by humans seemed to be rolling like mud and oil. The demons that were originally imprisoned in the microscopic realm opened their mouths, crowded together, and scrambled to stretch their bloody mouths to the macroscopic universe and swallow everything here. Then in the next Planck time, the rules of the universe seemed to wake up suddenly and restrained it again in an instant. The microscopic quantum world should return to the microscopic world. The quantum exile strike of human beings, from the beginning of plucking the string combination, only lasted a few Planck times. In this short period of time, the entire space that was struck flipped several times, and the microscopic world saw the big from the small, unfolded its own curled high dimension, rolled into the macroscopic universe, rolled everything there into its own space, and then was forced to shrink back to the microscopic quantum world. Lightning and lightning are not enough to describe the speed of this process. The strike came quickly and disappeared quickly. Even humans felt that this process was incredibly fast. As for the Reaper, he had just discovered that the Lyra appeared in front of him. The macrophoton defense had just been activated, and the electronic warship was hit. And at this time, the electronic warship. Okay, the macrophoton defense module has been activated. Everything is going well. The macrophoton was successfully born, and it is defending our ship against unknown attacks from human civilization. The quantum wave is coming, and the microelectronics resistance mode has been activated. Resisting the quantum wave, The microelectronics are running normally, and the countdown to complete the defense begins. Report: the macrophoton defense posture has been activated and is running normally. There is no feedback from being hit at present. No feedback from being hit? What civilization is that? The human civilization Tianqin, leader. Oh, didn't the human civilization Tianqin launch some unknown attack? How come there is no feedback? What do you mean bluffing? Hey, is it really a bluff? It turned out to be a false alarm. The harvesters in the electronic warship breathed a sigh of relief, because they found that they were still alive, and the unknown attack of the human civilization Tianqin seemed to be ineffective. Otherwise, I should have died long ago. Now that it still has thoughts, it means that human attacks have failed. Haha, I was shocked. This human civilization is just like this. I thought it was some powerful killer. Fortunately, we did not choose to forcibly move away, otherwise we would have been swallowed up by the quantum tide. Yes, it seems that this human civilization has obtained some intelligence about our electronic warships. They may have guessed that this state will appear after our identical spin attack is completed. The reason why they jumped over is to bet that we are afraid, and then jump away. In the end, our cabin was swallowed up by the quantum tide, achieving the purpose of destroying our electronic warships. Fortunately, the leader is wise and brave, and did not fall for it. That's right, this human civilization is so cunning that they actually want to use that pixel displacement ability to scare us. Fortunately, victory belongs to us after all. Haha, see if the Lyra is scared away, quickly report the information. What's wrong with this system? Why did the Lyra disappear? Hey, no, what is this? The harvesters on the electronic warship suddenly felt something was wrong, because they found that the detection field of the electronic warship had changed. Of course, what worried them most was that the Lyra disappeared. Chapter 1093. Did they run away scared when they saw that we were not affected? Not seeing the Lyra, the electronic warship harvesters began to look for the reason, but as they looked, they felt something was wrong. This is an electronic warship? How come there is another electronic warship? Oh no, there are so many! The detection system that seemed to have malfunctioned just now suddenly recovered, but what appeared in front of the harvesters were electronic warships. No, it's an illusion. It's not an illusion, we see ourselves. The Reapers soon discovered what they saw. It was the silhouette of the electronic battleship. They looked forward on the electronic battleship, and saw the back of their own electronic battleship. The Reapers were knowledgeable. They knew that it was a problem with the spatial structure. The space was distorted, so that they could see the back of themselves. But it seemed that the distortion was a bit magical. They soon discovered that they could see different perspectives from different directions. Looking at the front of the electronic warship, you can see the back of the electronic warship. And looking up at the electronic warship, you can see not the bottom of the electronic warship, but the reflection of your own cockpit. What makes the harvester even more chilled is that the macro photons before have turned into a thin line. From the perspective of the electronic warship, the lines of macro photons are like iron wire worms twisting there. The world seems to be very distorted. Well, we seem to have been hit by human civilization, without our reaction or knowledge. Soon, the harvester analyzed the correct answer based on what he saw, but it was only correct at a certain stage. Yes! The harvester inside the electronic warship continued to analyze. That's right. This should be the characteristic technological attack method of human civilization. Well, now it seems to be a technology about space cages. We should be imprisoned in a certain space. Look, the detection system of the electronic warship has scanned the surroundings. The information collected is unfamiliar, and the starry sky has disappeared. It must be correct. It is some kind of space cage technology. Huh, I see, that's not a big problem. Well, according to the feedback from the microscopic electrons, when they were bound by the 6th level Gaia life, they also couldn't detect the starry sky. The only difference is that we are now imprisoned in an unknown space together. What a joke, how can space technology hold our microscopic electrons? When the quantum tide passes, we will give them a surprise. Well, but the quantum tide seems to have increased by several orders of magnitude. It should be a problem with this space. It's still within the tolerance range of microscopic electrons, a small problem. The harvesters gradually calmed down because they found that the electronic warship was not damaged, but was just locked in a strange space. However, when their microelectronics completed the quantum tidal resistance, they finally realized the seriousness of the problem again. The harvesters who released the microscopic electrons found that this so-called space was actually vast and boundless, and there was no light at all. The detection methods of the electronic warships were either ineffective or detected themselves. Apart from that, there is nothing. You should know that the detection range of the electronic warship is up to 20 light years, but here it can't even detect the border, which is very exaggerated. Could it be that some human civilization has created a huge maze microcosm in an instant? The harvester began to speculate again. Then go and see what tricks are hidden in this space. However, as soon as the electronic warship was driven, various instruments in its command room began to jump wildly, various values were skyrocketing, and the alarm sounded loudly, as if it was about to be overloaded. Is this a quantum tide? What's going on? Why is there a quantum tide? Where does the tide come from? Has it been detected? Leader, it is definitely a quantum tide. The source is unknown. It seems that this space is generated out of thin air. It is not big. Microelectronics has already resisted it. It's just what? It's just that the tide is wrong. It seems that when our electronic warship moves, there will be a tide. When the harvesters on the electronic warship heard this, they all looked at various detection feedback instruments. Sure enough, all the data pointed to the drive device of the electronic warship. Try to drive it again. The electronic warship can still move, but as soon as it moved, various instruments began to sound the alarm of the quantum tide. What kind of space is this? How can there be such a maze? For a moment, the harvesters on the electronic warship were a little confused. This was an unprecedented situation. This inexplicable space not only cannot detect the boundary, but also does not allow people to move. The harvesters did not give up. After they finished resisting the quantum tide, they tried to start the position exchange displacement, which made them feel relieved. Position swap displacement can still be used, and the distance has not changed, but just after the position swap displacement is completed, quantum tides appear again. This is the rhythm of taking a step to resist the quantum tide. The harvester did not give up, and drove the electronic warship to shift countless times, but each displacement would generate quantum tides without exception, and it would be fine if it did not move. Now, all the harvesters on the electronic warships are sure that they have indeed entered a maze built by a powerful technology. This maze is very large. After a period of detection, the harvesters think this is a universe. This feeling made the harvesters feel heavy-hearted, because if it was really like the universe, wouldn't they have to escape from the universe to get out of this space? The harvesters' electronic warships were fine, but just as the harvesters were worried at the moment, they couldn't find the way, and they didn't even know what the whole picture of the space where the electronic warships were located was. However, they guessed one thing right, that is, they had to escape from this quantum universe before they could leave here. But they also guessed one thing wrong, but that would not be discovered until they could escape from this quantum universe, because if the perspective was enlarged, they would find that the quantum universe where the electronic warships were at the moment was just one of the infinite microscopic 6 dimensions, and such microscopic 6 dimensions were endless in the Dirac sea. When they run out of this microscopic 6-dimensional world, they will find the vast quantum sea, where infinite microscopic structures are suspended. They breed there and perish there. Infinite numbers and infinity are one of the insurances of the laws of the universe itself. Theoretically, as long as the harvesters do not understand the secrets in the infinite safe of the universe, they will not be able to find a way out. Maybe they will be trapped in this microscopic 6-dimensional world, and cannot get out even if they perish themselves. But the universe also has another mechanism, that is, probabilistic events. The electronic warship may also run out of this microscopic 6-dimensional space due to a very small probability event, but when they leave this microscopic 6-dimensional space, they will enter another microscopic 6-dimensional space, and they still have to find a way in the infinite quantum maze. Maybe when they understand the answer in the infinite safe, and then cross the boundary between the micro and the macro, they will be able to see the road to the macro universe. However, that requires them to persist until then. It is incredible that humans launched a strike and locked the arrogant electronic warship in the quantum world. After completing the strike, even human civilization itself was stunned. At this moment, the pilots on the Tianqin are still trying to find the figure of the electronic warship in the starry sky. Chapter 1094. The pilots of the Lyra themselves did not react, because the quantum banishment attack was measured in Planck time after it was released, and the pilots could not see the specific effect of the attack in such a short time. They only knew that it had been launched. Of course, they could still sense the changes in the affected area, but it was too fast, and they did not react. So after the electronic warship disappeared, everyone was still stunned, and many people were still wondering, where is the electronic warship? Hit! Is the arrogant electronic warship finished? We won. The other personnel on the Tianqin were even more confused. The pilots could see a little clue. After they could not see the electronic warship on the holographic screen of the Tianqin, some people were wondering if the electronic warship had teleported away. It seemed so. Our quantum exile seems to have exiled the electronic warship to an unknown quantum world. We don't know where it is. It seems that we really won. The pilots of the Tianqin observed for a while, and indeed, did not find the electronic warship, so they synchronized their observations to the Tianqin holographic screen. Is it over? Many people even felt that all this happened a little suddenly and unreal. That was an electronic warship that had dominated the galaxy for tens of millions of years, but it was destroyed by a single attack from the Tianqin. Doesn't it mean that our human civilization is already the most powerful civilization in the galaxy? This is too sudden. Not long ago, we were hiding here and there, running for our lives everywhere, and were afraid of this and that. We even thought we would be killed if we met a level 6 civilization, but now it seems like a dream. Suddenly I woke up from my dream, and I was the great power. Some people on the Tianqin couldn't help pinching themselves to make sure they were not dreaming. But these people probably forgot that with the dream technology of human civilization today, it would be the same as the real thing. It would hurt to pinch yourself in a dream, but you would not wake up. Now dreaming is a technology, and waking up from a dream is also a technology. The dream machine of the Awakener has been understood by humans, but it's a pity that they can't make it. But this did not affect the judgment of most people on the Tianqin. After exchanging data with the drivers, they finally confirmed that Tianqin really won and the electronic battleship was really exiled. Exiled to a quantum world where humans themselves don't know where. As for whether they can come back, they don't know. Anyway, with the current microscopic high-dimensional technology of humans, if they are hit by their own quantum exile, they are not sure to find a way back to the three-dimensional universe. Then the Reaper, presumably the Reaper is not as strong as himself in microscopic high-dimensional technology, based on this judgment, probably won. Perhaps the victory came too suddenly, so that everyone including Yu Yuan felt incredible, so the Tianqin searched for a long time in this star field, and even the pilots almost searched inch by inch, but still found no trace of the electronic battleship. After repeated confirmation, everyone finally accepted that the electronic warship was really locked in the quantum world, and it would be impossible for it to come out at least in the short term, or even forever. The changes in the galaxy in front of us told humans that all this was not a dream. The last battle between the two warships was very short, and even after the electronic warship was locked in the quantum world, the effect of the identical spin attack it launched before was reflected. And this attack may be the last trace of the electronic warship in the Milky Way. Now the pilots on the Tianqin can clearly see the changes in the star in front of them. Half of its electrons have become positrons, and the positrons and electrons have a violent annihilation reaction. It seems that the spin properties of the electrons have changed, and those electrons have become positrons. The insight of the third person's perspective is extremely powerful. When the pilots focused on the star in front of them, they immediately saw the clues. At the same time, they also made an accurate judgment. Humans now understand that the attack launched by the electronic warship on the neutron war star at that time was this, a way of attack based on the change of electron spin properties. Combined with the observations of the attack on the electronic warship just now, the human pilots quickly described the moment of the attack as if they were wise after the event. They told the other humans on the Tianqin that the moment the spin properties of the macroscopic electrons that had completed the accumulation of power disappeared again, it was like a taut spring suddenly released, and with a dong, the information obtained from the microscopic electrons was fully released in its identical particle field. Then, countless invisible gears based on quantum entanglement seemed to emerge in the void, and they were densely bitten together like a precision instrument. The largest gear was born from the macroscopic electron. It was like a large gear that filled the void, and the countless small gears were engaged on its teeth. And those small gears were undoubtedly the targets of the identical spin strike, the electrons of the strike target. Now the changes of this star are completely consistent with the description. Now the star has boiled up, and its electron spin property has not changed, still 1/2, but its spin direction has inexplicably changed from left-handed to right-handed. Of course, the change in spin direction is based on the right-hand rule, as is the intrinsic left-hand and right-hand properties of particles. The energy more surging than nuclear fusion burst out instantly, and the entire star turned into the most dazzling fireworks in the universe and exploded. There are more than a dozen planets that have the same fate as this star, and they ended their lives in the most gorgeous way. But they are lucky in this star system, because at least their material information is still in the universe. After several years, these materials may be gathered again by gravity to form new planets. But some planets are not so lucky. They are hit by quantum exile and disappear directly in the three-dimensional universe. On one side is a brilliant ending, and on the other side is a quiet cage. And what people often see and feel is the splendor, After staying in this star field for a while, the Lyra finally set off again, rushing towards the main battlefield at the highest warp speed. Humans want to bring the news of victory to all civilizations organized by the United Front. However, when the Lyra returned to the main battlefield and entered the field of vision of several civilizations, a hilarious scene appeared. All the warships and fleets that discovered the Lyra were like mice seeing a cat. The two sides that were still fighting fiercely turned around and ran away when they saw the Lyra. Aw, you guys. Chapter 1095. Seeing this scene, the humans on the Lyra were a little confused, but soon understood what was going on. Perhaps the news of the Lyra's victory had not yet been transmitted, so they thought that the Lyra was still fighting with the electronic warship, and the two should never get close to each other when fighting. In the end, the Shinju civilization was bold. After their neutron battlestar wiped out a large number of warships, it jumped towards the Lyra with space elasticity and asked in the communication channel on the reenactment link, "Human civilization? Why are you back? Where is the electronic warship?" "We defeated the electronic warship." Yu Yuan replied on behalf of human civilization. What? The Shinju civilization was very excited. Even if Yu Yuan could not understand the performance of their individual lives, he could feel the emotional fluctuations. "We defeated the electronic warship." Yu Yuan repeated it again. This time, the Shinju civilization saw it clearly, and was sure that he had not heard it wrong and the translation system had not malfunctioned. But they were still a little unbelievable. Really? Really? What about the electronic warship? Was it destroyed or did it run away? Neither. Was he really exiled by you? It seems so. The answer of the human made the Shinju civilization hesitate. They hesitated for a moment. Human civilization, now you can tell us how many special technologies your Tianqin has. Also, we don't know much about the technology in the microscopic high-dimensional field. Maybe you can tell us the probability of the electronic warship running back? Before the humans could answer, a message from the Awakener appeared in the communication channel. Human civilization, where are the electronic warships? The Tianqin and the electronic warships were fighting too far away before, and the detection spacecraft could not keep up with the pace of the two. So the two warships seemed to have gone to other star regions for a decisive battle alone. Everyone only knew that the two warships were fighting farther and farther away, and as for the result of the battle between the two sides, no one knew. And in such a decisive battle, the victory or defeat often depends on who can return safely. Now that the Tianqin has returned, the Shinju civilization and the Awakener have actually guessed the result, but it is difficult for them to accept it for a while. Especially for an ancient 6th-level civilization like the Shinju civilization, they have lived under the shadow of electronic warships for countless years, and they are even more aware of the intractable nature of electronic warships. It is precisely because of this that the Shinju civilization built a neutron battlestar with its own unique technology, just to be able to block the electronic destruction attack of the electronic warship. But in the end it still failed. The electronic warships have not only electronic destruction attacks, but also identical spin attacks and macrophoton attacks. It is an unsolvable existence for technological civilization. But now, human civilization, a technological civilization that has just been promoted to the 6th level of civilization, actually said that it defeated the electronic battleship, that has been a powerful existence in the galaxy for thousands of years, the weapon of the Reaper to harvest technology. Doesn't it mean that human civilization is more powerful than the Reaper? And this seemingly tender battleship in front of us has since become the most powerful battleship in the galaxy? The Shinju civilization felt that all this came so suddenly. After seeing that the Tianqin and the electronic battleship were evenly matched, they had made other plans. That is, let the Lyra hold the electronic warship, and then he, the Awakener and the remaining Silver Heart Alliance fleet will start a massacre against the Harvesters. Kill until the electronic warship becomes a commander without troops, and then use time to delay until the electronic warship has no place to maintain, and finally be destroyed. But before the plan could be implemented, Human said, "No need, we have solved everything. When you are away for 3 days, you should look at each other with new eyes." The eyes of the Shinju civilization, the Awakener Huan, and the Silver Heart Alliance all changed when they looked at the Lyra. It seemed as if a voice told them, "What is standing in front of you now is the most powerful battleship in the Milky Way, the Lyra." Looking at the Lyra in front of them, the people of the Shinju civilization admired it more. The Awakeners admired it, especially the Awakener Huan, who had a look of "I really didn't make a mistake." As for the Silver Heart Alliance, it was different. They were a little afraid, a little jealous, and a little hateful. "You have this ability. Why did you run to the living spaceship in the first place? Come earlier, our galaxy would not be destroyed." However, thinking that the battleship in front of them was the powerful existence that had just defeated the electronic battleship with its own strength. The Silver Heart Alliance could not say such words. Of course, humans did not know what the Silver Heart Alliance was thinking. After seeing the Awakener One coming over, Yu Yuan chatted with him for a few words, and then began to seriously answer the questions of the Shinju civilization. Our special technology combats quantum exile, and has locked the electronic battleship in the unknown quantum world. That is an unknown area that we don't know how to get back. The electronic battleship is likely to not come back, so you can rest assured about this. As for the special technology of our Tianqin, Yu Yuan paused. He did hide something before, but now he felt that it was unnecessary. Humanity has stood up, and is no longer afraid of any civilization with ill intentions. So he confessed, a long time ago, we got the treasure left by the pioneers by chance, which is their special technological creation, quantum macro tunneling. It is precisely with this technology that our Tianqin escaped the electronic destruction attack of the electronic warship. Of course, if it weren't for the Awakener's special technology, we wouldn't be able to escape either. At this point, Yu Yuan thanked the Awakener One again, and then said again, the pioneers are actually not one civilization, but two. They are the first organization in the Milky Way to start a long voyage, and the two are called pioneers. You must have thought of it. The reason why the warp speed of the Tianqin can break the limit is another special technological creation of the pioneers. Listening to Yu Yuan's words, the people of the Shinju civilization, the Awakener Huan, and the Ancient Alliance all shouted good guys, and the leader of the Dia civilization said in his heart, it's true, it's true, it's too abnormal, a warship actually has 4 special technological creations. If any one of these things is missing, it is impossible to defeat the electronic warship. After understanding the functions of these special technological creations, several civilizations finally accepted from the bottom of their hearts that the arrogant electronic warship had been defeated. They didn't dare to say why humans didn't explain it in detail before. After all, these special technologies are extremely powerful when taken out alone, which is really coveted. If human civilization dares to say it when it is weak, it will definitely be snatched away. But now there is no such worry. With the electronic battleship as a backdrop, the Tianqin has become the recognized first in the galaxy by several major civilizations. Okay, we have said what we should say, and now it is time to get down to business. What the business is naturally does not need to be explained by humans. Without the electronic battleship, how can the Reaper civilization exist? The frustration of several civilizations for tens of millions of years burst out at this moment. Kill the Reapers. Chapter 1096. The United Front organization erupted in an unprecedented fighting spirit, and even the Silver Heart Alliance, which had lost the galaxy, was no exception. To kill the Reapers, that was something that many civilizations in the Milky Way had not dared to think of for thousands of years, but now it was realized in one day. Before the Lyra could make any statement, the new leader of the Silver Heart Alliance immediately ordered the remaining fleet, kill the Reapers. The neutron battlestar of the Shinju civilization took the lead and jumped into the battle circle again to kill everyone. The Awakener, who had been suppressed for many years, also rushed into the battlefield with a posture of beating a drowned dog. As long as there are no electronic warships, they really have nothing to fear. Even the Dia civilization is eager to fight. The news that the Tianqin defeated the electronic warships does not need to be publicized by humans, and the major civilizations of the United Front have already publicized it themselves. After receiving the news, the Shinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance immediately used their information anchor points in various parts of the Milky Way to broadcast across the Milky Way. The content of the broadcast was not concealed at all, and it directly said that the Tianqin of human civilization defeated the electronic warships of the Reapers, and the location of the Reapers' microcosm was made public throughout the Milky Way. If it were any other time, the Silver Heart Alliance would never miss the opportunity to take the credit for themselves, but this time they didn't dare to fake it. On the contrary, they boasted about the fighting power of mankind on the radio. They said that human civilization would be the strongest in the Milky Way from now on, and defeated the arrogant electronic warships. Now the Milky Way is ruled by human civilization. The Silver Heart Alliance gave all the credit for defeating the electronic warships to humans, and also boasted about humans on the radio, saying that human civilization is the savior of many sixth-level civilizations in the Milky Way. After entering the pass, there will be great scholars to debate the scriptures for me. The broadcast of the Silver Heart Alliance made human civilization known to the world in an instant. As long as the civilization is able to receive their broadcast information, it will know the name of human civilization. While they were spreading the news, their remaining fleets were not idle, and immediately launched a siege against the Reaper fleet in the main battlefield. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. The Shinju civilization, the Dia civilization, and the Awakeners were also eager to fight, venting all their previous frustrations on the Reapers. After explaining to the civilization of the United Front, the human Tianqin rejoined the battlefield. The Reapers, of course, also found the Tianqin on the battlefield, but did not see their electronic warships. At the beginning, their fleet commander could still say that the electronic warships were late, but as time went on, such lies were broken. The Tianqin was killing people there, the neutron battlestar was also slaughtering its own fleet there, and the Awakeners threw all the remaining warships into the battlefield, and many Silicon-based consortiums also rebelled. All these situations occurred, but there was still no news about the electronic battleship, and the broadcast information from the Silver Heart Alliance. Although it was hard to accept, the Reapers had to face the reality. The electronic battleship seemed to have been defeated. But how could this be possible? The electronic battleship is invincible. How could a level 6 civilization defeat the electronic battleship? This is unscientific. It was as if the faith built up over thousands of years collapsed, and the myth of the invincibility of the electronic battleship was shattered. At that moment, the mentality of the Reapers changed. They found themselves so vulnerable that their fleet was slaughtered on the battlefield. But after losing the electronic warship, they could do nothing. Either escape or resist to the end. However, the monk can escape, but the temple cannot. The Reapers have always been the peak of the galaxy's combat power. One electronic warship is enough to make all the 6th-level civilizations in the galaxy dare not act rashly, and they can only harvest other civilizations. Now, the electronic warship is gone, so the headquarters of the small universe is in danger. For tens of millions of years, the electronic warships have been invincible, so the Reapers have never considered such a thing, but now they have to face it. They tried to pass the news of the main battlefield back to their headquarters, but in front of the United Front organization, which was bloodthirsty, it was difficult for them to spread the news. Because they had already failed in the main battlefield fleet, the ordinary warships had lost their fighting faith, and the elite fleet could not defeat the neutron battlestar plus the Awakener, and the Lyra that defeated the electronic warship. The Reapers found that the fleets approaching the Lyra simply disappeared, and it was useless no matter how many people went. At first, they didn't believe that this ordinary-looking warship could defeat the electronic warship, but after several waves of attacks, they believed it. Because they found that many fleets approaching the Lyra simply disappeared as a whole, just disappearing out of thin air, without any signs. And they couldn't detect where the fleets went after disappearing. The Reapers didn't know what kind of attack method that was. Unknown means are the most frightening. Previously, the electronic warships were also afraid of the unknown means of attack of the Tianqin, so they fought with the Tianqin cautiously, but they were eventually taken away by one shot. The most important thing is that these warships and fleets were taken away by one shot without knowing it. Just like the electronic warships, they didn't know that they were trapped in the quantum world, and they thought it was an abnormal space, trying to find a way out there. The Reapers can see it in the macro universe, but they don't know what means the Tianqin used. For a while, whenever the Reaper fleet detected the approach of the Lyra, they would retreat. As soon as it approached, they would disappear. There was no room for reaction, and no hope of victory. The Reapers finally understood how other civilizations felt when facing electronic warships. That feeling of powerlessness, and the feeling of having no way out once again, dealt a heavy blow to their crumbling faith. In less than a year, the situation in the main battlefield of the starry sky was reversed again. The Reaper fleet was defeated. Some warships fled, but there were more warships that fought back. In this case, the commanders of the rebellious warships also knew that resistance was futile, but they still hoped that a warship could bring back the news of the battlefield to the headquarters of the microcosm. The starry sky is vast, and there are roads in any direction. It is extremely difficult for a level 6 civilization to destroy another level 6 civilization, unless they block the opponent's microcosm and then destroy it all at once. Of course, they can also pursue them relentlessly and destroy all the escaping warships. This is how the Reapers used to deal with other level 6 civilizations. But now, the roles have been reversed, and they are the ones running away. The situation on the main battlefield has been determined. Under the might of the Lyra and the attack of the neutron battlestar, the Reapers were defeated across the board, and their last billions of warships were destroyed. What's more terrible is that the United Front organization has been killing people, and they will not let go of any Reaper warship. This war ended with the electronic warship being locked in the quantum world. After more than 100 years, the battle finally settled. Chapter 1097. In this battle, the Reapers who lost their electronic warships paid a heavy price. Except for a few warships that fled in all directions. The main fleet of more than 5 billion Reapers was completely annihilated. And those warships that escaped from the main battlefield and tried to transmit information back to their own small universe could not be considered to have escaped successfully, because the United Front fleet was still chasing them relentlessly. Even if everyone's speed was almost the same, the pursuing fleet could rely on the advantage of numbers, and catch up with the former through the time difference of replenishment. They still couldn't avoid being destroyed in the end. Of course, this was just a pursuit in the outer battlefield outside the main battlefield, and the command of the United Front Organization did not need to intervene. The United Front Organization, which won the main battlefield, did not stop. After a round of resource replenishment, it set sail again and headed towards the Harvester's microcosm. However, the fleet structure that set sail this time was slightly different. Although they were still in the name of the United Front Organization, they used to be mainly based on the Silver Heart Alliance and the Divine Matrix civilization, but now they are centered on human civilization. This change is reflected in the United Front command channel. Basically, when humans express their opinions now, other civilizations will not object. In name, it is still a United Front organization, but the loudest voice has become human civilization. The Shinju civilization is even more blunt, saying that human civilization should be the leader of the future Great Voyage, and their Shinju civilization will be the second. This is in line with the consistent style of the Shinju civilization. They speak with strength. You human civilization is powerful, but I think you are not as good as us, so we recognize you and think you are the first person to speak under us. Now, we know that you are stronger than us, so you should be the boss. If we make any technological breakthroughs again in the future, we will become the boss again. The Shinju civilization believes in speaking with strength. Although the number of human main fleets is small now, this thing can be developed as long as humans are given a certain amount of time. Moreover, as long as the Tianqin still exists, human civilization will be the strongest in the galaxy. The Awakeners are more true to their nature. Their new leader, the Awakener Huan, still treats humans with a normal heart in verbal communication. As for the Silver Heart Alliance, they became much more humble, and their attitude was very low. Perhaps because the galaxy was destroyed, on the way to the Reaper microcosm, the Silver Heart Alliance not only revealed all the information about the Reaper microcosm headquarters, but also expressed from time to time in words that they hoped that human civilization would wait until their new galaxy was built before starting the long voyage. The failure of the electronic warship and the complete defeat of the main battlefield of the Reaper made the civilization of the United Front Organization and other Level 6 civilizations, who heard the broadcast, know that the Milky Way has changed. The new galactic overlord will no longer be a civilization like the Reapers, but a kind civilization that can accommodate other civilizations to sail together. Human civilization. Of course, the so-called human beings are a very kind civilization, which is all exaggerated by the Galactic Heart Alliance during the broadcast. Anyway, the United Front is bound to win now, and human civilization is the most powerful existence among them, so of course, it can be exaggerated as much as it can. In such a situation. The first. Other 6th level civilization. It appeared just after the United Front Organization left the Shield Arm, and was heading towards the Harvester Microcosm headquarters. This civilization probably heard the news of the destruction of the electronic warship from the radio, so it couldn't help but jump out and plan to slaughter the Harvesters with the United Front. After all, in the radio, the Silver Heart Alliance has clearly announced the location of the Harvester Microcosm headquarters. And this 6th level civilization appeared when the United Front Organization fleet was about to arrive at the Harvester Microcosm headquarters. However, when this civilization introduced itself under the questioning of the United Front Organization, humans were shocked. Because this civilization actually called itself the Tianqin civilization. It was simply a piece of cake. The murderer who destroyed the solar system that human civilization had been looking for so hard actually appeared, and appeared in the form of a teammate, which was extremely dramatic. The most important thing is that the Tianqin civilization still appeared in a completely victorious posture. However, the Tianqin civilization seemed to have been prepared. They seemed to have received the broadcast information long ago, so when they appeared at this moment, they all came with warships. As for the cluster of living spaceships, it is estimated that they have been hiding somewhere since they decided to jump out. The sub-civilization level warships of Tianqin civilization have reached nearly 10 billion, and it seems that they have used all their combat power. The attitude of Tianqin civilization seems to be saying, I have deployed all my combat power, let me join the United Front. We also want to go on a long voyage, we really want to make progress. And when Tianqin civilization introduced itself, several voices of Level 6 civilization appeared in the public channel of the United Front camp. They all advised humans to calm down, because they all knew that the home planet of human civilization was destroyed by Tianqing civilization. Of course, they only said it on the public channel of the camp, and no civilization had passed the news to Tianqing civilization. And the so-called persuasion was just to tell human civilization not to be impulsive now, and wait until the harvester civilization is completely destroyed. In their view, Tianqing civilization is doomed. Even the Xinju civilization, which does not understand why humans insist on revenge, knows that Tianqing civilization is doomed. Of course, they hope that humans will not start the fight now. As the leader of human civilization, Yu Yuan is a little impatient to take revenge, but reason tells him that he has to be patient first. He even has to promise the Tianqing civilization to let them join the United Front organization and kill the Reapers together. After the Reapers are eliminated, they will settle accounts. After all, what has appeared now is only the main fleet of the Tianqing civilization, and their residential spaceship cluster is still unknown. To take revenge, you must cut the grass and root it out. So, under the instruction of humans, the United Front organization accepted the fleet of the Tianqing civilization. And in this process, only the Tianqing civilization itself was kept in the dark. This cannot be blamed on them. If they knew that there was a civilization in the star system that they destroyed it will in order to escape, and that civilization was the current human civilization, they would never jump out. As the saying goes, time and fate. For many years, when humans were weak, they also struggled to find the Tianqing civilization, but they didn't expect that after becoming strong, they didn't need to look for it themselves, and the other party foolishly jumped out. All this happened so suddenly, and so dramatically, but it also seemed quite reasonable. Perhaps the Tianqing civilization had already learned about the war between the United Front and the Reapers before the war started, but they were just watching. Now that the United Front has won, if they don't come out, they won't have any contribution. The Great Voyage, all the level 6 civilizations want to go. Now that the United Front is about to win, it will naturally be the United Front that initiates the Great Voyage. If you want to go with them, and want to have a position in the organization, then it depends on your contribution and merit. Tianqing civilization felt that they had chosen the right time. As long as they made some achievements in the war to eliminate the Reapers, they would no longer be at the bottom of the list of level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way when they set out on the Great Voyage. Moreover, Tianqing civilization had already thought about it. When they set out on the Great Voyage, the organization would definitely accept level 6 civilizations from other star systems. As a level 6 civilization native to the Milky Way, they would definitely become an important member of the organization. It was perfect. Chapter 1098. The idea is good? If they are not the murderer who destroyed the solar system, it may come true. After all, as the first 6th level civilization to surrender, it is of great significance to the Great Voyage. When the Great Voyage is really launched, other 6th level civilizations will have no concerns, and are willing to join the Great Voyage. However, what the Tianqing civilization does not know is that the United Front organization allows it to join as a stopgap measure, at least for human civilization. Human civilization is still rational. The current priority is to kill the Reapers, and restore the Milky Way to a clear and bright world, and then talk about other things. In this way, the Tianqing civilization successfully joined the United Front organization, a multi-civilization organization that would later be renamed the Starry Sky Voyage Organization. The Tianqing civilization was very tactful. After joining the organization, it took the initiative to report the basic information of its fleet to the organization headquarters. And human civilization also got to know them better during this period. From the comprehensive information, the Tianqing civilization is currently the civilization with the largest number of warships in the organization, and their 6th level civilization technology tree is very complete, not like a civilization that has just been promoted to the 6th level. When humans consulted on this matter in the name of the 5 major civilization leaders of the United Front, the Tianqing civilization told the United Front civilizations through the public communication channel that the reason they had a complete 6th level civilization technology tree was because they were a 6th level civilization that had existed for a long time and had gained some adventures during their development. They did not mention the ancient 6th level civilization. After all, they also felt that they were not as good as the Xinju civilization and the Ancient Alliance. Although the Ancient Alliance lost the galaxy, they were capable of building a second one as long as they were given enough time and resources. The several civilizations in the United Front knew what the Tianqing civilization said, especially the Dia civilization, which was once a civilization under the organization of the Persis community. They told humans that the Tianqing civilization was the civilization that defected from the Persis community. The Tianqing civilization concealed its information a little here. This is understandable, everyone knows it, but it is also tacitly understood. Of course, no civilization dared to tell the Tianqing civilization about human civilization at this time. This is the deterrent power formed after the Tianqing defeated the electronic warship. Several civilizations knew that humans were trying to find out about the situation of Tianqing civilization indirectly, and no one was trying to expose the truth of humans at this time. As for Tianqing civilization, several major civilizations were also very interested in how they could become a level 6 civilization in such a short time, and also have so many warships. You should know that Dia civilization, which follows humans, has also developed fast enough. At this moment, it has just stepped onto the level of level 6 civilization, and the fleet has not had time to develop. In this regard, Dia civilization quietly told Shinju civilization, Awakeners, humans, and Ancient Alliance that the rapid development of Tianqing civilization is likely related to the civilization ruins they encountered. They may have obtained something in the unknown civilization ruins. This makes sense, but I don't know what it is. Perhaps it was just the first contact, and the Tianqing civilization didn't tell the United Front organization, and humans couldn't ask too much. There is a long time to go, and we will slowly calculate after defeating the Reapers. With the participation of the Tianqing civilization, the scale of the warships of the United Front organization has become huge again. More than 10 billion warships form a united front in the starry sky and march towards the headquarters of the Reapers microcosm. At the same time, the Silver Heart Alliance once again played their communication technology advantages and broadcast the news that the Tianqing civilization joined the United Front again. Attention, all the 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way, this is a broadcast for all 6th level civilizations. As long as you are a 6th level civilization, you can receive this broadcast through our Intelligent Broadcast Information Recognition. The following is the content of the broadcast. Our United Front Organization, Human Civilization, Divine Principle Civilization, Awakener Civilization, Silver Heart Alliance, Gaia Life, and member Dia Civilization are hereinafter referred to as the organization. With the joint efforts of the organization, we have defeated the main fleet of the Reaper, and the human civilization has destroyed the electronic warships on its own. Now it has reached the final stage of the battle with the Reaper. We are about to arrive at the headquarters of the Reaper microcosm. After this battle, the name of the Reaper will no longer exist in the Milky Way. This is undoubtedly the biggest event in the Milky Way in thousands of years, because the next is the era of the Great Voyage. Civilizations that want to join the Great Voyage, want to move towards a higher level of civilization, want to explore more unknown civilizations in the universe, and want to see the scenery of the distant universe just come. Our organization is not the Reaper. We will accept all the 6th level civilizations that are interested in the Great Voyage. The Tianqing civilization has joined the organization with all their strength, and is about to fight side by side with us to kill the Reaper. The history of the Milky Way will open a new chapter after this war. Level 6 civilizations, the harvesters are over. From now on, you no longer need to hide. Come out and let us embark on a long voyage together, across the vast sea of stars and the vast road, to pursue more unknowns, to explore the true meaning of the universe, to find the ultimate answer to the universe. The Silver Heart Alliance is the only civilization in the Milky Way that has intelligent broadcasting technology. I don't know if this is the characteristic technology of their main civilization or some other race. But no matter what, this can be regarded as the result of their plundering of low-level civilizations for tens of millions of years. Similarly, the Galaxy Heart Alliance is the best in the Milky Way in terms of communication and ultra-long distance detection technology. Because of this, they have naturally become the best mouthpiece of the United Front organization. They are more professional than the Divine Hour civilization in terms of galactic broadcasts like this. Of course, the broadcast will not be transmitted to all parts of the Milky Way in an instant. After all, the Milky Way is too big, and the broadcast of the 6th level civilization also needs multi-anchor information relay to be transmitted to each spiral arm. So it is obvious that this broadcast is not really to wait for those surviving 6th level civilizations to respond, and then join the organization before launching a general attack on the Harvester Microcosm headquarters, but to express their position to the surviving 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way, and prepare for the upcoming Great Voyage. Originally, the Silver Heart Alliance was planning to add intelligent broadcast information to identify level 5 civilizations in the broadcast, and bring level 5 civilizations into the organization to embark on the long voyage together, but as soon as they released a little bit of information on the public communication platform, they were rejected by the Shinju civilization. The words of the Shinju civilization were very direct. Level 5 civilizations were not qualified, and had no ability to embark on the long voyage. At the same time, they also said that when they embarked on the long voyage in the future, the low-level civilizations under the Silver Heart Alliance would not be allowed to go. In order to show that they treated everyone equally, they also told the Silver Heart Alliance that not only their low-level civilizations were not allowed to go, but also those low-level civilizations under the human civilization and Dia civilization were not allowed to go. Of course, the Silver Heart Alliance firmly opposed this, but after seeing that the human civilization also agreed with this, they could only endure it. Chapter 1099. Vengeance is not only about the attitude of humans towards the Tianqing civilization, but also about the attitude of the United Front Organization towards the Harvesters. After the Tianqing civilization joined, the United Front Organization fleet quickly arrived at the location of the Harvesters microcosm. Because it is very close to the center of the Milky Way, the stars here are bright, and the distance between stars is very short. And in the sky full of stars, the Harvesters microcosm is hidden. Tens of millions of years of advantages, and tens of millions of years of crushing attitude have made the Harvesters unscrupulous and extremely confident. Such confidence makes them not worry about their microcosm being exposed at all. Because they have always been the only ones who go to other level 6 civilizations, and no blind level 6 civilization dares to come to them. But this time, they miscalculated. Tens of millions of years of repression is too long. The level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way want to tear them apart when they see the Reapers. As soon as the United Front Organization arrived at the location of the Reapers microcosm, they pressed all the warships up with a large army and launched a space-cutting attack on the location of its microcosm. Because the information relay is much faster than the fleet sailing, the Reapers have received the news that the United Front fleet is coming before this, so they are prepared. However, their preparation was not for everyone to fight to the death, but to separate a part of the fleet to escape to the starry sky, while the majority of the fleet planned to fight to the death with the United Front Organization in the small universe. While ensuring the survival of their own civilization, the Reapers finally talked about their dignity that had lasted for tens of millions of years. Yes, the so-called dignity must also be based on survival. The Reapers, a civilization that has dominated the galaxy for tens of millions of years, also changed their minds immediately after learning that the electronic warships were defeated, and put the survival of their civilization first. They sent a fleet carrying all kinds of technologies that they had plundered for tens of millions of years, and left the small universe, and set foot on the vast sea of stars before the arrival of the United Front Organization. For many years, the Reapers have never been so confused. They have been accustomed to sitting on the throne of the first in the Milky Way, so that the fleets fleeing to the starry sky have forgotten some ways to hide themselves. Perhaps they have long been accustomed to being reckless, so that the fleeing fleets often ignore some details of hiding themselves. And such negligence has exposed their whereabouts to the vision of the Silver Heart Alliance. However, since the United Front Organization's first target now is the Reaper microcosm, the Galactic Heart Alliance only sent out a detection spacecraft to quietly follow the fleeing fleet. Reaper civilization, your electronic warships have been destroyed by us, and your arrogant days are over. The Milky Way is about to usher in a new era, and the new era has no ships to carry you, just like you have treated other civilizations in the Milky Way in the past. One after another, space-cutting weapons slashed into the void, and while cutting through the space barrier, a broadcast issued in the name of the United Front Organization also sounded at the same time. That was for the fleet in the Reaper microcosm. We do not accept surrender. The only way for you Reapers to give the galaxy the best explanation is to die. How shameless. We are the Reaper civilization, the most powerful civilization in the galaxy. Are you, a bunch of inferior beings, qualified to challenge us? We are the only ones in the galaxy that are qualified to go on a long voyage. We were and are still the best in the galaxy even without electronic warships. The moment the Reaper microcosm was cut open, a space channel was opened, and then more than 3 billion Reaper fleets swarmed out. The basic technology for creating a microcosm is space technology, and the space-cutting weapons developed based on space technology can also cut through space and destroy the microcosm, as long as the location of the microcosm is discovered. Therefore, it is definitely not a wise move to wait in the microcosm. The commander of the Reaper fleet certainly understands this, so when they see the microcosm being cut, they rush out. The 3 billion Reaper fleets just jumped into the macrocosm and launched a surprise attack on the warships that were cutting space. In fact, the commander of the Reapers also knew that the broadcast he had just replied on behalf of the Reapers was just a polite remark, but he had to say it because it was the last dignity of the Reapers. That dignity would not allow him to bow his head. Even if he knew he could not win, he would still move forward bravely. Even if he died, he would let these civilizations know how powerful the Reaper civilization was. He did it. In this war, which was called the final decisive battle by the Galaxy civilization in later generations. The Reaper civilization consumed the warships of the United Front organization with a loss ratio of 1-4. Needless to say, the main force of the United Front in this war is definitely the Tianqing civilization fleet. After the Reapers came out of the microcosm, they pressed forward in full force, with the spirit of destroying the Reapers at all costs. And this war is also the last swan song of the Reapers. But in this process, the Reapers were very unwilling, especially their new leader. He led the Reaper fleet and directly clamored to fight against the Tianqing. But from beginning to end, he didn't even touch the location of the Tianqing and died in the starry sky. Too many warships in the United Front. The most hateful thing is that humans still told them in the starry sky broadcast that our Tianqing is here. You can challenge us, but you have to get to me first. Yes, in this final battle, the Tianqing of human civilization and the remaining consciousness-linked warships just stopped in the void and watched. Watching the news from all over the battlefield, watching the fighting several light years away, dozens of light years away, it was like a commander, proudly hanging in the battlefield. The Lyra did only one thing in this war, which was to tell the various civilizations on the United Front that the Lyra was here. That was all. But that was how the other civilizations on the United Front felt at ease, and all their warships were confident. Because they all knew that the warship belonged to them, and was the most powerful warship in the entire galaxy. As long as it was there, the war would be won. The Reaper fleet burst out with super combat power in the end, but in the end no warship could reach the Lyra. When the last Reaper fleet was destroyed, they were mocked by the Galactic Heart Alliance, who said, "Aren't you the most powerful civilization in the galaxy? How come you all fell without even seeing the Lyra? What, the most powerful civilization in the galaxy? It's just a clown who got a 7th level civilization creation." It has to be said that the Galactic Heart Alliance knows how to mock. Such words directly caused the last Reaper warship at the microcosm headquarters to broadcast a broadcast, and then self-destruct to preserve its last dignity. In this war, the Tianqing civilization was the most motivated. They proposed to be the main force in this war, and even let the Tianqing of the human civilization stop at the rear. It was they who proposed it. Perhaps they also knew that even if they didn't want to, they would definitely be the main force in this war. Because other civilizations in the United Front had already done their best in the last war. If they didn't show their strength now, there would be no war in the future. Without war, there would be no military merit, and it would be difficult to improve their status in the United Front organization at that time. Besides, the Tianqing civilization already knew that there were originally 5 leadership seats in the United Front, and Gaia Life happened to be dead, so there was just one missing. Maybe if they worked hard, they could be in the first echelon. And this war is undoubtedly the best opportunity to show their abilities. It must be said that if it were not for the hatred with humans, the Tianqing civilization's decision would be correct. Chapter 1100. According to the current situation of the United Front organization, if the contribution is great, it is possible to become the 5th seat. After all, Gaia's life is dead. But this is all for later. Today, the United Front organization is doing its best to eliminate the Reapers. In the Battle of the Microcosm headquarters, although the main force of the Reapers has been completely destroyed, some Reapers still escaped to the starry sky. The United Front organization, adhering to the concept of annihilation, dispatched fleets non-stop after the battle to chase the remaining forces of the Reapers. Fleets were dispatched in batches, and the United Front Alliance also made multiple galactic broadcasts, calling on the surviving Level 6 civilizations to search for and annihilate the remaining forces of the Reapers. The Milky Way does not allow any remaining Reaper forces to survive, and they must not be allowed to make a comeback. Many Level 6 civilizations certainly know that the microscopic electrons of the electronic warships are the creations of Level 7 civilizations, but the Reapers themselves also have unique technologies, otherwise they would not be able to build macroelectronic cockpits. If they are really given a chance to breathe, I am afraid they will return to the Milky Way stage in another form in the future. That is absolutely not allowed. The 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way have a great psychological shadow on electronic warships, and the Reapers related to them must be wiped out. This is what the United Front expressed when broadcasting to the Milky Way, and it is also the superficial consensus of the surviving 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way. But in fact, those surviving 6th level civilizations that received the broadcast did send out their own forces to search for the Reapers, but their purpose was not to really slaughter the Reapers, but to capture the individual lives of the Reapers and study them. Every civilization wants to obtain the individual lives of the Harvesters, and then try to crack their gene locks, and then let them serve themselves, and create special technological creations for their own civilization. As an ordinary 6th-level civilization, those 6th-level civilizations are extremely yearning for special technologies, and they will not miss any opportunity to obtain special technological creations. Even those in the United Front, such as Dia Civilization, Tianqing Civilization, and even the Silver Heart Alliance, they all want to obtain the special technologies of the Harvesters. Moreover, the Harvesters have more than just special technologies. They also have a wealth of technological data, which are the accumulation of their continuous harvesting of other civilizations' technologies over the past tens of millions of years. These data may be the exploration data of each civilization in many unknown areas. If you get it, you will definitely be able to make your civilization's technology tree more comprehensive, and it will also be of great reference value for the future development of your civilization. Perhaps some aspects of your civilization's research have already been tried by other civilizations, and confirmed to be unfeasible. If you can get this data, it will undoubtedly save a lot of unnecessary research resources. Without those meaningless research, the development of one's own civilization will naturally be faster. Everyone is a level 6 civilization, but the level of development of level 6 civilizations, the progress of scientific and technological exploration in a certain direction, etc. are also different. Every civilization hopes to be ahead of other civilizations, and hope to become stronger. If it weren't for the great goal of the Great Voyage, these civilizations would have fought again long ago. Of course, there is also a reason for the existence of the United Front Organization. Today, the Unified War Organization has represented the highest combat power in the Milky Way. As long as the United Front Organization means it, it is the Order of the Milky Way. The United Front did exactly that. After the last battle, the organization called on other civilizations in the Milky Way to jointly suppress the Reapers on the radio, and also establish some rules, such as interstellar civilizations are not allowed to interfere with the development of space-level civilizations. Just this one rule has provided basic survival guarantees for low-level civilizations in the Milky Way. At least, they will not be arbitrarily plundered by top civilization organizations like the Silver Heart Alliance. Of course, after establishing rules, there must be corresponding supervision measures. At present, the United Front Organization does not have the corresponding means, and it does not seem to want to supervise. But if there is a level 6 civilization that wants to join the United Front Organization to go on a long voyage like the Silver Heart Alliance, there must be a problem. Under such clear rules, at least those level 6 civilizations dare not do the same as the Silver Heart Alliance. The Silver Heart Alliance firmly opposes this rule, but their opposition is invalid because in the United Front Organization, the human civilization, the divine civilization, and the Awakeners have all agreed, and the Silver Heart Alliance's military force can no longer support their opposition. After this battle, if we only talk about combat power, human civilization is recognized as the strongest. The second is a matter of opinion. Some civilizations believe that the Awakeners are stronger, while others believe that the Shinju civilization has stronger combat power. Next is the Silver Heart Alliance that lost the galaxy. The rest do not even have special technology, and are not worth mentioning. In the eyes of the Shinju civilization, it is a blessing for those civilizations to join the organization and follow them on the journey of the Great Voyage. If it were not for the fact that the Great Voyage might encounter too many dangers, the Shinju civilization would not even want to take them with them when they encounter the voyage organizations of other galaxies. All level 6 civilizations know that the war against the Reapers has entered the final garbage time. The United Front will continue to chase and intercept the Reapers until they are all eliminated, but this time will be very long. After all, the Milky Way is too vast, and level 6 civilizations are too fast. It is not impossible to chase and kill for 1,000 or 800 years. And these things no longer need the flagships of various civilizations to do. Like human civilization, Shinju civilization, Silver Heart Alliance, and Awakeners, they have now begun to enter the stage of cleaning up the battlefield. The Battle of the Shield Arm was so huge that from the perspective of the Milky Way, a hole had been punched in the shield arm. With the battle between the two sides as the center, there are basically few stars in the range of about 2,000 light-years. Tens of thousands of years later, those low-level civilizations looking up at the stars will see a series of supernova explosions that will overshadow the brightness of all the stars in the Milky Way. It will be a group supernova explosion that will last for 1,000 years. It will be a visual feast and a light of destruction. Within 300 light-years outside the battlefield, there will be no life planets. All the original life planets within its range will usher in a wave of mass extinction, and may even be truly beaten back to lifeless planets. But no one cares about this. The United Front organizations are now cleaning up the battlefield. While they are recycling scrap iron and other heavy metals from their destroyed warships, they are also searching for the wreckage of the Reaper warships, trying to find something useful from the wreckage. For example, some devices that store information. Chapter 1101. Time flies. Now it has been 1,000 years since the last battle with the Reapers. It took the United Front 1,000 years to finally wipe out the Reaper fleets that had escaped, including their living spaceships. Unfortunately, as the overlords of the Milky Way for tens of millions of years, the Reapers have great self-esteem, and it seems that escaping is their last bottom line. When faced with the final decision of the survival of civilization, they had no intention of surrendering. After realizing that there was no way he could escape, the Reaper resolutely chose to self-destruct the system and then explode. In this way, the United Front organization's idea of obtaining the individual lives of the Reapers for research also failed, and the Reaper's unique technology became the history of the Milky Way. Similarly, from then on, the arrogant Reapers were officially removed from the Milky Way, and the surviving Level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way no longer had to live in hiding. Of course, in fact, after so many years of destruction by the Reapers, there are not many Level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. In the past 1,000 years, there have been less than 10 Level 6 civilizations that responded to the United Front organization. This is too little for such a vast galaxy, which shows how ruthless the Harvesters have been in the past. And since the death of Gaia, no special life form has appeared in the Milky Way. There is an Adderley with humans, but Adderley seems to have exhausted his potential, or his potential is limited. After so many years of hard work, he is still a special life form at the 5th level of civilization, and there is no possibility of breakthrough. In terms of cleaning up the battlefield, the United Front did not find much valuable stuff. The battle between the 6th level civilizations was too lethal, and the destroyed warships were left with only empty shells at most. Cleaning up the battlefield could only yield some reusable heavy metal elements and some warship armor samples. There was really no big gain. On the other hand, after declaring the final victory, the Milky Way temporarily entered a period of quiet, and members of the United Front organization also left the team one after another. Without the Reapers, the United Front naturally has no need to exist. However, the several civilizations did not disband the United Front without saying a word, but agreed on the time and place of the next meeting before leaving. This time and place is the departure time and departure place of the Great Voyage. And the time when everyone said goodbye is the time for each civilization to develop itself, and it is also the preparation time for the Great Voyage. In the future, the several major civilizations will mine the Milky Way materials on a large scale, build fleets on a large scale, and build a large number of transport ships. When everything is ready, everyone will meet again, then choose a route, and embark on the road of the Great Voyage. The Awakener civilization left, saying that they would search the Milky Way carefully, looking for some fallen civilizations to awaken them, and then add new members to their own civilization. At the same time, they would use this time to prepare the things needed for the long voyage. The Divine Moment civilization also left, but they didn't say much, just said goodbye in 5,000 years. The Silver Heart Alliance didn't stay for a moment, they were the first to leave, saying that time was tight, and they needed to buy more time to build a new galaxy. For this reason, before leaving, they also wanted to negotiate with several other civilizations to postpone the start time of the Great Voyage, but unfortunately the last few civilizations did not listen to them. Obviously, 5,000 years should not be enough for the Silver Heart Alliance to rebuild a galaxy, but other civilizations don't care so much. If you can't build a new flagship, it's your business. The Great Voyage is scheduled for 5,000 years later. Whether you come or not, we will set sail. Even before leaving, the Shinju civilization warned the Silver Heart Alliance that when the Great Voyage started, they didn't want to see the Silver Heart Alliance with their families. They solemnly told the Silver Heart Alliance, the future of the Milky Way cannot be cut off. Low-level civilizations should be allowed to develop freely. Only in this way can the Milky Way have a new civilization and prosperity. The Milky Way has been destroyed by the Harvesters. If you, the Silver Heart Alliance, do not want to become the second Harvester, then make a decision early. The undisguised threat in the words made the Silver Heart Alliance very uncomfortable. When several civilizations left, the Tianqing civilization also said that it had to leave, to join the main body of its own civilization, and then prepare for the Great Voyage 5,000 years later. Humans did not stop them, but encouraged them to prepare as soon as possible, saying that they would have to make more efforts when they set out on the Great Voyage, and some things about the future planning of the Great Voyage organization. Yes, when the United Front was disbanded, human civilization, divine civilization, Awakeners, and the Silver Heart Alliance had already discussed that when they set sail, everyone would definitely gather together, so there should be an organization. The United Front organization naturally could not be used anymore. After all, this organization existed to deal with the Reapers. In the future, the Great Voyage would need another organization to lead the civilization of the Milky Way, and the name of this organization was determined after everyone agreed, and it was called the Milky Way Great Voyage Organization. 5 civilizations will be reserved as leaders in the organization. The civilizations confirmed now are Human Civilization, Divine Civilization, Awakener Civilization, and the Silver Heart Alliance. The last position is still vacant. When the voyage begins, we will consider the specific situation and let a civilization that has made the greatest contribution to the organization take the position. On the surface, the civilizations most likely to take this position are Dia Civilization and Tianqing Civilization. Before the Tianqing Civilization fleet left, humans hinted to them that if they performed well, we would support them to take the 5th leadership position. Obviously, the real idea of human beings is not like this. Human civilization wants to destroy the Tianqing Civilization right now, but only the fleet of Tianqing Civilization has joined the United Front before, and the main body of their civilization is still unknown. Now it is just right to lure them out in the name of the Great Voyage, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop, which also saves a lot of trouble. Can the revenge of 9 generations still be avenged? The revenge of 10 generations can still be avenged. We have waited for so many years, so why not wait another 5,000 years? Humans believe that the Tianqing Civilization could not resist the temptation of the Great Voyage, nor could they resist the temptation of their own civilization having a position in the Great Voyage organization. In the end, it was the Dia Civilization that did not choose to leave alone. They chose to follow humans, saying that they would go wherever humans went to develop in the past 5,000 years, and they looked like they were clinging to the thighs. In response, Human Civilization did not refuse. Anyway, they had been with the Dia Civilization for a long time, and it was generally good. After the Human Civilization fleet merged with its own residential spaceship cluster, it also left the shield arm. 5,000 years is not a long time. Humans must seize the time to develop combat fleets, build large transport fleets, and deal with some trivial matters. For example, the mysterious hydrogen molecular cloud encountered in the Orion spiral arm must be explored, and there are also solar system ruins. Before leaving the Milky Way, humans must go back and take a look. Chapter 1102. There are only 5,000 years left. Humanity must accomplish many things during this time. In addition to exploring the universe, human civilization must also complete some internal reforms. First, the Star Alliance. Due to the relationship between the Divine Principle Civilization, only Level 6 civilizations are allowed to sail, so the member civilizations within the Star Alliance must not be taken away, and the same is true for the organizations under the Dia Civilization. The Silver Heart Alliance had some unpleasantness with the Divine Principle Civilization because of this matter, but the attitude of the Divine Principle Civilization is very clear. Those affiliated races must stay in the Milky Way, and they are not qualified yet. Humans support this. After all, humans have no intention of depriving other races of their development potential. The Star Alliance was established because of the current situation. Moreover, the member civilizations of the Star Alliance actually have no racial talents, and there is really nothing to exploit. It doesn't matter whether they are taken on the long voyage or not. On the contrary, keeping them in the Milky Way can also leave some reserve forces for the Milky Way, so that they can help look after the things they care about. For example, the Nair civilization, humans think they are pretty good, so leaving this Nair civilization behind may be the best explanation for them. The same is true for the dog-headed people. In the beginning, humans brought them to the starry sky just to make them their warriors, but later they encountered the Red Flame civilization, and the cannon fodder became the Red Flame people. Speaking of which, among the member civilizations of the Star Alliance, humans are actually quite good to the Heavenly Dog civilization, and they are also very loyal to humans. It can be predicted that as long as the Heavenly Dog civilization is left in the Milky Way, they will definitely regard themselves as the successors of human will. As for the cannon fodder soldiers, after leaving the Red Flame civilization behind, humans must make changes to the issue. The reason why humans look for cannon fodder is because the casualties in interstellar wars are too great. As long as a warship is destroyed, no one inside can survive, and such losses are often tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The number of people in human civilization is indeed large, but it is not consumed in this way. Therefore, after returning the Red Flame civilization, humans must make changes to the fleet structure, and the interstellar government has a plan for the change method. That is, the model is based on the consciousness-linked warships, and supplemented by strong artificial intelligence unmanned warships. Without cannon fodder, we can only use strong artificial intelligence. However, unmanned warships are just a bonus in human plans. From then on, the human civilization fleet will take the elite route, that is, learn from the Awakeners and specialize in developing consciousness-linked warships. At present, scientists in the field of human spiritual consciousness have carried out relevant research, that is, to improve the strength of human spirit in order to achieve the ultimate goal of one person and one ship. Humans cannot currently achieve what the Awakener did, where one individual is both a scientist and an engineer, and a warrior with extremely high combat literacy, but they can work towards this. If one person cannot drive a warship, they can set a small goal first, from thousands of people driving together to just a few people. Take it step by step. After the Elite Force strategy is determined, humans will not need to build so many useless fleets in the next 5,000 years, and can then devote their energy to the construction of consciousness-linked warships, and of course more productivity will be invested in the construction of sub-civilization level transport ships. The long voyage across the Milky Way is no small matter, and of course the more transport ships there are, the more secure it is. If it weren't for the necessary military support, warships would be a huge burden that consumes resources. Human civilization plans to use 5,000 years to build a huge fleet of tens of billions, 80% of which are sub-civilization level transport ships, and then fill them up before the long voyage. In order to realize this plan, after leaving the shield arm, human civilization stopped directly at a location closer to the center of the Milky Way, and then started resource mining activities without stopping. The environment near the center of the Milky Way is extremely harsh for low-level civilizations, but for level 6 civilizations, it is a treasure trove of resources. There are a lot of stars here, and the distance between them is very short. The dark matter deposits are also dense. There is also a supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way. It is simply a natural resource extraction library. Whatever resources you want, you can get them. Whether it is nuclear resources, antimatter, or negative matter, they can be extracted, converted, and stored here. It can be said that it is inexhaustible. The Dia civilization also stopped in the nearby star field to carry out large-scale development and construction with humans. Both civilizations urgently need to develop their own civilizations. Thousands of years have passed in a hurry. After humans built a batch of new consciousness-linked warships here, they sent several exploration fleets to various spiral arms of the Milky Way. On the one hand, they explored the Milky Way, on the other hand, they observed and explored the recent changes in the Milky Way. At the same time, they also collected information from other civilizations to see if they would encounter other level 6 civilizations. Of course, there are also scientific research and exploration teams that plan to use this time to explore the strange phenomena discovered before, such as the strange hydrogen molecular cloud before. Tianqin did not go there. It has been sitting at the headquarters of human civilization. Although the harvesters were slaughtered, it does not mean that the Milky Way has truly become a peaceful stage. We still need to be on guard. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 4,000 years are long times for primitive civilizations, but in the eyes of interstellar civilizations, they are just a blink of an eye, and even in the eyes of those who plan fleet construction, they are not enough. In the past 4,000 years, human civilization has put almost all its productivity into the construction of transport fleets and consciousness-linked warships, and the remaining resources are used to manufacture unmanned warships and corresponding shipborne strong artificial intelligence. With the joint efforts of human civilization and the civilizations of the Star Alliance members, the fleet size has reached 80 billion, which is still a little short of the 100 billion goal, but human civilization thinks it is almost there. Among these 80 billion ships, there are only 3 million consciousness-linked warships, 17 million ordinary sub-civilization class warships, and the rest are engineering ships, scientific research ships, residential ships, biosphere ships, and the largest transport ships. It will take humans 1,000 years to fill these transport ships with supplies, and finally, after dealing with some trivial matters, they will go to the place agreed upon by several major civilizations, and set foot on the vast nothingness together. There have been countless space broadcasts about the great voyage of the 6th-level civilization in the Milky Way, but very few civilizations have responded. Now, only 1,000 years have passed since the great voyage, and only 17 6th-level civilizations have responded to the organization. Among them, there are also some civilizations whose technology has regressed, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are crooked. But this is the current situation of the Milky Way. Chapter 1103. You can go now. You have your own fleet. The Milky Way is relatively stable now. At least before we start the long voyage, no civilization will dare to disrupt the order. But it may not be the case after we leave. You should develop well and reach the peak of level 6 civilization. On the Lyra, Yu Yuan looked at the leaders of several civilizations of the Star Alliance on the screen and spoke slowly. The Star Alliance under the human flag has been disbanded. The Tianquan civilization, the Nair civilization, the Kuntai civilization, and the Qian civilization will no longer be constrained by humans. Great human civilization, can't you take us with you? We, the Tianquan civilization, are willing to be your vanguard and clear away all enemies that stand in your way. The leader of the Tianquan civilization, with a funny dog head, looked pious. This was indeed from his heart, and it was also the wish of most of the individual lives of the Tianquan civilization. They really didn't want to leave humans, the god of light, in their minds. It's rare that you have this heart, but you can't embark on a long voyage now. Maybe later. Now that the advanced civilization in the Milky Way is dying, we let you stay in the Milky Way. In fact, there are some things we want you to do for us. Great light human civilization, if you have anything to ask, just tell us. We, the Heavenly Dog civilization, will definitely do it for you. The leader of the Heavenly Dog civilization spoke first. Yes, we are the same. The leaders of other civilizations also expressed their opinions. Yu Yuan nodded and said, you have many warships we left behind, you have mastered many of our technologies, and you even know many theories about the 6th level civilization. I hope you can reach the peak of the 6th level civilization as soon as possible, and then do your best to maintain the rare order of the Milky Way, so that more civilizations can develop, and wait for more low-level civilizations to step onto the 6th level civilization level, and then launch the next great voyage to the Milky Way. We will be waiting for you on the road ahead. The pioneers have been walking for 3 billion years, and no one knows where they are. Alas, the damage done by the Reapers to the Milky Way is so great that the scale of our great voyage this time is not large, far from the great voyage started by the pioneers. The road to the great voyage is full of ups and downs, and we are afraid that our limited strength will also be full of difficulties. Therefore, we hope that you can maintain the current order of the Milky Way, and then lead more level 6 civilizations to embark on the great voyage, which can be regarded as a kind of support for us. The leader of the Tianquan civilization said excitedly, no problem, great human civilization, we Tianquan civilization will definitely accomplish what you said. This feeling of being placed with high hopes made him feel honored. Then, Yu Yuan explained some issues about the order of the Milky Way. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, he waved his hand to turn off the communication screen, and then turned around and sat back in his captain's chair on the Tianqin. The human fleet has set sail, and its target is the solar system. After explaining these things to several civilizations, the Tianqin also directly teleported through quantum macro tunneling and disappeared from the vision of several civilizations. The Tianquan civilization, the Nair civilization, the Kuntai civilization, and the Qian civilization, for civilizations followed humans from hiding to conquering, and now they have truly regained their freedom. And because they have always followed human civilization, they have obtained a lot of technology. Although most of them are not the results of their own research, they know how to use them. And they are not only good at using them. Some of them have participated in human civilization research projects. The level of those scientists is completely at the level of 6th level civilization scientists. As long as they are given enough time, these civilizations will be able to truly master the core technology of the 6th level civilization and become new 6th level civilizations. However, since their development has always followed that of humans, it can also be said that they have reached their current level because of humans' efforts. Humans do not know whether civilizations like them still have the potential to improve. Perhaps even if they complete the Great Voyage, they will not be able to become a 7th level civilization. Of course, let alone these civilizations, even if humans themselves and the civilizations that are about to embark on the Great Voyage complete the Great Voyage, they may not necessarily be able to reach the 7th level civilization level. After all, the long voyage is just a slim hope, the only hope seen in the desperate prospect. If it succeeds, you live. If it fails, you die. In the vast sea of stars, after the human fleet left the star field near the center of the Milky Way, it went straight to the Orion spiral arm, to a place that once had the sun, to say goodbye to hundreds of millions of human souls. The speed of the 6th level civilization is very fast. It took less than 200 years to reach the distance of nearly 40,000 light years. The 80 billion fleet came from the void, and then stopped in the void. Less than 1 light year in front of the fleet is the area where the original solar system is located. The position of the sun in the Milky Way is not fixed. It will rotate around the center of the Milky Way with many stars and other spiral arms, and it takes 240 million years to complete one rotation. That is a very long time, and it has only been more than 20,000 years since the Sun was destroyed. In this period of time, the Sun has not moved very far. Humans have calculated based on the Milky Way star map to determine the position where the Sun should be at this moment. Human calculations are very accurate, but there is no Sun here, and there is no Centaurus triple star system closest to the Sun. It's empty here, nothing is there. The Tianqing civilization blasted the entire Sun to pieces, and nothing was left. The surviving planets that originally belonged to the solar system had long since become wandering planets, because they were no longer bound by the Sun. Now no one knows where they are drifting to. It is said that after death, dust returns to dust, but in the interstellar era, the dead people don't even have the chance to turn into dust. They died in catastrophic events like the destruction of the Sun, and were blown to ashes by the powerful supernova energy, turning into the most basic elements, which can be said to be ashes. My dead compatriots, we have found the murderer. They are an interstellar civilization called Tianqing civilization. We will soon exterminate them all and avenge you. Yu Yuan on the Tianqing looked at the nothingness in front of him and muttered to himself. There used to be a star called the Sun and a planet called the Earth, but they were all gone because of the random attack of Tianqing civilization. Although it is certain that Tianqing civilization was unintentional, and perhaps even humans themselves have destroyed the homes of other civilizations in some wars over the years. So what? We can't give up revenge just because of this and live in peace with Tianqing civilization. Humans just want revenge and want to exterminate Tianqing civilization. Some people have this idea, but Yu Yuan made a direct decision on this matter. If he didn't kill the Tianqing civilization, he would not be able to make sense. If a civilization that suffered the same fate as humans came to seek revenge on humans in the future, humans would naturally have nothing to say. Also, fellow countrymen, our human civilization is now at the peak of the combat power of the Milky Way civilization, but after reaching the 6th level of civilization, we will no longer be able to make core technological progress in the Milky Way. Therefore, we are here to say goodbye to you. We are about to embark on a long voyage, and our final destination is the center of the Bodhi's great void. May our human civilization succeed, and the glory of mankind last forever. Chapter 1104. Such a visit by human civilization may seem redundant, but it is a means to inspire human will to survive, and of course, it can also be said to be a symbolic means. The universe is vast, and humans are just one of the thousands of civilizations. Before the great voyage, visiting the Earth, the mother planet of mankind, to commemorate the deceased compatriots, also has the effect of arousing empathy among the new era of human beings. This is a commemorative event. At a distance of hundreds of astronomical units, after humans pay tribute to the space of the solar system ruins, they set off again. However, before leaving, the interstellar government launched a memorial activity, which was to build a starry sky tombstone for the lost mother planet. The tombstone was made of the most advanced alloy currently used by humans. It looked like a cuboid, and its length, width, and height were strictly built according to the golden ratio of human aesthetics. Its size reached the level of a planetary battleship. After the tombstone was built, humans engraved the names of all the dead compatriots they could remember on it. According to the human data on Earth stored on Callisto at that time, as well as the memories of people in the old times, they were all engraved on the starry sky tombstone. This time, human civilization did not play tricks, and only engraved one kind of writing, Chinese characters. When people saw the familiar Chinese characters densely engraved on the alloy tombstone, they could not help but burst into tears. Those names were once their familiar friends, predecessors, descendants, parents, wives, and children. Of course, there are also many people who do not have names, because everyone can't remember so many, and there are also duplicate names, but what does it matter? Everyone knows that this is a kind of remembrance. Yu Yuan also retrieved some familiar names from the tombstone, such as the girl he met when sailing in the vast sea. Yu Yuan still remembered that her name was Su Yanshi. In addition to these relatives and friends in people's memories, there are also celebrities who have contributed to mankind in various fields from ancient times to the present. The names of scientific masters are engraved on it, as well as Chinese celebrities from the Yin Wang era all the way to the Information Age. And before these thousands of names, there is also an article introducing the Earth and the solar system. The entire memorial is nearly 100,000 words long, and it details the process from the birth of the solar system to its destruction by the celestial civilization, with all the major historical events recorded on it. If any civilization can read Chinese, they will definitely be able to understand the past of human civilization through this tombstone. Well, it is the history of the primitive civilization period. In this way, Human civilization has preserved the information that the solar system and the Earth once existed in this starry sky. After the human fleet leaves, it will continue to float in this starry sky, replacing the original position of the Sun, and revolving around the center of the Milky Way with other stars at a speed of one circle every 240 million years. Humans did not expect that their simple commemoration behavior would be discovered by other civilizations after a long time, and they could even read the contents of this starry sky tombstone. It stands to reason that this form of information engraved and recorded in Chinese characters should not be understood by any alien civilization except humans. After all, there is no translation. But humans forgot that there is indeed such a civilization in the Milky Way that learns human Chinese characters as the characters of the Light God civilization. They are the Great Canine Civilization. Since they set foot on the starry sky, the Great Canine Civilization has begun Chinese education and used Chinese characters, a magical two-dimensional pictographic language, as the information carrier of their civilization. And this civilization, which once vowed to find their God of light, also discovered the tombstone of this human mother planet at some point in the future, and then used various scientific and technological means to conduct archaeological research on the tombstone, and finally confirmed the time when the tombstone was built. So, in the distant future, they have a new goal, which is to follow the pace of human civilization and embark on a great voyage. But humans don't know about this. Once the starship sets sail, there will be no chance to return to the Milky Way. The human fleet spent 1,000 years traveling through all the spiral arms of the Milky Way, and even went to the Perseus arm to explore the place where the microscopic demons were encountered. The original intention was to get some microscopic demons to study. Humans think that the movement of the galaxy is a bit similar to that of microscopic demons, but unfortunately the microscopic demons on the other side have disappeared. When they came to the Perseus arm again, humans also followed the information they had inquired about, and found the civilization ruins mentioned by the Galactic Heart Alliance and the Silicon Base Consortium, but they also came up empty-handed. The ruins have been destroyed. It should be done by the Galactic Alliance and the Silicon Base Consortium many years ago. No one knows what they got from the ruins. And the Stargate in the Milky Way mentioned by the Awakener has not been found. Facts have proved that not all civilization ruins are opened and explored only after humans come. The Milky Way will still rotate without humans. Humans have been circling around in the Milky Way and finally circled back to the Orion Arm, which is where they encountered the magical hydrogen molecular cloud. The reason was that the fleet received a message from the exploration fleet, saying that the scientific research team that went to explore the mysterious hydrogen molecular cloud had made no progress, and they didn't know what the hydrogen molecular cloud was. So, the human fleet went around and came to the Orion spiral arm again, and there were only a few hundred years left before the time agreed by several civilizations. Regardless of whether the human fleet had any results, it had to set sail to the agreed location to gather. The supplies for the fleet were almost ready, and after the gathering, they would carry out the last round of supplies, and then set off. After so many years, you still don't know what it is? The Tianqin arrived near the strange hydrogen molecular cloud, and sent a message to the research ship on its edge. "We are ashamed, General. We thought we could analyze it with our level 6 civilization technology, but we obviously thought too much. After so many years, we know that it may be a strange life form, but we are not sure if it is, well, or a molecular world in the development stage, and this hydrogen molecular cloud is all of this world." Life in hydrogen molecular cloud? Is it another special life form? Not sure, we just think that the light spots that can teleport in hydrogen molecular cloud are very similar to the way neurons transmit information. We have tried to capture those light spots, but just like the previous records, we can't capture them, as if the light spots are fake. Oh, you know, this scientific research team even has dark matter detection methods, but they can't do anything about this hydrogen molecular cloud. But just when Yuan thought this would become a regret and an unsolved mystery in the Milky Way, Adley, who had been following humans, moved. Chapter 1105. Adley, what are you doing? Adley's actions could not escape the eyes of the Lyra, and a message of transformation sounded in Adley's mind. Adley is always noisy, and humans are used to it. "Ah, oh ah, I seem to hear a voice shouting. It seems to come from the guy in front of me. Yes, it's him." "Hydrogen molecular cloud? You mean he is a living being? You heard him speak. What did he say?" Surprised, the human asked Adley 3 questions in a row. If they had known to bring Adley here earlier, they wouldn't have made no progress in research for so many years. The level of civilization basically represents whether the combat power is strong or not, but it does not mean that it knows more than the lower level civilization, especially for special life forms like Adley. They always have some strange abilities that even advanced technological civilizations don't know. Even the things shown by special life forms are considered metaphysics by technological civilizations. For example, now, Adley could actually understand the other parties shouting, even though Adley had never seen this hydrogen molecular cloud, let alone communicate. But he could understand the other parties shouting at this time. He said he was very depressed, and that he hadn't met a fellow who could communicate for many years. He also asked why I was with such a terrible villain, and asked me if I was caught, and asked me to run away quickly. Adley said truthfully. What? The experts and scholars on the Tianqin were obviously stunned, but soon they knew what the terrible thing the hydrogen molecular cloud was talking about was. Wasn't it the human fleet? Good guy, he was regarded as a bad guy. Tell him that we are human civilization, the most kind civilization in the Milky Way. We just didn't know he was a living being before, not a bad guy. The people on the Tianqin said to Adley. Adley had come to the edge of the hydrogen molecular cloud at this time. He replied, I told him, but he didn't believe it. He thought I was held hostage by you. He seemed to have determined that you were terrible bad guys. What else did he say? You have been here for a long time, and you have been poking around in his mind with strange things. It's terrible. He said he was pretending to be dead. Why don't you leave? Seeing Adley say this, the people on the Tianqin didn't know what to say for a moment. That's right, humans have been doing a lot with hydrogen molecular clouds over the years, using equipment and instruments, spacecraft detection, capturing teleporting light spots, and even absorbing some hydrogen molecular clouds to study in the laboratory. In the eyes of hydrogen molecular clouds, this behavior is just poking themselves with strange things. Adley, please explain our existence to him. We are a technological civilization, not some terrible villain. Oh, and how do you communicate with him? Seeing that Adley could actually communicate with the hydrogen molecular cloud, the human scientist talked to Adley directly. I'm explaining, but it's a bit difficult. He seems to have just gained consciousness. Maybe your behavior has left him with a great psychological shadow. Adley then talked about how he communicated with the hydrogen molecular cloud. We communicate directly in the depths of consciousness. Perhaps he was scared by the human's questioning. Adley quickly continued, Don't ask me how to communicate in the depths of consciousness. I don't know how to explain it. I just found the target and talked to the target. Yes, that's it. Okay, it's the instinct of special life forms. Let's understand. When facing special life forms, humans have to sigh at the magic of life and the endless mysteries of life. Level 6 civilization is known as the most powerful civilization in the universe, but it is still powerless when facing these mysteries. Of course, it could also be due to the environment of the Milky Way. The harsh living environment makes most level 6 civilizations focus all their energy on combat effectiveness, just like humans now. Combat effectiveness is strong, but there are still many shortcomings in other aspects of exploration. After a while, it seems that the communication has some effect. Adley said to humans again, he asked what technological civilization is? Like us, civilizations with a lot of warships are basically technological civilizations. It was too troublesome to explain in detail, so the humans just gave a general reply. After a while, a message from Adley was received by the humans. The battleship is the body of you bad guys. No, it seems to be your skin. I can feel your thoughts inside your skin. Also, you are so small, but you move so fast, running around. I wish I could run that fast someday. I saw many beautiful places, but I can't go there. I really want to see them. By the way, are you the life form from those glowing fireballs? I saw many big fireballs exploded. You little technological life forms must have lost a lot of homes, and, in that distant void, are there still beings like me? I heard from Adley that you are a technological civilization, coming from a very distant place, so you must have seen a lot of things, right? A while ago, I felt a trace of gravitational waves appearing in a distant black hole, but it was too far away, and I couldn't move. Otherwise, I really wanted to go and see it, and I will definitely go and see it when I grow up. Did you really not mean to poke my mind before? The hydrogen molecular cloud, or what should be called the nebula life form now, seems to be just as Adley said, just born with wisdom not long ago, very curious about everything he sees and hears, just like a growing child. Of course we didn't mean it, we are just curious, because our human civilization has never seen a nebula life like you, so we poked you a few times to see the reaction. Humans used Adley as an information exchange relay, and answered the words of the nebula life form seriously. At the same time, he also told him about the Milky Way, explaining that human civilization is not the battleships and skins he imagined, but a group technological civilization composed of carbon-based life forms, and reminded him that not all civilizations are as kind as our human civilization. After a conversation, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. It also made humans understand that the light spots that move in the hydrogen molecular cloud are actually the thinking activities of the nebula life forms. These thinking activities will gradually weaken as the nebula life forms grow, and finally all become an invisible microscopic quantum activity. At that time, the human research team thought that they were captured by other civilizations, and that's why they became fewer. Now they know that it's the nebula life forms that have grown. With in-depth communication, the nebula life forms also became very curious about humans. He was very surprised that humans could only live for 60 or 70 years a long time ago. This was a complete shock to him. He had never thought that there were such short-lived life forms. Because he felt that if he just slept casually, it would be enough for dozens of generations of humans to die at that time. He really couldn't understand how such a weak life form, and such a short-lived life form could develop to such a bad guy level today. Regarding this matter, he once asked Adley quietly, and asked Adley not to tell humans. Adley said, "Don't you know? I don't know how technological civilization develops." Chapter 1106. The three parties communicated here for a long time. During this period, humans introduced the general development history of their civilization to this nebula life form, and explained how humans have achieved long lifespans through the development of life sciences, but the nebula life form did not seem to understand it very well. Perhaps it was because he had just grown up. It was also during this period of communication that, with the cooperation of the nebula life form, humans finally created a communication method to communicate directly with him. There have been some progress in the observation and research of nebula life forms, but because they do not want to destroy nebula life forms, humans are very cautious in their research on them, which also leads to humans' incomplete understanding of nebula life forms. Of course, even if they really give dissection, even if we study it, we may not understand it thoroughly, just like human beings study of Gaia life. Adley has been following humans for many years, and has cooperated with humans in their own research, but humans still don't know the essence of Adley very well. The lack of understanding of the essence of Adley's life has directly led to the fact that humans have not made any progress in exploring Gaia life. So far, the most humans can do in this regard is to create some fake Gaia planets, like the Dia civilization. In fact, humans studied Adley, and also wanted to help Adley improve his level. After all, Adley's strength is no longer up to par with humans today. Adley also wanted to do so, but humans are really not good at this. Perhaps it is also because Adley itself was not born naturally, and no one knows the root cause. This trip of humans also solved the mystery of the hydrogen molecular cloud back then, and during this period, they also gained the trust of the nebula life form. More importantly, in the research and data collection of special life, the database of human civilization has added another page. Although humans did not benefit from technological advancement during this trip, not everything in space exploration can be technologically advanced. So-called exploration is actually a way to increase a civilization's knowledge reserves and experience. These things may seem useless at first glance, but in fact, it is the accumulation of countless bits and pieces of experience that creates the foundation of a civilization. Humans were very satisfied, and did not intend to take the nebula life form with them when they left. First, it was too big, and second, humans felt it was unnecessary. If it weren't for the long voyage, humans might still have this in mind. But now, humans have become a level 6 civilization, the strongest in the galaxy, and no civilization can threaten their survival, at least on the surface. With the pressure of survival eased, humans are generally not so utilitarian. The attitude towards special life forms has also changed from greedily getting something to improve oneself to a kind of interest research. We should go, Adley. Having stayed in this starry sky for a long time, Yuan felt that there was no need to stay any longer, and it was almost time for the reunion, so it was just right to set sail now. Well, I want to stay. Yuan was surprised by Adley's answer. It had only been a short time, and he had already gotten along with the nebula life form. You mean, you don't want to go on the long voyage with us? Although he probably knew what Adley meant, Yuan still wanted to confirm it. Adley seemed to have thought about it, and just waited for Yuan to ask a question. He replied, "Yes, I have thought about it for a long time, and I have been thinking about it before I met Nebula. Of course I want to go on the great voyage, but I know myself well, and I think you can understand that if I can't go further and become a being like Gaia, it doesn't matter whether I go on the great voyage or not. So I want to wait until I can take that step before going. I want to go now when the Milky Way becomes stronger. Don't worry, if I can succeed at that time, I will definitely come to find you." Now, You know the situation of Nebula. He has just grown up. A person. It's too dangerous here, but if I'm here, he won't have to worry about being targeted by other civilizations. Besides, he also wants to have a communication partner, and so do I. You know, I'm really happy these days with Xingyun. It's the joy of communicating with a special life form, and it's also spiritual pleasure. During this period, I haven't even had the nightmare of my previous life again. Listening to Adley's words, Yu Yuan nodded. Since this guy ran to the Nebula life form, he has been sticking with it. Well, after getting along with Adley, the Nebula life form also gave himself a name, Nebula. Judging from the current situation, these two fell in love at first sight. The universe is so vast that there are all kinds of things. Love at first sight, love, or other emotions do not necessarily require males and females. Many of these things are just the result of the interaction between the human endocrine and nervous systems. Male hormones, female hormones, dopamine, endorphins, Adley and Xingyun, Yu Yuan, and even the entire human scientists do not know their gender, or they should not be given a gender. After all, special life forms, like them, have no gender. Adley doesn't know about human love between men and women, and humans also don't know what kind of relationship Adley has with Xingyun. But as long as they are happy, it's fine. Humans respect Adley's choice. Okay, in that case you stay. The Great Voyage is indeed full of dangers, so it's better for you to stay in the Milky Way first. Yu Yuan answered Adley on behalf of humans. Adley, thank you for your understanding, thank you for your care during this time. I, Adley, will always remember your kindness, and when we all reach the 6th level in the future, we will definitely embark on the Great Voyage, not for anything else, just to find you. Well then, goodbye, Adley. Well, by the way, do you need us to build a small universe for you here? No, we don't need it. Adley declined the humans' help again, and he continued, I have been with you for so long, and I have some understanding of the current situation in the Milky Way. When the Great Voyage begins, there will basically be no level 6 civilization in the Milky Way. As long as it is not a level 6 civilization, I can still deal with it. The safety of me and Nebula is not a problem. As for revenge, I have thought about it, and I still have to do it myself. Perhaps it is because of the revenge that I cannot reach the 6th level. Okay, then I wish you good luck, Adley. Humans have not forgotten to help Adley find his enemy, the civilization that destroyed the entire Adley civilization and created the Adley civilization. They have learned the creation style and name of that civilization, and also know their recent activity area. Chapter 1107. After so many years, that civilization has not become a level 6 civilization, nor has it perished in the harsh living environment of the Milky Way. Since Adley said so, let him solve it himself. Anyway, as long as Adley is not crushed by a high-level civilization, it is basically difficult to kill him at the same level. If a technological civilization wants to deal with him, 1 or 2 fleets will definitely not be enough. A civilization must fully mobilize its war potential to compete with it. After Adley decided to stay, humans did not stay for too long. The destination of this trip is the middle section of the outer arm of the Milky Way, which is the last port to leave the Milky Way, and the place where the Milky Way faces the Andromeda Galaxy. The civilizations that will embark on the Great Voyage will gather there. During this period of time, the civilizations that will embark on the Great Voyage, including humans, are mainly doing several things. 1. Large-scale construction of sub-civilization level transport spacecraft. 2. Looking for the legendary 7th level civilization Stargate site that exists in the Milky Way. 3. Complete some of my own private affairs in the Milky Way. Unfortunately, several level 6 civilizations have not found the Stargate left by the level 7 civilization. As for private affairs, humans have almost done it now. The solar system has also paid tribute to the victims, and the victims have also been mourned. Now all that is left is revenge. When the Tianqing civilization gathers the entire civilization, it will be the best time for human revenge. There is nothing to say about it. As for the other thing that vowed to be avenged, it was Silver Mist. But Silver Mist had died long ago, died under the fragments of the Reaper's butcher knife. Humans have long known that Silver Mist was taken away by the Silicon-based consortium, but unfortunately, during the period when humans were still developing in the microcosm of the Shinju civilization, it was directly killed by the electronic warships that entered the microcosm of the Silicon-based consortium because of the Silicon-based consortium. This is the information found by humans from the wreckage of some Silicon-based consortium warships during the battlefield cleaning process. The information describes that at that time, Silver Mist had been transformed by them into an infinitely self-replicating mechanical empire, waiting for the electronic warship to be destroyed one day, and then releasing it as a knife to devour the starry sky. Coupled with the silicon-based consortium's own full transformation technology, it is just around the corner to dominate the galaxy. Unfortunately, they died before they could accomplish their mission. The infinitely self-replicating mechanical empire was directly slaughtered by the electronic warships with sparks and lightning. Silver Mist and its replicas were also cleared out like a small fish in that war. Although it is a pity that we cannot eliminate our enemies by ourselves, how can everything be perfect in this vast galaxy? From this perspective, the Harvesters helped humans to get a small revenge. The speed of the 6th level civilization is very fast. After saying goodbye to Adley, humans only sailed for more than 100 years and arrived at the designated star field. When human civilization arrived, there was already a civilization that arrived earlier. As soon as the human fleet arrived in that area, it received a communication request from this civilization, or re-established a real-time communication network with it. The first to arrive was the Shinju civilization. After resuming communication with each other, the two civilizations learned about each other's recent situation, including fleet construction, Stargate search, resource supply and other preparations for long-distance voyages. Yes, recent situation. For cosmic civilization, a few thousand years is considered recent situation. Humans and the Shinju civilization have always gotten along well, and the exchanges between the two civilizations have been very pleasant. And it was during this time that humans were surprised to find that the Shinju civilization did not build new warships after the last battle with the Reapers. They did not develop the warship fleet to 80 billion again, but only made some modifications to the remaining 2 million warships at that time, saying that the engines were upgraded, that's all. To be precise, the Shinju civilization only retained a combat fleet consisting of 2.2 million sub-civilization level warships, and the rest were various engineering spacecraft, biosphere spacecraft, scientific research spacecraft, factory spacecraft, and the largest transport spacecraft. Their transport ships are similar to human civilization, with 8 billion sub-civilization ships, and the remaining tens of billions of star-class ships are almost all transport ships. The total number of ships of various types is about 88 billion. This is almost the maintenance limit of a 6th level civilization fleet, nearly 100 billion in size. And in the total fleet size, 10 billion is almost the single maintenance capacity of a 6th level civilization in sub-civilization ships. Now the practice of the Shinju civilization is to give almost all the maintenance quotas that originally belonged to the main battleships to the transport ships. This is exactly the same as humans. The human battle fleet is only 17 million main fleets, plus 3 million consciousness-linked elite fleets, not counting flagships. The total is only 20 million. The Shinju civilization has only 2 million more than humans. In terms of the construction of transport ships, both humans and Shinju civilization build as many as they can, until they reach the limit of their maintenance capabilities. The two civilizations did not agree in advance, but both made the same decision. The total size of the human civilization's fleet is now about 80 billion, of which there are 8.3 billion sub-civilization level transport ships, and the remaining more than 70 billion, which also account for the majority, are star-level transport ships. The same was true for the Dia civilization that had been following humans. After all, they had been communicating with humans, and knew that the long voyage was of great importance, so the composition of their fleet was similar to that of humans. When they saw that the Shinju civilization was also doing the same, they realized that everyone might be doing the same thing, greatly reducing the number of warships, and replacing them with a large number of transport ships with larger internal effective space. Sure enough, when several other civilizations arrived, humans and the Dia civilization discovered that they were doing the same. The once invincible fleet of the Silver Heart Alliance disappeared, replaced by a huge transport fleet. When the fleet arrived, the first few civilizations almost didn't notice where the Silver Heart Alliance's warships were. Well, it shouldn't be called the Silver Heart Alliance now, but the Silver Heart civilization, because before they set sail here, they had released all the low-level civilizations within their alliance. Of course, the Silver Heart civilization did not release all the low-level civilization creatures, but left a large number of individual lives from each race, and now they are on their residential spacecraft. It seems that they still have illusions about those races having some talents and developing special technologies. Among these alien races, the Silver Heart civilization has not let any of the intelligent life of a race go. That race has the technology to understand three-dimensional space travel. The three-dimensional travel technology on their galaxy is developed by that race. The individual life of the Silver Heart civilization itself actually has talents, but their talents are in communication and detection technology. This is why the Silver Heart Alliance is so well informed. They have unique detection and communication technology in the Milky Way, and their detection distance is farther than other level 6 civilizations. It is worth mentioning that the new galaxy of the Silver Heart Alliance has not been built yet, but they actually built a large closed dock for the galaxy, which is now the largest thing in the fleet. Generally speaking, because the sub-civilization level and civilization level warships are too large, level 6 civilizations basically build them in open docks. The so-called open dock is simply where the engineering ship is built. Now that the Silver Heart civilization has even built this kind of mobile dock, it seems that they plan to continue building during the voyage. Chapter 1108. Fortunately, the current level 6 civilization in the Milky Way is peaceful. Otherwise, with the current state of the Silver Heart civilization, it would have been directly exalted. Of course, the Silver Heart civilization is still powerful. Even without the galaxy, their conventional fleet is not weak. It's just that the number of warships is too small now. If there are no special technological products to support the scene, there will really be some blind level 6 civilizations to cause trouble. Because of the Great Voyage, if the level 6 civilization that is about to set sail knows the difficulty of the Great Voyage, it will greatly reduce the number of warships, so as to increase its chances of survival when crossing the Milky Way. After all, once leaving the Milky Way, it is difficult to replenish supplies and fuel. The combat power of the level 6 civilization that is about to set sail is actually much weaker than when they stayed in the Milky Way. So if a level 6 civilization wants to go on a long voyage, it must ensure that the entire Milky Way is safe and that it has no opponents, otherwise it will definitely die on the beach. If there are other level 6 civilizations blocking the Milky Way, they don't have to wait until now. When they are building transport ships on a large scale or mining resources on a large scale, they may be attacked. For example, the Silver Heart civilization has also reduced the number of warships to 40 million. It seems that if the galaxy is still there, they may not keep so many. If there is still one enemy, then now is the best opportunity for a sneak attack. But if this civilization has special technology, and the special technology creation is to enhance the war capability, then this situation can be avoided to a large extent. Just like the Shinju civilization and the human civilization, even if the two civilizations only have one flagship left, no ordinary level 6 civilization dares to make a move. This is why only those civilizations with special technology dare to say openly that they are going to go on a long voyage. The more skilled, the bolder. As long as other civilizations are ordinary level 6 civilizations, level 6 civilizations with special technologies will not be afraid of being attacked when reducing warships. It is conceivable that it is easier for civilizations with special technologies to organize long-distance voyages than ordinary level 6 civilizations, because they do not need to establish too deep strategic trust with other civilizations, and they are not afraid of being attacked. Not long after the Silver Heart civilization arrived, the Awakener civilization also arrived. This time, the number of Awakeners has increased a lot, reaching 13 million. It seems that their plan to expand the number of civilization individuals in recent years has been quite successful. It is easy to see the number of Awakeners. There are as many life forms as there are golden section rectangular warships. They are so special, one person and one ship. However, the total number of fleets of the Awakener civilization is more than 13 million. Like several civilizations that arrived here earlier, they also have a fleet that a level 6 civilization should have. Perhaps because they are more special, the total number of fleets is still much smaller than that of civilizations such as the Silver Core civilization. From the perspective of structure, the Awakeners now have 13 million warships, and the rest are almost all transport ships. There are about 7 billion sub-civilization level ships in the transport ships, and the remaining 60 billion are composed of a large number of star-level transport ships and other types of ships. Using so many transport ships to transport supplies is just to support their more than 10 million warships. About 7 years after the arrival of the Awakener, the Tianqing civilization also appeared. Along with the Tianqing civilization, there are 3 level 6 civilizations, namely Feiyu civilization, Yalan civilization, and Gyut civilization. They are all technological civilizations. They seem to have come in groups. Although the fleets of the 4 civilizations are not mixed together, they are close to each other and arrive at a short time. Yu Yuan frowned slightly when he found this situation. Like everyone else, he had been focusing on the Tianqing civilization when it appeared. But if the Tianqing civilization, Feiyu civilization, Yalan civilization, and Gyut civilization really came together, it would be a bit troublesome. If they had a good relationship, it would be even more troublesome. I hope it's just a coincidence. Yu Yuan muttered, and began to pay attention to those 6-level civilizations. Feiyu civilization, Yalan civilization, Gyut civilization, according to the information provided by Ancient civilization, among these three civilizations. Feiyu civilization and Yalan civilization are two ancient 6th-level civilizations, and they don't know about Gyut civilization. It's the first time they see it. It should be a new era 6th-level civilization. Anyway, according to the Silver Heart civilization, the one they know is the ancient level 6 civilization, and the one they don't know is the new level 6 civilization. How ancient is it? According to the Silver Heart civilization, these two civilizations seem to have existed earlier than the Reapers and themselves. The Silver Heart civilization heard of these two civilizations when it was a level 5 civilization. However, after the appearance of the electronic warship, they have never shown up again, and it has been tens of millions of years. If they hadn't jumped out now, the Silver Heart civilization would have thought that they had perished on their own. At this time, the Awakener One suddenly sent a message to the Tianqin. They are indeed very old, and one of them is a fallen civilization, that is, the Alan civilization. Part of our individual life comes from them. Yu Yuan was stunned. Ah, level 6 fallen civilization? The others on the Tianqin also looked sideways at the image representing the source of the Awakener One's information. They were very curious about how a level 6 civilization could become a fallen civilization, and of course they were also curious about the Awakener's awakening method. It stands to reason that a fallen civilization should not have the determination to embark on a long voyage. After all, according to the Awakener, a so-called fallen civilization is a civilization that has no ambition as a whole. The entire civilized society is addicted to the convenience brought by the original technology, and no longer has the motivation to explore new knowledge. As time goes by, their technology will gradually disappear until the technology regresses, and then decays in the long river of time. The Awakener Huan sighed. Yes, it's strange to say. It stands to reason that they should not have the motivation to embark on a long voyage, because when we met them, their entire civilized society was a society full of decadence, and their intelligent life lived a life of luxury and debauchery, even. You can't believe it, but more than 90% of their individual intelligent lives have lived their entire lives in a virtual world created by supercomputers. Such a civilization, such a spiritual state of civilization, is exactly what we need. Level 6 degenerate civilizations are too hard to find. We know we will definitely have a big harvest. The result is the same, but the process is a bit magical. Even we don't know what's going on. After all, this is the first time we have encountered this. At that time, we were talking to their leader. Hey, can you believe that their leader is actually an intelligent brain? It is said that their ancestors spent countless time and wisdom to create an intelligent brain that claims to be fair and just in control of the social order of the entire Alan civilization. After negotiating with their intelligent brain leader, we were allowed to awaken their individual intelligent lives, of course, on a voluntary basis. But who would have thought that after we awakened a group of individual lives, this civilization actually awakened? It should be said that it was their intelligent brain, and their intelligent brain leader suddenly became motivated, and then the intelligent brain leader killed all the individual lives that were addicted to the virtual world. And those individual lives that had no ambition were also killed by him through the internet. Chapter 1109. The remaining individual lives were full of fighting spirit amidst the shouts of the great sage leads us to a new future. They began to study, work and study archaeology desperately, and he actually revived a decadent civilization that was about to die. The entire civilized society has been completely renewed since then, and it looks like it is thriving. They began to integrate old resources and rebuild their own new fleet. They seem to have woken up from decay all of a sudden, and each of them believed that under the guidance of the great sage, they would be able to elevate the entire civilization to the 7th level. Hey, you know, once the entire civilization wakes up, it will no longer be our goal. Hey, we actually prefer the Alan civilization in the past to the present. Because now they have no possibility of awakening their talents. What a pity. Having said that, we have never encountered a civilization that has undergone such changes during our awakening process. Most of the fallen civilizations will continue to live their lives as usual. After all, our awakening does not actually interfere with their internal civilizations. Because only the individual life that awakens the third-person dream knows of our existence, and when he awakens the third-person dream, he is already one of our awakeners. To become one of us, that intelligent life will give up its body, and then, with the support of our technology, come to our civilization in the form of spirit, and in our dream machine, pass the layers of tests we set, and finally become a qualified member of us. Listening to the Awakeners talk, human scientists finally asked a question that they had been holding back for many years. Excuse me, Juan. We are very curious about what your awakening is all about. And you said before that our human civilization does not need awakening. Is it related to the third-person dream? But why can't a fallen civilization awaken to become the owner of the third-person dream? What's the reason? To be honest, 1. Our human civilization also thinks that we have some research achievements in the field of spiritual consciousness, but we can't understand the principle of your awakening. Well, some of our scientists say that your thing is like metaphysics, very mysterious. If we didn't know your technological strength, we would have believed it if you told us that your stuff was metaphysics. The awakener thought for a moment, as if considering how to answer the human's question. In fact, in terms of special technology, the two civilizations had already exchanged some ideas when they met. After all, the awakener also thought that the special technology of humans was the same as his own, but later he knew he was wrong. After thinking for a while, the awakener replied, "How should I put it? I can only say that it is a quantum mechanism. The decadent mental state of a fallen civilization will form an entanglement mechanism at the quantum level, which is related to the Higgs mechanism. There will be a resonance of spiritual consciousness. In your cultural terms, it is not wrong to say that it is a resonance of the soul." The awakener Huanjin explained it seriously from an academic perspective, and also involved many problems in principle, but the scientists on the human side seemed to not understand it, or could not understand it. It is indeed very metaphysical, and the existing human theories cannot explain it at all. Then, awakener Huan continued, but the social and spiritual outlook of positive civilizations is different. We can't awaken them through dreaming technology, and maybe there is no such resonance mechanism. Well, although it is our special technology, we haven't studied it thoroughly. TSK, it stands to reason that your human civilization has this talent, and you should be able to understand the special technology one mentioned. It's really strange. Awakener One learned about the special technology of humans on the human side, and also tried to observe the microscopic high-dimensional through the third-person observation method mentioned by humans. He did see what humans described, and knew that it was the microscopic high-dimensional quantum world, but he just couldn't understand it. As for you, you are born with the ability to dream in the third person, so you don't need to be awakened. Speaking of this, are you really not willing to accept our transformation and become one of us? The principle of voluntariness. Well, okay, let's wait for a while. We are still studying how species, like you who naturally have the ability to dream in the third person can complete the transformation. We will contact you when we have studied it thoroughly. The awakener one finally said what he was thinking, but the awakener civilization itself seemed unprepared. We talk about it later. As long as people are willing, there will be no problem. Yu Yuan nodded. Then, Yu Yuan and the awakener learned about the Alan civilization. After learning more, Yu Yuan and many human civilization management personnel had a good impression of the Alan civilization. They were able to kill 90% of the people in that state, and wake up from decadence. You know, basically any civilization that can be awakened by the awakener civilization is basically hopeless, and they will only perish in continuous decadence. Humans admire their civilizational will, so they don't want them to have anything to do with the Tianqing civilization. On the other side, the Xinju civilization joined the chat group not long ago, and they also learned about the transformation of the Yalan civilization from the awakener. At the beginning, when the Xinju civilization heard that the Yalan civilization was a level 6 degenerate civilization, they almost told them to go back. Fortunately, the awakener changed the subject quickly, and told the miraculous story of the Yalan civilization's heroic self-sacrifice. According to the awakener Huan, the head of the Yalan civilization is an intelligent complex, a super-intelligent brain developed from strong artificial intelligence, and is the existence that manages their entire civilization order and holds absolute leadership. Well, it sounds like a super-artificial intelligence. However, because it has incorporated a lot of information about the structure of the thinking organs of the ancestors of the Alan civilization, the people of the Alan civilization call them sages, and they all believe in the leadership of their sages. The reason why their sages can instantly kill so many individual intelligent lives of the Alan civilization is that every Alan has a brain network. Their super-intelligent brain leader, the sage, can kill all their intelligent lives in seconds with just one thought. This looks a bit like an evil superintelligence controlling a civilization. It seems that the superintelligence leader has found a new target and wants to go on a long voyage, rather than the individual intelligent life forms of the Alan civilization. However, this is the Alan civilization's own business, and humans don't mind it. After confirmation by the awakener, the Alan civilization has nothing to do with the Tianqing civilization. They just happened to meet on the way, after receiving the broadcast information from the Milky Way. Chapter 11:10. As for the Gyut civilization, they were not sure whether this trip was safe, so before arriving here, they reached some defensive cooperation with the Tianqing civilization they encountered by chance, but it was only for the things they encountered before arriving here. After confirming that the big guys in the Milky Way who broadcast this time really wanted to sail far away instead of stealing money and killing people, the agreement was automatically terminated. They are also a group technological civilization, a collection of carbon-based life, and have no special technology. They are just an ordinary 6th-level civilization. Maybe they have talents that everyone doesn't know about, but it's not yet clear. Everyone only knows that the Gut civilization is a newly promoted 6th-level civilization, which should have been during the first war between the Awakener and the Reaper. They should have gotten some opportunities during that time. As of now, their combat power is also at an ordinary level, and the level of their warships is also a regular 6th-level civilization among regular 6th-level civilizations, which is average. According to the combat power assessment, they are not even as good as the Dia civilization. To sum it up, it is just one sentence: ordinary level 6 civilization. Compared with the Gut civilization, the Feiyu civilization is much older. They seem to be a civilization of the same era as the Reapers. According to them, they also participated in the microelectronics war to seize the electronic warship, but unfortunately it was finally obtained by the Reapers. Since then, they have disappeared and have been living until now. The overall development of the Feiyu civilization has begun to decline. If it does not go out for a long voyage, it is estimated that it will soon lead to hedonism and decadence. But it's okay now. As an ancient level 6 civilization, as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Ancient civilizations always have many technological paths they have tried before, so in many technological creations, they are much better than the newly promoted level 6 civilizations. For example, the Feiyu civilization has in-depth research on engine technology, and its manufacturing process is far superior to that of ordinary level 6 civilizations. The precision of their engine technology has reached a level that ordinary level 6 civilizations cannot even dream of, and it is even close to reaching a certain extreme. In terms of application, it saves fuel and has high energy conversion efficiency. This is a relatively outstanding technological achievement of the Feiyu civilization. Perhaps it is related to their race. The race of the Feiyu civilization is related to the name of their civilization. It is a creature that originally had wings and could fly inside the planet. However, it is not a 4-legged creature like a bird, but a 6-legged creature with 2 wings, 2 feet, and 2 hands. Probably due to the evolutionary convergence of the atmosphere and the sky, they also have feathers like birds, and their bodies are streamlined, which is a body structure and appearance that is evolved completely for flying. Their aesthetics may also be affected by this, and they are a bit fancy. This can be seen from the appearance of their ships. Their ships have many structures similar to tail feathers and wing feathers, and many parts of the surface also have layered structures like feathers, and they are all aerodynamically streamlined. Aerodynamic streamlined structures have only one function in the universe: to be pleasing to the eye. Of course, it also requires races with the same aesthetics to think it looks good. For example, humans. In the eyes of the Awakeners, the ships of the Feiyu civilization are completely synonymous with fancy, and many unnecessary structures can actually be removed. The aesthetics are not the same. This information is what every civilization that joins the Great Voyage organization needs to report to the organization. It is basic information. Of course, it is not just other civilizations that join the organization. Founders such as Human Civilization, Awakener Civilization, Silver Heart Civilization, and Divine Moment Civilization also report the basic information of their civilization to the organization, but it is not as detailed as other civilizations, and not every civilization can check it. If you want to check the information of these civilizations, you must have special technology to be qualified. Obviously, except for these 4 civilizations, no other civilizations in the Great Voyage organization are qualified to investigate them. As a multi-civilization organization, some civilizations will naturally have privileges. Humans happen to be among these privileges. In fact, including the Feiyu civilization, the Yalan civilization, and other newly arrived civilizations, all the 6th-level civilizations present knew that Human Civilization was also a newly promoted 6th-level civilization, but they had no objection to Human Civilization being ranked as the leader of the Great Voyage, and of course they dared not to object. They are also jealous of the unique technology of human beings, but they can only be jealous. The reputation of defeating the electronic warships makes them dare not have any crooked thoughts, and this is also the reason why they think they can go through the Great Voyage. Tianqin, Neutron Battlestar, Galaxy, and Awakener are the umbrellas of their protection on the Great Voyage in the eyes of ordinary level 6 civilizations. It is better to move forward under the arms of the strong than to go by yourself and be killed by other civilizations halfway. As time goes by, after the Tianqing civilization, the Yalan civilization, the Feiyu civilization, and the Gyut civilization, 5 more level 6 civilizations have arrived, but for the Great Voyage organization, these civilizations are nothing special, all of them are the most ordinary level 6 civilizations. Of course, they actually have one thing in common, that is, good luck. In the Milky Way with such a harsh living environment, if they were unlucky, they would not have survived until now. After the arrival of these 5 level 6 civilizations, the member civilizations of the Great Voyage organization were all in place. Yes, in such a large Milky Way, by the time of the Great Voyage, there were only 14 level 6 civilizations. Human civilization, Shinju civilization, Awakener civilization, Inxian civilization, Dia civilization, Tianqing civilization, Yalan civilization, Feiyu civilization, Gut civilization, and the remaining 5 level 6 civilizations. It can't be described as a decline in talent. And among them, there is also a Tianqing civilization that is doomed to die. There are only 13 civilizations that can really embark on the road of the Great Voyage. Compared with the Great Voyage initiated by the pioneers back then, it is not even a little bit worse. But everyone doesn't want to wait any longer, especially the Shinju civilization. They think that it is useless to have more ordinary civilizations go together, at most they will just be more cannon fodder. So far, the Great Voyage has finally officially entered the pre-departure stage. All civilizations that came to the outer arm of the Milky Way stopped here, and set up various resource mining devices and platforms to supply their own civilization's transport fleet. This was the last large-scale resource supply before the voyage, but of course not the last, because the 6th level civilization has the ability to mine dark matter, and they can convert dark matter into various visible matter. The method is that dark matter and dark antimatter react to release energy, and then use this energy to convert energy into mass, and after converting it into the most basic elements, use element synthesis technology to create the elements you need. More steps means greater loss in the middle, but there is no way. Once you leave the Milky Way, there will be no more visible matter to replenish, so you have to do it no matter how much loss you have. Chapter 1111. In fact, if there were a lot of dark matter between galaxies, the long voyage would not be so difficult, but unfortunately there is none. The gravitational effect of dark matter means that they will all be concentrated in the area of large gravitational force. According to the observations of a group of level 6 civilizations, although dark matter envelopes the entire Milky Way, its coverage area is indeed larger than that of the Milky Way, but it is only slightly farther than the area occupied by bright matter. Judging from the dynamic data of the rotation of the Milky Way, the coverage area of dark matter is probably only about 100,000 light-years larger than the visible Milky Way. There is no matter further away. That is to say, after the Great Voyage organization replenishes materials here, it will continue to sail for 100,000 light-years, and have another chance to replenish materials, but that time will be very difficult because the dark matter at the end must be extremely thin. And now, the 14 level 6 civilizations each occupy a piece of starry sky, where they are mining materials wantonly, and various ships come and go in the starry sky. Planets are directly bombed with weapons, and stars are extracted with large resource mining platforms. At this moment, the stars of the entire star field have fallen into the darkest moment. The level 6 civilizations mine frantically, causing their brightness to change again and again, from bright to dark, then expanding, and finally extinguishing. A group of level 6 civilizations use the power of science and technology to show myths and legends here. Moving mountains and filling the sea, picking stars, and taking the moon are no problem. If primitive civilizations saw their crazy mining of stars, they would definitely think it was day shooting the sun. The matter of stars and planets was frantically absorbed by these 14 level 6 civilizations, and filled into their own transport fleets. Looking at the busy and vast fleet in the sea of stars, all level 6 civilizations felt the atmosphere of a great voyage. At this moment, no civilization has extra words. Everyone is frantically mining materials to fill their fleets, so that their civilization can go further. Why all civilizations cut down their battle fleets is because they all understand the hardships of long-distance voyages. In fact, if they can find the 7th level civilization Stargate that the Awakener has been looking for, these 6th level civilizations may not need to cut down their battle fleets so much. However, everyone seems to be not the protagonist, and they can't find it after nearly 10,000 years of searching. If you can't find a shortcut, you can only fly hard. The first destination is the Andromeda Galaxy, which is 2.54 million light-years away from the Milky Way. It is too far away. No civilization is sure that it can reach it safely, but they have to go. Unfortunately, The two satellite galaxies of the Milky Way are not on the Andromeda Galaxy side at the moment. Otherwise, the first goal of the Great Voyage organization must be to go to the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds first, and then continue to move forward after replenishing supplies there. There is no if in the world. The Great Voyage organization has to face the 2.54 million light-year chasm as soon as it sets sail, and it must face it, because the Andromeda Galaxy is not the end, and the road ahead may be farther than 2.54 million light-years. The Andromeda Galaxy is just the beginning. The Great Voyage organization has determined the target, which is the Boötes void 700 million light-years away. Originally, the Great Voyage organization had doubts about which void to go to, but when humans told the pioneers where they were going, everyone had no objection. The target is the Boötes void, because that is where the pioneers went. And the reason for going to the Andromeda Galaxy is also the route that the pioneers took. Maybe they can find traces of the pioneers there. If they can find them, and then follow the route that the pioneers took, it will definitely be better and safer than exploring the route by themselves. The so-called Great Voyage route is not actually heading towards the Boötes void, because galaxies in the universe, such as the Milky Way, are not all arranged in the void according to the ideas of intelligent life. Sometimes the galaxies in the general direction are too far away, so you can only choose to take a detour. So for the sixth-level civilization in the Milky Way, the straight-line distance of the Great Voyage is 700 million light-years. But the distance to be traveled must be far more than 700 million light-years, and it is possible to double it. As you can imagine, it is really too far. It is so far away that even the sixth-level civilization is desperate. Just think about the experience of the Awakeners coming to the Milky Way. They almost couldn't get through even with the Stargate to shorten the navigation distance. It stands to reason that the sixth-level civilization should not go on a long voyage, because with the navigation level of the sixth-level civilization, their range of activities is limited to the scope of the galaxy. Embarking on a long voyage is a helpless act, and it is the last hope found when there is no way forward. So in theory, this kind of voyage across the galaxy is not something that the sixth-level civilization should have. It is a distance that the seventh-level civilization can easily cross. So in the era of the pioneers, they classified the sixth-level civilization as interstellar civilization, the highest state of interstellar civilization, and the seventh-level civilization was the cosmic civilization, the starting point of cosmic civilization. And the first to third-level civilizations, they collectively called astronautic civilization. Later, technological civilization divided the civilization level into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 levels of civilization, and special life forms were compared with technological civilization according to their combat power. All of these were created by technological civilization. After all, there are the most technological civilizations in the Milky Way, and the races of technological civilizations have the most carbon-based life. This is not a conventional setting, but is determined by the background temperature of the universe and the stable structure of the elements. Therefore, the current situation seems to be grand, with a huge fleet and magnificent momentum, like an epic of cosmic civilization. But in fact, it is just a dozen level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way who resolutely embarked on the vast and unknown road of nothingness for survival, and for the only slim hope. For this great voyage, all civilizations reduced their combat fleets to the smallest possible extent, and at the same time, built as many transport ships as possible within the scope of their fleet maintenance capabilities. No civilization is an exception. Level 6 civilizations can travel across the Milky Way, in addition to some of their ships being able to cross a distance of 100,000 light-years at a time, because they have supplies anytime and anywhere. But now it is 2.54 million light-years, which is like a chasm, and no civilization's ships can cross it in one go. According to human estimates, if 1/10 of their fleet can reach the destination during this trip to the Andromeda Galaxy, they will be invincible, and more than 90% of the transport ships may be consumed during the voyage. Yes, consume it. Basically, the material disintegration ray technology is mastered at the 5th level of civilization. At the 6th level of civilization, this technology is still very useful. It allows the 6th level civilization to decompose ships into the most basic hydrogen element for use. The reason why the 6th level civilization can barely have the ability to cross the galaxy is also due to this technology. Time flies, and more than 100 years have passed quietly. After the last round of supply, the 15 6th level civilizations can be said to have completed all preparations. Each civilization has built enough transport fleets that they think can support their own voyage across the galaxy. The large equipment and facilities such as engineering spacecraft, interstellar work platforms, and space resource mining equipment that have been dispatched are being slowly retrieved into the fleet. They are either installed in sub-civilization level transport ships or have their own warp engine accessories. These are all preparations made by a group of civilizations for the Great Voyage. Even if they were not originally wandering civilizations, they all boarded the ships. The Great Voyage is too far, and a planet is too heavy. Even if it can be driven, few civilizations will bring their entire home planet with them. Of course, there are civilizations that did this during this long voyage, but this approach is not wise in the eyes of humans. It's just that how others do things is their business, and humans don't interfere. On the long voyage, on this kind of voyage across the galaxy, human civilization can take care of itself, so why would they bother to care about other civilizations? And once everyone is really at the end of their rope, perhaps they can do anything. P.S. The type of star system is called a galaxy, and the type of Milky Way is also called a galaxy, which is easy to confuse. From now on, the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy will be collectively called the Milky Way. Chapter 1112. The outer edge of the outer arm of the Milky Way. The stars here are sparse, and after large-scale mining by more than a dozen level 6 civilizations, a large number of empty areas have been vacated. There is almost nothing here except for a few hydrogen molecular clouds that spread out when mining resources. Darkness and nothingness are the main themes of this star field. And in such an environment, there are 14 huge fleets quietly hovering here across the void. After more than 100 years of large-scale mining, the 14 civilizations have finally filled their transport ships again and have completed the fleet formation. Each civilization has directed the direction of the fleet towards the deep void. 14 civilizations, each with a fleet of no less than 80 billion ships, are huge. After completing the final resource replenishment, the 14 fleets slowly approached each other and kept a certain distance from each other, gathering in this area of about 1 light year to form the final departure formation. The direct communication distance of a level 6 civilization is about 20 light years, so it is convenient for everyone to communicate together. The light year is a large unit, and even if hundreds of billions of ships gather within a light year, there will be no feeling of crowding. There is the void in front, stars behind, and 14 fleets of silver light at the edge of the stars. This looks like thousands of ships docked in the harbor. At this moment, 14 civilization leaders and delegations are holding a meeting in the network conference room of the General Network. It is the last exchange meeting before the departure. This meeting seems to be coming to an end, but some civilizations seem to have something to say. The network conference room is not large, but it is divided into 14 areas. Each area is filled with things familiar to each civilization, all of which are virtual creations. After all, the people who come to the meeting are not real people, but virtual images on the internet. However, each civilization is very confident, and when they appear, they basically appear in their true form. Take the area where humans are located, for example. The seats are familiar to people, in the form of spaceship seats, full of technology. At this moment, Yu Yuan led a group of high-level human civilizations to sit in a fan-shaped area of the virtual venue. To the right of humans is the Shinju civilization, to the left is the Awakener, and opposite is the Dia civilization. Each civilization has a different seat, such as the Dia civilization, which is an elliptical pit that can just accommodate their soft and sticky bodies. The Shinju civilization was floating in the air, and a workbench was floating in front of each floating individual life. The individual lives of the Awakeners seemed to have no entity, but they all wrapped themselves in outer clothing that looked like robes and cloaks, making it difficult to see what was inside. But looking at this appearance, Yuan always felt that there was a human-shaped life form hidden in the robes and cloaks. However, the individual lives of the ancient civilization surprised humans. They actually maintained the appearance of carbon-based creatures like humans. They were not big and looked like a soft-bodied life. Their heads, hands, and feet were all pointed, and they looked a bit like starfish among the stars. Such a meeting did satisfy everyone's desire to see various types of aliens, but it was just curiosity. Everyone was a level 6 civilization, and had seen quite a few aliens. The extreme curiosity they had back then was gone, replaced by a look that looked through the appearance to examine their social conditions. Among these civilizations, the one that humans paid the most attention to was undoubtedly the Tianqing civilization. They were not carbon-based life, but rare sulfur-based life. Each of them looked like stone, as if they were coated with a layer of dry sulfur, giving people the feeling of stone men. The individuals of the Tianqing civilization are very tall. They sit in the meeting hall, and their bodies are covered with a layer of lichen-like clothing. They look like 20-meter-high mountains standing there. They are quadrupedal creatures, and their hands are a pair of tentacles, and a trunk-like nose around a round mouth. It is estimated that from their perspective, the intelligent life of other civilizations present would feel like looking at a Lilliputian country. Human biologists, who have seen many aliens, can guess from their appearance that the three-lobed fork at the end of the nose must be used to grasp things, and the two tentacles seem to have some kind of discharge function, which should be used to assist the nose in daily life operations. Everyone is ready, and all civilizations have sent out unmanned probes ahead of time. The Great Voyage begins now. A starfish-like creature was talking there. He was the leader of the Silver Heart civilization. Those who can get to this point are the best in the entire Milky Way. I won't say much else. I wish a safe passage through the void and reach the other side. The Awakener Juan took over the conversation. The most important thing is to find traces of the pioneers. The leader of the Shinju civilization. Why talk so much? Let's set sail. Wait a moment, Great Shinju civilization. We have one more thing to tell you. Tianqing civilization. Go ahead. The leader of Tianqing civilization moved his hill-like body and sent a message. It's about the 5th leadership seat of the Great Voyage organization. Didn't you say in the last war against the Reapers that the 5th seat should be held by a civilization that has made great contributions to the organization? We played a major role in the battle and the subsequent war to pursue and annihilate the Reapers. We paid a huge price for this, so much so that we almost failed to complete the preparations for the Great Voyage to set sail. So I would like you to reconsider the agenda of joining the leadership seat. I think our Tianqing civilization fully meets the requirements of the 5th seat. Oh, do you have special technology? Do you dare to say that you meet the requirements? When it comes to contribution, do you dare to compare your Tianqing civilization with our Dia civilization? The leader of Dia civilization jumped out immediately. At this time, Yuan spoke. Okay, it's not too late to discuss this matter after the voyage. The main purpose of this meeting is not to discuss these things. The most urgent task now is for everyone present to gather their respective civilization fleets, arrange them in a certain direction, and form a long-distance voyage array. For the time being, the Tianqing civilization fleet will be at the forefront of the formation and start the long-distance voyage. The so-called long-distance voyage array means that each civilization itself is a large warp navigation unit, and then forms a large warp navigation formation with the large fleets of other civilizations. Warp has traces of warp, and warp will also cause changes in four-dimensional spacetime. After all, warp is achieved by stretching and compressing spacetime. And various civilizations have found that when a large fleet is sailing at warp speed, if the formation is properly arranged, it can take advantage of this spacetime fluctuation and configure the warp engine afterburner parameters along the direction of its fluctuation, which can save engine energy to a certain extent. It's a bit like geese flying in formation. The reason why the leader of Tianqing civilization is anxious to get his civilization into the 5th leadership position is because his civilization fleet is arranged in the most strenuous position. As the leading civilization of the long-distance voyage, the position of its civilization fleet in the large formation is relatively labor-saving, which is naturally a privilege. Tianqing civilization also wants to enjoy it. After all, it is 2.54 million light-years. If you can save a little fuel, save a little. Maybe this little bit is the difference between life and death. What makes them feel hateful is that the position of the Dia civilization fleet in the large formation is actually better than theirs. Everyone knows that if each civilization fleet has the same range in such a large formation warp speed voyage, then the civilization in the more strenuous position will definitely run out of fuel first. Chapter 11:13. In fact, the leader of the Dia civilization was already very happy, because he knew that the 5th leader was most likely from his own Dia civilization. He could see from the arrangement of the positions of the Great Voyage fleet that this position was directly decided by the human civilization for the Dia civilization. At that time, the leader of the Dia civilization had a feeling of holding a big thigh and felt that his choice to follow the human civilization was indeed right. The position of the Great Voyage fleet was determined based on the number of Great Voyage civilizations, the number of fleet units, the warp traces formed by them, the strength of the space fluctuations caused, and many other parameters. When the 14 Level 6 civilizations were making their final supplies here, scientists from each civilization worked together to collect space-time fluctuation data through various small fleet simulation trials, and then researched the most suitable long-distance fleet array. However, among these 14 Level 6 civilizations, 5 civilizations, while studying the first set of 14 civilization formation plans, were also privately researching the second set of 13 civilization fleets based on these data. The names of these 5 civilizations are ready to be revealed: Shinju civilization, Awakener, Human civilization, Ancient civilization, and Dia civilization. They all have one thing in common, that is, they all know that the Tianqing civilization blew up the solar system. The other four civilizations knew that humans would definitely take action, so when everyone was studying the long-distance voyage formation plan, they directly contacted the human civilization privately to study the second formation plan together. They showed with their attitude, "We all know that you want revenge." In fact, it stands to reason that if it is fair, the Feiyu civilization should be the leader because their warp engine is the most efficient, and it is just right to put it in the most demanding position. However, several civilizations knew about the relationship between the Tianqing civilization and humans, so when arranging the long-distance voyage formation, they all agreed to put the Tianqing civilization in the most demanding position. The reason why the Xinju civilization, the Yinxin civilization, and the Awakener civilization supported this approach was to tell humans, "We know you want revenge, you see, we are cooperating with you now, but don't be impatient. It's not too late to take revenge after using up their surplus value first. There are too few level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way, for the sake of the long-distance voyage. You should be patient." Although the three civilizations did not express the implication, humans could naturally see it. How long should they endure? Of course, they should endure until the Tianqing civilization can no longer bear it, and then they will have a legitimate reason to kill the Tianqing civilization. Yu Yuan and the human leaders naturally thought of this. They all knew the intentions of the Xinju civilization, the Awakener, and the Yinxin alliance. Especially when several civilizations held a private meeting, the Awakener Huan showed his concerns. The Awakener civilization had once sailed across the galaxy, and they knew the difficulty best, because the journey was too long, and supply was the biggest problem. According to the Awakener Huan, the journey is 2.54 million light-years. If there are no dark matter islands to replenish the energy, the long-distance fleet will most likely die in the void due to energy and fuel problems. In this case, of course, they will save fuel as much as possible. The long-distance fleet was proposed under this situation. Then, if something goes wrong, and you really encounter the vast void and can't find a dark matter island during the long-distance voyage, or you are still short of a little fuel to reach a certain dark matter island. In this situation, the Tianqing civilization is undoubtedly the existence that fills that fuel gap in the emergency plans of several civilizations. The Awakener once said to the leaders of the three civilizations, the human civilization, the Xinju civilization, and the Yinxin civilization in a heavy tone, that this is waste utilization. When the Awakener Huan said these four words, everyone felt that the atmosphere became a little weird. At that moment, the leaders of several civilizations silently looked at the civilizations in the vast sea of stars. At that moment, they seemed to be looking at the spare fuel. The leaders of the three civilizations all looked at the Awakener Huan. The translation system perfectly expressed the heavy tone of the Awakener Huan, so they could all feel that the Awakener civilization seemed to have encountered some similar situation on the way to the Milky Way. At that time, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization asked directly, but the Awakener Huan did not describe the situation that the Awakener civilization encountered on the way to the Milky Way. He just said that the long voyage was difficult and everyone should be prepared for the worst. After the Awakener Huan said that, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization directly organized several large meetings within his own civilization after disconnecting the network meeting. The content was all around how to speed up the construction of the galaxy. This topic is being discussed. The difficulty of the long voyage is far beyond previous expectations. The danger comes not only from the unknown in the void, but also from teammates. The leader of the Silver Heart civilization is sure that the Awakener Huan must have concealed a lot of things. Spare fuel. The galaxy must speed up the progress anyway. Who knows if it really comes to the point of being at the end of its rope, after the spare fuel is used up, will it become the spare fuel? When the Awakener Huan intentionally or unintentionally revealed the situation they encountered when they came to the Milky Way, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization was 100% sure that the Tianqing civilization was doomed. Even Jesus can't save them. During this period of time, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization has learned about human civilization through various means, and he can clearly feel the civilization's obsession with revenge. If it weren't for the words of the Awakener Huan, perhaps the Tianqing civilization would have been taken away by the Tianqing after the assembly. It is for this reason that the Silver Heart civilization fully supported the proposal of the Dia civilization to arrange the Tianqing civilization in the position of the leader. Because they knew that it must have been instructed by human civilization, and the fact that the Dia civilization was later arranged in a better position also proved this point. The Dia civilization has vaguely become the younger brother of human civilization. The Xinju civilization seems to have guided human civilization. The two civilizations have a good relationship. The Awakener civilization has also been indebted to human civilization for a long time. The Xinju civilization and the Awakener civilization are connected through the bond of human civilization. Seeing this, The leader of the ancient civilization instantly felt that the ancient civilization was a little weak. The most important thing is that these three civilizations still have powerful and unique technologies. They can't beat them. They can't beat them at all. If you can't beat them, join them. We must build the new Galaxy River as soon as possible, so that we are qualified to have an equal dialogue with these three guys. The leader of the Silver Heart civilization now believes that the most urgent need of the Silver Heart civilization is to turn the three of them into the four of us. Perhaps the revenge method of turning enemies into fuel is more satisfying than killing them directly and neatly, and the Tianqing civilization has temporarily escaped the disaster. And this large voyage formation composed of 14 level 6 civilizations finally set sail under such a background. Chapter 11:14. The general order to set sail was issued from the organization system. 14 civilizations, a super-large fleet cluster consisting of more than 1.2 trillion ships, formed an arrow-like object and activated the warp button one after another. Warp 1, Warp 2, Warp 3, Warp 4, Warp 5. The fleet clusters entered the warp speed 1 by 1 from the relative galactic spacetime static state. From 1 times the speed of light to 10.079 times the speed of light, and then to 30 times, 38 times, 50 times, 80 times, 101 times, 170 times, 213 times. This time when setting sail, the large fleet cluster did not directly push the warp lever to the maximum, but let the warships gradually accelerate. The 6th level civilization ships no longer have tail flames, otherwise this large-scale acceleration movement would be absolutely spectacular, but without tail flames, it would be shocking in another way. If someone stayed where they were and watched this super-large fleet cluster set off, they would never forget it. When the fleet cluster started, the countless warp bubbles were born, pulling the ships into the extended picture of warp, the rippling spacetime ripples, and the vast silver light, all of which were the crystallization of wisdom. Goodbye, Milky Way. Countless people stared at the brilliance outside the porthole. When they saw the stars in the sky turned into streams of light, they knew that the fleet had set sail. Everyone silently said goodbye to the Milky Way in their hearts, and to their hometown that seemed to be brightly lit. Oh, the Milky Way, no matter how fierce the battles here are, no matter how bad the living environment is, it is also the home of most civilizations present. Except for the Awakener civilization. Yu Yuan also looked at the starry sky from the porthole for a while, but when the stars turned into streams of light, there was nothing to see, because at this time, the naked eye could no longer distinguish what the starry sky was, and only knew that the slowly fading Milky Way was. The stars in our eyes will also gather together and become a light spot, a dim light spot, as the distance gets farther and farther. That is the Milky Way. Of course, this scene can only be seen when the fleet stops and looks back after going far away. If the route is always sailing at more than 200 times the speed of light, it cannot be seen because of the limitations of the naked eye. And such superluminal sailing, relative to the two reference systems of the fleet cluster and the Milky Way, is the light cone of the fleet going to the past of the Milky Way. However, through the instrument, we can see the picture of the Milky Way gradually getting smaller, which is the power of technology. For example, on the various display units of Tianqing, there are not only optical pictures of the Milky Way gradually getting smaller, but also pictures of spacetime ripples formed by simulated virtual gravity lines. After Yu Yuan moved his eyes away from the porthole, what caught his eye was a three-dimensional picture of spacetime ripples. According to human habits, this real-time dynamic picture is described by interlaced dotted lines, which crisscross in the three-dimensional picture to form circles, like waves and ripples. The spacetime ripples caused by the warp speed of each civilization fleet in the large fleet cluster will be reflected on it. The principle of warp speed navigation is to apply a distortion force to spacetime itself. The front of the warp bubble is distorted, and the back is stretched, so that the ship can move in the spacetime outside the warp bubble while being stationary relative to the spacetime inside the warp bubble. If there is turbulence in spacetime, there will also be turbulence in spacetime. On the spacetime display map, Yu Yuan saw that when countless warp bubbles appeared together, the layers of ripples spread outward at the speed of light, and then intertwined with the ripples of other fleets to form spacetime vortices. The fleets of the Tianqing civilization at the front are all running at full power, while other civilizations in good positions behind them can directly use this spacetime vortex, and follow the vortex to achieve warp speed. The fleet does not need to use full power to reach the same speed as the large fleet. That is 213 times the speed of light, which is also the highest warp speed that most level 6 civilizations can reach. It stands to reason that the fleets behind that use the spacetime vortex can reach this warp speed without using full power, so the power should exceed it. But that is just a theory, just human intuition. There are many counterintuitive things in the universe, and the maximum warp speed of the 6th level civilization is one of them. The fact is that if the fleet that uses spacetime turbulence to save effort is still running at full power here, it will only clutch idling in place, just like the tire slipping, wasting fuel. The fundamental reason why the warp speed cannot exceed this upper limit is the energy level problem used by the 6th level civilization. If the energy level cannot be broken through, then it is impossible to create a more solid warp bubble, and it will also distort spacetime to allow the more solid warp bubble to run faster. If a large amount of energy is used to stack the output, there are only two possible situations. 1. Clutch idling and slipping, and 2. The warp bubble bursts and the ship is forced to exit the warp. As for how the pioneers broke through the warp, humans think it probably started from these two aspects, but how to do it is unknown. So the warp limit is actually for ordinary level 6 civilizations. There are still some civilizations that rely on their own wisdom to break through that limit. After the warp speed of the Great Voyage fleet cluster stabilized, Yuan took another look at the power of the Tianqin and the human fleet cluster and expressed satisfaction. According to the calculation results, after the Great Voyage fleet cluster started running, there would be several places where it would save effort. The human civilization fleet occupied one, which was the second most advantageous point. The most labor-saving position was occupied by the Shinju civilization, because they had the neutron battle star. The mass of that thing was too large, which was really not conducive to the Great Voyage, but they couldn't abandon it. Although they now occupy the first energy-saving position, the energy consumption of the entire fleet is still the same as that of the leading Tianqin civilization, because of the neutron battle star. The second is the Awakener civilization. They have a small population, and do not compete with human civilization for position. The fourth is the Galactic Center civilization, and the fifth is the Dia civilization. There are two better positions behind, which are fought for by the other civilizations. The large fleet cluster did not accelerate conventionally first and then warp, because conventional acceleration is useless at such a large distance. In the big universe, movement and stillness are relative, especially when facing the vast void without a reference system. It is even difficult to distinguish between the normal speed reaching the speed of light and the normal speed being zero. After a long time, Yuan looked at another three-dimensional display screen. The screen showed the picture of the Milky Way retreating. The picture that could not be seen by the naked eye from the exterior porthole of the Lyra could be clearly seen from here. As time went by, the fleet cluster gradually moved away, and the Milky Way, which was originally full of stars, became smaller and smaller, but the scene seen in the picture was different from that seen on Earth. The Milky Way was not a long white belt in the perspective of the Lyra today, but a slightly flat disk, because the direction of the Great Voyage fleet was 63 degrees from the Milky Way disk. Behind us were bright stars, and in front was darkness and nothingness. For hope, we sailed into the abyss. Chapter 11:15. Take another look at this dot. There it is. That is our home, our everything. Everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you have ever heard of, every person who has ever lived out their lives on it. All our joys and pains, all our religious beliefs, ideologies and economic ideas, all our hunters and robbers, heroes and cowards, creators and destroyers of civilization, kings and peasants, lovers and love, fathers and mothers, hopeful children, inventors and explorers, revered teachers, corrupt politicians, superstars, supreme leaders, every saint and sinner in human history, are gathered here on a speck of dust suspended in a sunbeam. On February 14, 1990, Voyager 1 took a photo of the Earth from 6.4 billion kilometers away, showing that the Earth was suspended like a speck of dust in the dark background of the solar system. Carl Sagan was inspired by the photo, and wrote the book Pale Blue Dot. The above is a classic quote from the book. And now, humans on the Tianqin also saw a similar picture, and some emotional people read it out. Because the scene is so similar, except that the dark blue dot that originally referred to the Earth has become the entire Milky Way. The vast Milky Way, where many civilizations once crisscrossed the sea of stars, is now just a small spot of light against the backdrop of the distance. It is so small against the background of the deep and dark universe. And in it, there are countless wonderful stories of civilizations, as well as countless legends of destruction and creation. What Zhou Tianqingdo, what Beiji Ziwei, what 28 constellations, what celestial constellations, all the stories are there. Humans don't know if other civilizations have books like Pale Blue Dot in history like themselves, but even if not, they must have had similar size when they set foot in the starry sky. It used to be my home planet, but now it is the Milky Way. And the so-called large fleets of the 14 civilizations seem even smaller against the backdrop of the light spot in the Milky Way. However, looking around from the perspective of the fleet cluster today, the dim light spot in the Milky Way is already the brightest light spot. The starry sky here is no longer worthy of its name, because in addition to the Milky Way, only the Andromeda Galaxy can be seen through a conventional telescope, and the Triangulum Galaxy, which is also a member of the local group, can only be seen with a larger telescope and long exposure. Looking around, there is no starlight anywhere. Yu Yuan stared blankly at the direction of the Milky Way. In this scene, his mind was filled with memories of the year when a human ship, the Hope, set foot on the starry sky. But at that time, at least there was the starry sky to accompany him, but now there is nothing but nothingness. Against the background of the stars, the universe always gives people a sense of vastness, and the long-distance fleet that sets sail against such a background also gives everyone who sees them a sense of magnificent epic. But after leaving the background of the starry sky, the universe gives people a feeling of darkness, death, coldness, and loneliness, and the long-distance fleet against such a background gives people a feeling of extreme smallness and humbleness. The sixth-level civilization, the pinnacle of interstellar civilization, the powerful civilization that spans the Milky Way, seems to have become a crawling reptile here, struggling to crawl, but only moving a little bit. The surrounding nothingness gives people a feeling as if they are from the abyss. The fleets of 14 civilizations are sailing in this endless deep nothingness. Because there is no reference system with rapid changes in relative position, they are like standing still. 400 years have passed, and the Great Voyage fleet has traveled 85,400 light years. If it were placed in the Milky Way, it would have almost completed the intergalactic journey, but now it has only moved a little bit forward on this long voyage. However, the morale of the 14 civilizations is still high now, because this journey has been particularly smooth. No major failures have occurred in their fleets, and the warp engines of the ships have been running for 400 years without any signs of aging. Even many civilization ships do not need to be refueled, and everyone is very confident in their technological strength. Of course, this is only the majority, such as the Feiyu civilization and humans, the Shinju civilization, and the Awakeners, which are civilizations with a relatively good position in the team. The battleship fleet of the Tianqing civilization has already carried out a round of refueling, and when the large fleet passed 80,000 light years, they received a round of fuel from their transport ships. However, so far, no transport ship has been dismantled into fuel, so everyone is quite optimistic. Some civilizations even think that it is only 2.54 million light years. With their own navigation technology, they can travel 100,000 light years to replenish a round of supplies and fuel, and replenish 25 times to reach the destination. But the Awakeners who have had a long voyage experience are not so optimistic. When they are about to be 100,000 light years away from the Milky Way, they tell all civilizations present through the interconnected communication system. Here everyone can carry out the last round of supplies, because there is almost no dark matter ahead, and the dark matter halo that wraps the Milky Way, the thinnest dark matter has only spread to here. And here is the last chance to regret. If any civilization regrets not going on the Great Voyage, they can turn back after completing the supply here. There is no turning back. No civilization has proposed to go back. The Great Voyage is what they dream of. For civilizations like Alan, if they stay, they will self-destruct. There must be external stimulation and new goals to support them to move forward. The Great Voyage, find a way to advance to the cosmic level civilization, find a way to truly use vacuum zero-point energy on a large scale, that is the way out for civilization. In this way, the 14 civilizations made their final repairs at a place about 100,000 light years away from the Milky Way. In the void here, they use dark matter probes to absorb dark matter, then produce dark antimatter through dark matter, and then use dark matter and dark antimatter annihilation to generate energy, and finally use this energy as a drive to convert energy and mass to create the matter that had been lost along the way. At the same time, they also refill the fuel tanks of each ship with various energy sources. After the various energy blocks formed under the force field processing filled the warehouse, the Great Voyage fleet found the direction of the Andromeda Galaxy and set sail again. After the final repairs, the voyage still used the Star Civilization as the leader, and the Tianqing Civilization complained a lot about this, but the other 14 civilizations did not want to change, especially the 5 civilizations except the Dia Civilization. They did not want to change, because it was obvious that the Tianqing Civilization was doing the hard labor, and they should continue. If they really supported them to change, they might become the leader, which was really not worth it. As the saying goes, it is better to die than to die. Under the leadership of the Dia Civilization, under the current situation, everyone unanimously supports Tianqing Civilization to continue. As for joining the 5th leader of the organization, That is easy to say. The opportunity is for everyone, not just for you, Tianqing civilization. You should lead the way first, and then negotiate with other civilizations, and sail while talking. Tianqing civilization gritted its teeth in hatred for this, and pointed the spearhead against itself at Dia civilization, because anyone could see that it was Dia civilization that did it on purpose. Since no civilization knew the truth, Tianqing civilization still does not know that it was humans who instructed it behind the scenes. In any case, this 100,000 light-year journey was very smooth, and the large long-distance fleet composed of 14 civilizations also embarked on a new stage of long-distance navigation, the dark and void stage, in the noisy negotiations. Chapter 11:16. From this moment on, the 14 civilizations were left with nothing but the vast void. The 2.54 million light-years have only traveled 100,000 light-years, and according to the 6th level navigation level, it will take another 11,454 years. However, this requires non-stop navigation, and it is obvious that the long-distance fleet cannot continue to sail for more than 10,000 years. First, the continuously working warp engine needs maintenance, and secondly, the replenishment of materials and energy. With the normal technological level of a 6th level civilization, a warship can only travel 100,000 light-years at most after it is fully fueled, and then it has to stop to recharge the warship. The source of materials and fuel is the large-scale transport fleet. According to the calculations of scientists from various civilizations, such a large-scale transport fleet is enough for the 10 to 20 million warships, which means that in theory, the long-distance fleet can reach the Andromeda galaxy. They even took into account the losses in some special cases, such as failure losses, losses and unknown dangers in the void, etc. The transport fleet can be so large because of comprehensive calculations. However, there are many factors that are useless no matter how much they are calculated, and each civilization can only prepare some contingency plans in case of emergency. For such extremely long-distance voyages, the first problem that each civilization has to face is always fuel. As we all know, the longer the journey, the more fuel the ship needs, but the more fuel the ship has, the heavier it is, and the heavier the ship is, the more energy is needed to drive the ship, and the greater the navigation consumption. And this factor is the factor that affects the maximum distance that a 6th level civilization, warship can sail. Under the influence of this factor, even if the warship can be built to be as large as light years, it cannot break through the limit distance without midway supplies. Unless the principle of the Higgs mass mechanism can be explored, the technology of giving mass to objects by the Higgs mechanism, and its reverse application technology can be mastered, that is, eliminating the mass performance of objects. Unfortunately, none of the civilizations in the Milky Way have mastered this technology, otherwise the long voyage would not be so difficult. If the warship can be made to have no external mass performance, and then filled with energy fuel inside, it would be like pushing a zero-mass object forward. However, the Higgs mechanism is not equal to the gravitational effect. Like the Shinju civilization, they have mastered the special technology related to gravity, which can strengthen and weaken the gravitational performance to a certain extent, and can even block the gravitational performance. But that only blocks the performance of gravity, and the mass mechanism is an inherent property of an object, just like the inherent property of spin that microscopic particles must have. Even if you block its gravitational performance, its internal mass effect is still there. In other words, the energy required to drive it is still that large. When it was a level 5 civilization, some scientists once placed their hopes on negative matter. The reason is that according to existing scientific theories, the mass of negative matter is negative, and the mass of positive matter is positive. It stands to reason that when positive and negative numbers of the same mass are put together, the total mass performance should be zero. Then according to this logic, if half of the negative mass objects are stuffed into the warship, the mass of the warship will be zero. However, the facts slap the faces of all civilizations. It is an existence that goes against common sense. The added mass performance is superposition, not cancellation, and the energy required for warp speed navigation is also doubled. As a result, the long voyage has become extremely difficult. However, the 14 civilizations in this period have not yet realized it, but they have also begun to consciously propose various resource-saving strategies. Human civilization has also restarted the hibernation plan. But this hibernation is different from the low-temperature freezing hibernation when we first set foot on the interstellar space. The human technology of the 6th level civilization has obviously made great progress. The current hibernation cabin is very comfortable. When humans lie in it, it is just like sleeping. Advanced technology will allow humans to fall asleep peacefully, and forget the passage of time during sleep. A dream of 1,000 years has been realized. For such a long voyage, each civilization is reducing the activities of individual lives to save resources. Scientific research activities and scientific research projects have therefore entered a semi-dormant state, because the materials and energy consumed by scientific research are obviously greater. This is one reason. Another reason is the technological barrier of the 7th level civilization. Everyone knows that no matter how much research is done, it is impossible to truly master vacuum zero-point energy. Otherwise, there is no need to sail far. Therefore, the so-called scientific research is nothing more than the research of various 6th level civilization derivative technologies. There is limited room for improvement. There is really no need to study under such circumstances. Among the 14 civilizations, there is an exception, the Silver Heart civilization. When other civilizations entered hibernation, they were still busy with construction. They needed time to build the new galaxy. Seeing the Silver Center civilization so enthusiastic, those civilizations without special technologies are extremely envious, but they just don't have it. The Tianqing civilization has even greater resentment. Originally, they didn't want to be the leader and waited to negotiate with other civilizations after the real voyage. But now that each civilization has found a legitimate reason to enter hibernation, they use this as an excuse to delay with a legitimate reason. We can hold a meeting to discuss, but there are many things we can't decide. We have to wait for our leader to wake up from hibernation before giving you a reply. If you want to ask when our leader will wake up, I don't know. Our civilization's hibernation technology is not very good. You should wake up after waiting for 1,800 years. What? You said to force awakening? How can this be possible? I have already said that our civilization's hibernation technology is not very good. Forced awakening will cause irreversible effects. That is the supreme leader of our civilization. Under various reasons, the resentment of the Tianqing civilization is getting heavier. Some of their irritable individual lives have even discussed internally whether they can use force to threaten other civilizations to submit. Of course, the other civilizations here refer to those without special technologies. The 4 civilizations with special technologies are as stable as Mount Tai. The Tianqing civilization has no complaints about them. They know very well who can be bullied and who cannot be provoked. Especially in such a long voyage, there is nowhere to run. In this way, as the voyage progresses, the resentment of the Tianqing civilization becomes deeper and deeper. In just a few hundred years, they have frequently contacted the Gut civilization, the Yalan civilization and several other level 6 civilizations, trying to exchange their own technology with them to gain their support. In fact, the requirements of Tianqing civilization are very simple and reasonable. It means that everyone takes turns to be the leader, which can be rotated according to the number of years or according to the navigation distance, such as once every 100,000 light years. Although Tianqing civilization is a newly promoted level 6 civilization, their level 6 civilization technology tree is very complete. The reason is that they had an adventure in the past and obtained a complete set of level 6 civilization technology trees in the ruins of a certain destroyed level 6 civilization. It is precisely because of this that they reached the level of level 6 civilization in such a short time after they defected from the Persis community. Chapter 1117. The Tianqing civilization's request is reasonable, but now someone is deliberately messing with them, and it is indeed a human, the human civilization. The human civilization instructed the Dia civilization to come forward and collude with several other ordinary level 6 civilizations to put the Tianqing civilization in the position of leader. According to the Dia civilization, the Tianqing civilization is at odds with them. Originally, the 5th leadership position belonged to our Dia civilization, but the Tianqing civilization insisted on grabbing it. The reason is quite legitimate, but other civilizations are not all fools. Some of the civilizations, with a keen sense of smell, have already sensed the strange atmosphere, and of course some are terrified about this great voyage. The Dia civilization can attack its competitors just after the voyage begins, and it is so disregarding of the common interests of the great voyage. If the great voyage does not go smoothly, they may also attack other civilizations. But what can they do? They know about the Dia civilization. It has been following several big guys to fight east and west for a long time, and it must have close ties with several big guys. Based on the contribution of the Dia civilization in the war to eliminate the Reapers, they are indeed the most qualified among the 10 civilizations to take the 5th leadership position of the organization. The Tianqing civilization also has achievements, but it seems to be irrelevant. All civilizations that have figured this out know that the Tianqing civilization may not survive until the Andromeda galaxy. The Dia civilization is so confident in suppressing the Tianqing civilization, which is obviously an act of destroying the unity of the Great Voyage organization, and the silence of several bigwigs is very scary. Some smart civilization intelligence groups can't help but wonder, could it be that the Tianqing civilization has done something that angers the heavens and the people? It must be said that there are still smart people, but they didn't expect that the victims would be humans. Yu Yuan woke up from hibernation for the first time. When he woke up, the system had already told him the current time. The fleet had sailed 370,000 light-years in the starry sky, and had 3 short replenishments during this period. Human transport ships had been emptied by 1/7. Judging from the speed of resource consumption, it should be no problem to reach the Andromeda Galaxy, and there is no need to dismantle the transport ships. There were also malfunctions of the ships, but they were not major problems. They were basically solved smoothly, with the assistance of the on-duty engineer and strong artificial intelligence. Most of the faults are in the warp engines, which are not a big problem. Engineers can repair them if they can, or just dismantle them, and replace them with new ones if they can't, and don't throw away the old ones. Recyclable heavy metals are recycled, and things that cannot be recycled are directly decomposed into the most basic hydrogen elements using material disintegration rays, and then recycled. Either they are sent to the element creation furnace to produce new elements, or they are directly burned as fuel. At present, the problem does not seem to be serious. But as the saying goes, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. This problem has arisen only 370,000 light-years away. There will only be more and more problems in the future, and the more difficult it will be. As expected, when he woke up from his second hibernation, he heard that several level 6 civilizations had begun to dismantle transport ships. Those were transport ships that had used up all the resources inside. They thought it would be better to dismantle them into supplies and fuel than to continue sailing with empty transport ships, because after calculating their remaining resources and the remaining distance, they felt that if there was any accident, their civilization would not be able to hold on. Especially the Tianqing civilization, they consumed the most. In the past 1,700 years, they have made trouble more than once, and even threatened the Dia civilization with force. Fortunately, they seem to think there is still hope, or the Dia civilization has softened a little, which gave them the illusion that there is still hope. But in fact, that is because humans still want to use them for a while. But it will be soon. No matter how patient the Tianqing civilization is, it will definitely make trouble before the fleet reaches halfway, because if it continues, their materials and energy will definitely not reach the Andromeda Galaxy. Several civilizations with unique technologies agreed with the human approach, and even the Silver-Heart civilization got involved. After informing the human civilization, they pretended to contact the Tianqing civilization privately, and their main purpose was naturally to win them over. The Silver-Heart civilization told them, "In fact, we know that you are working hard, but don't worry, our Great Voyage organization is a community, and since the moment we embarked on the Great Voyage, we are all grasshoppers on the same boat. The current situation is obviously that the Dia civilization is targeting you, but the Dia civilization has a good relationship with the human civilization, so we can't say anything, but please believe that we will definitely support you." The concern of the Silver-Heart civilization is not just talk. They actually sent the Tianqing civilization more than 100,000 sub-civilization level spacecraft materials as a consolation, and said that they will continue to provide support in the future. They did this for their own sake. They also wanted the Tianqing civilization to hold on for a while longer, until their new galaxy was completed. The ancient civilization was not afraid of the Tianqing civilization suddenly starting a war. They were afraid that they would start a chaos without the galaxy. They knew very well what a civilization would do in despair. If the Tianqing civilization really knew the truth, they would never attack only the Dia civilization when they knew they were doomed. Instead, they would drag all civilizations into the water. As the saying goes, if you want me to die, I will take you with me. Once this happens, the loss of one's own civilization will be borne by oneself. The human civilization, the divine civilization, and the Awakener civilization have super strong combat power. They don't worry about their transport fleet being damaged at all, but they are not sure if they don't have the galaxy. So we must stabilize the Tianqing civilization first, at least let them hold on until the galaxy is completed. When the galaxy is completed, there will be no need for the Tianqing civilization to rebel. The Silver-Heart civilization even wanted to preemptively destroy the fleet of the Skystar civilization, and then take back the materials they had given out with interest, and the remaining transport ships of the Skystar civilization could also be divided up. Anyway, the Skystar civilization would never reach the Andromeda Galaxy, and it could be used as fuel after use. This is what the Silver-Heart civilization said to humans. For humans, If the Silver Heart civilization is willing to take the lead, let them take the lead. Anyway, they have nothing to lose. In this way, under the operation of the Silver Heart civilization, the Sky Star civilization felt the warmth of the Great Voyage organization again and again. Because the Silver Heart civilization is very good at doing things, when they provided material support to the Tianqing civilization, they also emphasized that this time they would provide it, and the next time the Divine Principle civilization, the Awakener civilization, and the Human civilization would also provide it. When the Silver Heart civilization said this, the other civilizations instantly felt that they were being cheated, but it was really not the time to get angry yet, so they followed the Silver Heart civilization's intention. It must be said that the Silver Heart civilization is also a master who can't bear to lose. But this move also means that the Silver Heart civilization also feels the pressure of navigation. Although they are also in a good position, they are the only one that consumes resources to build a new galaxy during the navigation process. Indeed, after only traveling 470,000 light-years, the Silver Heart civilization has realized that they will not be able to reach the Andromeda galaxy if they continue like this due to the huge amount of resources spent on building the new galaxy. So they set their sights on the doomed Tianqing civilization, intending to recycle the waste, and use it for themselves first, so they took the initiative to come forward. It's all for themselves. Chapter 11:18. For the sake of the new Xinghe, the ancient civilization also worked very hard. With the tacit approval of several other civilizations with special technologies, they walked along the way, comforting the Tianqing civilization in various ways, hoping that they could hold on. Perhaps the ancient civilization was willing to spend a lot of money, they provided materials and technology, and even when the Tianqing civilization showed distrust, they also let out a word that they could consider in-depth cooperation with the Tianqing civilization, and when the time was right, they could sell some of their own civilization's races, with the talent for three-dimensional space shuttle research, to the Tianqing civilization. This made the Tianqing civilization very happy. Although some people in the Tianqing civilization also said that this was just a pie in the sky, and everyone thought it was just a pie in the sky, they were willing to try to believe the extremely small probability. Maybe what the ancient civilization said was true? At that time, wouldn't they also have the special technology like the Ancient Alliance? That is special technology. With special technology, they can talk loudly to other civilizations. The Tianqing civilization was moved. They knew that the ancient civilization would not share the special technology they had worked so hard to obtain, but they couldn't help fantasizing. They even regretted it now, regretting that they shouldn't have jumped out at the beginning, but stayed there first, waited for all these guys to go on the Great Voyage, and stayed in the Milky Way to copy the Silver Heart civilization. Maybe they could also catch a race with some special technological talents for their own use. Unfortunately, these civilizations are not easy to deal with, especially the Silver Heart civilization, who clearly stated in the Great Voyage broadcast that if any level 6 civilization did not come out and did not go on the Great Voyage, it would be directly destroyed. The actions of the Great Voyage organization after defeating the Reapers also confirmed this point. In the past 5,000 years, they were not only building ships, but also looking for other hidden level 6 civilizations. The Silver Heart civilization has made great efforts here. They are the most well-informed. When their detectors were all over the galaxy, they found some ancient microcosms, and went directly to say, "We have defeated the Reapers. The Great Voyage will start at a certain time. Now please tell us, are you going or not?" Of course we will go. Not to mention that this is what the 6th level civilization dreams of. If they don't go, what awaits this civilization will be slaughter. One of the reasons for calling on other civilizations is to use them as laborers for the voyage. Of course, according to the common interests of the Great Voyage, it is indeed necessary to rotate to be the leader. In fact, the original Great Voyage organization also planned this, but it would only be implemented in the version of 13 civilizations. Now, of course, they continue to exploit the Tianqing civilization. However, whether it is a single individual life or a civilization, its endurance is limited. The idea of the ancient civilization was to wait until their new galaxy was built before launching an attack, but the Tianqing civilization could not help it after all. Although the Tianqing civilization had always held out hope, the Great Voyage organization had never given in on key issues, so they could only be the leader. So, when the Great Voyage fleet was almost halfway through, they finally could not help it. The Tianqing civilization first publicly questioned the Dia civilization, and then issued a resolute protest to the 4 big guys of the ancient civilization, the Human civilization, the Divine Principle civilization, and the Awakener civilization, saying that they would never be the leader again no matter what. The second half of the journey must be replaced by another civilization. As for the content of questioning the Dia civilization, they were not really questioning the Dia civilization, But through questioning the Dia civilization, they were making insinuations about the four bosses. Yes, even at this point, the Tianqing civilization still did not dare to directly point at the faces of the four bosses, but their attitude was also very clear, that is, they would not cooperate. There was a feeling of, if another civilization does not take our place, we will not leave. She looked like a woman in a boudoir. Seeing the Tianqing civilization like this, the Xinju civilization, the Awakener, and the Ancient civilization all looked at the human civilization. The meaning was obvious. It's time, right? We want half. In the private meeting of the four parties, Yuan directly said to the delegations of the other three civilizations. Half? The leader of the Ancient civilization was startled and replied angrily, half is too much. We have paid so much over the years to stabilize the Tianqing civilization. If you want half, the three of us will not get much. We are now one. If we can't reach the Andromeda galaxy, you can't either. As if he felt that this was a bit too much, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization added, well, you know, we have consumed a lot of resources along the way to build a new galaxy. If human civilization really takes half, plus the part taken by the Divine Principle civilization and the Awakener, we can only get 30% at most. Of the remaining transport ships of the Tianqing civilization, 30% is definitely not enough for us to complete the second half of the journey. So, as I said, our four civilizations are now one. No matter how much we divide them, we must give us enough resources to complete the second half of the journey. The leader of the Xinju civilization also said, we also think that half of the human civilization is too much. We agree with the view of the ancient civilization on this point. Well, you know that the mass of our neutron battle star is too large, and everyone has seen the energy loss along the way. Therefore, it is reasonable for us to occupy half of the transport ships of the Tianqing civilization. After all, no matter what, our four civilizations must go to the Andromeda galaxy together, otherwise the Great Voyage organization will have no meaning to exist. This can be summed up in one sentence. If we can't reach the end, then the Great Voyage organization will die in the void. The Awakener one also spoke. The neutron battle star and the galaxy are the affairs of your two civilizations. The neutron battle star was the one that you, the Xinju civilization, insisted on taking on the Great Voyage, and the construction of the new galaxy was something that you, the ancient civilization, decided on your own. You transferred the risks caused by your own actions to the organization, and this is what you did wrong. I told you before that the Great Voyage is not a trivial journey, so you have to bear your own risks. We don't want the Great Voyage to capsize, but if it really capsizes, we are not afraid. As for the share of the resources of the Tianqing civilization, for the sake of harmony of the Great Voyage organization, we will not ask for more. Originally, we should have 20%, but now we only need 10%. However, the remaining 10% is not for you, but for human civilization, because only human civilization has sufficient reasons to destroy the Tianqing civilization. Only with sufficient reasons, the act of destroying the Tianqing civilization will not cause panic in other civilizations. The fleet of the Tianqing civilization is still there, but in the eyes of the four civilizations, they have become part of the fuel. Yu Yuan was silent for a while, and said in the private communication meeting of the four civilizations, give that 10% to other civilizations. We eat meat, and we should also give them soup. Chapter 11:19. Hearing Yu Yuan's words, the leaders of the three civilizations nodded, and the team behind them also thought it made sense. Attacking the Tianqing civilization will definitely cause panic among other civilizations in the Great Voyage organization, and the only way to eliminate panic is to give benefits. Dividing a part of the resources of the Tianqing civilization means that our Great Voyage organization is actually united, but the Tianqing civilization has a reason to die. The rotation system must also be implemented, and it will rotate every 100,000 light years. Head goose. Location. Yu Yuan said again. That's as it should be. Then we should also consider the resource distribution carefully. I think it is most reasonable for us, and the Xinju civilization to share 35%. It can just make up for the navigation deficit of our two families. The leader of the ancient civilization once again brought the topic to resource allocation. 35% is 70%, and the remaining 10% is for other civilizations. 10% is for the Awakeners, and humans only have 10%. In this regard, Yu Yuan shook his head. The Awakener civilization also said that it was originally a risk of your own civilization and should not be transferred to the organization. Besides, we have to take the lead in dealing with the Tianqing civilization, so we should have the biggest share. In theory, since that's what we said, we should be more relaxed. Then Yu Yuan spoke again. However, our special technology has too much destructive power. Although we can destroy the Tianqing civilization fleet with one shot, you definitely don't want to see the resources and fuel of Tianqing civilization being driven into the microscopic quantum world, so everyone has to contribute to destroying Tianqing civilization. Well, how much do you need for your new Xinghe? Almost there. The Silver Heart civilization seemed reluctant to say more. But judging from their appearance, the construction of the new Galaxy River did not seem to be at the stage of being almost there. It seemed that their new wonder project was still quite difficult. Yu Yuan glanced in the direction of the leader of the Silver Heart civilization and threw out the plan of human civilization. Since the new Galaxy River has not been completed, I guess your Silver Heart civilization will not participate in the war to destroy the Celestial Star civilization. Then according to our human civilization, the Divine Matrix civilization will send out the Neutron Battle Star, the Awakener will send out all the combat power, and our human civilization will send out the Lyra and all the consciousness-linked warships. We will attack with the Awakener, and the Neutron Battle Star of the Divine Matrix civilization will be responsible for quickly gathering the wreckage of the warships and cleaning up the battlefield. The war should not have started on the long voyage. After all, the war cost too much, but the Tianqing civilization must die, so they had to fight quickly. The Xinju civilization has a magical gravitational technology. They can use neutron battle stars to suck warships in. In that process, the warships are directly torn apart by the strong gravity of the neutron battle star and compressed into neutron star matter. Then the Xinju civilization releases these substances, and can also save the process of other civilizations using material disintegration to decompose warships. In fact, the Xinju civilization has done this. While other civilizations still use various large-scale material disintegration rays to decompose the scrap transport ships during the voyage, they directly use neutron battle stars to transform, which is very efficient. Facts have proved that neutron battle stars are not only weapons of war, but can also be used in some industrial processes. The large-scale production of heavy metal materials in the Xinju civilization depends on neutron battle stars. As for the distribution after the war, our suggestion is this: 20% for the ancient civilization cannot be more, and this is still for the unity of the Great Voyage organization. We human civilization 20%, I think everyone has no objection. Xinju civilization 30%, the Awakeners have made great contributions in this battle, and also account for 20%, and the remaining 10% will be divided among the other 9 civilizations. But there is one thing we hope everyone can understand. All individual lives of the Tianqing civilization must be handed over to us. After Yu Yuan talked about the allocation plan for human civilization, he also evaluated the contribution of the ancient civilization, to explain that allocating 20% of resources to the ancient was already a big concession. We have no objection. The Awakener was the first to express his opinion. The Awakener one didn't care that the human civilization asked him to dispatch all the warships. It was just the Tianqing civilization, and all the Awakeners were warriors. The Awakener one believed that even if he was alone, he could wipe out the Tianqing civilization fleet. As for the distribution of resources after the war, his requirements were not high. After all, their Awakener civilization had the least resource loss among all civilizations during this voyage. This was due to the structure of the Awakener civilization. Let's do it. The Divine Matrix civilization also expressed its position. We agree too. The Silver Heart civilization did not dare to ask for too much. After all, they also knew that if the 3 civilizations agreed, their opposition would be ineffective. Okay, there is no need for us to sign any treaty between the civilizations. We all know that thing. In this case, we will take action in 3 days. Yu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. In fact, the battle fleet of Tianqing civilization can be taken away with one shot with just 1 Tianqing, but the problem is that quantum exile strike cannot be used. Those things are all fuel, and they can't be found once they enter the quantum world. It's not worth the loss. But if quantum exile strike is not used, humans don't want to lose their conventional sub-civilization level warships, so they can only use consciousness-linked warships and Tianqing. However, humans only have 3 million consciousness-linked warships, and the battle fleet of Tianqing civilization has about 30 million. Although 10 times the number is not a problem and can even crush them, it is estimated that it will take some time. But with the addition of the Divine Principle civilization and the Awakener, it is different. It is possible to kill the Tianqing civilization instantly. It saves time and effort, and takes everyone's interests into consideration. This is the best choice at present. Now is the time for the Great Sailing Fleet to stop for replenishment, and the same will be true in 3 days. The Tianqing civilization's large fleet cluster is at the forefront of several civilizations, and their battle fleet is still in an undefended state of replenishing supplies and energy. There is simply no better opportunity than now. The Tianqin and 3 million consciousness-linked warships had quietly stopped replenishing resources and energy, and were ready for battle, waiting for Yu Yuan's order to rush over and tear apart the battle fleet of the Tianqin civilization. The warriors were also full of passion. After so many years, it was finally time to kill the enemy and finally avenge their fellow Earthlings. Yu Yuan also clenched his fists at this time. At the last moment, he connected to the private chat channel of the four of us, and said at the last moment before the agreed time, "Let's get started." After saying this briefly, Yu Yuan directly switched to the third-person driving mode of the Tianqin, and together with other pilots, he drove the Tianqin towards the battle fleet of the Tianqin civilization. It was impossible to declare war, but an explanation was required. But the battle fleet of the Tianqin civilization had to be destroyed first, and the Tianqin civilization could not be given any time to react, and they would not be given any chance to resist or fight to the death. Chapter 1120. Humanity, great human civilization, what are you doing? Because the distance between more than a dozen civilizations is within 1 light year, the actions of human civilization were quickly discovered by Tianqin civilization. But they discovered not only human civilization, but also the fleet of the Awakener civilization, and the neutron star of the Shinju civilization. Awakener civilization? Shinju civilization? What's wrong with you? The Tianqin civilization didn't know what was going on. They just felt something was wrong. 3 million warships of the human civilization, 13 million warships of the awakening civilization, and the neutron war star seemed to be rushing towards their location? What's going on? Don't worry, Tianqin civilization. We have detected that there seems to be something in the void ahead. It seems to be some kind of void creature. It is currently unknown. The fleets of the human civilization, the awakening civilization, and the divine civilization are working together to investigate. We did not go, because the galaxy was not built yet. Please be patient. Our Great Voyage organization is a collective interest. Since our 4 civilizations enjoy the benefits, we must also assume the obligation to protect everyone. The Silver Heart civilization immediately sent a message to the Sky Star civilization. Obviously, this was a message full of lies. But the Silver Heart civilization was responsible for detection, and their technical level in detection was the best among all civilizations. So there really were things that they could detect that other civilizations could not. So when they said this, the Sky Star civilization really hesitated, and for a moment, they were not sure whether this fleet was coming for them, or as the Silver Heart civilization said, there was danger in the void ahead. But if there is danger, why don't you tell us directly? We are at the front. What else could it be? There is danger ahead. There is a situation ahead. The human civilization and the Awakeners also explained what the Silver Heart civilization said. The Tianqin civilization finally responded, but it was not to guard against the human fleet, the Awakener fleet, and the neutron battle star. Instead, because of the reminder from the Silver Heart Alliance, some people believed that there was really danger in the void ahead, so their large fleet immediately made a trend of slowly retreating. Of course, it was just a transport fleet, while their battle fleet remained in place, and put on a look of being on high alert, but unfortunately they were guarding against the unknown in the void ahead. It seems that the ideological work and material supplies provided by the ancient civilization were not in vain, and they played the role of the good guy quite well. One wrong step, all wrong steps. Although the Tianqin civilization is an ordinary 6th-level civilization, they can still fight for a while if they are prepared. But they are really defenseless. Especially after seeing that the fast-approaching fleet did not destroy its transport fleet, the Tianqin civilization really believed the lies of the ancient civilization. Because they were talking on the public channel, other civilizations also put on a serious look, and all aimed their detectors at the 3 fleets. And the next moment, under the complicated gazes of all civilizations, Tianqin and Neutron Battlestar took the lead and jumped into the battle fleet of Tianqin civilization. The former directly teleported by quantum macro tunneling, and the latter jumped by using space elasticity, bang. Jumped into the fleet with extreme violence. As soon as the 2 warships entered the field, they directly massacred the battle fleet of the Tianqin civilization. Tianqin was fine. Without the need for quantum world exile, its attack method was still the conventional method of the 6th-level civilization, but with the assistance of its dodge and quantum macro tunneling teleportation, it was also one shot at a time. The neutron battle star was exaggerated. It really hit a large area with one shot. The battleships of the Tianqin civilization were directly sucked by its powerful gravity, and were caught off guard. Before they could adjust their posture, they were strangled by the gravity of the neutron battle star, and a large area was destroyed. You, human civilization, Shinju civilization, what are you doing? killing the donkey after it has done its work. Ah, and the Awakener civilization, how can you do this? In a hurry, the Tianqing civilization shouted in the public channel, Feiyu, we, the Yalan civilization, the Gus civilization and other civilizations, the so-called Great Voyage is a conspiracy of these civilizations with unique technologies. They are killing the donkey after it has done its work. What are you still watching? If you keep watching, we will be eliminated, and you will be the next one. The Awakeners also rushed to the battlefield, and took away more than 13 million warships of the Tianqing civilization in one encounter. Together with the results of the human fleet and the neutron battle star, half of the Tianqing civilization's fleet of 30 million warships was wiped out in a short time. In a battle of this scale, the Awakeners performed extremely powerfully, with a fierce fighting style and great lethality, while they themselves were unscathed. This is the strength of the Awakeners. If it weren't for the abnormal existence of electronic battleships, the Awakeners might really be able to travel across the galaxy. And now their performance has also reproduced their glory in the Triangulum Galaxy. Especially those civilizations in the Great Voyage organization, they have heard of the Awakener civilization, and they also know that they are the most powerful existence in the Triangulum Galaxy, but they have also heard that they were defeated by an electronic warship. It is precisely because of the failure of the Awakener in the Milky Way that these civilizations who heard about it think that the Awakener is just SOSO. But this war has completely refreshed their understanding of avoid. The concept of ability. They never thought that a warship could have such a powerful ability to predict and strike, and it was so accurate. The counterattack of the Tianqing civilization fleet could not hit any warship at all, not only the Awakeners, but also the warships of human civilization. What is crushing with ease? What is at ease? This is it. No fleet of civilization dared to move. They just watched the anger of the Tianqing civilization, listened to their instigation, watched them struggle, and finally watched them be annihilated. This was not a war at all, but a massacre. 30 million warships of the Tianqing civilization were completely wiped out in less than 2 hours, and this time also included the time to chase those warships that tried to escape from the battlefield and headed for the transport fleets of other civilizations. While chasing those fleeing warships, a group of level 6 civilizations had a new understanding of the power of the Tianqing. The Inqing civilization had advertised that the electronic warship was destroyed by the Tianqing, the flagship of human civilization. It was said that it was attacked by some special technology. Here, they saw the powerful maneuverability of the Tianqing, which broke through the theoretical limit of the level 6 civilization, and made all the warships of the Tianqing civilization that tried to escape sink into the sand. Super maneuverability, super strike ability, super predictive evasion ability, quark material armor, this is the Tianqing. The combat power of the three civilizations, the Shinju civilization, and the Awakener civilization, has not fully erupted, and the military power of the Tianqing civilization has been crushed like an ant. Chapter 1121. The battle fleet of the Tianqing civilization was completely wiped out. Not a single one escaped. Then, all the civilizations saw the new action of the neutron battle star. It kept jumping around in the battlefield, while turning off the gravity effect, gathering the wreckage of the destroyed Tianqing civilization warships, like a super large vacuum cleaner. Originally, no matter what material it was torn into pieces under the powerful gravitational tide of the neutron battle star, and then turned into neutron star material. Finally, the neutron battle star turned on the gravity shielding system, bang. It then jumped to another location, leaving behind a circle of material that it had absorbed. As soon as the mass of material left the neutron battle star, it continued to expand, expanding from neutron star material into huge hydrogen molecular clouds. 30 million warships of the Tianqing civilization were transformed into the most basic hydrogen molecular clouds by the cooperation of the three civilizations of humans, Awakeners, and Shinju civilization. The rapid change made them overwhelmed. It was planned for a long time. This was definitely a long-planned attack. The Tianqing civilization really did something that angered the heavens and the people. Some civilizations think tanks guessed answers close to the answer. Some civilizations were worried, and they thought of another possibility. Their think tank members murmured in their internal communication. Could it be that they really just killed a donkey after it has done its job? Tianqing civilization has made great contributions along the way, but how could it be slaughtered like this? It looks very similar. You see, they deliberately left the transport fleet of Tianqing civilization. Could it be that they really liked the resources of Tianqing civilization? That shouldn't be the case. How could this happen? This statement was immediately refuted by his colleagues. Don't talk nonsense. It's normal that the three big guys, oh no, for big guys didn't destroy the transport fleet of Tianqing civilization. I think Tianqing civilization did something that they didn't know about. Think about it, was Tianqing civilization targeted from the beginning? It's true when you say that. I was wondering why Dia civilization was so bold that they dared to go to Tianqing civilization at the risk of destroying the unity of the Great Sailing Organization and the world's disapproval. It turns out that they were the first to come forward at the behest of the four big guys. I bet that Dia civilization must know what's going on. That makes sense. How about we ask the Dia civilization in private? What are you asking? If we dare to ask, then they must dare to answer. Well, it seems to be the case. Let's wait and see. Maybe we can get a share of the spoils. The 9 ordinary level 6 civilizations all looked at the other civilizations, watching them move. When they saw that the other civilizations did not move, they also watched one by one, watching the destruction of the Tianqing civilization. In fact, some of them wanted to rush over, but they did not dare. This was obviously planned by the four big guys. Just wait. They believe that the four big guys will explain. Sure enough, after destroying the battle fleet of the Tianqing civilization, they received information from the public channel of the Great Voyage Organization. It was a message sent from the Tianqing of human beings. I didn't expect it to be human civilization? In surprise, the 9 ordinary level 6 civilizations read several messages from the public channel of the organization. The content inside was obviously sent to the Tianqing civilization, but it was not sent privately, so they read it directly. 9 ordinary level 6 civilizations opened the information directly, and what came into view was an image of an unfamiliar star system. They took a look at the time progress of the image, which showed that the image was being fast-forwarded at a speed tens of thousands of times the normal time. There was another star system on the corner of the screen. Many civilizations did not know where the 2 star systems were, but some ancient level 6 civilizations knew. Hey, that's the solar system and the Centauri triple star system at the edge of the Orion spiral arm. As soon as this civilization said this in the public channel, the picture changed. In the video from the perspective of the solar system, the Centaurus triple star system in the distance exploded, and then the solar system also flashed brightly as time fast-forwarded. Seeing this, the leaders of several civilizations and their teams roughly guessed what was going on. These 2 star systems were probably blown up by the Tianqing civilization. Sure enough, the next moment, another picture from the perspective of human civilization appeared. It was a scene of the last moment of the sun being destroyed, taken from the position of some planets in the solar system. That crude picture was indeed taken by low-level civilization equipment, and the perspective was indeed taken from within the solar system. Admittedly, such a picture can be faked at any time in the eyes of a level 6 civilization, but every civilization knows that it is unnecessary. Sure enough, the next moment they saw the human civilization saying in the public channel, Tianqing civilization, do you remember the solar system? Oh, maybe you have forgotten it a long time ago, because we believe that you did not mean it, but our human civilization will never forget. We will not forget our billions of innocent compatriots who died, our mother planet, our cradle of life. You destroyed everything we have. If we weren't lucky, if there wasn't a giant gas planet in our solar system, if we weren't just on the back of that giant gas planet, our human civilization would have disappeared in the universe. The battle fleet of the Tianqing civilization was indeed destroyed, but their individual lives were not all dead, because they still had a cluster of living spaceships and a large number of transport fleets. They can see what humans say on the public channel. You guys, there was actually a civilization in that star system back then. That civilization is you, human civilization. Ha ha ha. So that's it. It's you. No wonder we were targeted at the beginning of the Great Voyage. We naively thought it was the Dia civilization. I guess the Dia civilization's actions were also instructed by you. You are really patient. This message came from the residential spaceship cluster of the Tianqing civilization. Their leader has died with the battle fleet, but a civilization always has individual lives that can take over and speak for their own civilization. As a temporary leader who speaks in place of others, this intelligent life of the Tianqing civilization does not know about this, but the system of the Tianqing civilization remembers it, and he can call up those past records with just one sentence. At this point, it is no longer realistic to deny it. The battle fleet of the Tianqing civilization has been destroyed like a dead tree, and the information stored in the system by our civilization can be retrieved as long as human civilization is willing. Even if we start the ship's self-destruction program now, as long as human civilization insists that it was the Tianqing civilization who did it, what can the extinct Tianqing civilization say? The dead can't talk. It can only be said that the Tianqing civilization is finished and there is no chance of counterattack, because it is not only the human civilization that is attacking the Tianqing civilization, but also the other three bosses of the Great Sailing Organization. The universe is so vast, where can we run to? Just remember it, we human civilization just want you to die knowingly. Yu Yuan said the last polite words on behalf of human civilization. The residential spacecraft and transport fleet of Tianqing civilization are already lambs to be slaughtered. This battle was a perfect and quick victory. We understand, but you also know that we did it unintentionally. We were fleeing at the beginning just to avoid the pursuit of the Persian community. We really didn't mean it. Now you haven't perished, and you have also slaughtered our battle fleet. We are willing to give you all the biosphere resources of our home planet to make up for the loss of your home planet being destroyed. I hope you can accept our sincere apologies. The new leader of the Tianqing civilization seemed to be a man who could bend and stretch. After saying this in the public channel, he went on to explain from beginning to end how his own Tianqing civilization had narrowly escaped from the Persis community, and how, in desperation, they chose to blow up nearby stars to block the pursuit of detection. He spoke with great emotion and kept apologizing to human civilization. Chapter 1122. How many years have passed since then? The human civilization, which was not even a first-level civilization, has now become the pinnacle of the Milky Way. A group of sixth-level civilizations are amazed at the speed of human civilization's development, and are also watching how human civilization will deal with the Tianqing civilization. But how else can humans deal with it? It seems that the decision-making power is in Yu Yuan's hands, but Yu Yuan has no choice, and he doesn't want to choose. When the slogan of revenge was shouted on Callisto, there was no choice. It took tens of thousands of years to find the Tianqing civilization after going through untold hardships, and we had to watch our mortal enemy wandering around in front of us for so long. How can it be covered up with a light apology? No matter how sincere the Tianqing civilization's apology is, humans can only have one attitude towards them, that is, to destroy them. Let's not talk about how humans decide. Just say that the civilizations that participated in the massacre of the Tianqing civilization's battle fleet will never agree to let the Tianqing civilization go. Tianqing civilization will definitely not exist, and their transport ships will inevitably become spoils of war. As for their population, they will be left to humans to deal with. This has been agreed upon long ago, and the Shinju civilization, the Awakener civilization, and the Ancient civilization have no objection. As the saying goes, the arrow has to be shot when it is on the string. When facing the desperate pleas of the Tianqing civilization to spare him, Yu Yuan's attitude was very clear. The hatred of bombing the mother planet is irreconcilable. If an apology is useful, then what is the point of strong ships and powerful guns? Tianqing civilization, I can tell you clearly that your Tianqing civilization has no need to exist, but our human civilization is not a crazy person. After you completely disappear, your Tianqing civilization's name will still be recorded in our database. The name of your Tianqing civilization will be recorded forever in the history of our civilization. It is the last and only information about your existence in the universe, and it is the evidence that you once existed. Let me tell you this, you should feel honored, because our human civilization has a fine tradition, which has been passed down since the primitive civilization era. We will pay tribute to our ancestors on a specific day every year. And the name of your Tianqing civilization will be used as a negative example when we pay tribute to our ancestors from now on. It is the evil civilization that massacred our mother planet. Although it is an evil civilization, the name of your civilization has at least been remembered by the universe in this form. You should thank us, thank our kind human civilization. A group of level 6 civilization leaders quietly watched Yu Yuan speaking on the public communication channel. They could feel the human civilization's obsession with revenge from his words. Tianqing civilization is doomed. Human civilization will only leave their names, which means that their individual lives will all be killed. What a crazy revenge action. Many civilizations don't understand, such as the Shinju civilization. They have never understood why humans are so persistent, but they have not interfered with humans. The Ancient civilization is much more complicated. After hearing Yu Yuan's words, they only have one thought. What a pity, that is a race. It would be great if we could give it to us. However, it had been agreed before that the individual lives of the Tianqing civilization must be dealt with by humans, and the Ancient civilization did not dare to propose the idea of taking the Tianqing people at this time. Then, Yu Yuan continued to announce the division and disposal of the Tianqing civilization's property, in front of the hundreds of millions of Tianqing people living in the Tianqing civilization's spaceship cluster. Human civilization takes 20%, Shinju civilization takes 30%, Awakener civilization takes 20%, Ancient civilization takes 20%, and the remaining 10% is divided among the other 9 civilizations. As soon as these words came out, The Level 6 civilizations watching the show immediately became excited and cheered. Some Level 6 civilizations even denounced the heinous crimes of the Tianqing civilization in the public channel, saying that they deserve to perish. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. The new leader of the Tianqing civilization was desperate. He thought about resisting, but his own combat fleet could be easily destroyed. Now there were only the residential spaceship cluster and the transport fleet left. How could he resist? Then fight to the death? The net cannot be broken, only the fish will die. The fact that the human civilization said this so openly shows that they, the Awakener civilization, the Divine Principle civilization, and the Silver Heart civilization are not afraid of the Tianqing civilization taking crazy measures, such as self-destructing the residential spaceship cluster. As for the transport fleet, when the battle fleet was destroyed, the Silver Heart civilization took action and dispatched its own fleet to interfere with the communication of the Tianqing civilization's residential spaceships and transport ships. This cooperation made the Tianqing civilization lose the ability to activate the self-destruction program of the transport fleet. They can self-destruct the residential spaceship cluster, but looking at the majestic neutron battlestar, they know that self-destruction is futile and can't cause any time delay to the Great Voyage Organization, and can't discuss the Great Voyage Organization at all. The four major civilizations took the lead, and the other Level 6 civilizations are now adding insult to injury. The Tianqing civilization has now reached the point where no one can help it. Why? Our Tianqing civilization obviously did not do it on purpose. If you want to blame someone, blame the guys of the Yingzhan community. They are the ones who pursued us relentlessly. It's all them. Our Tianqing civilization is innocent. Feiyu civilization, Yalan civilization, Youth civilization, and you stupid Level 6 civilizations, and Running Dog Dia civilization, don't be too happy too soon. Today, our Tianqing civilization was destroyed, and you divided up the resources. Next time, it will be your turn. The public channel showed the final crazy roar of the Tianqing civilization. Ha ha ha, we curse you not to reach the Andromeda galaxy, you will all die on the way, we curse you to be buried in the void, you will definitely become the fuel of the four evil civilizations like us, ha ha ha, we are fuel, you are also fuel, it doesn't matter if it's earlier or later, we are all fuel. Human civilization, don't you want to kill us all? Come on, we are waiting for you on the living spaceship, come and fight us in the streets, come on, if you don't come, you are a grandson, you disgusting race, a race as weak as worms, how can you be the opponent of our powerful Tianqing people, come, the hatch of the residential spacecraft is open for you, come on, come and kill us. The Tianqing civilization has given each of its residential spacecraft network permissions, and then connected to the public channel network, projecting the images on the residential spacecraft to human civilization and many Level 6 civilizations. This is to let all civilizations see that the Tianqing civilization also has backbone. All the people of the Tianqing civilization know that they are dead, and human civilization will not give them any chance to survive, so they are crazy in fear and anger. They want to pick up the laser weapons in their hands, and put on their treasured personal mechas to resist to the end. Never surrender obediently, and walk into the fuel tank of humans in humiliation. Chapter 1123. Your courage is commendable. You are very brave. If you hadn't blown up our home planet, perhaps you could have become a brave warrior of the Great Voyage Organization. Unfortunately, Yu Yuan spoke silently, and then waved his hand, giving the fleet an order to exterminate the Tianqing civilization. The Tianqing civilization did not self-destruct its residential spaceship, and was still thinking of fighting with humans on the spaceship, but they obviously forgot that it was the interstellar age, and who would fight them hand to hand. It would be best if the Tianqing civilization surrendered and lined up to be tied up by humans one by one, but since they did not self-destruct and still looked like they were resisting the aliens who invaded their residential spaceship, humans had no choice but to send them on their way. It's a pity that Adley is not here, otherwise it would be easier to let Adley go over and kill all the Tianqing people in the living spaceship. But now, after receiving Yu Yuan's order, the conventional battle fleet of mankind surrounded the cluster of Tianqing civilization's living spaceships, and the neutron battlestar of Xinji civilization also jumped over from the nearby area, ready to collect the destroyed spaceships at any time. The next moment, millions of ships fired at the same time, and countless black lines appeared in an instant, interweaving into a black spider web in the dark space to cover the cluster of Tianqing civilization's living spaceships. The defense of the residential spacecraft was not that far away. When it was hit by the space-cutting weapon of the warship at such a close distance, both the armor and the shield collapsed instantly. The residential spacecraft cluster of the Tianqing civilization was cut into countless sections in an instant under such a blow, and then various explosions occurred at the port of the spacecraft. After several volleys, the huge residential spacecraft cluster of the Tianqing civilization finally fell silent. There were only a number of lightless spacecraft floating there in the void, and there was no sound of the Tianqing civilization in the public. They had already returned to the sky after being hit by the human fleet. The Xinju civilization was also very savvy. Seeing that the residential spacecraft of the Tianqing civilization was scattered due to inertia, the neutron battlestar jumped directly to the center of the wreckage, and then turned on the gravity shielding switch, sweeping away the wreckage like a vacuum cleaner. However, this time, the neutron battlestar did not compress all the matter into neutron star matter, but only did a simple cleaning and handed the wreckage to humans. Under such a blow, the individual lives of the Tianqing civilization must be dead and could not die anymore. They planned to hand over these corpses and wreckage to humans. Humans do need it, but not for research, but to be thrown into heavy nuclear reactors as fuel. Soon, engineering ships of various functions appeared at the wreckage. They would disassemble and pack the wreckage of the spacecraft of the Tianqing civilization and bring it back to the transport ship warehouse. The bodies of individual lives of the Tianqing civilization would also be taken away and then thrown into the heavy nuclear reactor in front of all humans, so as to vent the anger of humans for tens of thousands of years. The feeling of revenge made the entire human society excited for a long time. In order to let people remember the murderer who destroyed the mother planet, and to give people some motivation to move forward, human civilization has always had hatred education about the star civilization in its education system. The hatred has been accumulated for a long time, and there is no outlet for venting. The hatred in human society can no longer be suppressed. In fact, after encountering the star civilization, some people in human civilization have been threatening to destroy the star civilization, but at that time, the interstellar government suppressed the matter for the sake of the overall situation. Now that it has really started, it is naturally unstoppable. Therefore, Yu Yuan's decision to throw the corpses of individual lives of the Tianqing civilization into the heavy nuclear fusion reactor did not bring negative public opinion to human society. Instead, everyone raised their fists to support him. Even at the moment when he announced this decision, many people ran out of their homes and posted pictures of themselves raising their fists and shouting the name Yu Yuan in their circle of friends. As the head of the interstellar government of human civilization, Yu Yuan has actually disappeared for many years, and many people don't even know that he is the leader of human civilization. But after this revenge that fits the public's expectations, his name is known to everyone. It's so satisfying, especially when seeing the tall bodies of the individual lives of the Tianqing civilization being thrown into the heavy nuclear fusion furnace. Those are aliens, the aliens who destroyed the Earth in the past, the aliens who were once so arrogant that they could destroy the solar system with just a flick of their fingers, and now they are thrown into the heavy nuclear fusion furnace by humans and burned as fuel like stones. It's so satisfying. There were even some living individuals of the Tianqing civilization who were tied up and thrown into the furnace by humans. Of course, they were not individuals living on the spacecraft, but from the transport fleet. There was also a small number of individuals of the Tianqing civilization living in some transport ships. They had nowhere to hide in the process of resource division. They were either discovered by human civilization or discovered by other civilizations and handed over to humans. Although other civilizations also wanted to keep the individual lives of the Tianqing civilization, such as the Yinqing civilization, they did not dare to do so without exception. It should be said that they did not dare to offend humans. A number of civilizations also saw the obsession of human civilization with its enemies. They either did not understand or followed suit and shouted in delight. Of course, some level 6 civilizations thought that if the roots were not removed, they would grow again in the spring breeze. The revenge of human civilization shocked them greatly. How much hatred and resentment must there be to wipe out all the individual lives of Tianqing civilization, not even leaving one for research? Many civilizations were shocked by this, and only one civilization saw the revenge of humans, and gradually changed from not understanding at the beginning to calm thinking. This civilization is the Xinju civilization. They were confused by the revenge of humans at first, but after seeing the humans threw the living individuals of the Tianqing civilization into the furnace without any care, they seemed to recall something, which was something from their primitive civilization era, a product of war, and a problem of prisoners of war. For the Xinju civilization, that was already a very ancient memory. Their individual lives had even forgotten that difficult time, and the brutality of eating their own kind in order to survive. The Xinju civilization has also forgotten that kind of pain. They can't even empathize with it now, because their bodies have long been transformed and are very different from before. Now, After seeing the human civilization's actions, the Shinju civilization decided to restart the education of the hard struggle years in ancient times. Every individual in the Shinju civilization must know the hard struggle years of their ancestors. And they must also learn from human civilization and pay tribute to their ancestors. The Shinju civilization was originally surprised that humans reached the 6th level of civilization in such a short time, and they also did a lot of analysis and research on this. Now, they feel that they seem to have glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the secret. So, without the knowledge of all civilizations, the Shinju civilization launched an internal campaign to commemorate the difficult years of their ancestors, and used a ritual learned from humans to pay tribute to the ancestors of their own civilization. Yes, even humans could not have imagined that their Qingming culture would be spread to alien society in this way. However, there are still many things that humans cannot expect. After that, the Shinju civilization did not stop spying on human civilization and culture. They began to communicate with human civilization in the name of official or folk, and tried to interpret the celebrations of various human civilizations. However, the Qingming festival is still the main festival. They think that the reason why human civilization has such potential is largely because of the spiritual revealed by the Qingming festival. What is unexpected is still to come. After the Shinju civilization, the Daya civilization also began to imitate the human behavior of worshipping ancestors. The Inqin civilization and Feiyu civilization also cast a curious eye on the Qingming festival of human beings. This development has made some leaders of the human interstellar government ask themselves, should we register Qingming as an intangible cultural heritage of human civilization in the Great Voyage Organization? Chapter 1124. While the civilizations were dividing up the transport ships of the Tianqing civilization, they also admired the human beings' actions of burning the Tianqing people. They felt the strong hatred and madness from the human beings' actions. It was a happy thing to divide up the resources of others, especially in this vast void. But happiness was always short-lived, and the division soon came to an end. After the division was completed, the ordinary civilizations were worried about whether the big guys would follow their previous words and rotate. Leaders. The second half of the journey was completed in this way. Obviously, their worries were unnecessary, but it was just like that at the moment. Everyone had just divided up the material property of the Tianqing civilization, and several big civilizations were still trying to find justifications in the process of slaughtering the Tianqing civilization. Naturally, they could not just ignore the rules after the fight. And the leader of the next stage, after discussion among the 13 civilizations, was decided to be the Feiyu civilization, and it was agreed that they would travel 100,000 light years, and then rotate to the next civilization. After such an arrangement, the rest of the civilizations finally put down their worries. The voyage of the Great Voyage Fleet Cluster soon resumed. The Tianqing civilization incident seemed like a brief episode. Its influence now only brought some resources to many civilizations, and then there was no more. The Tianqing civilization was completely destroyed, and its existence was only the memory of the Great Voyage civilization. The time of the Void Voyage passed quickly, and more than 400 years passed in a flash. It was time for the leader to be replaced. This time, no civilization made things difficult. After changing the leader, the Great Voyage fleet also stopped in the void for some replenishment, and then continued to start warp sailing. Of course, it was not to draw energy from the void for replenishment, but to replenish from the transport fleets of each civilization. For 100 years and 400 years, time moved forward at an exaggerated span, and the Great Fleet also went farther and farther in the dark deep space. The leader was also changed again and again under such circumstances. During this period, the Great Fleet did not encounter the dangerous things that the Awakener had said before, that the deep void was also full of dangers, and it seemed that the Great Fleet was going quite smoothly. But soon, as time went by, the fleet encountered the first crisis since its departure. The crisis did not come from the Void Rule fragments, but from the Great Voyage itself. A leader of a level 6 civilization who served as the leader cried to the Great Voyage organization, and said that their resources would definitely not be able to support the Andromeda Galaxy, and they must find a void dark matter island as soon as possible. The long distance became the first danger encountered by the Great Voyage fleet, and the first danger was a fatal danger, which was also something that the Awakener One did not say clearly at the beginning. The resources of each civilization were constantly consumed during the voyage, and the rate of resource reduction seemed to be faster in the second half. Of course, that was an illusion. After all, the actual situation of the Great Voyage fleet was that the fleet was getting smaller and smaller as it sailed. Yes, when the Great Voyage organization reached the second half of the voyage, although there were some supplies from the Tianqing civilization that could be replenished, the problem of the greater the mass the greater the propulsion required was not fundamentally solved. Many civilizations had already run out of resources in the second half of the voyage, and in order to save losses, they had even begun to dismantle empty transport ships. This is how the size of the Great Voyage Fleet Cluster was reduced. The emergence of this situation also means that the Great Voyage Fleet Cluster really has a fuel crisis. Just as the sixth-level civilization said, it is necessary to find a dark matter island in this empty void. In fact, not only the sixth-level civilization is aware of it, but human civilization, Shinju civilization, Inshin civilization, Awakener civilization and other sixth-level civilizations have also discovered it long ago, and before that, these civilizations have already replaced the leader every time they stop. When they first arrived at the galaxy, they had already observed the void in all directions many times, trying to find traces of the existence of the dark matter island. However, the results of each observation were disappointing. This vast void seemed to be nothing but the vast void. On the other hand, because the straight-line distance was the shortest, the Great Voyage Fleet did not dare to go around in the void to search. After all, if they still could not find the dark matter island by going around, it would be a dead end. So what if they just kept going towards the Andromeda Galaxy? Obviously, the Great Voyage Fleet has always been on this path, but problems have already arisen. Some level 6 civilizations can no longer hold on, or they realize that if they continue on this path, their civilization will become the first to perish in the void due to fuel problems. So what will other civilizations do then? Will they watch this level 6 civilization perish, or give them some resources to keep them alive? Or will they just take advantage of the situation in advance and kill it, turning it into fuel? As the first civilization to encounter this problem, what should they choose? Should they perish silently, or take advantage of their battle fleets to find the right time to launch a surprise attack on other civilizations that still have resources, destroy them, and then plunder their resources? Anything can happen, but in fact, those ordinary level 6 civilizations know that plundering other civilizations' resources in the form of war may not work, because they can't destroy other civilizations as quickly as those big guys, and if the battle lasts too long or they win a miserable victory, it will also be fatal to their own civilization. The former is that the resources and energy consumed in the war are more than what is gained after the war, and the more they fight, the farther they can get from the Andromeda Galaxy. The latter is like a mantis stalking a cicada while the oriole is waiting behind. Relatively speaking, the big guys have been in the most advantageous navigation position, so far they have not dismantled the transport ships, but everyone knows that if they continue like this, the big guys will reach that point sooner or later. I don't know exactly when it will happen. That is the real crisis, and there seems to be only one way to solve the crisis, which is to find a dark matter island. But there is nothing in the vast void, and dark matter is difficult to observe. If it is inside the Milky Way, it is okay. After all, there are active stars as the background, and the gravitational effect can be used to judge something, but the background of this empty space is pitch black, and it is impossible to find gravitational anomalies through the bending of light. If you want to find dark matter islands, you can only send out detectors to search everywhere, but detectors also consume energy. The more detectors you send out, the easier it is to find dark matter islands in theory, but the energy consumption of a large fleet is also greater. There is no road in the void, but all the civilizations feel that the road ahead is long and difficult. Perhaps they have not reached the end of their rope yet. Faced with this situation, several leaders of the Great Voyage Organization discussed for a while, and decided to send more probes to search around. At the same time, they also gave that civilization a batch of supplies, and replaced it as the leader. Chapter 1125. This approach made those level 6 civilizations feel relieved. At least it showed that the big guys had not torn their faces apart, and still wanted to take everyone to the Andromeda Galaxy. This was a good thing. However, the situation of the long voyage became more and more difficult. I don't know when it started, but the Shinju civilization also began to dismantle their transport ships. Obviously, it was the need to maintain the neutron battle star that made them a little overwhelmed. When the Shinju civilization dismantled its own transport ships, several ordinary level 6 civilizations had reached the end of their rope. The materials in their transport ships had long been used up, and the transport ships that could be dismantled were almost dismantled. If they continued to dismantle, when they really found the dark matter island, there would be no transport ships to load supplies. They hesitated for a long time, and finally chose to dismantle part of the warships for fuel. When this happened, the fleet was still 1 million light-years away from the Andromeda Galaxy. That was a desperate distance. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Just when all civilizations were in despair, The Silver Heart civilization brought everyone good news. Their detectors found an abnormal point in space, and they suspected that there was dark matter there, which should be a piece of sparse dark matter. The Silver Heart civilization shared their detection results. A number of civilizations also analyzed their detection data, and many civilizations agreed with the conclusion of the Galactic Center civilization, because they subsequently sent their own detectors to observe the void. 20,000 light-years is not far. Our observation array restored the background light of the void through multi-frequency optical recombination, and found that the light of the Andromeda galaxy was strangely deflected when passing through there, which seemed to be caused by a large mass object. Therefore, we have reason to suspect that it was caused by the dark matter island. The Galactic Center civilization expressed its views in the Great Voyage public communication channel. In response, the Awakener civilization, which also pointed its telescope in that direction for a long time, said, "Optical observations do look like optical deflection caused by gravitational effects, but if you look at it from the perspective of cosmic microwave background radiation, that place is a bit strange. It seems to be different from the normal Big Bang reverberation, and the data doesn't quite match. Well, maybe it's also possible that our cosmology is not perfect. In short, we think it's a bit strange. It's strange, if you go and see it. 20,000 light-years is not far. If it is really a dark matter island, then we can definitely reach the Andromeda galaxy this time," said the Shinju civilization. 20,000 light-years is equivalent to the distance from the solar system to the center of the Milky Way. The fact that anomalies can be detected at such a long distance means that there is something big at that location. If it is really a dark matter island, it must be a big piece. With the temptation of resources, many civilizations can no longer hold back, especially the civilization that has almost dismantled the transport ship. The Shinju civilization was also eager to try. They underestimated the energy consumption of the neutron battle star, so they fell into such a passive situation. Now that they encountered a possible dark matter island, they must explore it. The great far-reaching fleet is still a whole, so of course they go together. So under the temptation of materials, the great far-reaching fleet turned around and rushed towards the void area 20,000 light-years away. In less than 100 years, the great far-reaching fleet arrived near this abnormal area. However, as the distance got closer and closer, many civilizations of the great far-reaching fleet found that something seemed wrong. They found that the only two stars in the void seemed to have visual abnormalities. The two stars, one is the Milky Way, and the other is the Andromeda galaxy. Other than that, there is nothing. The Great Voyage fleet uses the starlight of the two galaxies to navigate to ensure that the route will not go astray. Now, the starlight of Andromeda has changed. From a small star like starlight, it has become 3, 4, and sometimes it has disappeared directly. Such a change immediately scared the 13 level 6 civilizations. Of course, they knew that it was the result of the change in observation angle, but it also meant that there was something between the Great Fleet and the Andromeda galaxy. In the vast void, there is no village in front and no shop behind, and I am afraid of encountering an accident. In order to find out what it is, 13 level 6 civilizations immediately sent a large number of exploration spacecraft to all directions. They will explore what it is from multiple perspectives and change the light. Level 6 civilization is already the peak on the surface, and its detection ability is not weak. The exploration spacecraft went out for only a few decades, and the result was obtained. It is space debris. This is the comprehensive judgment of several big civilizations after getting the detection data. The Ancient civilization, which has the most profound knowledge in detection technology, said in a public channel, "It is most likely space debris, and it is a lot of very large space debris. The dark matter islands we thought of before are also the result of space debris bending light. According to observation data, those fragments are far and near, and the closest one is the one in front of us. The span of each space debris is likely to reach thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years. The reason why we didn't find it before was because of our route problem, but if we follow the original route, we will find it sooner or later. Now it's just a little earlier, and it's good that it's earlier." "What do you mean?" an ordinary 6th level civilization expert asked. The so-called public communication channel is not a channel for voice calls only, but a network virtual platform. Each civilization individual who speaks will appear on the network as a virtual image, and of course, will also have its own translation system. Very dangerous. The Awakener took over the words of the Silver Heart civilization and replied, "As far as we know, these space fragments are likely to be high-dimensional space fragments." High-dimensional? Well, to be exact, it should be 4-dimensional. 4-dimensional space fragments. When this was said, all the scientists of the civilization were silent. The so-called space fragments are definitely not three-dimensional space fragments, because the macroscopic universe itself has a three-dimensional space structure. The sixth-level civilization can cut the space, but it recovers within a Planck time, and has not seen any three-dimensional space fragments. So what does the appearance of four-dimensional space fragments here mean? This is a question that the 13 sixth-level civilization scientists are silently considering. After a long time, an awakener said, "This is also the first time we have seen four-dimensional space fragments." Scientists from various civilizations in the public channel looked at each other after hearing this. They had not seen it either. The representative of the Galactic Center civilization also said, "We have traveled across the Milky Way for tens of millions of years, and have never seen four-dimensional space fragments." Other civilizations also said that they had never encountered it. In other words, four-dimensional space fragments have never appeared in the Milky Way and the Triangulum Galaxy, otherwise these Level 6 civilizations would have probably seen it. After all, Level 6 civilizations have certain achievements in space technology, and are basically capable of detecting unusual spaces, just as this time. So the question is, where do these space fragments come from? How long have they existed? Why are they here? These questions linger in the minds of scientists from various civilizations. Although now is not the time to explore, it is obvious that this void is filled with a large number of four-dimensional space fragments, which are lying on the route of the Great Voyage fleet to the Andromeda Galaxy. Chapter 1126. As more and more probes were launched, the Great Voyage fleet and other civilizations gradually learned about the distribution of these four-dimensional space fragments. They were like bricks measured in light years, scattered in the void, and the Andromeda Galaxy that the Great Voyage fleet saw was from the gaps between them. Why are there so many space fragments? The scientists of the 13 civilizations all had their own opinions, and the most mainstream opinion was that they were war relics. However, experts from different civilizations have different opinions on what level of war it is. Some believe that it is the remains of a war of a Level 6 civilization with dimensional special technology. More people believe that it is the remains of a war of a Level 7 civilization, because the impact of a war of a Level 6 civilization has not reached this level. Think about it. For example, take the several Level 6 civilizations with special technology in the Great Voyage organization. Their attack range is only within the range of a star system, while the current four-dimensional fragments span tens of thousands of light years. That also means that the scale of the attack was larger than what we see now, otherwise there would not be so many space debris. After all, space debris may gradually shrink over a long period of time. Now these fragments have existed for who knows how many years, and they are still so big. If this is true, it is really hard to imagine how big they were at the beginning. Such a large-scale creation of four-dimensional space is obviously not something that a Level 6 civilization can do. In other words, a war between Level 7 civilizations once took place in this void. The civilizations of the Great Voyage organization all knew that the 7th-level civilization existed, but they had never seen a 7th-level civilization, and did not know how powerful they were. But at this moment, they had some idea of the power of the 7th-level civilization. The many four-dimensional space fragments lying in the void reflected the power of the 7th-level civilization. This was an existence that all the 6th-level civilizations could not even dream of. Looking at these outline space fragments, all the 6th-level civilizations felt the vastness and the might of the cosmic level attack. Of course, some experts think that this is indeed a masterpiece of the 7th-level civilization, but it is not the result of war, but some kind of relic. It should be that a 7th-level civilization created these four-dimensional space fragments here to conduct some unknown experiments. Perhaps this is their former home. Of course, these are just guesses. If you want to know the truth, you must further explore. And the most direct way to further explore is, of course, to go into the four-dimensional space fragments. After this period of observation, many civilizations have already had this intention, because they have too many reasons to believe that there is matter in the four-dimensional space fragments. Even if there is no matter, they can easily find it from their dimensional theory. The four-dimensional space has one more dimension of energy than the three-dimensional space. If the Great Voyage fleet can use the energy of the extra dimension, it can be replenished. However, in terms of dimension theory, many Level 6 civilizations have different views, for no other reason than that their dimension theories are actually very different. Some Level 6 civilizations' space dimension theories believe that high-dimensional creatures will lose one dimension of information when their dimensions are reduced, and thus be destroyed. So high-dimensional creatures cannot enter low-dimensional space, while low-dimensional creatures can enter high-dimensional space and see the high-dimensional perspective. As long as they pay attention to adapting to the high-dimensional perspective, They can avoid moving around and touching the inside of other creatures. After adapting, low-dimensional creatures can completely explore in four-dimensional space, find resources in four-dimensional space, and then return to three-dimensional space from where they entered. Other dimensional theories of level 6 civilizations believe that it is not feasible for three-dimensional creatures to enter low-dimensional or high-dimensional space, and neither is it possible for objects, because the reduction or increase of spatial dimensions will change the physical rules of the entire spatial dimension. Without certain protective measures, it is impossible to move in low-dimensional or high-dimensional space. The two have different opinions. The former advocates exploring the fragments of four-dimensional space, while the latter advocates bypassing these fragments and heading straight to the Andromeda galaxy through the gaps in the fragments. Humans insist on the latter, but think it's okay to give it a try. The Awakeners belong to the former. They said in a multi-party consultation meeting, "We have also encountered four-dimensional space, but we think it can be explored. Let's explore it. What if there are really resources that can be used? After all, it is true that four-dimensional space has one more spatial dimension than three-dimensional space, and you should have discovered that the edges of these four-dimensional fragments are gradually melting. We think that is a kind of dimensional fall. The fourth spatial dimension of these four-dimensional space fragments is falling towards the third dimension. This is a kind of energy release. If we can use this energy, we can continuously use energy matter conversion to produce matter." The representative of the Silver Heart civilization said, "Don't mislead us with wrong theories. We guarantee with our achievements in space technology that the rules of the four-dimensional space must be different from the three-dimensional space. There is only one result if you rush in, and that is death. Besides, these four-dimensional fragments are most likely the result of war. They should be a dimensional attack launched by a level 7 civilization." The representative of the dimensional attack human civilization remained silent, because he also agreed with the Silver Heart civilization's point of view that the four-dimensional space is the same as the two-dimensional space, and it is not easy for three-dimensional creatures to enter. But now there are also many level 6 civilizations that believe that their dimension theory is correct. Whether they want to explore the resources inside or verify their space dimension theory, they must explore it. On the other hand, in fact, the theory of human beings or the galactic center civilization is just a theory. No one has encountered the fourth dimension, so it is a good opportunity to verify it. Since there are verification requirements, then explore it. Since we are here, the 13 civilizations held several meetings and reached such a consensus. Therefore, a vanguard exploration team consisting of 13 civilizations' unmanned exploration spacecraft was formed. They were sent to the vicinity of the nearest four-dimensional fragment and then launched a probe towards the four-dimensional fragment. All the people present were level 6 civilizations, and they had a certain understanding of space technology, but most of them were only three-dimensional space. Microcosm technology was the product of three-dimensional space cutting technology. However, this exploration silenced all level 6 civilizations. They found that their probes completely lost contact after crossing the intersection of three-dimensional space and four-dimensional space. Let alone observing the interior of the four-dimensional space, we don't even know what will happen after the detector enters. In response, the Shinju civilization, who seemed to have sensed something, said, "The mass of the detector is too small, and our gravity detection equipment cannot detect its fluctuations. This is not a solution. We need to invest in something with a larger mass. Please believe in our achievements in gravity technology. Gravity runs through high and low dimensions. Everyone knows that now this four-dimensional fragment seems to be inconsistent with our cognition. It seems to have different physical rules. We now suspect that those detectors are not lost, but decomposed." "Decomposed? Decomposed by what?" the Awakener asked immediately. "According to the rules themselves, the detector should be unable to maintain its three-dimensional characteristics, and was decomposed. Whether this is the case or not needs further verification." Seeing that the Shinju civilization had a solution, other civilizations also agreed. So, under the auspices of the Shinju civilization, the 13 civilizations took out a batch of civilization-class transport ships and asked the Shinju civilization to install some gravitational effect enhancement equipment on them, so that they could be used as large mass detectors and sent to the four-dimensional space fragments. Chapter 1127. Under the attention of all civilizations, more than 100 sub-civilization-class transport ships equipped with the gravity devices of the Shinju civilization slowly sank into the four-dimensional fragments. Behind them followed many scientific research ships of the Shinju civilization. Not long after, under the inquiring gazes of many civilization representatives, the Shinju civilization gave their answers. The situation is not optimistic. The moment the transport ship entered the four-dimensional space, other signals disappeared, and the gravitational effect became discrete the moment it entered the four-dimensional space. All our gravity sensing equipment on board failed, but we also obtained some valuable information. Of course, the specific information needs to be further detected. Then continue. Since the exploration has been decided, the civilizations did not waste time and continued to increase their investment and conduct scientific experiments on the four-dimensional space fragments. After 4 or 5 times, the Shinju civilization finally gave a definite result. The detectors and transport ships that entered the four-dimensional space were indeed decomposed in an instant. This is why the equipment and the detectors lost contact. As for how they were decomposed, it is unknown, because the Shinju civilization only indirectly judged what happened inside based on the feedback of the gravitational effect information. Thanks to the characteristic of gravity penetrating all dimensions, otherwise we really can't get the corresponding information. Through repeated experiments and the splicing of bits and pieces of information, the Shinju civilization really found the physical law of this four-dimensional space. However, there is only one law, that is, gravity is inversely proportional to the cube of the distance. In front of the data, even if you don't believe it, you have to believe it. Many level 6 civilizations have modified their high-dimensional space theories for this. And this information also reveals why objects are decomposed in four-dimensional space. Because the physical law of force has changed. As we all know, in three-dimensional space, the force of gravity is inversely proportional to the square of the distance, which is the inverse square law. This law describes that the strength of the action of an object or particle decays linearly with the square of the distance. It constitutes the mechanical relationship of all structures in this universe, from galaxies to microscopic particles. This is the case with the Coulomb force between electric charges, which also satisfies the inverse square law. So what does the inverse cube of gravity mean in four-dimensional space? This means that the gravitational effect has been discretized to the fourth dimension, and the attenuation becomes more serious as the distance increases. So what will happen to an object that was originally under the three-dimensional rules when it enters the four-dimensional rules? Previous experimental results have told all civilizations the answer. Because of the change in rules, the force that binds the particles of the object will instantly change from the inverse quadratic law to the inverse cubic law, and will change from one stable state to another. When gravity is differentiated to the fourth dimension, the original three-dimensional object will instantly expand according to the inverse cubic law, and the original connection between particles will disappear in an instant, turning into matter under another rule. This change is manifested at the microscopic particle level, as all the microscopic dimensions that were originally in a curled-up state are completely expanded to the macroscopic state, and one more dimension of matter will appear in an instant. To be exact, it is not an extra dimension. After all, the object itself is composed of microscopic particles, and microscopic particles themselves have a curled-up dimension, so it is more accurate to say that the curled-up dimension of the object is forcibly expanded. In this process, because the information of the three-dimensional object has no protection, its three-dimensional macroscopic structure will inevitably be destroyed. This is what the Shinju civilization said, that the object was decomposed. But in fact, it is not decomposed, but phase-changed. It becomes a substance under the four-dimensional space rules that three-dimensional creatures have never seen. Although this process cannot be seen with one's own eyes, scientific calculations have told all civilizations the answer. After entering the fourth dimension, the three-dimensional object will instantly release a curled dimension, which will be like infinite bubbles rolling up. The object will expand instantly like a bubble, and expand to the fourth space dimension. In this process, the three-dimensional information of the three-dimensional object will lose its clear pixels and become gray and blurred. The clear pixels it lost were complemented by the information originally curled up in the microscopic dimension. It lost the information of this curled up dimension, so it naturally became blurred. A more vivid and inaccurate understanding is that its pixels have become lower. According to this dimensional theory, this change in pixels is the same whether viewed from the original 3 dimensions or the other 3 dimensions. If we assume that the original 3-dimensional universe has 3 dimensions of length, width, and height, and the 4th dimension is depth. To express it, the information of the length, width, and height of the object and its length, width, depth, width, height, and any other dimensional perspectives are all blurry and have extremely low-quality pixels. The object seen from the macroscopic 3-dimensional time is the projection of the object in 3 dimensions. But if it is observed from the 4 macroscopic dimensional perspectives of 4-dimensional space, then it will be a complete and clear 4-dimensional macroscopic object. Obviously, the consciousness born from 3-dimensional objects cannot adapt to 4 dimensions, because the information of the birth consciousness itself has been changed in four-dimensional space and is no longer that information. The same is true for objects. After entering the fourth dimension, its basic information is forcibly changed. Such a result is difficult for many civilizations to accept. They try to accept it, and then modify their high-dimensional space theory. At the same time, they still firmly believe that there will be a way to allow three-dimensional objects to enter the four-dimensional space safely. So is it possible to rewind the information of the fourth macroscopic dimension back to the microscopic? Of course, it is possible, because that is the technology of unfolding and rewinding the microscopic dimension. This technology is indeed feasible, otherwise there would be no electronic warships. It seems that the Reapers have this technology, and their macroelectronic cockpits are probably built in this way, but even if they master this technology, it must be extremely difficult to operate. Because all civilizations in the Great Voyage organization know that the Reapers' macroelectronic cockpits are built according to the instructions in the ruins of the 7th level civilization. The Reapers can only achieve a microscopic particle, at most in terms of dimensional expansion and retraction technology. It is nothing but a pipe dream to ensure that an entire intelligent life and an entire warship can roll back the macroscopic dimension, as it is after entering the four-dimensional space. That requires precision to every microscopic particle, and one-to-one correspondence to all the unfolded four spatial dimensions. A level 6 civilization with special technology in this area may be able to get a glimpse of it, but for ordinary level 6 civilizations, that is an unreachable area. Then, there is only one way to safely enter the four-dimensional space, that is, to use some kind of technological means to firmly lock the three-dimensional structure information of oneself, so that the rule of the inverse cubic law of the four-dimensional space cannot be shaken. Obviously, this involves the technology to counter the changes in the laws of physics. The 6th level civilization of the Great Voyage organization obviously does not have this ability. After all, that thing looks like the technology of the 7th level civilization. It can be seen from this that the four-dimensional fragments here may really be the result of a dimensional attack. I don't know how many years ago, an unknown 7th level civilization did this unheard of attack here for some unknown reason. The civilizations of the Great Voyage organization digested the information from the detection conclusions, and digested their own speculations about the powerful cognition of the 7th level civilization. In the end, everyone could only silently give up further exploration, and accept the plan of passing through the four-dimensional space fragments. There is no way. Whoever enters such a four-dimensional space fragment will die. No civilization dares to rush in rashly, when they know that the unmanned detection equipment has lost contact, and they know that they will die. Chapter 1128. The obstruction of the four-dimensional fragments made the Great Voyage organization's already insufficient resources even worse, because if they went further, they would have to be more cautious, which would increase the detection pressure of the Great Voyage organization. However, there was no other way. At this point, they had to go on. No matter what, they had to reach the Andromeda Galaxy, and the faster the better. The longer they stayed on the road, the more serious the resource crisis would be. It was not bad now. After all, every civilization had made sufficient preparations before the Great Voyage. Although some civilizations had already experienced a resource and energy crisis, it was because of their navigation location and some overweight aircraft. Civilizations like Feiyu civilization, Human civilization, and Awakener had not yet reached the point of dismantling transport ships. However, if they want to preserve other civilizations, and do not want the Great Voyage organization to fall apart, then they will have to consider supporting other civilizations on the road ahead. This is a realistic problem. If the Great Voyage organization does not want to destroy other civilizations through war like it destroyed the Tianqing civilization, it must support those civilizations that are short of resources. But in this way, it is obviously contrary to the original intention of the four characteristic technological civilizations. They used their privileges on the Great Voyage to keep themselves in a labor-saving position in the team, which was originally to reduce their own consumption. Now they have to support other civilizations. So why did they plan before? In fact, the four characteristic technological civilizations originally planned to do so. Unfortunately, one of the four civilizations was the Shinju civilization, and its neutron battle star was too heavy, so even if they were in a labor-saving navigation position from the beginning to the end, they still had a resource and energy crisis like other civilizations. Fortunately, the Shinju civilization fleet has always been sailing in the most labor-saving position in the team, otherwise the situation would be more difficult than it is now. Originally, like the Ancient civilization, they planned to unite with the other three characteristic technological civilizations when resources were scarce, and eat up all the other ordinary level 6 civilizations to ensure that the four of them could reach the end. This is also their effort. U3. The reason why it became the four of us. However, the Shinju civilization is the first to have problems, so if we want to take action, we have to kill all the other civilizations at once. After all, we have the precedent of the Tianqing civilization. If we destroy civilizations one by one, the other civilizations will definitely not dare to fight to the death. Whether it is to take action against so many civilizations at the same time, or wait for them to fight to the death, it is actually not a wise move, because no matter which one, the four characteristic technological civilizations will definitely win, but they will also waste more resources due to a long war. So at this point, the four distinctive technological civilizations have actually realized that war is the worst option. So let's really unite and move forward. In this case, we must change the navigation formation. After discussion, the United Front organization decided not to rotate the leader, but to let the Feiyu civilization always serve as the leader position, because the warp engine of the Feiyu civilization saves more fuel than all other civilizations. But we can't do the same as we did with the Tianqing civilization, the leader. The resources consumed by the position are borne by the Feiyu civilization itself, and resources must be allocated in a coordinated manner. And civilizations, like the Shinju civilization, which have supermass aircraft, must always stay in the most labor-saving position in the team. This is the most labor-saving way of sailing for the entire long-distance fleet under overall consideration. This decision was strongly supported by the Shinju civilization. Those ordinary level 6 civilizations, who have been worried all the time, also expressed their support, and even the Inqing civilization raised both hands to agree, because their new Xinghe has not yet been built. As for the overall coordination of resources, naturally, it cannot be decided by one civilization, but a resource coordination committee must be established, and each of the 13 civilizations must send a delegation to participate. The efficiency of the Great Voyage organization is still very high. The leaders of the civilizations just reached a consensus the day before, and the resource coordination committee was established the next day. Next, the Great Voyage organization did not hesitate and directly sailed while detecting the route. It is worth mentioning that the main task of this kind of navigation detection is basically undertaken by the Inqing civilization, because their detection technology is the most advanced. The Great Voyage organization bypassed the four-dimensional space fragments in front of them, shuttled through the gaps between countless four-dimensional space fragments, and continued to move towards the Andromeda galaxy. This is the 7,000 years since the Great Voyage set sail. In the following 1,700 years, the Great Voyage fleet has always been shuttling through the gaps between the four-dimensional space fragments, moving forward in the void with difficulty. During this period of time when passing through the four-dimensional space fragment area, every civilization in the Great Voyage has also achieved disassembling the transport ship. Achievements. In fact, dismantling transport ships that have exhausted their resources and burning them as fuel is the most fuel-saving method for the Great Voyage. But before encountering the four-dimensional space fragments, everyone was only concerned with cleaning up the snow in front of their own door. But after the overall planning of resources, this situation no longer exists. In the process of crossing the four-dimensional space fragment area, the Great Voyage fleet also observed many wonders, such as the dimensional waterfall. That is a wonder formed by the fall of dimensions. The four-dimensional space cannot exist stably in the three-dimensional universe, because the birth environment of the universe determines that the macroscopic space is the most stable space state, so the four-dimensional space in the natural state will continue to fall to the three-dimensional space. The extra dimension that falls will roll back to the microscopic world. From the perspective of three-dimensional creatures, this phenomenon looks like space collapse. The three-dimensional projection surface of the four-dimensional space will be observed to melt like Tetris, and collapse down like that. And at the junction with the three-dimensional space, from the perspective of the space detector, the collapsed space dimension is like a falling waterfall. Unfortunately, this phenomenon has no optical effect when there is no matter in the four-dimensional space. The reason why we know that there is no light without matter is because the Great Voyage organization has conducted a material projection experiment on the falling layer of the dimensional waterfall. They found that the projected matter did not return to its original state, because the expanded dimension was curled back in the process of becoming four-dimensional matter, and then returning to three-dimensional matter, but disappeared. Its Fermion material properties will disappear and turn into light. Scientists from various civilizations speculate that it may be caused by the mismatch of curled space information, or it may be a matter reset phenomenon caused by changes in physical rules. In this process, the three-dimensional matter seemed to be visualized by the universe, and turned into the first light of the creation of the world. The light will be emitted at the junction of the three-dimensional and four-dimensional waterfalls, as if it is transmitted through multiple layers of diamond glass, which looks very beautiful. Obviously, it is a very high-frequency light, which is a usable energy. If there is matter in the original four-dimensional space, the Great Sailing Fleet can use it through the photoelectric effect. Chapter 1129. And it is precisely because of this phenomenon that the Great Voyage Organization actively searches for light sources while traveling through the four-dimensional space debris area. Because all civilizations realize that although the probability of these four-dimensional space fragments containing matter is very small, after all, there is no matter between two galaxies, but if these space fragments are really the result of war, there must be a party that is targeted. That means that these space fragments may contain matter, that is, the warships or various ships and technological creations of the attack party. From this, we can know that if this kind of four-dimensional space debris falls into the area where the creation originally existed, it will also emit light into the three-dimensional space as seen in the impact dimension waterfall experiment. Then as long as the light is found, the Great Voyage Organization can obtain energy supplies here. The action of searching for the light source of the four-dimensional debris has already begun when the Great Voyage Organization decided to pass through this area. However, this area is really vast, and because of the crisscrossing of the four-dimensional space debris, the line of sight is blocked, making it difficult for the large fleet to search only through telescopes. However, God will not let down those who work hard. After searching for 1,000 years, the Great Voyage Fleet finally received good news from the Milky Way civilization probe, saying that a light source was found. The location of the light source is on the side of the Great Voyage Fleet, and the Great Voyage Fleet needs to travel through about 10,000 light years, and go around behind a piece of four-dimensional space debris. This discovery allowed the Great Voyage Organization to get a short supply while shuttling through the four-dimensional space debris area. The reason why it is said to be short is that the light source only lasted for more than 100 years before disappearing. Scientists combine the data of the four-dimensional space with various speculations and believe that it was a cluster of creations from a civilization that was attacked by the upgraded dimension. They died when they were attacked by the upgraded dimension. Now that the four-dimensional space has fallen back to the three-dimensional space, their material properties have been formatted and reset due to the change in dimensional rules, and they have become high-frequency light. The amount of that batch of creations can only last for more than 100 years. It can be inferred from this that there must be other light sources in this four-dimensional fragment area, but some light sources have been extinguished, and some light sources have not yet appeared. After all, there are so many space fragments in this area, and there must be many creations that have been attacked. As time goes by and the four-dimensional space falls, they will all turn into light, and finally, as the space of this void area turns back to 3 dimensions, all creations will return to dust. When the light source was discovered, the Great Voyage Organization was ecstatic. 13 civilizations dispatched their fleets one after another, placed them at the glowing places of the four-dimensional space fragments, and deployed various light energy absorption devices, sucking them like crazy as if they had found a water source in the desert. That was the light transformed from the corpse of a certain advanced civilization, and now it has become the nourishment of a group of level 6 civilizations. The Great Voyage Organization was very lucky. Although they did not find the dark matter island, they found a high-energy light source in the four-dimensional space fragments, and then used these lights to convert energy and matter, and they were able to replenish their energy for more than 100 years. Although the civilizations have not yet been able to replenish their fleets, they have given the Great Voyage Organization a shot of adrenaline. When the fleet left the four-dimensional fragment area, everyone was full of confidence in this voyage. The calculation results of the Energy Budget Department showed that as long as there were no accidents in the second half of the Great Voyage Organization, it should be stable to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. In fact, when setting sail, each civilization had made its own budget and was confident that it could cross a distance of 2.54 million light-years with its large fleet. However, most of them were embarking on the Great Voyage for the first time and overestimated the level of their civilization's creation, so that resources were consumed in large quantities due to frequent creation failures. After a replenishment at the four-dimensional space fragment, the energy planning of the major civilizations for the second half of the voyage became clearer. According to the calculations of the Resource Coordination Committee, the Great Voyage Fleet will reach the Andromeda Galaxy after consuming 2/3 of the transport ships. This is acceptable, because when the Great Voyage was launched, the transport ships were actually calculated into the fuel range. The reason is that in the calculations of each civilization, the mass carried by the large fleet has reached the upper limit of the thrust-to-weight ratio. Even if there are more fleets and transport ships, they cannot go further because of the greater warp energy required for the mass. This is determined by the navigation technology. Unless everyone is like the Feiyu civilization, which has superior navigation technology than other civilizations. The warp engine saves more fuel, so they can go further. Under such conditions, even if the Milky Way can be used as a warship to sail away, the distance is limited. In summary, as long as matter is needed to provide energy, and as long as the Higgs mechanism has not been discovered, the single voyage of the sixth-level civilization must have a limit. And this limit distance? The result calculated by most sixth-level civilizations in the long voyage is between 2.5 million and 3 million light-years. Beyond this distance, even if the large fleet burns itself as energy, it cannot reach it unless it can be resupplied in the middle. This is why many civilizations in the Great Voyage fleet dare to embark on the Great Voyage to the Andromeda Galaxy. This is also why it is said that the sixth-level civilization is barely qualified to cross between galaxies. However, the Andromeda Galaxy is not the endpoint. If the next destination is more than 3 million light-years away, the Great Fleet cannot set sail directly like this time. The best situation is to find the Pioneer route, which is also one of the expectations of the Great Voyage fleet, and one of the purposes of the Great Voyage fleet to go to the Andromeda Galaxy. By the way, after a short replenishment, the Great Voyage fleet continued to sail in the dark void. In the 7,810th year of the voyage, the total mass of the Great Voyage fleet was only 1/3 of that at the beginning of the voyage. At this time, the Andromeda Galaxy was much larger than the Milky Way in terms of optical performance, and it was also the brightest light source in the void, which could be clearly seen through the Super Optical Telescope Array. In the 8,399th year of the voyage, the 13 civilizations of the Great Voyage fleet continued to dismantle transport ships for fuel, and most of the intelligent life in the cluster of living spacecraft entered a dormant stage, and the scale was reduced as much as possible. Many civilizations have concentrated individual lives that were originally scattered on multiple residential ships on one ship to save fuel. In the 8,897th year of the voyage, humans also made the decision to reduce the cluster of residential ships. In the same year, the transport ships of the Allan civilization were exhausted, and they decided to dismantle half of the warships for fuel. At the same time, their predecessors decided to enter a low-energy consumption stage to save energy consumption. In the 9,000th year of the voyage, the transport ship resources and the transport ships themselves of the Shinju civilization were exhausted. They concentrated all the intelligent life of this civilization on 1,000 sub-civilization-level residential ships, and began to dismantle the vacated residential ships. In the same year, the Resource Management Committee decided to provide material support to ensure the integrity of its battle fleet. A year later, the representatives of the ancient civilization initiated a plan in the Resource Coordination Committee, which aimed to discuss the possibility of using the mass of neutron battle stars for supplies. Shinju civilization, together with Feiyu civilization, Gut civilization, Awakener civilization, Dia civilization, and an ordinary sixth-level civilization, rejected the plan with a vote of 6-5. Humans, and one of the ordinary sixth-level civilizations abstained from voting on the proposal. Chapter 1130. The ancient civilization hopes that the Shinju civilization will cut down the energy-consuming neutron battlestar, but this is obviously unrealistic. The Shinju civilization cannot give up their neutron battlestar, which is the guarantee of their military power. Giving it up is equivalent to Ukraine giving up its nuclear weapons. Shortly after the ancient civilization and other civilizations proposed a dispute case, the representative of the Shinju civilization also proposed a motion, which is to ask the ancient civilization to stop the construction of the new galaxy, on the grounds that the construction of the galaxy wasted a lot of great long-distance voyage resources. Why is there a resource crisis in the Great Long-Distance Voyage Organization now? It's because you, the Silver Heart civilization, are so stubborn about building the new galaxy. The Silver Heart civilization certainly doesn't admit this statement. The two civilizations negotiated countless times in the second half, and their diplomatic teams also argued in the Resource Coordination Committee, but there was no practical result. Other civilizations could see that it was a conflict between the two big guys, and they just had to follow the other two big guys and cheer. Either they acted according to the human civilization's mood like the Dia civilization, or they hugged the thighs of the Awakeners, and some directly joined the Divine Principle civilization in diplomacy. The embarrassing thing is that, perhaps due to historical reasons, ordinary level 6 civilizations do not like the Galactic Center civilization very much. In the face of various problems, the Great Voyage Organization still strives to move forward. In the first 10,000 years of the voyage, the Great Voyage fleet can see the outline of the Andromeda Galaxy through the Super Optical Telescope Array from the void, where the Great Voyage fleet is located, while the Milky Way has completely become an extremely dim star. Up to now, the Great Fleet is only about 426,000 light-years away from the Andromeda Galaxy, which is about the diameter of 4 Milky Way galaxies. This distance is not too far for a level 6 civilization, but as the saying goes, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. The closer you are to your destination, the harder it will be. On the one hand, it is a matter of resources, and on the other hand, it is a matter of equipment maintenance and update. It is true that as a level 6 civilization, some civilizations can indeed keep their creations running for hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years, such as the pioneers. But that is a carefully crafted device, specially built for the purpose of passing on the will. Some civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization actually have this ability, but not every technological creation has such a long lifespan. Just like this voyage, among the equipment of the civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization, the warp engine has the greatest wear and tear. Because it must keep working all year round, warp navigation is not like inertial navigation. It must keep the engine working at all times, and continuously output curvature distortion force to space. This is the largest resource consumption item of the civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization. In the 11,000th year of the voyage, the civilizations no longer worry about whether to hold meetings or not, and most civilizations have even entered civilization hibernation, that is, all civilizations enter hibernation to reduce the consumption of material energy for life. In addition, for ordinary level 6 civilizations have almost dismantled their battle fleets, and their residential ships have been reduced to within 1,000 ships. In other words, they only have more than 1,000 residential ships and necessary engineering ships left. At the cost of sacrificing their battle fleets, they have preserved their civilization and extinguished the desire of other civilizations to slaughter them for fuel. In the 11,500th year since the start of the voyage, the Great Voyage Fleet has reached the point where the transport ships can no longer be dismantled. The journey is too long, and there are still some deviations in the resource estimation calculation, or it is because there are two large resource consumers in the Great Voyage Fleet. Unfortunately, these two are two unique technological civilizations, otherwise they would have been killed long ago. Fortunately, the distance to the Andromeda Galaxy is not far now, with only the last 100,000 light-years left, and everyone sees hope for success. The previous supply in the four-dimensional space debris area was very important, otherwise it would have reached this point earlier. It must be said that in the Great Voyage Fleet, even the residential spacecraft of each civilization are trying to save resources as much as possible, not to mention those biosphere spacecraft. The biosphere resources that the civilizations took on the Great Voyage were either directly frozen or frozen, stopping the energy cycle of the regular biosphere resources. However, maintaining the frozen regular biosphere resource spacecraft also requires a lot of energy, so in the case of a last resort, in order to ensure that the main force of the civilization can reach the Andromeda Galaxy, many civilizations have even dismantled the biosphere spacecraft and used it as fuel. But no matter what, this trip to the Andromeda Galaxy is close to success. The lonely and empty voyage is about to end, and the first stop of the Great Voyage is about to arrive. At a distance of only over 100,000 light-years, the Great Voyage Fleet can clearly see the appearance of the Andromeda Galaxy. It is a spiral galaxy, different from the Milky Way, which is a barred spiral galaxy. At the location of the Great Voyage Organization's fleet cluster, the spiral arms of the Andromeda Galaxy can be clearly seen, because its spiral disk is facing the fleet at this moment. It can be seen that its diameter is more than twice that of the Milky Way, and the number of spiral arms reaches 9, each of which is starry. Its number of stars is as many as 1 trillion, making it the largest galaxy in the local galaxy group. After more than 10,000 years of lonely travel, the Great Voyage Fleet is finally arriving. Regarding the current resource problem, the Resource Coordination Committee immediately decided to continue to dismantle a part of the warships of each civilization that still has warships. After dismantling another batch, everyone can reach the Andromeda Galaxy. Everyone agreed to this, and humans also took out 2 million warships to dismantle them into fuel. Other civilizations have more, such as the Alan civilization and the Gus civilization. They only kept 5 million warships and dismantled the others, just to allow the Great Voyage Organization to complete the final journey. The Dia civilization was the same, retaining only 5 million warships. Because of their great contribution, the Feiyu civilization was able to retain 15 million warships. When they arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy, their regular fleet would be the same as that of humans. It was one of the civilizations with the largest number of fleets, except for the Awakeners. It is worth mentioning that the Awakeners did not participate in the dismantling of the warships, because their warships were one person per ship, and it was impossible to dismantle them. Everyone also knew that their warships could not be dismantled. Then, the biggest share naturally falls on the Shinju civilization and the Ancient civilization. One of them is because of the neutron battlestar, and the other is because of the construction of the new Xinghe. Therefore, the battle fleets of these two civilizations have been dismantled the most. After this round of dismantling warships, the Ancient Alliance is left with 2 million warships, but their new Xinghe has finally been built. The combined combat power of the Xinghe and 2 million warships can still crush ordinary level 6 civilizations. This is the power of special technology. The Shinju civilization is similar. The number of their battle fleets is the same as that of the Ancient civilization. Chapter 1131. 12,000 years after the start of the voyage, the Andromeda Galaxy is within reach. Although the process was a bit unexpected, we are finally here. On the Lyra, Yu Yuan looked at the Andromeda Galaxy. It had been many years since he had seen the brilliant galaxy with his own eyes. In the past, every time he woke up from hibernation, he saw a dark void, but this time he finally saw the vast galaxy. The Great Voyage organization composed of 13 level 6 civilizations has been sailing until now, and the original super-large fleet has been severely reduced. Take human civilization for example. When it set sail, the fleet size was 80 billion. Now, there are only 15 million sub-civilization level warships, and 5 million other types of ships left, including sub-civilization level residential ships, engineering ships, scientific research ships, and several biosphere ships. There is no transport ship left. Other civilizations are even worse. Many ordinary level 6 civilizations are left with only residential spaceship clusters and various engineering and scientific research ships. But it's not a big problem, because this time after dismantling the warships and replenishing them, they will truly reach the Andromeda Galaxy. There are inexhaustible resources there. As long as a group of level 6 civilizations arrive there, it won't take long for them to develop a huge fleet. During this period, the safety of those level 6 civilizations that lost their battle fleets was also guaranteed by the Great Voyage organization. The Awakeners' worry about turning their teammates into fuel did not happen, except for the Tianqing civilization. As far as the Awakeners are concerned, they think this is the most commendable thing about this voyage. This was exposed to the other 3 special technological civilizations after they arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy. They said that when they first came to the Milky Way, there were also several ordinary level 6 civilizations following them, but in the end, they all became fuel. The dark history was vivid in their minds, so the Awakeners were prepared for conflict when they set sail. However, this voyage was obviously different from their previous voyages. This was a long voyage that was close to the limit of the 6th level civilization, and because of the Awakeners' experience, everyone was fully prepared. At least the number of transport ships of each civilization was enough. This voyage was also smooth, and they did not encounter the various rule fragments that the Awakener civilization said. It was the last leg of the journey, and the various civilizations also woke up from hibernation and looked towards the long-desired Andromeda Galaxy. Every individual life in a civilization now looks at the Andromeda Galaxy with eyes full of desire, as if looking at a peerless beauty. It is conceivable that once this last section of the road is completed, everyone will definitely pounce on it like a hungry tiger, desperately mining resources. Those stars burning with heat, the rich dark matter, and the brilliant galaxy are all resources. Some civilizations have even observed the nearest area through telescope arrays, and they are already thirsty. It's so beautiful. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to cross the Milky Way in my lifetime. It's like a dream. Yes, it's really a fairy. The 2 scientists next to Yu Yuan also expressed their feelings about the Andromeda Galaxy in front of him. One of them was an old man from the era of Callisto, and he was even more emotional. Haha, the Andromeda Galaxy is just a beginning, the beginning of our great voyage. If we try to survive, we will be able to see more beautiful scenery in the universe in the future. In the last 100,000 light years of journey, the last 600 years of journey, everyone felt that time was passing very slowly, which felt slower than the previous 10,000 years of voyage in the void. Time passed quietly amid the size of individual lives of many civilizations. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 100 years. The outline of the Andromeda Galaxy became clearer and clearer as the distance got closer. The 13 civilizations also showed their magical powers in this process, either using super optical telescope arrays or various large aperture radio telescope arrays to aim at the Andromeda Galaxy, and scrupulously spying on its beauty. This is a vast galaxy, a brilliant galaxy composed of 1 trillion stars, plus countless dark stars hidden in the darkness, and the total number of stars is countless. Such a huge galaxy must have more civilizations. For the Great Expedition Organization composed of 13 level 6 civilizations, this is also an unfamiliar galaxy. Although everyone in the Milky Way has long known the existence of the Andromeda Galaxy, that is only a distant view, and only knows its approximate size through the spectral gap, such as its size, the approximate number of stars, etc. As for what kind of civilizations are in the Andromeda Galaxy, whether those civilizations have special technologies, and how many level 6 civilizations have special technologies, all of these are unknown to everyone. Now, as the distance is getting closer, the mystery of the Andromeda Galaxy is gradually being unveiled by the Great Voyage Organization. First, from a downward or upward perspective, it is obviously a spiral galaxy, because the Andromeda Galaxy itself faces the direction of the Milky Way, so everyone has known it for a long time. But only now can the 13 civilizations clearly see the number of spiral arms of the Andromeda Galaxy, the outline of each spiral arm, and the intervals between them. The Andromeda Galaxy has 9 spiral arms. The Great Voyage Organization named the spiral arm of its destination as Spiral Arm Number 1, and then counted clockwise, spiral arms number 2, 3, and 9. Regardless of what the local civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy is called, the Great Voyage Organization simply named the 9 spiral arms with numbers. Perhaps because of the type of galaxy, the distribution of the 9 spiral arms is much more even than that of the Milky Way, which is a barred spiral galaxy. According to this spiral arm structure, the civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy may have regional forces, but that must be a relatively peaceful environment. If there is a Reaper like the Milky Way, it is estimated that it will be difficult to form a sphere of influence divided by spiral arms. Of course, this is just a guess made by the Great Voyage Organization based on the spiral arm structure of the Andromeda Galaxy, and there is no actual data to support it. As the largest galaxy in the local galaxy group, the Andromeda Galaxy also has a larger central black hole than the Milky Way. Its mass is larger than the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, and its gravitational influence range is farther. Regarding this point, during the voyage of the Great Voyage Organization, the Shinju civilization, which is proficient in gravitational technology, has already detected a lot of data, and they have even accurately drawn a gravitational traction map between the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way. They even calculated the gravitational balance point between the two large galaxies. Similarly, the Shinju civilization gave a more accurate time for the collision of the two largest galaxies in the local group. They believe that the two galaxies will collide in 3.388 billion years. The accuracy is at the level of hundreds of years, which is simply incomparable to the huge error of 3 to 4 billion years in the human Earth era. The Shinju civilization also conducted a gravitational mapping of the Andromeda Galaxy and generously shared the data with the Great Voyage Organization. This is the first-hand detection data of the Andromeda Galaxy by the Great Voyage Organization. Chapter 1132. The process of approaching the Andromeda Galaxy was not accidental. After 12,474 years of sailing, the remaining fleet of the 13 civilizations successfully arrived at the dark matter halo area of the Andromeda Galaxy. This voyage is of great significance to the Great Voyage Organization. It marks the great victory of the Milky Way civilization. It means that the Great Voyage is feasible, that the exploration of the universe is feasible, and that there is a ray of light in the slim hope of being promoted to the 7th level civilization. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Although the road to the Great Voyage is still long, at least the first step has been successfully taken. When the 13 level 6 civilizations came into contact with the dark matter halo of the Andromeda Galaxy, all civilizations were imagining the future voyage. With this success, with this hard work, no matter how difficult the future voyage will be, they will have a persistent belief. The first step is successful, so we will continue to move forward according to the experience of the first step, and one day, we will be able to complete 700 million light years. We are the elite of the Milky Way, a civilization that has fought its way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and a civilization that has completed the first step of the Great Voyage with a firm will. We all have the qualifications to become a level 7 civilization. When they rushed into the dark matter halo of the Andromeda Galaxy, the 13 civilizations were full of enthusiasm, and even those ordinary level 6 civilizations that had dismantled their battle fleets rekindled their fighting spirit. The 13 level 6 civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization could not wait any longer. When they came into contact with the dark matter halo, they immediately withdrew from the warp speed collectively, and then dispatched various engineering ships carrying dark matter probes to frantically mine dark matter resources. Then, all civilizations skillfully converted dark matter into dark antimatter, and stored them in the ship's fuel tanks. For more than 12,000 years, the 13 civilizations have never felt so rich, and some civilizations have not been able to change their previous life of frugality for a while. All civilizations are frantically replenishing their fleets with energy, and after completing it, they will continue to move towards the Andromeda Galaxy. The Great Voyage fleet plans to directly find a nearby star field for large-scale development after actually arriving at the Andromeda Galaxy, and absorb the resources there for large-scale construction. It is true that fleet construction can also be carried out in the dark matter halo, but the procedure is more cumbersome, and it is not necessary after arriving in the Andromeda Galaxy. There are a large number of rich material resources there, which directly saves the process of energy mass conversion and material element manufacturing, which will save a lot of time and cost. After completing the fuel supply at the dark matter halo, the Great Voyage organization has only one goal: go, dig out the star field in front. Stars are coming from afar, and the Great Voyage fleet also spreads its arms to embrace the stars of the Andromeda Galaxy. Let's just go to the starry sky in front. Although it is at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, and the stars are far away, we are not picky now. Our 13 civilizations will use this 100 light-year range as a stopover for supply and construction. The resources of hundreds of star systems are enough for us to squander. By the way, we want this area. At the exchange meeting of the public channel of the Great Voyage organization, the leader of the ancient civilization spoke first, and as he spoke, more than a dozen stars on a three-dimensional area star map in the center of the venue were marked. Well, then let's choose this area. The leader of the Shinju civilization also had an idea and marked the target star group of his civilization. We want this place. Then we want this area. We be next to you. Each civilization chose its own location. In fact, as long as they arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy, the material resources were inexhaustible. Everyone could leave the Great Voyage organization and go deeper to mine materials, but no civilization did so. After all, the Andromeda Galaxy was very unfamiliar to them, so it was better to be careful when they first arrived. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy to encounter a strong local existence. Then, it would definitely be the safest to be with the 4 characteristic technological civilizations of the Great Voyage organization. If you want to go out and look for opportunities on your own, you have to wait for the fleet to recover. Yes, the Great Voyage organization will not stay together forever, because everyone came to the Andromeda Galaxy not to play, nor is it a simple Great Voyage transit station, but has a mission. The Great Voyage organization must find the pioneers' footprints in the Andromeda Galaxy, and must figure out how the pioneers left the Andromeda Galaxy, where the next destination is, and where they left the Galaxy group. If these things are not figured out, the difficulty of the Great Voyage will inevitably increase, because not every galaxy is just within the extreme voyage range of the 6th level civilization. The general direction of the Great Voyage is the Boötes Void. To reach the Boötes Void, you must first leave the local group, then step onto the Virgo supercluster, and then walk through the galaxies in the Virgo supercluster. Just like now, you will sail through the galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster one by one, and finally reach the edge of the Virgo supercluster. Then you will leave the Virgo supercluster, the upper cosmic structure of the local group, and then step onto the Centaurus supercluster, where you will continue to sail. After crossing more than 100 million light years, you will step onto another galaxy cluster cosmic structure called the Shapley supercluster, and continue to walk until you reach its very edge, then step onto the Boötes Void, and walk towards the center of the void. This is the general route planned by the Great Voyage organization. The specific route may be winding and twisting. It is very likely that they will encounter a situation where they cannot go forward after reaching a certain galaxy. At that time, they will have to go back to observe the universe again and find a new route. When facing the large-scale cosmic structure, the 6th level civilization may not be able to accurately calculate the distance between the galaxies in the telescope. Therefore, the route is very important, so finding the pioneer route naturally becomes the primary task of the Great Voyage organization, and it is also a task that must be completed. Of course, if it cannot be completed, then we can only spend more time paving the way with stars, because the direction of the Great Voyage organization's plan is to sail to the edge of the local galaxy group, and that route obviously has to pass through many galaxy groups. This route is estimated to first step on the Maffei galaxy group, then go to the direction of the M101, M81 and other galaxies, and then cross the tail of the Canes Venatici galaxy group before stepping on the central galaxy group area of the Virgo supercluster. The next galaxy on this route is more than 3 million light-years away from the Andromeda galaxy. If we can find the footprints of the pioneers, maybe they went through the Stargate, so there would be no need to take so many detours, or there is a Stargate that leads directly to the next galaxy. The largest galaxy group is the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy. Civilizations that embark on a long voyage will most likely come to these two galaxies to make repairs or explore the footprints of their predecessors. The pioneers also said that their destination after leaving the Milky Way is the Andromeda Galaxy. According to their practice of leaving relics in the Milky Way, they will most likely leave some relics after arriving in the Andromeda Galaxy. Correspondingly, large galaxies, like the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, will also have many civilizations from other galaxies in the local group. They may follow the footsteps of some ancient civilizations, like the Galactic Great Voyage Organization, or they may feel that if they want to embark on a great voyage, they must travel around the large galaxies in the local group to look for route opportunities. Chapter 1133. Of course, it is not ruled out that the civilization at the front of the Great Voyage Road will go directly to the Boötes Void, but the civilization at the back of the galaxy will most likely pass by the Milky Way or the Andromeda Galaxy. Apart from other things, the civilizations born in the two satellite galaxies of the Milky Way, the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds, will definitely go to the Milky Way first. Similarly, the civilizations born in several satellite galaxies of the Andromeda Galaxy will also choose to go to the Andromeda Galaxy first. There are many such galaxies, named by humans such as M32, M110, NGC 185, NGC 205, etc. Although the diameters of these galaxies are only 1500 to 3000 light-years, the possibility of them giving birth to level 6 civilizations cannot be ruled out. I don't know if the civilizations born in other galaxies have come to the Andromeda Galaxy. In any case, there must be many unknown civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy. They may have some special technology, or be ordinary level 6 civilizations. They are all potential dangers, or they may be potential partners. For the level 6 civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization, it is definitely not broadcasting everywhere to find them at this stage. Because they all know that the civilizations of other galaxies came to the Milky Way because they broadcasted recklessly after arriving in the Milky Way, trying to directly recruit the civilizations of the Milky Way to embark on the Great Voyage with them, and then they were wiped out by the Reapers. Lessons from the past. From this perspective, perhaps being born in the Milky Way is also a blessing. At least in this regard they have a broader vision than other dwarf galaxies. Speaking of which, after the fleet of the Great Voyage Organization completed the supply in the dark matter halo of the Andromeda Galaxy, it smoothly arrived at the stars of the Andromeda Galaxy. Once they arrived, the 13 civilizations rushed to the bright stars, like beggars, who had not eaten for 3 days. Not long after that, the planets in those star systems were destroyed, and the rocky planets were blown into mines. The gaseous planets were also turned into material extraction sites surrounded by various mining equipment. Some civilizations even did not let go of the stars. They released a large number of huge mining platforms and stabilization devices to the stars, where they frantically absorbed stellar matter. The Shinju civilization is even more exaggerated. Their mining operations look very explosive and violent. Other civilizations use star destroyers to blow up planets, but they directly send out neutron battle stars to smash the planets into pieces. When facing other planets and stars, they also use neutron battle stars as tools, but instead of hitting them, they drive to the side of gaseous planets or stars, and use the strong gravity of neutron battle stars to directly roll the matter over. After absorbing enough mass, the neutron battle star will activate the gravitational shielding function to spit out the matter, and finally various collection ships will directly collect the matter. Originally, human civilization was very proud of its resource mining speed, but after seeing the practices of the Divine Thread civilization, the human leaders felt that their resource mining capabilities were simply too weak. However, humans are not jealous, because in the Great Voyage Organization, in addition to the Divine Thread civilization, the human resource mining speed is also in the first echelon. In the next period of time, the Great Voyage Organization will stay in this star field and mine resources on a large scale. Each civilization is working at full capacity, striving to expand its fleet in the shortest possible time. Many ordinary level 6 civilizations set the number of main battleships at 10 billion, and plan to wait until they find the traces left by the pioneers, and then see whether to reduce the number of warships and increase the number of transport ships. If they can find the Stargate, they don't plan to build so many civilization-level transport ships. If they can't find it, they will have to allocate warships to transport ships as they did when they set out from the Milky Way. The reason is that the number of sub-civilization-level ships that a level 6 civilization can maintain is limited, about 10 billion. If they want to carry more supplies on a long voyage to reach the limit of navigation, they must allocate most of the sub-civilization level ships to transport ships. However, there are also several level 6 civilizations that think this is too troublesome, so they directly set the number of sub-civilization level warships, that is, main battleships, relatively low, about 30 million, and the remaining sub-civilization level ships are all given to transport ships. These civilizations do not want to venture out alone, such as the Dia civilization. They plan to follow humans all the time and keep their residential spaceship clusters together with human civilization. When they go out to explore the Pioneer's footprints, they only need to send out the battle fleet. The Dia civilization thought that it would be safer to have more transport ships for the long voyage, and 30 million civilization-class warships would be enough for the battle fleet. Anyway, as long as they could rely on humans, they would not need so many battle fleets. This would also save them from having to dismantle the warships later. The Feiyu civilization also chose a similar strategy, but the civilization they chose to rely on was the Shinju civilization. However, it was not that they took the initiative to consider the Shinju civilization, but that the Shinju civilization took the initiative to win them over. The reason was very simple. The Feiyu civilization had the most efficient warp engine technology in the entire long voyage organization. Although it is still far from developing into a special technology, Shinju civilization believes that it is very necessary to win over Feiyu civilization. If it wants to keep Neutron Battlestar, a large energy consumer, on the long voyage, Shinju civilization must win over Feiyu civilization. Feiyu civilization is also very sensible. Seeing the olive branch of Shinju civilization, they directly hugged its thigh, because during the voyage from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy, they also noticed that ancient civilization coveted their warp technology. Now that they have embraced the divine law civilization, the ancient civilization will definitely not dare to do anything to them. The Great Voyage organization was relatively harmonious during the voyage, but it may not be the case when they reach the Andromeda Galaxy. The leadership of the Feiyu civilization is not stupid. They also know how to weigh the pros and cons. They also know that in this vast Andromeda Galaxy, there are ordinary 6th-level civilization substitutes. If they fall here, the Great Voyage organization will still move forward. The leadership of the Feiyu civilization determined that in the future, the fleet structure of each civilization in the Great Voyage organization must be mostly transport ships, and the number of sub-civilization level warships will gradually approach the number of intergalactic navigation processes. It must be said that the judgment of Feiyu civilization is still very accurate. For now, the 4 civilizations with unique technologies, namely human civilization, Shinju civilization, Ancient civilization, and Awakener civilization, have made such a decision. They do not intend to build so many civilization-level warships. The Awakeners are even more extreme. After they came to the Andromeda Galaxy, all the new ships they produced were transport ships. Judging from their posture, they are going to restore the number of sub-civilization-level transport ships to the stage of the Milky Way's departure. The elite route will soon become the consensus of the Great Voyage organization. Chapter 1134. In this way, time passed by in the busyness of each civilization of the Great Voyage organization. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 30 years. Time smooths everything and also makes everything happen. 30 years did not allow each civilization to produce a large number of fleets, and there were not many transport ships, but the energy shortage problem of the active warships during the voyage was supplemented. Yes, everyone knows what is important. After arriving in a strange galaxy, it is important to produce new ships, but it is more important to ensure that the active fleet has combat effectiveness. After all, that is the real power to guarantee the future development of the Great Voyage organization. For everyone's safety, there are also rich and powerful civilizations that are developing resources, while also sending out exploration fleets to explore nearby star regions. Since the Great Voyage organization is still together, the external exploration mission is mainly entrusted to the Silver Heart civilization. The reason is simple. Their exploration technology is indeed stronger than other civilizations, so of course they must make the best use of it. However, this time, the Silver Heart civilization had some doubts about its own exploration technology. The reason is simple. They detected a message from their own star region. It was obviously a message sent by an intelligent civilization, and this message method was definitely at the level of a 6th-level civilization, but they could not recognize the content of the message. What shocked the Silver Heart civilization the most was that before the message appeared, they could not even detect the source of the message. This is very exaggerated, because after receiving the information twice, the Silver Heart civilization quickly determined that the source of the information was in the star field where the Great Voyage organization was located. After identifying this repeated information several times, the Silver Heart civilization specifically compared it with the signal forms of the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization and found that this information did not come from any known civilization. This means that without being discovered by all civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization, an unknown existence quietly placed its creation in the star field where the Great Voyage Organization was mining. This is too much. After synchronizing with the detection information of the Silver Heart civilization, the 13 sixth-level civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization instantly raised the red alert. As the leader of human civilization, Yuan also quickly switched to various communication channels and rushed to the command center of the Tianqin. Well, in fact, it doesn't matter where Yuan works on the Tianqin now. Wherever he is, that is the captain's room, but he still likes to sit in the command center in person. There are many of his consciousness connection devices in the Tianqin, and the command center is one of them, and there is also a special captain connection port. While heading to the command center, Yuan learned about the unknown signal through the star map. As he floated toward the command center, he looked at several suspended holographic screens floating in front of his face. The star map inside marked the location distribution map of each civilization, as well as the fleet information of each civilization and the construction information of new ships. Of course, there is also the information of each star and the distance between them, as well as the gravity, radiation and other parameters of each star system. This is the most basic information of the star map. After the Great Voyage Organization came here, while mining resources, they also collected data from various stars. These are the basic operations of scientific civilization. Marshal Yu, according to the Silver Heart civilization, the unknown signal has been repeated 3 times so far. It has been determined that the source of the signal comes from an unknown civilization, because the Silver Heart civilization has confirmed that the information is a tachyon information that clearly has the characteristics of an intelligent civilization. However, the amount of data is too small at present, and it will probably take some time to decipher the content. In a floating 3-dimensional image in front of Yuan, the first officer of the Tianqin reported the latest progress to him, and the holographic screen on his side was also synchronizing the latest information with the first officer's words. "We didn't see the target either?" Yuan asked. The first officer obviously knew what he meant and quickly replied, "The signal source is a little far away from our star field. That is the area where the Gyut civilization is located. Our consciousness-linked warships are not observing there." Yuan nodded to show his understanding. He just took a look at that location. It was about 50 light-years away from human civilization. The third-person observation mode of the consciousness link really couldn't see that far. The first officer of the Tianqin continued to tell Yuan the latest situation. The latest news from the Silver Heart civilization, they have confirmed that the signal is not intelligent. The other party has already started sending communication dictionaries, and it should not be too far to decipher the communication. Got it. Continue to pay attention to the dynamics of the Silver Heart civilization and the information source, and let the fleet be prepared. Yuan said to the first officer of the Tianqin, and then opened the communication of other fleet commanders to let them be vigilant. The current number of human sub-civilization level warships is 15 million, and the number of consciousness-linked warships is 3 million. After learning of the appearance of the unknown signal, Yuan ordered 3 million consciousness-linked warships to approach the residential spaceship cluster, and dispatched 10 million sub-civilization-class warships to protect their own mining areas, and arranged the remaining 5 million to approach the area where the Gut civilization was located. Although unknown signals are not necessarily hostile, it is necessary to be on guard against others, let alone the unknown civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy. As one of the 4 leaders of the Great Voyage Organization, human civilization has the obligation to provide protection to member civilizations. When the Gyut civilization arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy, it only had 5 million main battleships left. Now that the unknown signal has appeared in their star field, they naturally have to send a fleet to show their respect and reassure them. In fact, not only the human civilization has taken such action, but the Incheon civilization and the Shinju civilization have also dispatched 5 million battleships to the Gyut civilization. The Awakener civilization did not move, but they do not need to move at present. Seeing the actions of the 3 big guys, the Gyut civilization, as a newly promoted 6th-level civilization in the Milky Way, gradually let go of its hanging heart. It feels so good to be organized. Master Yu, the signal has been deciphered. Soon, Yuan arrived at the Tianqin Command Center, and at the same time, the Silver Heart civilization also sent the latest news that the signal was successfully deciphered. Probably because of the cooperation of the other party, not long after exchanging communication dictionaries, Both sides completed the identification of their respective signals. However, when the signal content was identified and translated, the 13 civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization were a little confused by its content. The content of the message repeated 3 times before was very short, but very domineering. Andromeda Galaxy, First Star Area Patrolman warning, this is the jurisdiction of the 1092 civilization. You are not allowed to exploit resources without permission, destroy planets without permission, or exploit dark matter resources without permission. Warning, unknown civilization, you have violated the relevant regulations of our 1092 civilization. Please stop your behavior immediately. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 1135. What the hell? Celestial civilization? And jurisdiction? And they are not allowed to exploit resources or destroy planets at will. What the hell is going on? The starry sky is so bright, it is all formed naturally. There are so many stars in the Andromeda Galaxy. How can someone care if a few are blown up? What is going on? For a moment, the leaders of the civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization were a little confused. At the same time, they were also very curious about what kind of existence this celestial civilization is. They are so idle that they even care about such things. And they found this place. Did they discover it by accident during patrol? The name of the Tian civilization is the result of human translation. If we follow their original literal translation, it should be translated into the glorious and noble civilization of the sacred source of life, which is too long. For convenience, humans directly translate it into Tian civilization. Humans don't care how other civilizations are translated, it's just a name anyway. And the first star region in the Tian civilization, if it is based on the division of the Andromeda Galaxy by the Great Voyage Organization, should be the number 1 spiral arm, where the organization is currently located. Faced with such words, the Silver Heart civilization, as the first contact, naturally raised questions. Of course, they also synchronized their information to the Great Voyage Organization system to let other civilizations know. It was just a simple sentence. What do you mean? The 13 civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization all have their own diplomatic sovereignty. The Silver Heart civilization cannot represent other civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization, but in this case, of course, a civilization must come out to speak for the organization. While the Silver Heart civilization was developing culture, it also opened the organization's internal communication system. Their leadership team came to the virtual venue one by one. The leaders of other civilizations and their teams also appeared in the virtual venue to see what this unknown civilization was, and what it wanted to do. Although the resource development area where the Great Voyage Organization was located was hundreds of light years away, and the communication technology of the 6th level civilization in most organizations was only 20 light years away at most, and only the communication technology of the Silver Heart civilization reached 30 light years. But after each civilization selected its own location, it established various communication transfer stations. This type of communication does have some delay when the distance exceeds the single communication limit, but the delay of several hundred milliseconds at each transfer station does not have a big impact. What do you mean? Ha! Faced with the answer of the Great Voyage Organization, the Tian civilization seemed very disdainful. You can't even recognize the universal communication information signal of the Andromeda Galaxy. If we guess correctly, you should be an ancient civilization or organization recorded in the classics, or a civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. Looking at your appearance, it is most likely the latter. Only people like you from the extragalactic system would have so many fancy warships. Haha, although I have seen descriptions of other civilizations coming to our system in our sacred books, I have only encountered one once. Since you are from the extragalactic system and do not understand the rules of our system, I will let you go this time, but I will not do it again, and you must stop your large-scale destructive mining. We are not unreasonable. Resources can be mined, but you must follow our rules. Don't say I didn't explain it in advance, I repeat it now. First, this is the jurisdiction of the Tian civilization. You are not allowed to exploit resources without permission. Any large-scale exploitation of resources must be approved by our Tian civilization. Second, you are not allowed to destroy planets, including stars and planets, without permission, and you are not allowed to destroy other natural celestial bodies without permission. The universe is so beautiful, and any behavior that destroys the universe will be judged by justice. Third, you are not allowed to exploit dark matter resources without permission. Dark matter resources are controlled resources. Without the permission of our Tian civilization, you are not allowed to take them at will. After testing, you have violated the relevant dark matter mining regulations of our Tian civilization and illegally mined dark matter 1, 4, 5, and 0. I warn you again to stop the operation immediately. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Looking at the broadcast information sent from the information source, the leaders of the 13 civilizations of the Great Voyage organization were all numb. What the hell is going on? There are so many stars in the Andromeda Galaxy. What's wrong with mining a few? So much dark matter, what's wrong with collecting it? The Andromeda Galaxy is so large. The resources are inexhaustible, okay. Why are they still doing it like the primitive civilization era, and still have some control? But you say that the Tiandu civilization is short-sighted. They know that there are civilizations from other galaxies, and they immediately recognize that the Great Voyage fleet is from the extragalactic galaxy. Probably because of the current appearance of the Great Voyage fleet, the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization also secretly wondered how the other party discovered that they were a civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. The current situation of the Great Fleet is one of the reasons, and another reason should be that they could not recognize their broadcast signals in the first time. Look at what the Tiandu civilization said about the Andromeda Galaxy. It seems to have formed some kind of unity. Otherwise, there would be no universal communication signal. Or it has formed a regional unity, and this area or this spiral arm is the sphere of influence of the Tiandu civilization, and they rule everything here. After seeing the broadcast content of the Tiandu civilization, a scholar behind Yuan spoke first on behalf of human civilization in the virtual meeting. That makes sense. The leader of the Dia civilization echoed. The leader of the Feiyu civilization looked in the direction of the 4 leading groups of the unique technological civilizations. From what they said in the broadcast, I'm afraid they are not friendly. What should we do? Before the humans, Shinju civilization, Inxin civilization, and the Awakeners could speak, the super-intelligent leader of the Yalan civilization said rationally, it is indeed not friendly, but no matter how we deal with it, the first step is to understand who the other party is. After saying this, the super-intelligent leader turned to the direction of the Inxin civilization leadership group and said, excuse me, what exactly is the source of the signal? Have you found it? Also, how did the creation of the signal source get to the area where the Gyut civilization is located? You didn't detect anything from the Gyut civilization? Gyut civilization. No, the signal source just appeared suddenly. Before receiving the signal, we didn't know anything had entered our area. However, we have already stepped up to send a detection spacecraft to the signal source area. I believe we will soon be able to see what the signal source is. Our detection spacecraft team is also heading there. The Silver Heart civilization also expressed its opinion. The Divine Matrix civilization said with some disdain, Humph, this Tiandu civilization is so arrogant, talking about control, and they need their permission to blow up a planet, which is a joke. We should just crush them directly. The Awakener civilization expressed its own opinion. This Tiandu civilization is indeed arrogant, but we are new here, so we should be cautious. The Awakener civilization probably encountered a setback in the Milky Way, and was afraid that another powerful existence, like the Reaper electronic battleship, would pop up in the Andromeda Galaxy. Otherwise, given their temperament, they would probably agree with the words of the Divine Matrix civilization. Yuan was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth in the virtual venue, the Tiandu civilization broadcasted another message. We will give you another 30 minutes. Please stop your mining activities immediately, and report to our Tiandu civilization the basic situation of all your civilizations, the number of warships, the composition of the fleet, the composition of races, and the characteristics of races, and apply to us for the corresponding resource mining qualifications. Chapter 1136. The number of warships, the fleet composition, the racial composition, the racial characteristics. Are the people of the Tiandu civilization all crazy? The leader of the Shinju civilization was directly amused by the words of the Tiandu civilization. If you ask me, don't pay attention to them. The various resources in the star system are necessary for us to restore the strength of the fleet. We can't continue to develop them. What do we care about their control? Are we 13 civilizations afraid of a mere Tiandu civilization? We also agree with the views of the Shinju civilization. The leader of the Feiyu civilization also said, we are indeed new here, but the Tian civilization is too overbearing. There are so many stars in the Andromeda Galaxy. Even if they have claimed sovereignty, what's wrong with using dozens of them? They also said that bombing planets is not allowed. How can we quickly mine resources without bombing planets? This is clearly deliberately making things difficult for us. In our opinion, such civilizations should be taught a lesson. Yes. An ordinary 6th-level civilization representative also agreed. The Andromeda Galaxy is indeed larger than our Milky Way. It stands to reason that there will be more civilizations than ours. The more civilizations there are, the greater the possibility of the birth of special technological civilizations. But so what? Our Great Voyage organization has 4 great civilizations that master special technologies, and they only have one. Why should we be afraid of them? Other civilizations also expressed their views. Perhaps the Tiannu civilization's request was indeed too much. The representatives of each civilization were indignant, and even the civilization that had been thinking about long-term planning could not help it. If it were not for the fact that they had not yet determined what kind of existence the newcomers were, and how many warships they had, these civilizations would have directly killed them. Even the cautious Awakener civilization began to be eager to try. The Awakener civilization did not believe that it was so unlucky that it encountered the Reaper in the Milky Way, and could encounter an existence like the Reaper in another galaxy. It's impossible for us to stop development. Our fleet production has already started, and we definitely can't stop. Resource development will not stop either. If the Tiannu civilization has the guts, come! The Guts civilization also expressed its position. 30 minutes is neither too much nor too little. Our detection spacecraft fleet is about to reach the signal source, and we will soon see what kind of existence the Tiannu civilization is. The Inxin civilization said that their detection spacecraft will soon contact the source of the information. It must be said that the Inxin civilization's achievements in the field of detection are indeed the best among the Great Voyage organizations, and so is its concealment technology. After their detection fleet got very close to the signal source, the Tiannu civilization discovered their detection spacecraft. So, a surprise voice came from the source of the signal. Huh? This country bumpkin from the outer galaxy is really good. He actually has such a concealment technology. It seems to be a full electromagnetic band invisible, space-folding concealment technology. The surprise voice, of course, was not really made in the universe, but in the communication channel of the Tiannu civilization itself. Another voice replied, he is indeed a bit capable, but it's just SOSO. No matter what concealment technology he has, nothing can escape the eyes of our Tiannu. The first being who made a sound said, Yo-ha-ha-ha, Erna is right. All hidden technologies are exposed in front of our eyes of the goddess, but today I will teach you another lesson. Although our goddess civilization is in charge of justice, and justice will surely defeat ugliness, but you need to know that we must also face our opponents. These civilizations are obviously aliens from the extragalactic galaxy. We don't know much about them. You must remember that no matter what kind of opponent you face, you need to take it seriously. In terms of tactics, we can despise our opponents, but from the perspective of civilization, we must give them the necessary attention. Although they are all civilizations from small places, they have come from a distance of millions of light years, and a civilization that can travel such a long distance must have its own strengths. Of course, when they come to our Andromeda galaxy, even if they were originally the most powerful civilization in their own galaxy, they must abide by our rules. Okay, I have said so much just to let you put down your arrogance. Now I have a test for you. Do you see those 130 spaceships? They are coming to detect our existence. Erna, I will leave it to you. The being called Erna said excitedly, please rest assured, Sister Ing, I will complete the mission, and I will let them know the consequences of not following the rules. Well, be careful, go, complete this mission, and I can legitimately promote you as my sacred flanker. The being called Sister Ing said. As soon as the voice came, a space fluctuation appeared in the void, where the signal source was. Obviously, it was the existence named Erna who took action. Sure enough, not long after, the exploration team of the Silver Heart Alliance, which consisted of 130 exploration ships, received another message from the void, stop. The sudden message startled the Silver Heart Civilization exploration team. They knew that this message was directed at them. They quickly turned on all the detectors and used all the detection methods to frantically scan the surrounding void, trying to find which fleet or which warship this message came from. However, they were surprised to find that they could not scan any fleet. Even the warships could not be scanned. They could clearly determine the approximate location of the information source based on the information received, but they found nothing after scanning. This made the detection team of the Silver Heart Civilization very nervous. They immediately realized why the other party appeared in the Great Voyage organization, but they did not find it. It turned out that the other party had more advanced concealment technology. This thought immediately made the people of the Silver Heart Civilization feel uneasy, because they have always been very proud of their detection and concealment technology. Even the Reapers are not as good as them in this regard, but now they can't detect the fleet of the Tiannu civilization. It was really hard for them to accept, thinking so. The exploration team did not stop as Erna requested, so they received another warning message. Warning again, stop if you don't stop, I'm talking to you, 130 or 4 ships of unknown technological civilization. If you don't stop, I will help you stop. Yes, don't say I didn't warn you. Founded there. The signal source was found to be displaced 74 astronomical units away from my fleet. What? It's so close. Did the detector detect it? What kind of existence is the other party? How many warships are there? Quickly synchronize the information to the headquarters. It has been synchronized, but we still only recognize the change in the position of the signal source, and still can't scan the existence of the warship. What? It shouldn't be. We can't fail to detect it at such a close distance. Is there something wrong with the detector? Captain, the detector is normal. Chapter 1137. The detection team of the ancient civilization was in a panic. They realized that the problem was serious. They couldn't detect it even though it was so close. Doesn't that mean that the entire Great Voyage organization couldn't detect it? The unknown is terrible. The current situation is very clear. They can't detect the other party, but the other party can detect them. Captain, the Tiandu civilization asked us to stop. We are the ancient civilization, not the Tiandu civilization. Our mission is to detect the true face of the Tiandu civilization. They asked us to stop, so we stopped. Don't we have any face? Keep going, at the highest warp speed. The captain of the Silver Heart Civilization exploration team was also stubborn, and directly asked the exploration team to change the target to the signal source 74 astronomical units away. He really didn't believe it. If the distance of 74 astronomical units could not be detected, then he would go close to the face to detect it. He didn't believe that it could not be detected. However, such an action immediately attracted Ernest's third warning. Stupid civilization, I warn you for the last time. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude. The captain of the Silver Heart Civilization exploration team was also very courageous, and immediately asked the communicator to broadcast to the void in front. You are playing tricks. You are not polite, but we are not polite. Humph, interesting. Ernest's response came soon. She sent a message to the exploration team of the Silver Heart Civilization in a very arrogant tone. Why do you say that you are a civilization from a small place? You really don't know anything. But if you really stop, I really can't find a reason to teach you a lesson. Well, in this case, let you civilizations from small places learn a lot. You must remember that this is the Andromeda Galaxy, not your remote villages. If you don't follow the rules, you will die. Hearing this answer, the captain of the Silver Heart Civilization exploration team directly ordered the spaceships of his team members, all team spherical arrays, turn on the real shield, turn on the void shield, prepare the antimatter near-ray defense, prepare the matter disintegration cannon, and prepare the void strike of the main guns of each spaceship. With one order, 130 exploration ships changed their formations in an instant, and activated their own defense and attack methods at the same time, waiting for the appearance of the goddess civilization to attack it. Although the exploration ships of the ancient civilization are exploration ships, they also have certain offensive and defensive capabilities. After all, in an environment like the Milky Way, before the main battleships start fighting, it is usually these exploration ships that fight peripheral wars in order to seize the information initiative on the battlefield. The captain of the ancient civilization exploration team believed that the goddess civilization that came to stop his team from advancing must also be the exploration ship team. Exploration spacecraft against exploration spacecraft. The ancient civilization has never been afraid of any civilization. As long as the opponent dares to show up, he dares to fight. Anyway, the task given by the headquarters is to explore. As long as the headquarters can get more information about the time civilization, it is a victory. As for his own life and death, as long as he makes a contribution, the headquarters can capture him, who has just stored the memory information at any time, and the same goes for his subordinates in the exploration team. Life and death are already indifferent. Just fight if you don't agree. However, what the captain of the ancient civilization exploration team didn't expect was that his exploration team had just completed the shield opening, and had not yet found where the target was, and the team's internal communication system came with a noisy and strange conversation. Ka, Almusi, the battle is about to begin. Why are you still standing behind? Hurry back to your post. Let's teach that Tiandu civilization a lesson. Hey Almusi, what about you? Ah, Gugu squad leader, I'm at my post. Hiss, squad leader, you're behind me. What do you mean by behind me? Uh-huh, what the hell is this you? Gugu squad leader's voice stopped abruptly, and then the exploration spacecraft he was on burst into a ray of light, and then the interior of the spacecraft was transformed into a fireball with a bang amidst flashes of lightning. Well, sound cannot be transmitted in the universe. The sound was only heard by the people of the Silver Heart civilization on the spacecraft at the moment of the explosion. That was also the last sound they heard before they died. Spacecraft number 66. What's wrong with you? Damn it. The exploration spacecraft was destroyed, and the information was quickly fed back to the spacecraft, where the captain of the exploration team was, but he could only curse angrily. Before the curses stopped, the second spacecraft followed the footsteps of the first one, and after a flash of light, it turned into cosmic fireworks. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and 18th ships. The spaceships of the Silver Heart Civilization exploration team were destroyed one after another, and the intervals between destructions became longer and longer. After the 18th ship, several spaceships were destroyed within 1 second. However, at this time, the Silver Heart Civilization exploration team was still looking around. Where is the enemy? What happened? The void shield and the real shield were clearly opened. How could the spaceship be destroyed? The captain's eyes were about to burst. This captain was the main life form of the Silver Heart Civilization, so he looked like other people of the Silver Heart Civilization, with a starfish-like appearance, pointed hands, pointed feet, and pointed head, and watery eyes. His eyes were about to burst and looked cute. Captain, the spacecraft seems to be from. Boom, on a spacecraft, a life form of the Silver Heart Civilization turned into a cosmic firework with the spacecraft before it finished reporting the content. Several more rays of light flashed, and the exploration team of the Silver Heart Civilization lost more than a dozen ships again. But the other side didn't seem to stop, and the Silver Heart Civilization exploration team was still losing people at a very fast speed. Inside, damn, the enemy is inside our spaceship. Ah, what is this? Ah. When there were only 7 or 8 spaceships left, useful information finally came out from the communication channel. Inside? The starfish-like captain shouted angrily, and the fierce-looking Silver Heart Civilization exploration team captain thought this was too unscientific, because the spaceship system clearly responded that the spaceship's virtual shield and real shield double shields had been turned on. How did the other side get into their own spaceship? Could it be that this Tiannu civilization has the same three-dimensional space shuttle technology as ours? That's not right. Our special technology cannot directly open a portal to the inside of the other spacecraft. The real shield will block the three-dimensional shuttle wormhole. Could it be a higher dimensional technology? Just when the captain of the ancient civilization exploration team was puzzled, the other spacecrafts in his team had all turned into space fireworks. It was at this time that he received information from the Tiannu civilization again, but he was shocked to find that the source of the information displayed in the instrument was actually inside his own spacecraft. Stop looking. Your deaths are all caused by your disobedience. You are fully responsible. Don't worry. The lives of you insects are saved. Although you are rude, I still need a mouthpiece. Go back and tell your boss that this is the Andromeda Galaxy. No matter whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must be coiled by our Tiannu civilization. The captain of the Milky Way civilization exploration team, who looked cute in the shape of a starfish, immediately realized something. He turned around slowly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The next moment, 4 tall reflections appeared in his 4 eyes that looked like black gemstones. Of course, the 4 reflections are not 4 existences, but a reflection that exists in 4 eyes. Chapter 1138. The captain of the ancient civilization exploration team saw an individual life. From the appearance, this individual life has 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, and a pair of horns on both sides of the forehead that bend backwards. Human? Human? No, not human. The captain of the ancient civilization exploration team thought it was a human at first glance, because he had the honor of seeing the human form, and the appearance characteristics of the Tiannu civilization individual are indeed very similar to humans. But he soon realized that it was not a human, because this Tiannu civilization individual life had a tail. Moreover, her skin color is also very different from that of humans. She wears a silver armor, and the places that are not covered by the armor, such as thighs, arms, and neck, are blue. Her blue skin is not smooth, but covered with scales, like snake scales. But it does not cover the whole body, but only a small part of the cheeks, a small part of the neck, and places like knees and elbows. The eyebrows are also covered with scales. As for whether other parts of the body are covered with scales, it is unknown because other parts are covered by armor. It is worth mentioning that her tail is also covered with armor. The reason why it is called her is because she is indeed a female creature of the Tiannu civilization, and her figure is a convex and curvy existence in the human aesthetics. If it were not for the horn and tail, people would believe that she is a human-shaped alien. Of course, she looks much taller than humans. Her height is 4 meters, which is a giant in human society. At this moment, she is standing behind the captain of the ancient civilization exploration team, holding a cold weapon that looks like a sword. Obviously, it was not a real cold weapon, because the individual life form of the Tiannu civilization named Erna just used it to destroy the ancient civilization's exploration spacecraft. A cold weapon sword could never do this. It just looked like a technological weapon. From the effect, the light that cut off the ancient civilization's exploration spacecraft should be a technology similar to the tachyon lightsaber. I just don't know how the Tiannu civilization made the transmitter look like a sword. Similarly, I don't know where the energy support comes from. It is true that the size of the Time civilization is as high as 4 meters, but all civilizations in the Great Voyage organization know that the tachyon lightsaber power supply equipment is much larger than the individual life of the Time civilization. No civilization has a device smaller than the size of the individual life of the Time civilization. So after seeing the size of the individual life of the Time civilization, the heads of various civilizations in the virtual conference room of the Great Voyage organization were silent. Many civilizations have turned their attention to humans, because the individual life form of the Time civilization is really a bit like humans, especially in the eyes of aliens. Don't look at us. Our appearance is very different from theirs, and we don't know why they look like this. Seeing the Awakener one also looking at him, Yu Yuan had to spread his hands and explain. He was also wondering, who knows why this Tiannu civilization looks like this, and they haven't informed us humans of their appearance, so how can we know why? Well, it looks like a single civilization. Oh no, a civilization that strengthens individual life. The Awakener Huan moved his eyes away from Yu Yuan, and looked at the image displayed in the virtual conference room. That was the image synchronized by the Silver Heart civilization, and it was obviously Erna standing on the Silver Heart civilization's exploration spacecraft. She appeared so blatantly on the Silver Heart civilization's exploration spacecraft, so of course, she was seen by the Great Voyage organization. In fact, the reason why the Silver Heart civilization had difficulty detecting her before was actually because the target was too small. Another reason was that the Silver Heart civilization had a preconceived idea that the other party was also as big as a warship, so the detection target was set relatively large. If they were allowed to detect according to such a small target detection parameter, it should not happen that the other party ran to their spacecraft and then discovered it. The situation where the creature of the Tiannu civilization entered the interior of the ancient civilization spaceship must be a space technology. It seems that this Tiannu civilization is still something. Awakener Huan added. He did not feel pressured by seeing more than 100 ancient civilization spaceships being crushed, because those were just ancient civilization's exploration spaceships, which were not used for fighting. It was normal to be crushed by a Tiannu civilization that was suspected to have some special technology. Awakener Huan was only interested in the individual of the Tiannu civilization. He believed that the Awakener civilization had gone far enough in strengthening individual life, but the Awakeners could not do it like the Tiannu civilization, where a single life form killed a team of exploration spaceships without the help of any warships. The Awakener Huan is now very curious, and wants to know where the life form of the Time civilization gets the energy to support her movement in the universe, and to support her to launch such a strong attack. It can be seen that the Awakener Huan is not afraid of the other party's mysterious way of movement, but shows great interest. It seems that he is very confident in his special technology. This technology that can teleport to the interior of the spacecraft should not be underestimated. It should not be said to be very tricky. If the single life form of the Time civilization has this ability, or is equipped with this technology, it is really difficult to deal with. At least we can't find a way to crack it at present. The leadership team of the ancient civilization immediately said, "You have also seen that the technology completely ignores our virtual shield and real shield. I can tell you clearly that our three-dimensional shuttle technology cannot do this, because every object has its own standing wave in the quantum world. The higher the density, and the larger the mass of the object, the higher the quantum standing wave formed. The quantum standing wave of this kind of matter has an upper limit, which is the black hole. So we have reason to believe that the technology of the Time civilization is definitely not like our three-dimensional shuttle technology. It is likely to be four-dimensional space technology. Apart from the technology related to four-dimensional space, we can't find any reasonable explanation. Four-dimensional space technology. This explanation is recognized by most civilizations. After all, according to their current cognition, this explanation is the most realistic. We can accept a civilization with four-dimensional space technology, but it would be a bit exaggerated if this technology is universally equipped on every individual life. Let me ask everyone present, do your technology have such a high penetration rate? The leader of the Silver Heart civilization twisted his starfish-like body. As soon as he finished speaking, all the civilization representatives in the virtual venue looked at the Awakener civilization. The Awakener showed an inexplicable expression. He didn't want to speak, because only they, the Awakeners, knew how difficult it was to give birth to an Awakener, and only they knew how difficult it was to build a consciousness-linked warship. Oh, humans also know. Chapter 1139. No matter what, we can't turn a blind eye to this behavior. Sitting back and doing nothing will only make them more arrogant. The leadership team of the Shinju civilization also said, as for whether it is a special technology, we have only seen their combat methods and physical characteristics, but it is difficult to judge. Therefore, we think that the current plan should be to continue to test. It said to continue to test, but did not say how to test, nor did it say to send the neutron battle star. Obviously, before the situation is clear, the Shinju civilization does not want the neutron battle star to take risks. After all, everyone has seen what happened to the ancient civilization's exploration spacecraft. The Tiandu civilization can actually ignore the real shield, the virtual shield and the spacecraft armor, and then run into the interior of the spacecraft to kill people. What if it is really four-dimensional technology? It would be a tragedy if they ran into the neutron battle star through the four-dimensional channel. The leadership of the Shinju civilization does not think that the individual life of the Tiandu civilization can easily kill their own individual life. After all, they are very confident in the strengthening route of their own individual life. But confidence is confidence. What if that is a neutron battle star, which is very difficult to build? If it is really broken from the inside, it will be doomed. What's more, the most terrible thing is that the Great Voyage organization still doesn't know where the tiny individual life of the Tiandu civilization gets so much energy that it can launch such a powerful attack. The Shinju civilization thinks that it is completely unreasonable and unscientific that such a small individual can launch a strike as powerful as a warship. How to test it? The Tiandu civilization said before that it would only give us 30 minutes. Even if we want to test it, it's probably too late. The Awakener Huan spoke again. His meaning was also very clear. We do want to go, but the distance is a bit far. When we get there, the Tiandu civilization will take action. That being said, everyone also knows that the Awakener does not want to go. Other ordinary level 6 civilizations did not say a word. Seeing this, the Shinju civilization led the topic to the ancient civilization. Your galaxy also has space-related special technology. It seems that there is no civilization more suitable than you in our Great Voyage organization. The new galaxy has been built, and is still called the galaxy. The galaxy has the ability to travel in 3 dimensions over short distances, and is faster than conventional warp speeds in short-distance travel, so it can indeed reach the scene in a short time. However, the Silver Heart civilization did not want to go either, so their leadership team turned their attention to the human civilization. Then, the various civilizations saw that they were lying and said, well, although our galaxy can reach the scene, you have seen before that it is difficult or even impossible for us to detect the whereabouts of the Tiandu civilization. Even if the galaxy arrives there, it is highly likely that it will not be able to detect the traces of the Tiandu civilization individuals. At that time, the damage to our galaxy is a small matter, but the loss of the reputation of our Milky Way Grand Voyage organization is a big matter. That's what I said. The reason why the detection spacecraft couldn't detect it before was that they had a preconceived notion that the other party was a warship and the parameters were set incorrectly. Moreover, they said that the damage to the galaxy was small. On the contrary, the ancient civilization now cherishes the galaxy. They spent a lot of resources and a lot of time to build the galaxy. They really don't want to take risks. 3 of the 4 special technology bosses didn't want to go, so a group of ordinary level 6 civilizations turned their attention to human civilization. If the bosses don't go, we can't let our civilizations that don't even have special technology go. Obviously, a group of civilizations were really stunned by the wave of devastating blows from the Tian civilization. In addition, they were unfamiliar with the place, and no one knew how powerful the Tian civilization was. What if they are the Reapers of the Andromeda Galaxy? Wouldn't they have to go up and deliver themselves? This made Yuan speechless. He originally wanted to wait and see how the Gyut civilization would continue to mine resources in 30 minutes, and then see what the Tiandu civilization would do. If they attacked the Gyut civilization fleet like they had just attacked the ancient civilization's exploration ship, then they could watch the 2 fight and collect battle data. Battleships and exploration ships are different, so they should be able to collect more detailed data. Then, we can analyze the special technologies that the other party may have based on the combat data, and it would be best to figure out where the exaggerated energy output of the Tiandu civilization individuals comes from. Is it a special technology, or is it the ability displayed by some 7th level civilization creation? As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. But now it seems a bit difficult to back down. We can't say, youth civilization go and die first when everyone knows that the Tianqin has this ability. Seeing this situation, Yuan immediately explained to other fleet commanders through human internal communication, and then said in the virtual venue, it is impolite not to reciprocate, so let's go and meet this Tiannu civilization. After a pause, Yuan then waved his hand to open a star map, and while pointing out the Jianshan on it, he said, they have already taken action. If we don't make any statement, we won't have to sail far in the future. The Gut civilization, Feiyu civilization, Yalan civilization, and Dia civilization, and your 3 level 6 civilizations will send out 3 million main battleships, and deploy them here and there to form a siege on the source of the Tian civilization signal. Also, the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization and the galaxy of the Inqin civilization must support us, and you just need to follow behind our Tianqin. Also, set the detection targets of all your civilizations to small life forms. Although the whereabouts of the Tiannu civilization are strange, they are still life forms. As long as they are life forms, it is impossible not to detect them. Everyone, send out more detectors, and be sure to keep an eye on these voids. Yuan pointed to the star map, and icons appeared one after another on the star map. Those were the areas between the void where the Tiannu civilization signal source was located, and the resource mining sites of the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization. The moment the Inqin civilization detection spacecraft was destroyed, the Great Voyage Organization automatically entered a state of war. There were many things that did not require Yuan to say more, and each civilization knew what to do. Yuan also understood, so he simply gave some instructions on the deployment. Then, his figure disappeared from the virtual venue. When all the civilizations saw this, they also knew that the flagship of human civilization, the Lyra, had started moving. The warship, which looked like a gurgling stream, was also the first warship in the Milky Way in the minds of all civilizations. It cut through the void and rushed straight to the star field where the exploration spacecraft of the Silver Heart civilization was destroyed. Humans are confident that the third-person driving mode can even observe microscopic demons, so they are really not afraid of watching less than the individual life of the Tian civilization. As for the technology of four-dimensional space displacement that the individual life of the Tian civilization showed, the Tianqin has quantum macro tunneling, which is indeed the most suitable warship for the Great Voyage Organization to go to test. Of course, the test is not just a test. When the Tianqin set sail, it had already charged the quantum exile strike. Whenever there is a difference in the situation, immediately give the life form of the Tian civilization a shot. Although it may feel like a cannon hitting a mosquito, which mosquito can destroy a warship. Facing an unknown enemy, you have to be prepared to go all out. The Shinju civilization and Inqin civilization did not say anything, and directly dispatched their flagships to support the Tianqin according to what the human said. The Awakener civilization stayed far away to guard against the sudden attack on the residential spacecraft clusters of several special technological civilizations. Now everyone represents the Milky Way Great Voyage Organization. Although intrigue is inevitable when there are no external enemies, at this time, they must be united against the outside world. Otherwise, as Yuan said, if we don't give a positive response to the actions of the Tiannu civilization, we won't have to go on the Great Voyage in the future. After all, the Great Voyage must be built and transported on a large scale, and resources must be mined on a large scale, and the Tian civilization obviously does not allow civilizations to mine resources without their permission, which is the most direct conflict of interest. So there can only be two results of this matter, either the Great Voyage Organization surrenders, or the Tian civilization surrenders. Now, both sides have their own confidence, and the Tian civilization is so strong, and the four characteristic technological civilizations that have emerged from the Milky Way are also unwilling to surrender. It is probably impossible to calm down and talk without fighting. Chapter 1140. Sister Ing, they are here again. The Lyra had just arrived at the star field where the Inqin civilization was attacked before, and was discovered by the people of the Tiannu civilization. The one who said this was obviously the existence named Erna. With the cooperation of quantum macro tunneling, the Lyra moved very fast. However, humans were very cautious and only used quantum macro tunneling once or twice at the beginning to rush on the road. When they were ready to reach the destination, they switched to the conventional driving mode. The purpose was naturally not to let the Tiannu civilization notice their special way of movement, and the neutron battle star and galaxy following behind the Lyra were the same. But they couldn't hide their weaknesses. In the subsequent regular voyage, the Tianqin openly activated the warp enhancement device, allowing itself to go straight to the destination at a warp speed higher than that of a regular level 6 civilization. Such behavior was naturally noticed by the Tiannu civilization, and they were surprised. Hey, sister, there is only one spaceship. Oh, it should be said that it is a warship. So fast, it has reached 256 times the speed of light. It seems that the leader of the group of country bumpkins has arrived. According to their civilization, which mainly relies on fancy warships for its combat power, how do they say it? Oh, it seems to be the flagship. Erna had just destroyed more than 100 exploration ships of the ancient civilization in a few strokes, and now she was full of arrogance, looking down on those who drove warships. Therefore, even if she saw the Tianqin coming at a speed faster than that of an ordinary level 6 civilization, she was only surprised and didn't take it too seriously. However, the one she called Sister Ing was more cautious, because she knew what 256 times the warp speed meant, so she heard her say, I've told you many times, Erna, although the fleet is fancy, some civilizations are still capable, like the one coming now. You are right. This warship must be the flagship of these guys. Erna nodded to show that she understood, but then she said, Sister Yao, it seems that I was too lenient before. They don't seem to have learned their lesson. You see, their spaceships have not stopped mining. Just now, they destroyed a planet, and they don't take our ban seriously at all. Why don't you let me teach them a lesson, Sister Yao? Don't worry, I know the limits. I will just go in to scare them. I won't kill them. Erna felt that since Sister Ing had only issued a warning before, it meant that Sister Ing wanted to negotiate with the other party. If she wanted to negotiate, she certainly couldn't destroy the other party's flagship. The reason why she was asked to destroy those spaceships before was mainly because those spaceships were only detection spaceships, not the ones that made decisions. The Tiannu civilization wanted to make these guys, who didn't know the rules, follow the rules, so they naturally had to establish their authority. She had done so before, but it didn't seem to work well, so Erna felt that it was her responsibility. If she could do it again, she would definitely not hold back and destroy the fleet that was developing resources in front. The fleet that Erna was thinking of that was developing resources was obviously the fleet of the Gut civilization, and they had just blown up a planet. This behavior was obviously a response to the declaration of the Tiannu civilization under the instruction of the Great Voyage Organization. Wei waved her hand in the void, signaling Erna to stay calm. At the same time, she was also using the eye of the Tiannu to observe the rapidly approaching Tianqin. After a while, Wei said in the communication channel, Erna, do you know what 256 times the speed of light means? Erna, it's just a little faster than an ordinary level 6 civilization, no big deal. Ya nodded in agreement, but still said, it's really no big deal, but you must also know that an ordinary level 6 civilization cannot reach that warp speed level, which means that the civilization to which this flagship belongs is a civilization with unique technology. And you should have seen that the construction style of this flagship is completely different from the more than 100 ships you destroyed before, and it is also different from the group of ships in front that are mining resources. This means that they are likely from different civilizations. They are an organization composed of multiple civilizations, and this flagship seems to be the flagship of the most powerful civilization in this organization. This was meant to make Erna realize the special nature of the ship, but she still said, that's great, sister, wait here for me to bring their leader over, and they will behave themselves. Erna was already imagining the scene of herself being teleported to the other warship through the precise positioning of the eye of the goddess, just like she had moved to the exploration ship before. Although she didn't know what the group of starfish were saying, she could understand their shocked emotions. She enjoyed that emotion. In her opinion, those weak creatures driving warships should look up to the celestial civilization. But those starfish are too ugly. There shouldn't be such ugly intelligent life forms in the universe. They are indeed creatures from a small place. They are simply evil, Erna thought. Her thoughts were interrupted by Wei's voice. Okay, Erna, come with me to meet this flagship, and Qian, let's go. The form of the life forms on this warship is a bit interesting. Hey, they stopped. Did they discover us? Interesting, interesting. The voice of the three women gradually became smaller and smaller until it became a mutter that only she could hear. Then she entered the warp speed directly on the spot and headed for the Lyra at 213 times the warp speed. The Qian and Erna she mentioned followed. Perhaps there was still some distance, so they did not choose to jump directly to the Lyra. The three people of the Tiannu civilization walked about 0.7 light years in the void. At this time, the three of them just arrived about 4 light years away from the Lyra. At this time, a series of system prompt parameters appeared in Wei's mind. Eye of the Goddess authorization confirmation completed. Authorization completed. Network allocation target. Holy Left Envoy Wei, Holy Side Guard Qian, Holy Side Guard Erna, Trainee. The first star zone system has completed the target link. Analysis is in progress. Analysis is completed. Four-dimensional space mapping calculation is completed. Please confirm that the target three-dimensional coordinates have been confirmed. The target three-dimensional coordinates have been confirmed. The network allocation target four-dimensional data has been completed. The target three-dimensional coding has begun. 7%, 23%, 58%, 87% have been completed. The four-dimensional network is initialized. The four-dimensional channel is being built and has been completed. Three-dimensional space distance. 3.7745688715 light years. The four-dimensional channel has been opened and the transmission has begun. A bunch of parameters appeared in an instant. It seemed a lot, but in fact, it took only a breath from beginning to end. When the parameters for starting transmission appeared, the figures of Wei, Qian, and Erta rose in an instant, and then turned into phantoms or three-dimensional projections. Then, the three projections were seen at an unreasonable speed, directly crossing the distance of 3.7745688715 light years in the three-dimensional universe, and heading straight for the bridge of the Tianqin. Chapter 1141. The Silver Heart Civilization guessed correctly. The way Erna went to them to detect the interior of the spacecraft was indeed four-dimensional technology. And now, the three beings of the Time Civilization are also using the same method to jump into the interior of the Tianqin. The purpose of the Holy Left Envoy Way is very simple, that is, to jump into the interior of the Tianqin and give this flagship a big show of strength, so that they know that they must abide by the rules of the Time Civilization when they come to the Andromeda Galaxy. In fact, when they first discovered the Tianqin, Wei also thought that these guys were too arrogant. After Erna destroyed more than 100 spacecraft, they dared not listen to advice, and continued to bomb the planet. She originally wanted to go directly over and destroy the fleet of the Gus civilization, leaving a deep impression on this civilization organization from some unknown galaxy. But when the Lyra entered the observation range of the Eye of the Goddess of Heaven, she found that the individual life on this flagship was so similar to the Goddess of Heaven civilization. Although they did not have tails, their bodies were very similar. Especially some individual life. They also had the same exquisite body as the Goddess of Heaven civilization, but the color was not good. But this was enough to make Wei curious. When she saw humans through the Eye of the Goddess, she even thought she had made a wrong judgment. These guys were not from the extragalactic galaxy, but a technological civilization under the rule of a certain goddess civilization. But the starfish-like aliens she had seen before, and the ugly bodies in the Gus civilization fleet, kept telling her that these guys were ugly creatures from the extragalactic galaxy. Out of curiosity, Wei decided to step into the flagship to ask them, and by the way, to give these guys a warning. She wanted to use her actions to tell this somewhat stubborn civilization. In front of the goddess civilization, warships are just clumsy things and cannot protect the weak you. Perhaps because she was really confident in the Eye of the Goddess, Wei was not worried that she would not be able to jump onto the Lyra, so she even sent a broadcast to the Lyra when she started to jump. Haha, 256 times the speed of light. Interesting. No wonder you can cross the galaxy to come here. Now you are qualified to let us know the name of your civilization. Catch the leader first. Wei thought that the warship with a fancy appearance was the flagship of this unknown civilization organization, so as long as she jumped onto the flagship, this organization would be honest. This is just like the once arrogant civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy. As long as the leaders of those civilizations see that their lives may be taken away by the Tiannu civilization at any time, they will immediately change from arrogant to obedient. All civilizations that use warships as their core and battle force are the same. When facing the situation of the Tiannu civilization directly breaking into the warships, they will become vulnerable. In Wei's opinion, a civilization that needs to rely on warships even to step into the starry sky is too weak to be vulnerable. Even if there is memory resurrection technology, it will be useless, because if a fight really breaks out, the Tiannu civilization will directly kill to its civilization headquarters and stand directly in front of the headquarters database. No matter how tough those civilizations are, as long as they see the people of Time civilization standing in front of their headquarters database, they will crawl at the feet of Time civilization and sing Conquer. Well, after listening to the civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy singing Conquer, it's not bad to listen to the civilization of the Outer Galaxy singing for a change of taste. I think this civilization with a similar sacred form should also communicate through sound waves. I wonder if there is such a song in their culture. The Holy Left Envoy of Time civilization couldn't help but think before making a space jump. Maybe there is. I don't know how their vocal system is. Hey, the aliens in the outer galaxy are really troublesome. They don't even have a unified form. TSK, if there is no unified form, there must be no unified language. It's really barbaric. While they were evaluating the Great Voyage organization in their hearts, Wei, Erna, and Quian crossed the void through the four-dimensional channel and stepped accurately onto the bridge of the Lyra. The space jump was completed quickly. However, after completing the space jump, Wei, Quian, and Erna, the three people from the celestial civilization, were all stunned. Quian, what's going on? Is there a deviation in the positioning of the Eye of the Celestial? It's impossible. How could the Eye of the Celestial be wrong? But what's going on with this empty void? Erna, foolish civilization, are you ready to welcome the glorious and noble civilization of the sacred left envoy Wei, the source of the sacred life? Huh? Where is this? Starry sky? What's going on? Positioning deviation? Impossible. Yao? Question mark. Yao also had a big question mark in her mind. At first, she thought that the legend of the Eye of the Goddess had deviated, but as a sacred flanker, she soon found something wrong, because after she found that she had not been teleported to the interior of the Lyra, she immediately enabled the authority to conduct a data self-check on this jump. It turned out that there was no problem. The three of them did jump to the designated coordinates, but it was obvious that this coordinate was not inside the flagship. Realizing that something was wrong, Wei immediately connected to the Eye of the Goddess again, and scanned the situation near her star field through the perspective of the Eye of the Goddess, trying to find the location of the Lyra. She did find the location of the Lyra, and also saw the situation of the bridge inside the Lyra from the perspective of the Eye of the Goddess. Hey, what kind of technology is this? Interesting, you can actually avoid our space jump, unknown civilization. You have successfully aroused my curiosity. I was thinking, it turns out that there is such a skill. No wonder you are still stubborn when you know that Erna has set foot on those exploration spacecrafts. It turns out that you have some tricks. It seems that this is where your confidence lies. I don't know how many times you can hide. Yao slowly turned her body floating in the void, and faced the direction of the Lyra. Her words also became broadcast information, and were received by the Lyra. At this moment, the Lyra stopped 0.7 light-years in front of her, Almost at the same time as the message was received, a message from the Lyra was also broadcast to the three people of the Tiannu civilization. The Tiannu civilization, so majestic and arrogant, they are aggressive without meeting each other, and they even destroyed the spacecraft of our organization. Now they jump into our warship without saying a word. Do you really think that our Great Voyage organization is made of mud? How many times can you hide? You can try to jump over again, but before you jump over again, we think it is necessary to remind you. If you make any more rash moves, you will die. Life and death are all in your mind. We have just arrived in the Andromeda Galaxy, and have no intention of being enemies with your indigenous civilization. This time we have given you a chance, so don't say I didn't warn you. Once such tit-for-tat words came out, the atmosphere between the two sides should have become tense. But surprisingly, such words actually amused the three people of the Tian civilization. After hearing the reply from the Tianqin, they actually laughed wantonly. It was not laughing on their internal communication channel, but turning their laughs into information that the Great Voyage organization could recognize and broadcast in the starry sky. Of course, the people on the Tianqin could not hear their laughter, nor could they understand it, because although the Tiannu civilization's form was similar to that of humans, they were genuine aliens. However, they could understand the laughter translated by the translation system. After all, the two sides had established effective communication. Chapter 1142. It's ridiculous. What small place are you from? You are so ignorant. You even warned us shamelessly. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Let me slow down. I don't know if it's because I haven't been amused for a long time, but I laughed so hard that I fell backwards. Erna beside her also laughed. Kuyin sent out a space broadcast. She seemed a little angry that humans called the Tiannu civilization indigenous, ignorant aliens. How dare you speak so rudely? As she said that, she was about to make another space jump. Wei did not stop her, but pretended to be watching a good show, because she was also curious about how long this arrogant flagship could last. Having lived too long, the passion is no longer what it used to be, but it is still very happy to watch a good show. Kuyin teleported again, and the target was still the Tianqin command center. However, the result was obviously the same as last time, and the Tianqin easily dodged it. Wei and Erna, who were originally watching the show with a playful look, were surprised to find that the Tianqin reappeared not far away after dodging, but was right in front of their faces. 3.7 light-years, which is beyond the farthest quantum macro-tunneling distance of Tianqin, but it is within the observation range of the third-person perspective. This is due to the fact that after humans reach the 6th level of civilization, they have made a major upgrade to their individual spiritual consciousness. Therefore, the space jump of the three guys of Tiannu civilization can be seen clearly. Although the jump of Tiannu civilization is based on the 4th dimension, it is still too slow for humans. Tianqin can send Qian on the road just now, if it wants. But the Tianqin's target is not just Qian, but also includes the obviously leading Yao and Erna who destroyed the Inqin civilization exploration spacecraft. The reason is simple. The two are now standing together. Quantum exile cannot continuously strike in a short period of time, and needs to be recharged. Small-scale strikes can be used multiple times. This is the disadvantage of quantum exile, that humans cannot fire continuously against a single ship after defeating the electronic warship. They have specially upgraded it. Now, if the range of quantum exile is not large and the stored energy is not exhausted at one time, it can carry out multiple small-scale strikes. But if the Tianqin hit Qian first, the two would be prepared, and it might take some effort. So humans decided to make a big move to get rid of these three guys once and for all. In fact, when the three people jumped over, the Tianqin could have used a quantum banishment to the three people just like it did to the electronic warships. After all, from the perspective of humans, the preparation time for the space jump of these three people was still too long, and they could not keep up with the speed of the Tianqin. However, humans still planned to give these three guys another chance at that time. After all, the Great Voyage organization came to the Andromeda Galaxy not to start a war, but to serve as a transit station for the Great Voyage, to find the pioneers' footprints, and then continue on the road. Based on this principle, it would be best to avoid conflicts with local civilizations. Moreover, this time civilization is likely to be the overlord of the Andromeda Galaxy. Looking at their space jump technology, you can see that ordinary level 6 civilizations are not their opponents at all. If you want to avoid being jumped into the warship by the Tiannu civilization, the most effective way is to have some kind of teleportation method like the Tianqin. Conventional warships can also achieve this by quickly changing speeds, but the chance is much smaller, and at least you have to observe when the other party jumps. Otherwise the Tiannu civilization can just watch your performance from a distance, and wait until you are tired of performing, and then she will jump over. Of course, there may be other ways, but without exception, they must have special technology, otherwise they will only be crushed in front of the technology of the Tiannu civilization. It is not difficult to guess why the Tiannu civilization said that driving a warship is a gimmick. However, this time, they were once again amazed by the Tianqin. 63,240 astronomical units. Tianqin had just flashed over through quantum macro tunneling, and Wei and Erna used the Tiannu Eye to determine the distance between themselves and the flowing warship. Hee, so brave, you have some skills, but let's stop here. Wei put away her playful smile. Although she was laughing so hard just now, she had been observing the Tianqin through the Tiannu Eye. The reason why she did not stop Qian's action was that she wanted to see what the teleportation of this warship that made her curious was like. However, the movement of the Lyra surprised her again, because at the moment when the Lyra teleported, the Eye of the Goddess, which had always been successful, could not see the teleportation process of the Lyra. You know, the Eye of the Goddess has a 4-dimensional perspective, but it can't see it. The playful smile on Wei's face faded, and was replaced by a serious expression. She had decided to capture this warship, and find out what this teleportation method was. The Andromeda Galaxy would never allow any technology that could threaten the civilization of the goddess. Erna! I know Sister Ing. Erna understood instantly. She knew Ing was serious, so she had to cooperate. The two of them thought, and activated the space jump function of the Eye of the Goddess again. However, they were faster, and the attack of the Lyra came faster. At the moment when the two of them launched the space jump, in the quantum world, they could not see. Clang dong. The energy that the Lyra had charged for the quantum exile attack was like a flood that had been opened, and it poured into the microscopic world instantly. Under the control of the quantum exile device of the Lyra, this energy turned into a giant hand in the microcosm. This hand held a pick and fiercely plucking at a group of basic string structures hidden in a certain microscopic 6-dimensional Calabayao space. At this moment, the microscopic world of this empty area boiled up instantly, as if a sensitive string of the world was touched. The vibration of the string swayed from the microscopic 6-dimensional Calabayao space, and then mapped to the entire 3-dimensional macroscopic space with a diameter of 10,000 astronomical units within a Planck time. From microscopic to macroscopic, This process took another Planck time. Then, in the next Planck time, the entire three-dimensional space with a diameter of 63,240 astronomical units suddenly appeared a series of microscopic giant mouths. Those giant mouths that seemed to come from the microscopic abyss spread from microscopic to macroscopic, covering the entire void. The sky collapsed silently. The macroscopic void seemed to have turned into another world at this moment, as if it was covered by the bizarre microcosm, but after only one Planck time, these microscopic giant mouths shrank back. This was a full-strength attack from the Lyra. The attack range covered the three people of the Tiannu civilization, and one shot restored the world to peace. Not only the three people of the Tiannu civilization, but even the dust in this void was completely swallowed up by the large-scale attack of the Lyra. Chapter 1143. Even the neutron battle star and the galaxy behind the Tianjin could not help but pause. The Shinju civilization on the neutron battle star was fine. After all, it was the second time they saw humans use quantum exile strikes, but the people of the Injin civilization on the galaxy were the first time. Although it looked like a cannon hitting a mosquito, the Injin civilization knew very well that they were not mosquitoes, but three powerful individuals who could make ultra-long space jumps at will. And such powerful individuals were killed instantly by the Tianjin. They didn't even have time to evade or escape through space jumps. The Silver Heart civilization knew what this meant, which meant that the speed of this attack by human civilization was far faster than the space jumps of the Tiannu civilization. Too powerful. We are not here to support the enemy, but to witness the power of the Tianjin at the same time. In an unknown quantum world. Sister, where are you, sister? Erna first felt that the starry sky disappeared, and then she found that no matter which direction she looked from, she could only see countless reflections or fragments of herself, or she could only see a series of bizarre scenes that were completely incomprehensible. She didn't know where she was, nor where the woman who had just been beside her had gone. She tried to connect to the Eye of the Goddess again, but it was obvious that there was no way to connect. This was something she couldn't imagine, because she had never encountered such a thing since she was born. The Eye of the Goddess had never failed. She panicked when she encountered this situation for the first time, but she couldn't do anything except panic. She sadly found that she couldn't even move except thinking. Although she had ordered the built-in engine to run at full speed to extract energy to make herself move, she still couldn't move even a little. But the magical thing is that when she didn't move with any effort, she actually felt like she was floating in the distance. She knew it was an illusion given to her by this place. What is going on? Where did the starry sky go? Where did Sister Ing go? Have I been abandoned by the Eye of the Goddess? It's impossible. Could it be that the transmission of the Eye of the Goddess went wrong and brought me to an unknown space? Erna was thinking about various possibilities, but she could only think about them. She had no idea what was going on. She was not a scientist, and she didn't know how to explore the reasons for all these changes. After thinking for an unknown period of time, Erna felt that her mind had become somewhat muddled, because in her subconscious, countless years had passed. I can still think, I am still alive, but I can't seem to feel my body. Maybe it's because I haven't moved for too long. What on earth is this place? In fact, objects exiled by quantum are not immobile. The electronic warships could move back then, but they just needed to resist the quantum tide. The reason why Erna couldn't move was that the energy she drove herself was not strong enough, so she was like being stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move. But it was a good thing that she couldn't move, because the one who could move had been swallowed up by the quantum tide. That was the sister Yao she mentioned. Yao, like her, found that her connection with the Eye of the Goddess was broken after being hit by the quantum exile. But Yao was stronger than Erna. After she realized that she seemed to be trapped in an unknown space, she thought about how to escape, so she sailed with all her strength. So she was in tragedy. The surging quantum tide washed directly at her. The microscopic technology of the goddess civilization was completely inferior to the Reaper, so Yao didn't even know how she died. The quantum tide generated from the microscopic structure of her body directly decomposed her, and then her structure disappeared with the disappearance of the quantum tide, assimilated into a part of the microscopic world. Even her spiritual consciousness could not survive. Under the impact of the quantum tide, it directly faded into the most basic unit of the universe and disappeared completely. The Eye of the Goddess, based on the four-dimensional perspective, could not see into the things of the microscopic world. Different fields meant that they could not see into it, just like humans, who master the relevant means of attacking the microscopic world, could not enter the four-dimensional space. She was so weak that she didn't even leave a last word. Qian, who was 0.7 light-years away from them, couldn't escape this disaster either, because the attack was launched by Tianjin with all her strength, and its range was very wide. 63,240 astronomical units is equivalent to 1 light-year. If placed in the solar system, this range is equivalent to a spherical range with the solar system as the center and the Oort cloud as the boundary. This is the most powerful attack method of Tianqin, which is a range attack. One shot can kill all targets in the entire star system. This is the powerful strength of a 6th-level civilization with unique technology. It can be said that the number of fleets is useless in the face of this special technology. The mode of clustered warships and warship shooting is already an era behind the Tianqin. Qian also died. She was not completely locked in the quantum world like the other two. Instead, she was pulled into different microscopic spaces in the process of being pulled into the quantum world. Therefore, her body was divided into several parts in this process, and so was her mind. The time was too short. She didn't even feel any pain. In just one Planck time, her consciousness fell into darkness forever, and her death was painless. The 3 people died in different ways, but as the initiator of the quantum exile attack, human civilization did not know why it happened, and even humans did not know what happened to the 3 people after being hit. I don't know why Qian was decomposed during the microscopic swallowing process, and I don't know why the others were swallowed whole, let alone adjusting the parameters to adjust the proportion. Humans only know how to accumulate power and pluck the strings. What do you think? This sentence was said by humans, and the target was neutron battlestar and galaxy, which had already gathered near the Tianqin. The people of the Xinju civilization and Ancient civilization on the 2 warships knew what the humans were asking, because just a moment ago, humans shared the movement methods of individual lives of the Tiannu civilization that they observed to the Special Information Sharing Library of the Great Voyage Organization. This is a shared information library established by the Great Voyage Organization, with 4 server nodes, respectively on the flagships of 4 special technological civilizations. Other level 6 civilizations within the communication range can also share data through cloud links. We may be able to dodge, but it's not easy to hit them if they all fight in this way. The first to reply was not the Xinju civilization and the Ancient civilization, but the Awakener Huan, who also saw the battle data of the Tian civilization. After seeing the battle data shared by humans, the Awakener Huan felt very tricky. He knew that what humans could observe, he could also observe, but it was hard to say whether he could dodge. The Awakener battleship did not have the teleportation ability of the Tianqin. The same is true for the attack method. Although the attack of the Awakener is accurate and efficient, it is still a means of conventional level 6 civilization. However, the Great Voyage Organization currently does not have combat data on the Tian civilization against conventional level 6 civilization attack methods, so the Awakener One is not sure what the situation will be like when fighting the Tian civilization. Don't underestimate it. As a matter of urgency, we should send more probes to explore the Andromeda Galaxy. We must figure out where the Tian civilization relies on its space jump ability. The Ancient civilization stated. You mean that the space jump ability of the Tian civilization does not come from their individual bodies? The Xinju civilization also broke the silence. Chapter 1144. The data provided by human civilization shows that the space jump ability of the Tiannu civilization is a 4-dimensional technology. You have also seen the 4-dimensional fragment zone between the Milky Way and Andromeda. The 4-dimensional space has only one set of physical rules. We can't enter the 4-dimensional space at all. On the galaxy, the new leadership of the Ancient Alliance responded to the Xinju civilization, while also introducing the current situation to other civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization. They continued on the public channel. I don't think that kind of great power can be mastered by an individual life, even if they specialize in individual enhancement routes. First of all, to master the 4-dimensional jump, we have to solve the problem of different rules of 4-dimensional space. We are all born in 3-dimensional life forms. Unless we can study a way to upgrade ourselves to 4-dimensional life forms, we think it is impossible to do it. However, the fact is that the Tian civilization not only did it, but also performed multi-dimensional space jumps, which is obviously not in line with common sense. Of course, it may also be a special technology, but special technology should not be so exaggerated. And even if it is a special technology, a simple calculation shows that the energy required for a 4-dimensional jump must be huge. How can it be easy to open a 4-dimensional space channel? However, the Tiannu civilization can jump as a single life form. This is something we still don't understand. Where do the individual lives of the Tiannu civilization get so much energy? The leaders of a group of civilizations looked at the story of the Ancient civilization and nodded secretly. It was indeed so. Compared with the 4 characteristic technological civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization, we can see which civilization's characteristic technological creations took tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years to create, and the maintenance cost is huge. Although only 3 individual lives of the Tiannu civilization have appeared so far, we can see the big picture from the small details. Judging from the behavior of the Tian civilization, even if they are not the overlord of the Andromeda Galaxy, they are definitely one of the top civilizations. Especially the idea of not allowing other civilizations to exploit materials at will, and the idea of not destroying the beautiful universe and nature at will, is simply an act of hindering the Great Voyage. It seems that this time the task of finding the traces of the pioneer's Great Voyage will face great challenges. We also think that the explanation is unreasonable, but we do not rule out the possibility that it is the special technology of the Tian civilization. Just because we can't do it doesn't mean that other civilizations can't do it. On the Tianqin, Yuan also expressed his opinion on behalf of human civilization. Based on the information currently available, there are only 2 possibilities for the 4-dimensional jump technology of the Tiannu civilization. One is their special technology, and the other is some kind of 7th-level civilization creation. To be honest, we hope it is the former. If it is a special skill, it should not be that difficult to deal with. After all, special technology is a technology developed by a race with some kind of extraordinary talent. Generally, it can develop a technology that surpasses the 6th-level civilization technology. For the Tiannu civilization, it is the 4-dimensional jump technology. Now it seems that this technology is no match for the Tianqin. But if it was created by some 7th-level civilization, there would be many more variables. Who knows if that 7th-level civilization has other functions? Thinking of this, Yuan couldn't help but ponder, could it be that the energy that supports the individual of the Tiannu civilization to perform the ship-slashing tachyon lightsaber is also provided by the 7th-level civilization? Provide the required energy to individual life through the 4-dimensional space node? Is there such an exaggerated technology? Thinking of this, he shook his head again, thinking that this explanation was a bit far-fetched. Should all things that cannot be explained be attributed to the 7th-level civilization? But everything is possible. Sometimes the more you don't believe something, the more real it is. So if it is really a level 7 civilization creation, how powerful must it be to make the Tian civilization so arrogant? And this is the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. The Tian civilization can even make space jumps at will in such a place. From the small to the big, doesn't it mean that the creation covers the entire Andromeda Galaxy? Hiss. Thinking of this, Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. 4-dimensional space. Could the 4-dimensional space fragment area encountered before be related to the technology of the Tiannu civilization? Just after encountering the 4-dimensional space fragment, he came to the Andromeda Galaxy and encountered a Tiannu civilization that mastered 4-dimensional jumps. He muttered, the Tianqin was still too strong. It would be better if one of the 3 people from the Tiannu civilization could be captured alive for questioning. The leader of the Shinju civilization replied with a fluctuating voice, Don't, those guys are very dangerous. We have no idea how to deal with them now. After the battle on the Tianqin ended, the leaders of several civilizations were connected to the virtual office for face-to-face communication. Yuan's muttering was naturally translated into the language information of other civilizations. We need more information about the Tian civilization and the situation of the civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, otherwise we will be in an extremely passive situation. The leader of the Shinju civilization felt a lot of pressure, because after obtaining the battle data of the Tian civilization, scientists in various fields within the civilization also analyzed it. The main purpose is to analyze the situation in which the neutron battlestar can jump from the 4-dimensional space to the inside of the warship. The conclusion they came to is similar to what the Awakener civilization said before, that it can be avoided, but it is not sure whether it can be avoided all the time. After all, the neutron battlestar also has a similar means of teleportation, which is the elastic jumping displacement in space, but it is a bit cumbersome and not as fast as the Lyra. In addition, the observation ability of the neutron battlestar is not as strong as that of humans and Awakeners. It can only judge whether the other party has launched a space jump through the space fluctuations that appear when the 4-dimensional space channel is opened. However, the space fluctuations that appear in the jump of the Tian civilization are not large because the individuals are too small. Even the Shinju civilization that masters the special technology of the gravity field can hardly guarantee that it can detect it every time. The emergence of the Tian civilization's fighting style has caused headaches for the Shinju civilization, which has always fought with large quantities and great strength to eliminate violence. They are now thankful that they are on a long voyage with human civilization. If they go alone, they may be defeated in the Andromeda Galaxy. However, some Shinju civilization scientists believe that the neutron battlestar has a way to defend against the space jump of the Tian civilization. They believe that the neutron battle star may be defended by some kind of gravitational strangulation, but the specific operation method must be studied by the engineers and scientists who built the neutron battle star. Upgrade or patch a certain function. Gravity itself has the property of penetrating all spatial dimensions. Although it behaves differently in different dimensions, as long as they study it carefully, they firmly believe that the great Shinju civilization can do this and patch the neutron battle star. It is nothing more than adding another branch of scientific research work to the Shinju Civilization Academy of Sciences. At present, it seems that this matter is imperative. This view is agreed by many scientists of the Shinju civilization, so they immediately announce to the other three civilizations with special technologies. The top priority is to explore the Andromeda Galaxy and learn more about the Tian civilization. During this period, we can patch the neutron battle star. Obviously, after learning some information about the Tian civilization, the Shinju civilization did not want to take risks with the neutron battle star. Chapter 1145. But some things cannot be avoided just because you don't want to. If the Divine Matrix civilization follows its own ideas, as long as the neutron battle star is not patched, it will never fight. This is definitely not possible. As far as the current situation is concerned, if there is a large-scale conflict with the Tiannu civilization, the Great Voyage Organization will have to rely on the four major technological civilizations, and they will have to go. Of course, this time after the Tianqin went out to silence the witnesses, the fight should not start so quickly, at least the Great Voyage Organization thinks so. All three life forms of the Tiannu civilization were wiped out, and no other people from the Tiannu civilization have been found in this star field, which means that they should have no one else here. After all, according to the attitude of the Tiannu civilization, if they still have the power here, they will definitely not sit idly by. What the Great Voyage Organization is worried about now is that the four-dimensional jump belongs to a certain central system, and the people of the Tiannu civilization can make space jumps here at will, which may be the result of the coverage of that network system. If that is the case, there must be a network node here. Based on this consideration, the human leadership on the Tianqin reached a consensus with the Shinju civilization, the Inqin civilization, and the Awakener after some communication. First, all civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization must dispatch their own exploration fleets to the spiral arms of the Andromeda Galaxy to collect information about the Andromeda Galaxy. The exploration fleet has three goals. One is to explore the traces of the pioneers, the second is to explore the intelligence of the Tiannu civilization, and the third is the situation of other civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy. In this process, the distribution of various forces in the Andromeda Galaxy must also be ascertained, which is related to the future strategy of the Great Voyage Organization. If there are other powerful forces, then perhaps they can join forces with them to create the Tiannu civilization. If not, they have to find another way. Knowing the enemy is a must. In addition, in order to deal with possible situations in the future, the Great Voyage Organization has to make a lot of preparations. For example, the star map of the Andromeda Galaxy is drawn. In the universe, the star map is a map, which is something that interstellar civilizations must have no matter what they do. To draw an accurate star map, it is necessary to understand the operating status of each star, and even various dark stars in the Andromeda Galaxy. This is undoubtedly a huge project. It will take a long time to observe and explore each star through the Great Voyage Organization. So is there any way to speed up this process? Of course there is, as long as we find other civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy and ask them to hand over the star map data. As the native civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy, they cannot have no star map. These few tasks alone are enough to keep the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization busy for a long time. Secondly, the fleet construction. The Great Voyage Organization must restore its combat effectiveness as soon as possible. For now, the fleet has two roles. One is to act together with its own exploration fleet to ensure the safety of its own fleet during the exploration of the Andromeda Galaxy. The second is to protect its own civilization. Even though the combat effectiveness of the Tian civilization seems to be beyond the control of conventional warships, the sense of security given to each civilization with or without a fleet is still different. Finally, there is the issue of the safety of each civilization headquarters. Many civilizations believe that this place had been discovered by the Tiannu civilization, and it was not wise to continue staying in this star field. If they wanted to restore their fleets, it would be best to find another place and create a small universe to hide their main body of civilization, so as to avoid being killed by the Tiannu civilization in the main body of civilization in the event of a war in the future. Their concerns were not without reason, but when they really had to find a place to open up a small universe, Few civilizations dared to go too far, because they still felt that it was safer to stay with a few special technological civilizations. As for the four characteristic technological civilizations, human civilization, Shinju civilization, Ancient civilization, and Awakener civilization, after reaching a consensus, in addition to launching operations against the Andromeda Galaxy with other ordinary level 6 civilizations, they are planning fleet matters. They consider more things than ordinary level 6 civilizations, especially after encountering Tian's civilization. Human civilization is already discussing the possibility of building a second Tianqin. Of course, the complete version of Tianqin cannot be built, because Tianqin's teleportation, the ability is not human technology, but the Pioneer's special technology, and so is the 256 times warp speed. So even if humans want to copy the Lyra, it can only be a low-profile version of the Lyra, that is, a warship equipped with a third-person driving mode and quantum exile strike. Humans are now studying the possibility of manufacturing a second or even a third quantum exile strike device. Quantum exile strike is indeed a technology mastered by humans, but it is not easy to build another one. It is impossible to directly plug it into the existing consciousness link warship. A new ship must be built according to many designs of the Lyra. The key is to take maintenance costs into account. According to the assessment of various departments of human civilization can indeed build a low-profile version of the Tianqin, but considering the maintenance cost, it can only reduce the number of conventional warships accordingly. This problem is not a big deal. Anyway, if we continue to sail far, we must implement the elite troop strategy, and we can reduce the number of conventional warships. However, the assessment department immediately raised another question, which is the time cost of manufacturing. They clearly told the military that they should forget about it within 20,000 years. It's not a big problem, and the long voyage can't be rushed anyway. While human civilization was planning for the future, the Shinju civilization also had this round of discussions. The topic they discussed was also the possibility of building a new neutron battle star, but the topic was rejected as soon as it was proposed, because they really couldn't afford the energy consumption of the second neutron battle star on the long voyage. The Shinju civilization did not force it, and instead focused on discussing how to complete the neutron battle star's attack and defense capabilities against the four-dimensional space. The Ancient civilization, which witnessed the means of the Tian civilization and was also a victim, was determined to build a second galaxy, but they also had to face the problems of maintenance costs and construction time like humans, which was even more difficult than humans. Because humans still have their own unique technology, and the Silver Heart civilization built the galaxy entirely by relying on another race's talent in three-dimensional shuttle technology. But this cannot stop them from being obsessed with owning a second galaxy. The Awakener civilization is worried. They also want to improve their mobility, but they don't have such talent or opportunities like humans. Now the only way left is to continue to expand the Awakener fleet. This feeling is not good. Many Awakeners complain to Huan that they are just super soldiers in the Great Voyage organization. It feels bad and helpless to see that others have the channels to improve, but I don't. The Awakener civilization actually envied the human quantum exile strike special technology and tried to understand it, but the human civilization generously revealed the principle of the special technology, including how to achieve it, and the Awakeners just couldn't understand it. It was really helpless. The Awakener Huan finally couldn't help it, and made a tactful request to the human civilization. He wanted to buy a set of quantum exile strike equipment from humans. After some discussion, the human side agreed to his request, but not to sell it, but to give it away. A set of special technology equipment and maintenance instructions were given, but it would take time. Humans believed that the Awakeners could understand the maintenance instructions, just like they could understand how to maintain the Pioneer's special technology equipment. Human civilization still knows how to be grateful. If it weren't for the Awakener's civilization's care, human civilization would not be what it is today. Chapter 1146. But it also takes time, and the Awakeners are estimated to have to wait for tens of thousands of years. After the Awakener Huan proposed the need for a set of quantum exile equipment, humans changed their assembly strategy and gave priority to providing a set of equipment to the Awakener civilization. The Awakeners have realized their shortcomings in attack and realized that their special technology is still a little bit inferior to the more abnormal special technology. In the past, they thought that their super dodge ability was almost invincible, so they behaved very arrogantly after coming to the Milky Way, and then they were beaten by the electronic warships, so that the number of Awakeners decreased sharply. Now that they have encountered this kind of civilization that can teleport, the Awakeners really have no words to say. Finally, they could not help but ask for help from human civilization. And the generosity of humans also made them feel relieved, secretly thinking that they were not wrong. Human civilization is indeed the best partner for their great voyage. After experiencing these things, the Awakener civilization is now very concerned about the ruins of other level 6 civilizations. They feel that they also need to try their luck more. Maybe they can get the special technological products left by a civilization like humans. Of course, this kind of thing can only rely on luck, and it is most practical to wait for humans to build a set of equipment for themselves. During this period, the work of the Awakeners is to expand their population and strengthen their own strength. To this end, they must also venture to the spiral arms of the Andromeda galaxy to find the fallen civilization. Seeing that the Awakeners have set off, other level 6 civilizations have also dispatched their fleets and headed in their respective selected directions. At the same time, the construction of the small universe planned by each civilization is also in full swing. Except for a few unsociable level 6 civilizations that ran to other spiral arms to build, other civilizations chose to stay with their own special technological civilizations. Just like the Dia civilization, they go wherever humans go. When humans want to build a small universe, they also take the initiative to come up and say that they want to live in the same small universe with humans, and take the initiative to undertake most of the construction tasks. Humans have promised the Awakeners to build them a set of quantum exile equipment, and almost the entire civilization's engineering force has been invested in it. The Dia civilization's move just makes up for the lack of human engineering force. Although the quantum exile device is only a set of equipment, it requires the resources and construction power of the entire human civilization to be concentrated to build it. Almost all engineers in related fields must participate in the construction. Most of the engineering cannot be replaced by strong artificial intelligence, because strong artificial intelligence does not understand it at all. It stands to reason that technological equipment must be mass-produced, but the reason why it is so difficult is that this kind of thing should not be mastered by a level 6 civilization. Humans, like other civilizations with unique technologies, rely entirely on their own race's talents in a certain field of technology, just like creating a wonder. The same is true for the Shinju civilization's creation of the neutron battle star. It seems to be just a pile of mass, but the core of the neutron battle star is not its turtle-like shell, but its control center. How to make materials that can withstand the core pressure of the neutron battle star, how to wire in the neutron star material, place control equipment, etc. These operations are the most difficult, and are also the reason why it takes so long to make a neutron battle star. In fact, when it comes to the stage of material stacking, that is, the fiery alchemy scene that humans and Dia civilization saw in the past, it is already the end of the construction of the neutron battlestar project. As for why the Awakener's consciousness link warship can be mass-produced, in fact, it is not their characteristic technology product, but their characteristic technology byproduct. Their characteristic technology is actually a dream machine. After dominating the Triangulum galaxy for so many years, they have not built many of them. Currently, their dream machines are only in the Awakener warships at the battle captain level. Even so, they gave one to humans, which is really generous. However, their dream machines are quite special. They are basically used to awaken fallen civilizations and transform them into their own people. Only humans, who are born with third-person dreams, can directly use them to cultivate the ability to control dreams. No matter from which aspect, humans need to return the favor. Having said that, killing 3 individual lives of the Tiannu civilization on the Tianqin did buy some time for the Great Voyage organization to develop, allowing everyone to take a breather and continue to mine resources on a large scale and carry out small universe construction projects. Time passed year after year, and the vision of the Great Voyage organization continued to expand with the passage of time. Because the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization sent out not only exploration spacecraft, but also warships, engineering spacecraft, etc., they basically searched for a star system every 20 light years, and set up a communication network there. Interstellar communication facilities, that is a technology derived from the 6th level civilization. They can build interstellar communication equipment that orbits the star in the outer layer of the star's chromosphere. It belongs to the Tachyon communication facilities. This large communication equipment can automatically draw energy from the star to maintain its working state, so the 6th level civilization can achieve low latency communication of more than 20 light years. This kind of thing is rare in the Milky Way because the environment of the Milky Way does not allow the 6th level civilization to do so. They are too busy hiding to save their lives, so how can they dare to blatantly build an empire with a star field composed of stars as its territory? However, there is no such concern in the Andromeda galaxy. Although the Time civilization may also be a hegemon, the Great Voyage Organization does need to build a wide-area star-field communication network. The outer edge of the Andromeda No. 1 cantilever, which is the first foothold of the Great Voyage Organization, must become the base of the Great Voyage Organization in the Andromeda Galaxy. The Great Voyage Organization intends to build an interstellar communication base station with this as the center, and gradually radiate to the center of Andromeda as the exploration proceeds, and use this as a message network to quickly receive information detected by the exploration spacecraft. At the same time, it is also an early warning network. Whenever a time civilization individual appears, the Great Voyage Organization will have time to react, instead of being discovered only after the other party ran to the organization's mine, like last time. This communication network is hosted by the Ancient Civilization, with the most advanced detection technology. According to the Ancient Civilization, it is expected that in 1,000 years, the vision of the Great Voyage Organization will be expanded to the center of Andromeda by 80,000 light-years. At that time, various types of detection spacecraft teams will be deployed to various network nodes, and a galaxy-scale information network will be truly formed. This is what the Ancient Civilization did in the Milky Way back then, but they had more time at that time, and because of the existence of the Reaper, their communication facilities at each node were hidden in a small universe, but it would take too long to do so, and is not suitable for the current situation. These things must be adapted to local conditions. Chapter 1147. The way for a level 6 civilization to find a civilization of the same level is very simple. It is to broadcast at multiple locations in the galaxy to declare its existence. If there is a response, it can find other level 6 civilizations. But this is passive detection. If it is active detection, it still needs to find other civilizations without exposing itself in advance, which is very difficult. Just as it is difficult for low-level civilizations to find other civilizations, it is difficult to encounter a civilization in the vast sea of stars. What's more, level 6 civilizations have the ability to open up small universes. If they hide in small universes, they have to scan the space inch by inch. The difficulty can be imagined. So the civilization of the Great Voyage Organization chose two methods to go hand in hand. They chose to actively search in the star field near the first spiral arm of the Andromeda Galaxy, and passively search on the other side of the black hole in the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, so as not to expose the whereabouts of their own detection fleet and expose the base of the Great Voyage Organization. Although it also has a taste of trying to cover up, it is better than directly declaring their location. According to the view of the Great Voyage Organization, since the time civilization was able to find them, when they just arrived in the Andromeda Galaxy, they must have outstanding qualities in the field of observation. Even if they cannot be found temporarily after being destroyed by the Tianqin, they will sooner or later discover the Great Voyage Organization again. What the Great Voyage Organization can do now is to take advantage of this window period to build an interstellar network as quickly as possible, grasp the distribution of forces in the Andromeda Galaxy as soon as possible, and learn about the general situation of the Tiannu civilization as soon as possible. The direction of the Great Voyage Organization's guess is correct, but it is still too conservative. The actual window period is much shorter than they thought, and the detection ability of the Tiannu civilization is much stronger than they imagined. When the Great Voyage Organization's interstellar network was just built, the Tiannu civilization noticed the abnormality in this direction, and they, who had been idle for who knows how many years, also opened one eye and paid attention to this direction. What's the matter? Somewhere in the Andromeda Galaxy, in a magnificent palace, a sentence clearly in the language of aliens rang out. The voice reverberated in the empty palace, like a reverberation, appearing majestic and solemn. There were several supporting pillars standing inside the palace. They were like giant pillars that connected the dome and the ground square. The surface looked like ordinary granite, but all the people of the Tiannu civilization present knew that each of these pillars had technological equipment. When they stood there, they would form a gravity field to provide downward gravity for the interior of the palace. Such a design is enough to show that the civilization living here was also born on a regular rocky planet. The gravity generated by this design makes them feel comfortable, or it is a habit like humans. The interior of the palace is very spacious, with an area almost equivalent to the size of the Forbidden City Square, and the height is also very high, with a full 20 meters from the floor to the dome. At the front of the square is a high platform that looks like the structure of the Temple of Heaven. On the high platform stands a double-edged sword inserted upside down, and in front of the double-edged sword is a huge blue and white throne. The platform and the indoor lobby are connected by a staircase that looks like it was made of white marble. Each step is about 80 centimeters, just enough for the civilized person to step on easily. There is no obvious lighting inside, but it is bright and bright all day long. Because in the sky outside the palace, there is a simulated star that illuminates it all the time. If it follows the trajectory of the simulated star, it should be morning now. The life form that just asked the question is the one sitting on the throne now, to be exact, a person from the Tiannu civilization. She has a perfect figure in the aesthetics of the Tiannu civilization, with a protruding front and a curved back. The angle of her horns just follows the angle of her hair, her tail is smooth, and the scales on her body are perfectly stacked there, looking like a combination of wildness and sexiness. The reason why the term she is used, which clearly refers to gender, is because she is a female creature of the Tiannu civilization. Yes, individual lives in the Tiannu civilization are also divided into male and female, but in this hall, there is not a single male life form. My God, the Holy Left Envoy Wei has been on patrol in the First Star region for 500 years, and no information has been received so far. A while ago, my department tried to contact him through the Eye of the Goddess, but received no response. Inside the hall, an individual of the Goddess civilization said this. But before he finished speaking, he heard the being on the throne speak again. Oh, you mean Wei has lost contact? Yes, my God. The person of the Goddess civilization who just reported the information just answered, and heard the people around him speak out. Lost contact? Impossible. It's impossible to lose contact. You must have made a mistake. In the Andromeda Galaxy, how could there be an existence that the Eye of the Goddess could not contact? And it is even more impossible to lose contact, unless Wei cut off the connection with the Eye of the Goddess and cancelled her information, but she couldn't do that. As the Holy Left Envoy, Wei really couldn't do that, but the loss of contact is a fact. How to explain this? Looking at the people below talking in a flurry, but without any results, the being sitting on the treasure straightened his sitting posture slightly, and then slowly said, "Okay, let me see." After saying that, he raised his hand and wiped it in front of her, and a virtual screen appeared with her movement. Then, countless data quickly passed through the virtual screen and her eyes at the same time. After dozens of seconds, she waved her hand again to close the virtual screen, and then said with some doubts, "It's not strange. It's true that I can't contact Wei, but the Eye of the Goddess can't be wrong. Holy Right Envoy, you go, bring more side guards." Understood. Please wait for good news. In the palace lobby, an individual dressed similarly to Holy Left Envoy Wei raised his left hand, clenched his fist, and held it flat on his plump chest, nodded slightly, and then turned and walked out of the gate. When she came outside, the Holy Right Envoy flew straight up and floated towards a building full of honeycomb structures. Then she chose one of the honeycomb holes, and dived into it without a trace. If you zoom out from the palace, you will find that this palace is one of the entire palace complex, and it is the largest and most central one. Next to it, there are buildings with different characteristics, each with its own function. The building complex covers an area about half the size of the moon, but the ground on which it is located is not spherical, but very flat. Below the flat horizon is a conical bottom made of ordinary rock layers, which looks like the moon was cut flat, and then the bottom was sharpened. Further out, there is an invisible protective cover that completely wraps the entire building complex, including the base itself. If you pull the view outward, you can see the whole picture of the building complex, and the Andromeda Galaxy's largest supermassive black hole as its background. Chapter 1148. The palace complex just floats in the void, orbiting under the pull of the supermassive black hole, over and over again. If anyone can come here, it is easy to see the people of the Tiannu civilization living in the complex. The Tiannu who did not go out to perform tasks will return here to live. They seem to have a special portal connecting to other star fields, allowing them to easily travel between various star fields here. In addition to going on missions, they don't seem to have much pursuit. Every Tiannu who returns here lives a simple and carefree life. From today's perspective, you can still see many idol goddesses planting some flowers and plants in their own small courtyards. Their flowers and plants are of course not colorful like those on Earth, but fluorescent plants, which look very beautiful at sunset. You can also see some small animals shuttling between the plants. There are all kinds of things flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and crawling on the ground, just like a pastoral scene. It must be said that the aesthetics of the goddess civilization in terms of environment are very close to those of humans. If humans see such an environment, they will definitely shout that the scenery is infinitely beautiful. Not only that, the buildings of the Tian civilization are staggered, and the overall appearance is very comfortable to look at. The exterior design of the buildings gives people a sense of aliens' unique aesthetics, but it does not feel abrupt, and the more you look at it, the better it looks. Here, you can occasionally see people from the Tian civilization chatting in groups of 3 or 2, but you have never seen any male individual life. Perhaps the Time civilization has experienced some unknown changes, and it seems that the entire Time civilization is composed of female life forms. It's a very strange social structure. If it's a genderless alien, it's fine. But judging from the physiological structure, the individuals of the Tiannu civilization are obviously composed of bisexual races. The specific situation may only be known by the native civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy. After the Tiannu civilization sent their sacred right envoy to investigate the cause of the disappearance of the goddess, their goddess disappeared directly on the throne after the meeting that seemed like the morning court. When she appeared again, she had arrived on a strange planet, which was also full of birdsong and flowers, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. However, there was only one building on the planet, which was the one in front of her. The style was obviously different from the largest palace before. This building looked simple and neat, and had a modern human architectural style. On the door of the building were several celestial characters, Holy Land of Celestials. The one who was previously called my god was obviously the leader of the celestial civilization. As soon as she entered the building, a long-lost voice sounded in her ears. Shanhua. Rare guest, if you don't want to be your goddess, how can you have time to come and see me, a homegirl? It's only 100 years, don't say such things. By the way, Shunyan, I came here this time to find you for something serious. The visitor was not angry when being called by her name, but followed the voice to find the owner of this building, the person she called Shunyan. Xuanyan's height and appearance are very similar to Shanhua. Both of them are 4 meters tall and have perfect bodies. Even from the perspective of the Tiannu civilization, it is difficult to tell the difference between the two just from their appearance, but the difference between the two can be recognized at a glance through the temperament. Shanhua looks dignified and solemn, while Shunyan looks quiet and sometimes gives people a lazy feeling. Of course, there is a big difference in clothing. I thought my good sister Shanhua would come to care about her sister. Tell me, which blind civilization has made our great goddess unhappy? Let me think about it. In this huge Andromeda galaxy, what civilization is worthy of our great goddess' attention? Oh, could it be that some ancient civilization that has been hiding has been found by Shunyan? Shunyan turned his back and glanced at Shanhua, who was walking towards him. At the same time, he raised his hand and stroked the horn on his head. You are the holy goddess, but you are not serious. Shanhua, the holy goddess, sighed, but did not say anything to Shunyan. Instead, she seriously introduced the topic to the purpose of her visit. She loosened the tail that was wrapped around her thigh as a pendant, walked toward Shunyan, and said, I tell you straight, the holy left envoy has lost contact. Oh, wait, let me guess what's going on. Shunyan, known as the Saint Goddess, turned around, let the scales on her back lean against the 2-meter-high guardrail, looked at Shanhua lazily, and said, I guess that arrogant girl found some ruins of civilization, and then took her flankers to explore, and then disappeared. Oh, this is not easy to deal with. Although the eye of the goddess theoretically covers the entire Andromeda galaxy, it still cannot observe every inch of the starry sky in detail. Of course, it may be that our grasp is not comprehensive enough. Anyway, there are still areas in the Andromeda galaxy that we cannot see, but there are not many. Our sacred and great cause will be completed soon. So soon, that's great. I thought I would have to wait another 100,000 years. It's just right for me to see what happened in the first star area. Shanhua, the goddess of heaven, was delighted. Yeah. Shunyan, the goddess of saints, nodded with a serious expression. Actually, if you don't come, Shanhua, I will go to the Holy King's court in a while. In fact, the eye of the goddess has this function, but we have never known how to use it. After 200,000 years, we finally found a way to use it. When I synchronize the latest research progress to the eye of the goddess, all the small universes in the Andromeda galaxy will be exposed, and those ancient 6th-level civilizations hidden in the hidden small universes will also be exposed. Our sacred and great ideals will eventually come true. But what about after that? Speaking of this, the Saint Goddess Shunyan suddenly looked a little lonely. She suddenly said to herself, the creation of the 7th-level civilization, sometimes the more I study it, the more insignificant I feel. A system covering the entire galaxy, what a great power it is. Sometimes, I wonder why that unknown existence would leave behind such a super project. Is it for us to admire their greatness? Or is it for us to be like this now? Shunyan. The Saint Goddess Shanhua interrupted Shunyan's sigh. She said, aren't we doing well now? Everyone lives in this beautiful home. We have the sky, we have the earth, we also have stars. The civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy are living a happy and beautiful life under our orderly leadership. All civilizations live a stable life in their own homes. They don't compare, don't develop weapons of mass destruction, and don't have wars. Isn't this what we dream of? Now it is about to be fully realized. Why are you so sad? Chapter 1149. The Saint Goddess Shenhua paused, as if recalling something. After a while, he continued, "Do you still want to see the purgatory like seen 8 million years ago? Our homes were engulfed by war. Our families became victims of war. Our stars were destroyed by star destroyers, and they were all crazy. What's more hateful are those dirty males, they." Speaking of this, it seemed that Shenhua had some bad memories. She took a deep breath. The past is the past. After that war, our Tiannu civilization no longer has males. Facts have proved that we are right. Our civilization does not need males to maintain its existence. Life can be completely bred by ourselves, and we can adjust the gender of each offspring. Their existence has become unnecessary. We are the most perfect body shape, the most perfect structure, the most beautiful body shape, and we are the embodiment of beauty. The intelligent life in the Andromeda galaxy should not have ugly existence, and ugly appearance is the root of war. Back then, you insisted on leaving the beetle civilization and gave up the transformation of their genetic homogeneity, but what did you get in the end? It was a backstab. The ugly four-legged beetle civilization used their dirty hands to pick up ridiculous weapons of resistance. Shen Yin, you must understand that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Alien life will never be of the same mind as us. All civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy must accept our body genetic transformation. They should be grateful that we have given them the most beautiful body in the entire universe. Look at those civilizations that have accepted our physical model. Which one is not happily enjoying the convenience brought by technology? Shen Yin, our wish for a beautiful homeland will be realized. After those hidden ancient civilizations are assimilated into the physical model, we will give them the teleportation rights of the Eye of the Goddess. At that time, no matter which civilization the individual life is from, as long as they want, they can go anywhere they want. And the complete Andromeda galaxy is the best and most beautiful starry sky we leave for them. There are surging black holes, magnificent galaxies, and beautiful planets. They can see any beautiful scenery in the universe. Whether they go to explore or play, there are no restrictions. By then, whether it is people from our Tiannu civilization or people from other civilizations, they can live freely in the Andromeda galaxy, and each individual life can choose their favorite residence in the starry sky. Our technology is enough to allow each individual of civilization to live a happy life. By then, the Andromeda galaxy will be a beautiful pastoral shared by all civilizations. Seeing that Shenhua seemed to want to continue talking about her great ideal, Shen Yin quickly interrupted and changed the subject. "I know. Let's talk about the current situation. What happened to Wei? The Eye of the Tiannu has never lost contact." "Yeah." Shenhua also nodded, and her eyes returned to reality from fantasy. According to the records of the Eye of the Goddess, the last recorded location of Wei is the outer edge of the first star zone. See if you can take a look at what is going on over there. I have asked Mingxi to investigate, but I am still a little worried. Wait a minute. Shen Yin straightened up after hearing this, and then walked towards the gate on the right opposite. Shenhua also turned around and walked into the gate with her. After entering the gate, the two of them really entered the interior of the holy land of the goddess. It was clear that there were still many people from the Tiannu civilization here, but they were all busy with their own things. Some were sorting out various data in front of the holographic screen, some were editing some information files, and some were fiddling with strange space models. The two of them continued to walk through the crowd, and then went down a step, and went deep into the interior of the planet. Here, there were also many people from the Tiannu civilization, but the work they did was different from that of the upper level. They were divided into working groups, and seemed to be conducting some kind of scientific research. After passing through many similar areas, Shen Yin and Shenhua finally came to an empty room filled with various technological equipment. Most of the equipment had holographic images floating above them. If you look closely, you will find that those images are starry sky maps of different star fields in the Andromeda galaxy. After arriving here, Shen Yin waved her hand and summoned a hologram of the Andromeda galaxy. Then she said, 200,000 years ago, the four-dimensional perspective we accessed was actually just a port of that creation. We always thought that was the output end of the four-dimensional perspective, but it was not. It was just one of the peripheral data. We have never found the real data. After 200,000 years, we finally cracked the secret. I am currently writing the corresponding conversion program, but as you have seen along the way, the entire timed Holy Land is busy with this matter, but the process is not very smooth. We got many details wrong, and the program we translated always has bugs during operation. Of course, it is not without progress. Although we cannot see through the entire Andromeda Galaxy's hidden small universe space, it is no problem to browse all the star regions on the surface. Well, it has just been completed. Wait a minute, I will add an observation program to it. After saying that, Xuanyan's eyes were blank. If you look closely at her eyes, you will find that she is not really blank at this moment, but is exchanging some data in the Tiannu system. This state lasted for about 10 minutes. After her eyes regained clarity, Xuanyan continued to say, well, it is still a bit difficult to observe the past. Fortunately, the Tiannu eye has the discrete equation of light in 4 dimensions, and it can be restored clearly after a short period of time. Well, Shenhua, look, this is the situation in the first star zone at that time. Following the words of the Saint Goddess Xuanyan, the trajectory of the stars in the Andromeda Galaxy map in front of the two people seemed to be reversed, as if the rewind button was pressed, and at the same time, the entire galaxy was rapidly enlarged with the outer edge of the first star zone as the center. Then, the two saw the figures of Wei, Erna and Qian. Of course, they also saw the fleet of the Great Voyage Organization. As the picture changed, they saw the scene of Erna destroying the Milky Way Civilization Exploration spacecraft team, and also saw the scene of the 3 people disappearing after being hit by the Tianqin, but they could not see the Tianqins. Teleport? Wei. Is this an outsider? The warship avoided our space jump? How is this possible? And what kind of attack method is that? The scales of the goddess Shenhua frowned. Obviously, she had never seen this kind of attack method. She knew about the outsiders. There were outsiders who came to the Andromeda Galaxy 150,000 years ago, but that civilization was equipped with some weapons of mass destruction such as void strikes and superstar destroyers. They were defeated by the people of the goddess civilization in no time. In the end, that civilization also accepted the perfect body meme and became part of the beautiful pastoral civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy. It seems to be a civilization from the Fornex dwarf galaxy. It is an outsider. There is absolutely no such civilization in the Fornex galaxy. The Saint Goddess Xuanyan also watched the whole process. She also frowned, but unlike Shenhua, she didn't just frown. There seemed to be a hint of imperceptible light in her eyes. She believed that she was absolutely right. This must be the characteristic technology of the 6th level civilization recorded in the sacred books. Looking at the performance of that battleship, it is undoubtedly a characteristic technology, but it seems that only one warship has this technology, so there is no need to worry. It is not that there are no civilizations with unique technologies that we have destroyed, so there is no need to make a fuss. The goddess of heaven Shenhua relaxed her brows, and then said to herself, but it seems that Mingxi can't go alone. Xuanyan should still be in the 5th star zone. She should be very interested in these outsiders. Xuanyan rolled his tail on his thigh, glanced at Shenhua next to him, and said faintly, who knows, our great goddess of warrior Xuanyan doesn't like to stay at home like me. Chapter 1150. Using a 4-dimensional perspective to gather past discrete light, the Tiannu civilization saw the battle between their sacred left-handed servant, Wei, and the Great Voyage Organization. Although Wei was killed one-sidedly in the end and disappeared without a trace by an unknown attack, the goddess of the heavens, Shenhua, did not even know whether Wei was dead or alive in the end. But they still confidently believed that the outsiders only had that one flagship with special technology, and the Tiannu civilization had indeed killed a civilization with special technology, so Shenhua believed that as long as the flagship was killed, all problems would be resolved. And her next action also confirmed her idea. However, as the goddess of the goddess civilization, Shenhua was confident but not arrogant, so after notifying the goddess of martial arts Xuanyan, she did not let Xuanyan go alone, but brought her most elite troops, joined forces with Xuanyan's troops, and then launched a crusade against the Great Sailing Organization. Originally, she wanted to call Xuanyan, but Xuanyan refused with the excuse of scientific research, so she didn't force him. The Holy Land of Tian civilization is the Holy Land of Tian, and Xuanyan is the top researcher of Tian civilization. Almost all the research results on the 7th level civilization creation were completed under the leadership of Xuanyan, and this breakthrough is the same. In the matter of fighting, it was actually enough for me and the goddess of warriors, Xuanyan. While the Tiannu civilization was planning to attack the Great Voyage Organization, the latter was still trying to find the civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy. In the process of searching for other civilizations, the Great Voyage Organization took a 2-pronged approach. On the one hand, it used regional broadcasts to find advanced civilizations that actively responded to it, and on the other hand, it hid itself while searching. However, more than 100 years later, the effect was not ideal. It seemed that all the advanced civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy had disappeared, and not a single one responded to the broadcast of the Great Voyage organization. There was no one who took the initiative to find one. Sometimes, the civilizations of the Great Voyage organization felt a little absurd. The Andromeda Galaxy is so big, but it is really a bit outrageous that we haven't encountered a civilization for so long. It is true that it is difficult for civilizations to meet in the vast universe, but with the advancement of advanced civilization communication technology, as long as the other party does not deliberately hide, some clues of the other party's activities can still be found. However, the result is disappointing. In this situation, decades have passed. Finally, the gods paid off. One of the ordinary level 6 civilizations of the Great Voyage organization finally discovered a low-tech civilization in a red dwarf galaxy. That civilization has mastered controlled nuclear fusion and seems to be a level 1 civilization. However, it was not found that they have a large fleet. On the contrary, their people almost all live on their home planets. There are also some alien planet bases built in this star system, but the spacecraft is basically only transport ships, which are used to transport personnel between planets, and there are almost no warships. When they first discovered this civilization, the ordinary level 6 civilization of the Great Voyage organization thought that this civilization did not understand the dangers of the universe, but not long after, they found out that they were wrong. Because not long after they discovered this level 1 civilization, their exploration fleet was attacked. This time, this ordinary level 6 civilization saw clearly that the attackers looked like the same life forms that destroyed the exploration fleet of the ancient civilization, and the attack method was exactly the same. Their exploration fleet was directly slaughtered from the inside with swords and knives. Even the fleet escorting the exploration fleet could not escape. More than 10,000 sub-civilization class warships were directly teleported to the interior by the creature and severely damaged. The ship's guns were completely useless, and the shields were ineffective. The entire fleet was annihilated. In the end, they were able to follow the clues and destroy an interstellar communication network node. Fortunately, the sub-civilization class warships were quite powerful. Even if they were breached from the inside, they were not as fragile as the exploration spacecraft. Basically, each warship could hold on for a few minutes. This bought some time for the communication to be transmitted back to the Great Voyage headquarters. And such a crushing battle also reminded the Great Voyage organization. The 1092 civilization has taken action. This is very fatal, because this attack tells the Great Voyage organization that the current situation is that the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. All civilizations in the Great Voyage organization realize that there must be spies of the 1092 civilization in that low-level civilization. So, is this an exception or a common situation? In order to figure out the situation, the ancient civilization, as the head of communication detection, no longer pretended. They directly used the tricks they used in the Milky Way, and frequently launched intelligent broadcasts. Each of the Galaxy Heart Civilization's exploration spacecraft teams is a broadcast point. After so many years, their fleet has already crossed the first spiral arm and reached the adjacent second and ninth spiral arms. Of course, the time was too short and they were unable to completely cover the 3 spiral arms. Originally, they wanted to wait for a while before launching, but now they can't wait any longer. The purpose of doing so is naturally to find more civilizations in a shorter time to determine the situation of other civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy. Intelligent broadcasting is a broadcasting technology unique to the Galaxy Heart civilization. They can make the broadcast signals they send out have a certain degree of intelligence. As long as the civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy believes their lies and imports the information into the computer as required, the intelligent broadcast information of the Galaxy Heart civilization will automatically generate an intelligent program in the computer of the low-level civilization, and then actively send positioning information to the Galaxy Heart civilization, so that the Galaxy Heart civilization can accurately locate their location. The Silver Heart civilization's rhetoric is also simple. It says that it is a civilization from the Great Milky Way. Because of the Great Voyage, it passed by the Andromeda Galaxy and spread some technological seeds in the Andromeda Galaxy. Civilizations willing to accept will receive the technology gifts of the Silver Heart civilization. From the first level civilization technology to the 6th level civilization technology, the Silver Heart civilization will provide civilizations that hope to progress with technology that can be understood by lower civilizations. The specific type of technology depends on the situation of the civilization that accepts the gift. It is undeniable that the tricks of the ancient civilization are very low level, but any civilization with a defensive mentality will not be fooled, just like the human civilization back then. But there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Often it is a simple trick that can fool people who think they are very smart. And sometimes the tricks that you think you can see through at a glance are not for others, otherwise there would not be so many people in the world being deceived. Either those low-level civilizations really want to progress, or they just try it with a fluke mentality. In short, the intelligent broadcasting strategy of the ancient civilization was very successful. After a few broadcasts, they found more than a dozen low-level civilizations, including level 1 and level 5 civilizations. After obtaining the location information of these civilizations, the ancient civilization did not play tricks and directly announced their locations to the Great Voyage Organization, asking each civilization to send out fleets to investigate what was going on. Chapter 1151. The results of the contact made the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization look at each other in bewilderment. These civilizations were just like the first-level civilization they had encountered before. They either had almost no battle fleets, or only had a small number of battle fleets. How few, among the dozen or so civilizations discovered, the one with the largest fleet had only more than 10,000 ships. Not to mention the first-level civilizations, interstellar civilizations, like the 4th level and 5th level civilizations actually had less than 20,000 warships, which was simply outrageous. After the initial contact and communication with them, when they asked why there were only so few fleets, they got an answer that silenced all the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization. This is the rule of the Tiannu civilization. We don't need so many fleets because we don't have wars at all. Wars have been completely eliminated under the order of the Tiannu civilization. The reason we agreed to contact you is just to get some individual life-enhancing technologies. It is worth mentioning that there is a level 6 civilization that responded to the broadcast of the Silver Heart civilization, but their purpose of responding to the broadcast was not to exchange technology with the Silver Heart civilization, but just because they were curious about the Silver Heart civilization's claim to be from the Milky Way, and they wanted to know what the Great Voyage was. A level 6 civilization actually didn't know about the Great Voyage. Didn't they know that it would be impossible to find the physical law of vacuum zero-point energy in the galaxy? It turned out that they really didn't know. But what surprised the Great Voyage Organization even more was that even if the Great Voyage Organization told this level 6 civilization the purpose of the Great Voyage, they didn't show any intention to go on the Great Voyage. Similarly, they didn't show any desire to attack the exploration fleet of the Silver Heart civilization. However, the good times did not last long. The exploration fleet of the ancient civilization was soon attacked, and the attack also came from the Tian civilization. The other civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization were also attacked by the Tian civilization shortly after they came into contact with the local civilization. The Great Voyage Organization was completely defeated in this encounter. No matter whether it was the combat fleet or the exploration fleet, none of them could match the Tian civilization. Often, the Tian civilization only needed to send out a few individual lives to wipe out the fleets of the 6th-level civilizations of the entire Great Voyage Organization. The fleets of the Great Voyage Organization ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and all of them were slaughtered. The reason why the Tiannu civilization launched an attack on the fleets of the Great Voyage Organization was simple. They even told the Great Voyage Organization the reasons during the slaughter. First, they wanted the Great Voyage Organization to hand over their sacred left servant. Second, they said that the Great Voyage Organization violated the regulations of the Tiannu civilization. And third, they said that the Great Voyage Organization spread evil war ideas in the Andromeda galaxy. Such a result made the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization realize that the Andromeda galaxy might really be dominated by the Tiannu civilization, and this dominance was a bit outrageous. The Tiannu civilization is really powerful. With only a few individual lives, they can kill a fleet of the Great Voyage Organization alone. After a brief period of observation, the Great Voyage Organization also obtained some useful information from other civilizations, such as the status of those civilizations. Almost all the civilizations found and contacted by the Great Voyage Organization have almost zero military power for the Great Voyage Organization. Now it seems that it is definitely the work of the Tiannu civilization. But they are not restricted in other aspects, such as the development of scientific research spacecraft and transport ships. The people in those civilizations made the Great Voyage Organization speechless. They actually thought that their current life was the happiest, and the government leading the entire civilization also felt that their current life was the ultimate stage of the development of scientific and technological civilization. With the support of science and technology, productivity has been unprecedentedly liberated. Their people do not need to work. Except for dangerous ideas such as bombing planets, their people can do whatever they want. Life is rich, and they can have whatever they want. Even if they eat and sleep all day, there are abundant resources for them to enjoy. They feel that they have returned to their original nature. The development of technology has enabled individuals in each civilization to have a long lifespan. Each individual life is enjoying his or her own life, either by viewing the beautiful scenery on the planet or entering the virtual world to start his or her second life, where he or she can live a second life, a third life, or even experience a different life. Everyone feels that the meaning of their life has been satisfied. The feedback that the Great Voyage organization has received from the individual lives of these civilizations can be summarized in 4 words. No regrets in this life. No one needs to develop fleets, because with the Tiannu civilization, no one needs to go to war with other civilizations, and there will be no war. Everyone lives a beautiful life. It is not difficult to say that this situation occurs in the 6th level civilization society. After all, their technology is the strongest in the universe. But the 4th level and 5th level civilizations also have this situation, which makes the Great Voyage organization speechless. Almost all civilizations in the Great Voyage organization think that the civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy is not ambitious, and they all feel sad for the civilizations they encounter, thinking that their civilizations have lost the qualifications to explore the universe. Only the Awakeners were ecstatic. In the eyes of the Awakeners, these civilizations were definitely degenerate civilizations. After hearing this news, the Awakener one immediately shared it with the entire Awakener civilization, and immediately asked the individuals equipped with dream machines to lead other Awakeners to go out. Let them awaken these civilizations that they thought were degenerate. If they could awaken one, they could add another individual to the Awakeners. And from the current preliminary situation of the Andromeda Galaxy, it is very likely that most of the other civilizations in the Andromeda civilization are in this situation. If this is true, the Awakeners feel that they are developed. Maybe we can restore the number of Awakeners to the number that came to the Milky Way in the Andromeda Galaxy. The entire Andromeda Galaxy is a fallen civilization, so how many civilizations would there be? Although it is more difficult to cultivate individuals of low-level civilizations, the main thing is awakening. As long as they are awakened, it will be easy. So, after receiving this news, the Awakener civilization was very decisive, and all went out. Although they also learned from the detection information this time that every fallen civilization is protected by the Tiannu civilization, they believe in their own strength more, and of course they are also working hard to restore the Awakener civilization to its past glory. After greeting the human civilization, the Awakener one also set out with a group of Awakeners. In order to cooperate with the Awakener civilization, the human civilization also did a good job and discussed with the Shinju civilization and the Ancient civilization to change the strategic goal of the entire Great Voyage organization from exploring the Andromeda Galaxy to purposefully confronting the Tiannu civilization. The change in strategic goals means that the Great Voyage organization will consciously guard against the attacks of the Tiannu civilization in the future. Even if it is still crushed by the Tiannu civilization individuals from the inside of the warship, at least it can send more information to the Great Voyage organization before it is destroyed, so as to provide more reference data for future counterattacks. After learning this information, the Silver Heart civilization no longer kept it to themselves. In the years that followed, they finally showed their unique skills. They required that every device in the Interstellar Network node must be equipped with their detection equipment. All civilizations in the Great Voyage, as long as they went out to deploy Interstellar Network nodes, had to receive some special equipment from them. According to the Silver Heart civilization, these devices were specially designed after they collected some information about the individual lives of the Tiannu civilization. As long as the Tiannu civilization individuals appeared in the area covered by the network stage, the Great Voyage organization had a high probability of detecting their existence. Chapter 1152. As soon as they said it, the Silver Heart civilization was very professional in the field of detection. Or rather, it could no longer be described as professional, but was about to break through the limit. The Silver Heart civilization itself might not have felt it yet, but from the perspective of other ordinary level 6 civilizations, it was already a level beyond that of a normal level 6 civilization. Anyway, they knew that their civilization could not do it. In the Great Voyage organization, except for the Awakener, the others were all civilizations from the Milky Way. They knew very well how advanced the Silver Heart civilization's detection technology was, but they could not make the broadcast information intelligent. Therefore, for a long time, they have all thought that the detection technology of the Ancient civilization is a special technology, but the Ancient civilization itself feels that the strength of this technology is not enough and cannot reach the level of special technology. But in fact, except for them, no civilization in the Great Voyage organization has a communication technology that can reach 30 light years, and no civilization can come up with a technology that broadcasts signals with intelligence. The same is true for the detection of the individual Tiandu civilization this time. The combat data of the individual Tiandu civilization is public. After the Great Voyage Organization obtained this data, each civilization once specially studied the detection equipment for them, but when most civilizations made no progress, the ancient civilization took the lead in giving their solutions. And the test was completed in a very short time, and now it has been installed in the Interstellar communication network. And their equipment also made the Great Voyage Organization feel at ease. After the Silver Heart civilization upgraded the Interstellar network system, the Great Voyage Organization captured the traces of the Tiandu civilization. In the star map with the Andromeda Galaxy as the background, the exact location is the #1 star field where the Great Voyage Organization is located, and the Interstellar network system covers a range of 40,000 light-years. Yes, after so many years, the Great Voyage Organization has expanded the Interstellar network system to 40,000 light-years. In the network system, there are now 3 teams of Tiandu civilization active in it. According to the detection information feedback, each of their teams has about 100 individuals. Some of them are traveling at warp speed in the void, and some are running between stars, seemingly looking for something. This time, the Great Voyage Organization can be said to have a direct understanding of the detection technology of the ancient civilization. They can see the exact location and moving direction of the Tiandu civilization from the star map shared by the ancient civilization. The ancient civilization even marked some parameters on each red dot representing an individual of the Tiandu civilization. Many civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization were also curious about how the Galactic Center civilization did it, but the Galactic Center civilization only said it was a detection method that combined warp traces and space fluctuations, and was a detection method based on some strange tachyons based on the fast universe theory. They didn't say what it was specifically. The civilizations didn't complain, because everyone was already very satisfied with the current results. As long as the Interstellar network system continues to be rolled out, the Great Voyage Organization will sooner or later be able to grasp the traces of the activities of the advanced civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy. Now they know why the Silver Heart civilization was able to hold out against the Reapers for so long. It turns out that the Silver Heart civilization claimed to fight against the Reapers by using the advantages of communication and detection to play hide-and-seek with the Reapers' electronic warships. In addition, the fleet led by the Galaxy is powerful. As long as they avoid the electronic warships, the Reapers will have a headache. Speaking of which, after the Silver Heart civilization exerted its strength, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization finally gained some initiative in the Andromeda Galaxy. In the past, whenever they encountered the civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy, the fleet they sent out would be found by the Tiandu civilization and then slaughtered in a short time. As for how, and when the Tiandu civilization came, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization were not prepared at all, and they were unaware of it. But now it is different. As long as they are within the range of the Interstellar network system, they can capture the whereabouts of the Tiandu civilization, so they can prepare in advance, either run away or try to attack it. In this way, time has come to the 500th year since the Great Voyage Organization came to the Andromeda Galaxy. This year, the Interstellar network system of the Great Voyage Organization expanded to 70,000 light-years. In the same year, the organization encountered an ordinary level 6 civilization again and communicated with it, but the result was the same as the civilization it encountered before. The Great Voyage Organization confirmed that this was a level 6 civilization that had been in peace all year round. Their people enjoyed the convenience brought by technology all day long and indulged in pleasure all day long. Such people had lost interest in exploring the unknown universe. This level 6 civilization also did not have many fleets. Based on their curiosity about the civilization from the Milky Way, they also invited the Great Voyage civilization to visit their civilization and explained to the Great Voyage Organization how developed their entertainment facilities were. The overall attitude of the entire civilization towards other strange civilizations is optimistic, friendly, open, welcoming, and all the good words can be used to describe the civilized attitude of this 6th-level civilization towards the Milky Way Great Voyage Organization. Their attitude is very helpful for the Great Voyage Organization to understand the Andromeda Galaxy, but unfortunately the good times did not last long. Just like before, the Great Voyage Organization has not been able to obtain a detailed star map of the Andromeda Galaxy from this civilization, and the Tian civilization soon came to the door. However, this time the Great Voyage Organization received an early warning from the Interstellar network system, and the fleet fled in advance. However, they did not escape. More than 100,000 civilization-class warships, and the supporting exploration fleet were all caught up by a team of only 100 people from the Tian civilization using space jump technology, and were completely annihilated after a month of resistance. This fleet of the Great Voyage Organization belongs to the fleet of the Gut civilization. At the same time, when the Gut civilization was uploading data, the Tian civilization also discovered the interstellar network stage of this star field, and then this communication node was destroyed by the Tian civilization. It was also because of this incident that the Tiannu civilization finally noticed the communication network stage deployed by the Great Voyage Organization on the stars, and began to consciously look for these possible communication node devices. In the following period of time, many communication network nodes were found and destroyed by them, so that the detection network of the Great Voyage Organization was reduced from 70,000 light-years to 50,000 light-years. After this incident, the four major characteristic technological civilizations within the Great Voyage Organization once again held a round-table discussion and finally reached a cooperation agreement to improve the interstellar network system. The general content of the agreement is, the four civilizations work together to upgrade the interstellar network system, so that each network node device is deeply bound to the star, so that when the device is destroyed, the star will also be detonated. This improvement is still led by the Ancient civilization, but the Ancient civilization alone cannot complete such an upgrade because they do not have this technology, and human civilization and awakeners cannot do it either. Only the Shinju civilization can do the operation of deeply binding the device with the star. However, this upgrade cannot be realized immediately because it involves the deep operation of gravity field technology, which touches on the characteristic technology field of Shinju civilization. It is theoretically feasible, but Shinju civilization has not done it before, and they need to be given some time to study. Chapter 1153. After being bound to the star, even if the Tiannu civilization finds the network node equipment of the Great Voyage Organization, it will have to destroy the star together with it if it wants to destroy it. This may not be a big deal for the Great Voyage Organization, but the Tiannu civilization claims that it is forbidden to destroy stars and the beautiful home of the Andromeda galaxy. Then you can destroy it yourself, or you will have to endure being spied on by the Great Voyage Organization. This kind of application is a simple application of special technology, and is not as complicated as making the core of a neutron battle star. The Shinju civilization is confident that it will be completed within 10 years. 10 years is not a long time for interstellar civilization. But during this period, the Great Voyage Organization must try its best to maintain its existing base and prepare for a comprehensive defense against the Tiannu civilization. From the analysis of the recent contacts, the Great Voyage Organization has confirmed that the Tiannu civilization has the ability to quickly move throughout the Andromeda galaxy, but for some reason, they do not seem to plan to launch a large-scale raid on the Great Voyage Organization. It stands to reason that since they have the ability to jump around the entire Andromeda galaxy at will, and the disappearance location of the Holy Left Envoy has been confirmed, they should have jumped to the star field where the Great Voyage Organization is now located to attack. After so many years, they only appear in the place where the Great Voyage Organization and other civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy meet. The Great Voyage Organization didn't know that this was because the Tiannu civilization was upgrading the Tiannu I. They just happened to be at the stage where they had just mastered the latest technology and needed time to upgrade the system. And the reason why they always appear in the location of other civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy is that they have the precise coordinates of those civilizations, and also have communication nodes placed inside those civilizations and in nearby star fields. These things are actually the eyes of the Tiannu civilization to monitor other civilizations. These networks allow them to grasp the real-time dynamics of almost all civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy to ensure that these civilizations live peacefully and happily under their own order. It must be said that they were very successful. All the civilizations encountered by the Great Voyage Organization did live in the ideal state of the Tiannu civilization. After learning about this situation, the Great Voyage Organization also identified the Tiannu civilization as its biggest enemy, because other civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy have become extremely docile in this environment, and their military strength is almost non-existent, and they are not a big deal at all. Therefore, as long as the Tiannu civilization is dealt with, the Great Voyage Organization can move freely in the Andromeda galaxy and do whatever it wants. Time soon came to the 600th year. In this year, the Tian civilization successfully detonated a star in order to destroy an interstellar network node of the Great Voyage Organization that they discovered. This incident also made the Tian civilization directly define the Great Voyage Organization as a terrorist organization. In the same year, they declared war on the Great Voyage Organization. Interestingly, in order to declare war, they specially found a fleet affiliated with the Great Voyage Organization and asked it to inform the Great Voyage headquarters of the declaration of war. I have to say, it was quite ceremonial. In fact, there are operations that the Great Voyage Organization is unaware of. After declaring war, the Tiandu civilization also informed all the civilizations under their rule of the existence of the Great Voyage Organization, telling those civilizations that the Great Voyage Organization is an evil terrorist organization that intends to subvert the beautiful lives of the civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy and must be eliminated. In the same year, the Andromeda civilization decided to station troops in various civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, and each civilization would deploy at least 7 sacred flankers. A sacred flanker team has 1,000 people, and 7 sacred flanker teams have a total of 7,000 people. The Tiandu civilization believes that 7,000 people are enough to wipe out any civilization of the Great Voyage Organization. According to previous knowledge, the Tiandu civilization would not station so many troops in those civilizations, but a year ago, they had a conflict with the Awakener fleet that was awakening a civilization. The conflict occurred at the end of the Andromeda Galaxy's spiral arm 6, about 40,000 light-years away from the Great Voyage headquarters. When the Tiandu civilization discovered the Awakener fleet, they thought that the Awakeners were as weak as those ordinary 6th-level civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization, so they set a 10-man Holy Guard squadron. They thought they could easily destroy the Awakeners, who only had about 1,200 warships, but they didn't expect that all 10 Holy Side Guards were defeated, and they tried their best to only destroy one Awakener warship. What was even more unacceptable to them was that they were able to destroy the 3 warships because they finally performed a multi-person coordinated space jump, and used one of them as bait to successfully jump into the Awakener warship. After successfully destroying the Awakener warship, the Holy Side Guard was also hit by a precise void strike that seemed to be predicted, and his soul returned to the sky. Afterwards, the Tiandu civilization dispatched a Holy Side Guard, a team of 1,000 people, and found the Awakener fleet again through the inside of the eye of the Tiandu, and fought with it somewhere in the void. The final result was that the 1,000-man Holy Side Guard of the Tiandu civilization was completely wiped out, and only 100 of the 1,200 warships of the Awakeners survived. Judging from the scale of the Great Sailing Fleet, this battle was a small-scale conflict. But the result of the battle made both sides have a better understanding of each other's level. After hearing the news, Awakener 1 felt very heavy-hearted, and his heart was bleeding, because that was an Awakener. An Awakener is almost an omnipotent person in all fields of science and technology. It is really not easy to train an Awakener. The Time civilization was so powerful that it had a casualty ratio of more than 1 to 1. According to the description of the surviving Awakeners, their side was slightly at a disadvantage in the battle. It was the first time in history. He thought that his Awakener civilization was invincible in the Triangulum Galaxy, and could kill all around in the Milky Way, but he actually encountered such a powerful opponent in the Andromeda Galaxy. What the Awakeners didn't know was that the Tiandu civilization was also shocked by their fighting power. From the perspective of the Tiandu civilization, if their holy warriors chose to fight an Awakener warship one-on-one, they would definitely not be able to jump into the warship. They had to form a team and jump to the star field near an Awakener warship. Only in this way could they jump into the warship. Otherwise, they would be avoided by those warships that seemed to have the ability to predict through warp acceleration and deceleration. This was really the first time in history. Many warriors of the Tiandu civilization were killed by the predicted nothingness strikes during such a jump. In the eyes of the Tiandu civilization, their Holy Side Guards can destroy an entire 6th-level civilization, but now they can only tie with almost the same number of warships. After hearing the news, the goddess of the Heavenly Maiden, Shenhua, also looked solemn. She originally thought that the Great Voyage Organization only had 1 warship with such magical special technology, but she didn't expect that there were so many warships with it. But at this moment, Shenhua didn't know that it was another civilization. She thought that the Awakener warship and the Lyra belonged to the same civilization, and were the superior and secondary technological products of a special technology, because she also saw similarities between the two through information feedback. This conflict directly made the Tiandu civilization refresh the combat power of the Great Voyage Organization. So far, they also put away their previous contempt and treated this Great Voyage Organization from an unknown galaxy with the attitude of treating an unprecedented enemy. Chapter 1154. The following year, the warship formation led by Zheng He of human civilization encountered a sacred flanker of Time civilization during the exploration of the 7th spiral arm. In the end, like the Awakeners, the two sides fought almost 1:1. The human side lost more than 900 consciousness-linked warships, and the 1,000 sacred flankers of Time civilization were completely wiped out. Zheng He was a name given by humans to commemorate Zheng He's discovery of the American continent, which has a special meaning. Now it was destroyed by Tian civilization here, and this feud was made. Yes, you read it right, it was Zheng He who discovered the American continent. In this human civilization, long before the era of Callisto, China had found sufficient evidence to prove that Zheng He had indeed visited America and had official exchanges with the Native Americans. This period of history was once brutally destroyed for a period of time, but with the advancement of technology and the passage of time, the evidence buried deep underground was finally discovered. On this point, the tomb of Emperor Yongle provides a lot of documentary evidence. It is worth mentioning that the archaeological movement at that time not only obtained the answer that Zheng He discovered the American continent, but also many Ming Dynasty histories that were brutally destroyed and tampered with. For example, the Kunyu world map, which was confirmed as early as the 21st century, was confirmed to have been drawn during the Yongle period and had nothing to do with Matteo Ricci. For example, the steam engine was first invented by the main ethnic group, and Zheng He was also the first person to achieve a circumnavigation. The Earth is a sphere and has long been recognized by the main ethnic group, but it was destroyed in the Dark Ages. Many great things have been confirmed to be exported and sold domestically, with the purpose of destroying the self-confidence of the main ethnic group. Fortunately, the things that were covered up were full of loopholes, and finally they were publicly confirmed before the era of Callisto. As for the name like Zheng He, there are actually many similar names in human consciousness-linked warships, all of which are named by human civilization to commemorate the great wisdom of the ancestors. Speaking of which, although the battle-loss ratio in this battle seems to be better than that of the Awakener, in fact, the loss of human life is greater, because there is more than one person driving a consciousness-linked warship. In particular, the first ship of the Battleship Division, Zheng He, was also sacrificed in this battle. When the news reached the headquarters of the Great Voyage Organization, the human race was indignant, and at the same time, they mourned for Zheng He and other sacrificed comrades. Of course, those who died can also be resurrected with the current technology of human beings. The method is the same as that of the Dia civilization. Through the memory storage method, those warriors are resurrected to another cloned body. This technology originally had the problem of importing memory, but the Dia civilization solved this problem, making the stored memory more compatible with the cloned body. The Dia civilization gave humans their own technology tree. Although they had not yet completed the optimization in this area, this is a chain of continuous development under the entire technology tree branch. The Dia civilization has an obligation to solve these problems for humans. Although these warriors lost a part of their memory after being resurrected, from a certain perspective, this is not a true resurrection, but this resurrection behavior can make humans more brave and fearless. As for the sequelae of this resurrection technology, there are actually some. That is, these people will never be able to return to their original positions, and they can no longer drive the consciousness-linked warships, because after being resurrected in this way of memory resurrection, they magically lost the ability to dream in the third person. Human scientists currently do not know the specific reason. After this encounter, the Great Voyage Organization also made corresponding adjustments to its strategy for exploring the Andromeda Galaxy. All civilizations recognize that the combat power of the Tiannu civilization is indeed extraordinary, and their single-unit combat form is unprecedented in the Great Voyage Organization. But now that the Tiannu civilization has declared war, the Great Voyage Organization has nothing to say, and of course, it will be a head-on confrontation. After some discussion, the ancient civilization carried out multi-star field multi-point broadcasts on behalf of the Great Voyage Organization, which was regarded as a response to the Tiannu civilization's declaration of war. But it was not just a response to the Tiannu civilization, but also a call for other civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy to jointly resist the tyranny of the Tiannu civilization. Well, the tyranny was of course fabricated by the Great Voyage Organization, just like the Tiannu civilization defined the Great Voyage Organization as an evil organization. They are all the same, and they all speak out of their own interests. Perhaps such a broadcast response and call is not very useful. After all, judging from the current situation, the Andromeda Galaxy is almost entirely a fallen civilization. However, we cannot rule out the existence of some civilizations of the King of the Dead, just like the civilizations that are now embarking on the Great Voyage, which have not survived for many years under the pressure of the Reapers. Although the situation in the Andromeda Galaxy is different, the Great Voyage Organization believes that there must be a few civilizations in such a large galaxy that are not under the system of the Tiannu civilization. It must be said that the response of the Great Voyage Organization this time is still quite critical. It really couldn't awaken those fallen civilizations, but it was received by the 6th-level civilization that had been hiding for a long time. That was a civilization that had been hiding for 200,000 years. They had fought with the Tian civilization after it became prosperous, but unfortunately they were crushed by the Tian civilization. However, they did not succumb to the power of the Tian civilization like other civilizations. Instead, they took advantage of the fact that the Tian civilization had not yet mastered the creations of the 7th-level civilization and chose an ancient small universe that had been prepared long ago to hide, and this hiding lasted for 200,000 years. 200,000 years is a long time, and a normal small universe certainly cannot provide so many resources for it. However, it is obvious that such a small universe is definitely not a temporary idea, but a retreat that the civilization had prepared a long time ago, but they did not expect that it would actually be used. Even so, 200,000 years is too long, so they have to hide, and occasionally go to the big universe to collect supplies. But what they did not expect was that when they came out to mine materials, the Tian civilization had already mastered the functions of many 7th-level civilization creations, so that all their fleets that came out to mine did not dare to run back to the small universe, and were eventually destroyed by the Tian civilization. After several such incidents, this civilization gave up its unrealistic fantasy and sealed up all the individual lives and creations of its entire civilization to reduce the rate of entropy increase. But even so, after 200,000 years, they were almost at the point of exhaustion. And it was under such circumstances that they received a broadcast from a large voyage organization claiming to be from the Milky Way. The content of the broadcast was an inspiring call for the vast Andromeda galaxy civilization to resist the corrupt rule of the celestial civilization. Chapter 1155. When this broadcast was received, this level 6 civilization seemed to have found a life-saving straw and wanted to respond immediately. However, the psychological shadow brought to them by the fighting style of the Tiannu civilization was too great. After surviving for 200,000 years, they still had no way to deal with the fighting style of jumping directly into the warship. So after receiving the broadcast of the Great Voyage Organization, they did not immediately let the entire civilization jump out of the small universe and rush into the arms of the Great Voyage Organization. Instead, they chose to awaken some dormant individual lives, updated a not-so-large fleet, secretly came out of the small universe, and then used the few remaining inventory resources and energy to go to the first star zone where the Great Voyage Organization was located. In the conflict with the Tiannu civilization, the Great Voyage Organization knew that its position had been exposed. The Tiannu civilization already knew that it was at the end of the number 1 spiral arm, so it simply disclosed its position in the broadcast, which was also a direction for those civilizations that might not have fallen and wanted to join them to resist the Tiannu civilization. Unexpectedly, this easy move actually led to the arrival of a civilization that had been hiding for 200,000 years. Perhaps there are other civilizations, but the location of this civilization's microcosm happened to be in the void on the outer edge of the number 2 spiral arm. They received the broadcast information before other civilizations, and came to the star field where the Great Voyage Organization was located first. Because the Great Voyage Organization had already completed part of the Interstellar communication network, the fleet of this civilization was discovered shortly after entering the star field where the organization was located. After the initial contact, the two sides completed the establishment of communication soon. It is worth mentioning that this civilization did not use the so-called Andromeda Galaxy Universal Communication Code of the Tian civilization, but had its own unique communication method. The fleet of this civilization sent to the Great Voyage Organization to investigate the truth was only a pitiful 30,000 ships, which looked very shabby. The Great Voyage Organization could feel their desolation from the state of their warships. They had just established communication with the Great Voyage Organization and stated their purpose, which was to confirm whether the Great Voyage Organization had the capital to fight against the Tiannu civilization. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to be confirmed by a downtrodden civilization, the Great Voyage Organization still roughly introduced its strength. After hearing that the Great Voyage Organization actually had 13 level 6 civilizations, and 4 civilizations with special technologies, the commander of this civilization fleet finally shed tears of excitement. It was at this time that they belatedly introduced themselves formally. The Doe-like civilization. This is their name. The naming method is the same as that of human civilization. They are named after their own biological species, and their individual lives also call themselves Doe. From a human perspective, this word translates to human. The reason why they are called Doe-like civilization is that their individual life form has a characteristic, that is, they have a pocket like a kangaroo. On their origin planet, only they have a pocket. Judging from the warships of the Doe-type civilization, their situation has reached a very difficult point, and after some communication, the Great Voyage Organization also confirmed this situation. The remaining main fleet of the Do-type civilization is about 300,000 ships. It is said that they originally had a large fleet, but because they did not dare to come out to replenish resources in this small universe, their warships were dismantled and reduced. Many conventional technologies that belong to the 6th level civilization have regressed, which can't be described as miserable. For the Great Voyage Organization, the 300,000 warships of the Do-like civilization are nothing, but the Great Voyage Organization did not sneer at their arrival, nor did they show contempt, but instead showed concern for them. The Silver Heart civilization even shouted, "As long as you join our Great Voyage Organization, we will complete the information of ordinary level 6 civilizations for you." After learning about the miserable situation of the Do-like civilization, the Human Civilization, the Awakener, the Silver Heart civilization, and the Divine Principle civilization all agreed that as long as the Do-like civilization is willing to join the Great Voyage Organization, the Do-like civilization will not be required to participate in the subsequent wars. The Do-like civilization only needs to provide the Great Voyage Organization with all the information of the Tiannu civilization. With such a request, the Do-type civilization naturally agreed. However, they still had a great psychological shadow on the strength of the Tiannu civilization, so they did not immediately abandon their hidden small universe and join the Great Voyage Organization with all their belongings. But they had no problem providing information about the Tiannu civilization, and they were also happy to do so. According to the Do-type civilization, the Tiannu civilization was originally an ordinary 6th level civilization in the Andromeda galaxy, just like their Do-type civilization. But just 200,000 years ago, they were lucky enough to find the key to open the 7th level civilization creation located in the center of the Andromeda galaxy. A 7th level civilization creation in the center of the Andromeda galaxy? In the virtual hall, Yu Yuan looked at the strange-looking representative of the Sino-Malgus civilization. He had seen many aliens in various forms, and was not surprised by the forms of Sino-Malgus civilization. Yes, that happened 200,000 years ago. Many ancient 6th level civilizations knew that there was a 7th level civilization creation at the black hole of our Andromeda galaxy, but many civilizations did not know what it was at the time. It was only after years of exploration that it was determined that it might be a creation located in the 4-dimensional space. The representative of the Do-like civilization answered respectfully. After some contact, he already knew that the life form that appeared in the hall in a virtual image was the leader of the Human Civilization, one of the 4 characteristic technological civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization. Characteristic technology, that is a legendary existence. He also heard that a civilization with characteristic technology appeared in the Andromeda galaxy a long time ago, but it is said that they left later. The representative of the Do-like civilization continued to introduce. The Tian civilization only has the ability of 4-dimensional jumping after obtaining the key to the 7th level civilization ruins. Their powerful individuals also appeared after that. Similarly, after that, the Tiannu civilization began to integrate the civilizations within the Andromeda galaxy with the slogan of achieving eternal peace in the Andromeda galaxy, so that all civilizations could live in the ideal living environment they built. The leader of the Shinju civilization also interrupted and asked 3 times, "Does it mean that the fighting style and combat power shown by the Tiannu civilization now are all thanks to that 7th level civilization creation? How long has that 7th level civilization creation existed? Why would a level 7 civilization place such a creation in the Andromeda galaxy?" Yes. The representative of the Do-like civilization turned to face the leader of the Shinju civilization, answered the first question first, and then said respectfully, "As for the last 2 questions, I'm really sorry. We don't know how long that level 7 civilization creation has existed, and we don't know why that unknown level 7 civilization placed such a creation in the center of the Andromeda galaxy. We only know that it is a 4-dimensional space technology creation. Oh, scientists in our civilization do have some speculations about that creation. They believe that the 7th level civilization creation might have been built by a 7th level civilization that once settled in the Andromeda galaxy to facilitate its activities in the Andromeda galaxy. Of course, this is just our speculation. I guess only the Tian civilization that is using it knows what it is." Chapter 1156. The Do-like civilization continued to introduce their knowledge of the Tiannu civilization and some speculations about the 7th level civilization creations to the Great Voyage Organization. In their description, it is said that there may have been a 7th level civilization living in the Andromeda galaxy. It is unknown when it happened. For some unknown reason, that 7th level civilization once lived in the Andromeda galaxy for a period of time. In order to make it easier for their civilization to travel in this galaxy with a diameter of 220,000 light-years, they created this four-dimensional creation. The location of the creation is at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. It may maintain itself through the black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy, or maintain its operation through some unknown means. The creation in the four-dimensional space is connected to various parts of the Andromeda Galaxy through some unknown spatial method, so that individuals of their own civilization can quickly travel within the galaxy. Listening to the description of the doe-like civilization, the ancient civilization also asked with concern. It was also 200,000 years ago. Before the time civilization, no other civilization had mastered the function of the seventh-level civilization creation. Also, besides the space jump ability, does that seventh-level civilization creation have any other functions? It happened 200,000 years ago. The representative of the doe-type civilization said, then turned to the leader of the ancient civilization and respectfully performed the etiquette of their civilization before continuing. At that time, we had a war with the Tiandu civilization. Of course, we were defeated in the end. During that process, the Tiandu civilization only demonstrated the space jump ability of individuals. I'm really ashamed. We couldn't resist just that ability. We didn't test their other abilities. But we can confirm that before they got the 7th level civilization creation, they definitely didn't have the ability to jump through space. And we've never seen that kind of space jump ability be blessed in a larger creation other than their individual lives. That's why our experts concluded that it might be a household project of a 7th level civilization settled in the Andromeda Galaxy. Well, a household project covering the entire Andromeda Galaxy. In fact, 200,000 years ago, when the Tian civilization still had male individuals, we already knew about the existence of the 7th level civilization creation. Not only us, many 6th level civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy knew about it, and explored it for a long time. According to a civilization that has been destroyed by the Tian civilization, the creation may have existed for more than 3 billion years. I don't know where they got the news from. It is said that the 7th level civilization that came to our Andromeda Galaxy found the environment here very troublesome, so they created this household project. It is said that it is a problem with communication and mobility. We just heard that. After so many years, we understand the trouble with mobility. After all, the Andromeda Galaxy is so huge, but as for the trouble with communication, we have no clue. Hearing this, Yu Yuan's heart moved, and he immediately blurted out in the virtual hall, quantum entanglement real-time communication. Maybe that level 7 civilization thinks it is a troublesome thing that the entire galaxy cannot communicate in real time. As soon as this was said, representatives or leaders of all civilizations looked at him. What? Real-time communication? What quantum entanglement real-time communication? Isn't that thing only able to communicate at the speed of light? When has quantum entanglement ever had the function of long-distance communication? Is your theory of human civilization really okay? Yes, quantum entanglement can only communicate at the speed of light, it just can't be deciphered. Many leaders and delegations of civilizations looked towards human civilization. They thought that human civilization might know something they didn't know. The leader of Shinju civilization said directly, "What do you mean? We are all members of the Great Voyage organization. Is there anything you can't say? Human civilization, what's going on?" The leader of ancient civilization also said impatiently, "Be patient." Yu Yuan looked around at the aliens of different shapes. He did not expect that these civilizations did not know about this information. Then he told them the news about quantum entanglement that humans had received from the pioneers. The pioneers said that in the distant past, quantum entanglement could achieve long-distance communication. Later, it was unknown when the phenomenon of not being able to exceed the speed of light suddenly appeared. The leaders of the civilizations and their teams were really stunned by this news. The Milky Way could communicate over long distances using quantum entanglement before, but it can't now. Oh no, not now. It couldn't billions of years ago, which means... The leader of the Silver Core civilization, who was very concerned about communication technology, fell into deep thought. The scientist and their team took over the conversation and said in disbelief. That is to say, there was a more advanced civilization that used technology to change the physical laws of the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, or perhaps a larger area. Yes. Yu Yuan nodded heavily. The pioneers did say so at the beginning, and it was not hearsay, but something they experienced personally. Combined with what the doe-like civilization said now, it may be that the 7th level civilization felt that it was troublesome to not be able to realize quantum entanglement communication, and they were too lazy to change the rules back, or it may be that they did not have that ability, so they created such a creation in the Andromeda Galaxy to facilitate their own civilization's communication and actions. The pioneer's personal experience, quantum entanglement failure, the seventh-level civilization creation covering the entire Andromeda galaxy. Billions of years ago, the information was combined together, and it seemed that the thread was like that. Billions of years ago, a level 7 civilization came to the Andromeda galaxy, or the local galaxy group, and found that the communication rules here had been changed. But for some reason, they did not want to leave the star field directly, so they built such a home project. Yes, a home project. A home project covering the entire galaxy. What a great power. Billions of years ago, what happened in the local galaxy group? The civilizations of the Great Voyage organization were all home projects of the unknown level 7 civilization. They were shocked, but what shocked them even more was the physical rule blow imposed on the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy, and even the entire local group of galaxies. That's the physical rule. Isn't it that the whole building of the physical rules of the universe is affected by one move? How did that unknown civilization manage to change only the law of quantum entanglement? Could it be that the starry sky where we are has been changed in more than just quantum entanglement real-time communication? How big is this range? Are all our civilizations the product of the rule change? Then if we run to an area where the rules have not been changed in the future, does it mean that it will fall apart directly, just like entering a four-dimensional space with different physical laws? Are there other places in this universe where the physical laws have been changed? Chapter 1157. The leaders and representatives of the civilizations in the Great Voyage organization had never thought that the news of the seventh-level civilization creation brought by the Doe-like civilization would actually lead to such explosive information. Every civilization secretly cursed the human civilization for being so dishonest that they did not share such important news with everyone. Looking at this situation, if it were not for the time point when the seventh-level civilization creation appeared and some strange speculations, the human civilization might not say anything. Human civilization, you are too dishonest. The leader of the ancient civilization said bluntly. You didn't ask either. Yu Yuan spread his hands. The leaders of the Shinju civilization, the ancient civilization, the Awakener Huan and the Feiyu civilization, The leadership team of the 6th-level civilizations of the Great Voyage organization was speechless. How do we know that you, a civilization with such a short history, knows such explosive news? Okay, it's not too late to know now. We just need to be careful on the Great Voyage. According to the description of the pioneers, it should only be a change in the communication rules. Maybe we will go to a place where quantum entanglement communication is still effective in the future. Just be prepared. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit weird, Yu Yuan said this and quickly changed the subject. By the way, the representative of the Doe-type civilization, I remember you should be called this name. Let me ask you, did the Time civilization only have this form of life from the beginning? While speaking, Yu Yuan also called up the form of the Time civilization through the network terminal for display. No, this is their female individual. The representative of the Doe-type civilization, Godomyu, said, originally they were a group technological civilization with both males and females, and at that time, they were not called the Time civilization. But later, after they got the 7th-level civilization artifact, for unknown reasons, their civilization had a civil war. It was a war between a single life and a warship. We don't know the specific content and cause of the war. We only know that after the war, the Tiannu civilization announced to all civilizations that they were called the Tiannu civilization, and began their extremely corrupt plan, the Eternal Peace Plan, also known as the Andromeda Galaxy Life Peace Treaty. The representatives of the Doe-like civilization then told the Great Voyage organization what they knew about what the Tiannu civilization did after obtaining the 7th-level civilization artifact, and even talked about how they were defeated by the Tiannu civilization and waited for hope in the ancient small universe. It also mentioned some of the attack methods of the Tiannu civilization. According to the Doe-type civilization, when the Tiannu civilization first started, their individual lives did not have single-body tachyon lightsabers. After breaking into the warship, they still used laser weapons and nuclear bombs to attack. It was not until they encountered some civilizations that were difficult to destroy that they gradually upgraded their weapons. From laser weapons to antimatter weapons, to single-body negative energy weapons, single-body tachyon lightsabers, and single-body void attack weapons. When asked about single-unit void strike, Doe-like civilization said that they had only seen it once. In that battle, their fleet of 1 million warships was slaughtered by Shunying, the goddess of martial arts of Tiannu civilization, and the weapon used by Shunying was void strike. Shunhua, goddess of martial arts, Shunying, and Shunyin, goddess of saints, are the 3 beings that Doe-like civilization told the Great Sailing Organization, and they are the 3 most powerful individual lives of Tiannu civilization. According to the description of Do-like civilization, only these three beings should have the means of void strike in Tiandu civilization 200,000 years ago, or in other words, the void strike weapon is the exclusive means of these three individual lives. It is unknown whether Tiandu civilization has upgraded its weapons after 200,000 years. It is estimated that it has not been upgraded. The leaders of the 6th level civilization thought secretly. As far as they know, the Holy Left Envoy Wei they encountered at the beginning did not use the void attack method, and in the subsequent conflicts, they did not see the Holy Side guards of the Tiandu civilization use the void attack method. It seems that the Tiandu civilization not only strictly restricts the development of fleets of other civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, but also restricts the use of weapons within its own civilization. However, whether or not they can use a certain attack method has nothing to do with the status of their individual lives, but is related to the weapons they use. Through the description of the Do-class civilization and the records of their battles with the Tian civilization, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization have a deeper understanding of the Tian civilization. In addition to their fighting methods and weapon usage, there is also the general structure of the Tian civilization. For example, the Eye of the Tian, the Sacred Book, the Tian Treasure House, the Tian Holy Land, and other things. The so-called Eye of the Tian is actually a system created by the Tian civilization after obtaining the 7th level civilization creation, and combining some of the creation's functions to create a system specifically for space jumps and four-dimensional perspective observation. The sacred books record the history of the Tiandu civilization, the gene bank, combat data, and other data centers. The Tiandu Treasure House is the arsenal of the Tiandu civilization. The Tiandu civilization has manufactured various types of individual combat weapons and put them together, and then that place is called the Tiandu Treasure House. It is said that the Tiandu Treasure House is also located in the inner space of the 7th level civilization creation, that is, in the four-dimensional space. Those individual weapons are stored in it through the method of space coding, and can be remotely extracted through the Tiandu Eye. The principle is the same as the space jump of individual life in the Tiandu civilization. The Holy Land of the Heavenly Maiden is the research base of the Heavenly Maiden civilization. According to the Do-class civilization, the Holy Maiden Goddess Shun Yin is the owner of the Holy Land of the Heavenly Maiden. She is also the most powerful scientist of the Heavenly Maiden civilization. The weapons of the Heavenly Maiden civilization, including various researches on the 7th level civilization creations, were all completed under her leadership. The Heavenly Maiden civilization is not all warriors. They also have ordinary individual lives, because they were originally ordinary individual lives, but with the blessing of a kind of technology called the Holy Body, they are qualified to become warriors who can jump in space. The Do-type civilizations also don't know what technology that is, but according to their descriptions, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization can have some concept of the so-called sacred body technology. They believe that it is a product of the combination of individual life enhancement technology and a certain function of the 7th level civilization creation. According to the characteristics, that three-dimensional objects will be decomposed by different rules when they directly enter the four-dimensional space, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization have come to the following conclusion. The individual life of the Tiandu civilization should be transformed by some kind of technology, which may be a device built into the individual or a portable device. Through the communication between them and the eye of the Tiandu, the individual life can get a kind of protective film in the process of shuttling through the four-dimensional space. After receiving a lot of intelligence about the Tiandu civilization, the four distinctive technological civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization immediately gathered together for an emergency meeting. At this meeting, the four distinctive technological civilizations finally clarified their strategic goals: to reach the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, find the 7th level civilization creation, and destroy the support of the Tiandu civilization. Chapter 1158. In fact, when the Silver Heart civilization responded with a wide area broadcast, it meant that the full-scale war between the Great Voyage Organization and the Tiandu civilization had officially begun. Since then, the Great Voyage Organization will no longer go out with a small fleet to fight the Tiandu civilization, but will become a planned and organized large fleet. Because of a certain understanding of the Tiandu civilization, the Great Voyage Organization has also formulated some more targeted policies and strategies. For example, each civilization should adjust its development strategy and change the fleet structure formulated for the Great Voyage in the long term, focusing on building warships first, and then changing it back after solving the Tiandu civilization. The civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization must build a large number of fleets in the shortest possible time. During this period, Everyone must also work together to resist the Tian civilization that may attack and buy time for the great construction. After completing the war preparations, they will kill together to the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. During this period, each civilization must also send out its own fleet to speed up the construction of the interstellar communication network, which is a necessity to light up the fog of war. Each civilization must, at all costs, spread the network all over the Andromeda Galaxy. This is the tone set by the 4 characteristic technological civilizations. Each civilization can play freely in other aspects, but must be consistent in the overall strategy. After the strategic tone was set, the 13 civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization dispatched their fleets one after another, escorting the engineering fleet to various parts of the Andromeda Galaxy. They took the organization's latest scientific and technological achievements to build interstellar networks at various star nodes in each spiral arm. However, the Tiandu civilization did not foolishly wait for the Great Voyage Organization to arrange recklessly in the Andromeda Galaxy. They also knew about the Great Voyage Organization's behavior in setting up a communication network. They would destroy what the enemy worked hard to accomplish. Therefore, for a long time to come, the Tiandu civilization also dispatched its holy guards to patrol the Andromeda Galaxy, and launched attacks whenever it encountered the fleet of the Great Voyage Organization. Shun Yin, who was in the Holy Land of Tiandu, was also working hard with his team to complete the upgrade of the Eye of Tiandu, before the Great Voyage Organization developed a large-scale fleet. By then, the movements of the Great Voyage Organization would become completely transparent, and the Tiandu civilization could go straight to the headquarters of the Great Voyage Organization and wipe it out. The goddess of warriors Shunning has returned from the 5th star zone, and is stepping up the training of warriors, waiting for the Eye of the Goddess to complete the upgrade, and then heading to the headquarters of the Great Voyage Organization. The goddess of the goddess Shunhua used this time to recruit soldiers within her own civilization. Yes, I haven't heard of it, it's conscription. Due to the long period of peace, the standing army of the goddess civilization, which they call the Holy Guards, is actually not large, probably around 5 million. If it were in the past, 5 million Holy Guards would be enough to suppress the civilization of the entire Andromeda Galaxy, and even more than enough. After all, with the blessing of the 4-dimensional jump technology, a team of 3 people is often enough to patrol a large area of stars. Even if there is a resistant civilization that dares to show up, it generally only needs a holy side guard, that is, a team of 1,000 people to suppress it. For 200,000 years, it has been a crushing defeat against all enemies. Unexpectedly, it has encountered a powerful Great Voyage Organization, especially the warships that can fight one-on-one with its own holy side guards. This has made the Tiandu civilization feel unprecedented pressure, especially the warship that can use some unknown technology to make the Holy Left envoy disappear. After many battles, the Tiandu civilization probably knows that the combat power of the Great Voyage Organization is the square warships and assembly line warships, and the rest are garbage. The Celestial Maiden civilization does not know the names of the human civilization and the Awakener civilization yet, but through the observations of the Celestial Maiden Eye and the information from multiple battles, they already know how many civilizations the Great Voyage Organization has. Of course, based on the appearance of the warships, they can also judge that the 2 warships with extremely strong combat power belong to different civilizations. Unfortunately, the most critical technical upgrade of the Celestial Maiden Eye has not been completed, otherwise they would definitely be able to see the number of fleets of the Great Voyage Organization, and most importantly, the number of warships of the human civilization and the Awakener civilization. Humans have 3 million consciousness-linked warships, and the Awakeners still have 13 million warships. The 2 together have already exceeded the number of warriors of the Tiandu civilization. Unfortunately, the Great Voyage Organization is currently unaware of this. Otherwise, the strategy would not be to speed up the development of the fleet, but to kill them directly. The Doe-like civilization did say that the number of Tiandu civilization's troops was not large, less than 10 million, but that was 200,000 years ago. The 4 leaders of the Great Voyage Organization felt that, after so much time, the Tiandu civilization could not have remained at the level of that year. Such misjudgment also gave the Tiandu civilization precious time to recruit soldiers. The Tiandu civilization's recruitment does not mean that ordinary people can become warriors after training. They need to go to the Tiandu Holy Land to be transformed, so that they can become a warrior who can use the Tiandu Eye and Tiandu Treasure House equipment. After realizing that the newcomer was not simple, the Tiandu civilization became more serious than ever before. They began to expand their army on a large scale, and at the same time, they were waiting for the upgrade of the Tiandu Eye to be completed. This time, the 2 sides synchronized tacitly. In the following time, The Great Voyage Organization dispatched construction corps to various star regions to carry out interstellar communication construction, and occasionally dispatched several surprise fleets to the center of the Andromeda Galaxy to launch tentative attacks on the Titan civilization. However, the latter had little effect, and basically encountered patrol teams of the Titan civilization on the way. The closer to the center of the Andromeda constellation, the easier it was to be discovered by the Titan civilization and then be slaughtered. In this process, the Great Voyage Organization gradually explored the absolute field of vision of the Titan civilization, which was roughly the range of 50,000 light-years, with the center of the Andromeda Galaxy as the origin, that is, the range of 100,000 light-years in the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. As long as the fleet of the Great Voyage Organization enters it, it will be discovered by the Tiannu civilization immediately, regardless of whether it appears in the vision of other civilizations. Based on this judgment, the Great Voyage Organization believes that the absolute detection range of the Tiannu Eye is 100,000 light-years, but what they can't imagine is that the Tiannu Eye is being upgraded. If it drags on, the Tiannu civilization will open up its full vision. Unfortunately, the information barrier of interstellar civilization is much thicker than the war between the same races. It is impossible to send spies into the enemy's interior, so it is naturally difficult to discover some internal affairs of the other party. They can only explore each other's details through mutual probing. Both sides did this. The Tiannu civilization also dispatched an army of 1 million sacred flankers to attack the first star zone where the Great Voyage Organization is located, and the purpose was also to test the details of the Great Voyage Organization. It must be said that their probing was successful. Chapter 1159. In that raid, the Great Voyage Organization used all its elite forces to destroy the 1 million troops of the Tiannu civilization. The battle was led by the human civilization and the Awakeners, and both sides dispatched about 1 million warships. With the elite warships of the two civilizations as the main force, the Great Voyage Organization led the main battleships of other civilizations to form a battle formation, and launched a medium-sized battle with the Tiannu civilization in the middle of the Andromeda Galaxy's first spiral arm. In that battle, the number of fleets on the side of the Great Voyage Organization reached 20.7 million. In addition to the 2 million warships of humans and the Awakeners, each of the other civilizations also dispatched nearly 1.7 million warships. The number is 20 times that of the individual Tiannu civilization. Tianqin was in the lead, while Neutron Battlestar and Galaxy of the Ancient Alliance did not participate. The former was still upgrading, and the latter did not go out to hide its strength. This local war ended with the defeat of Tiannu civilization, but the Great Voyage Organization was not able to wipe them out completely, because they wanted to leave, and the Great Voyage Organization could not stop them. Moreover, in the war, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization were even more shocked to find that except for the warships of the Awakeners, and the consciousness-linked warships of humans, other conventional battleships could not pose a threat to the warriors of Tiannu civilization at all, and were crushed. They were almost useless in the battle. An ordinary battleship is completely unable to avoid the four-dimensional jumping divine flankers of the Tiannu civilization. No shields or armor are of any use. Almost all battleships are directly jumped into the warships, and then destroyed by a tachyon lightsaber. They don't have time to self-destruct, and have no ability to resist. After this war, the Great Voyage Organization realized that no matter how many ordinary battleships there are, they are useless, and can only be cannon fodder. But cannon fodder is not useless. The four characteristic technological civilization said, if you can't fight, all of them will go out to build for us, bring the construction corps and the detection fleet, and risk their lives to lay the interstellar network system to the center of Andromeda. At the same time, there is another task, which is to test the depth of the Tiannu civilization, mainly to spy on the number of its troops. After recognizing this reality, the Great Voyage Organization immediately changed its original large fleet combat strategy, and changed it to a multi-point approach to ignite war in various places in the Andromeda Galaxy. These tasks were completed by the 9 ordinary Level 6 civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization. Their fleets must have a mortal heart, and destroy various places in the Andromeda Galaxy. They can blow up stars to attract the attention of the Tiannu civilization, and see if they can take care of all areas. However, the Tiannu civilization is not stupid. They soon realized that this was a test behavior, and soon showed supermobility. In order to cover up the fact that their military strength was insufficient, they decisively went out in full force to slaughter every Great Voyage Organization fleet that was causing damage. The Great Voyage Organization's attempt ended in failure, so that the four characteristic technological civilizations still cannot determine the number of warriors of the Tiannu civilization. In this case, the humans and Awakeners, as the main force, did not dare to gamble and dared not rashly attack the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. After all, the consciousness-linked warships of the two civilizations now add up to only more than 15 million, and the Tiandu civilization easily dispatched tens of millions of sacred flankers when it wiped out the various fleets of the Great Voyage Organization. This caused the Great Voyage Organization to misjudge the number of its warriors. After all, even for a conventional level 6 civilization, the number of individual lives is in the hundreds of billions, or even trillions. However, each individual life of the Tian civilization is a combat unit, but the Great Voyage Organization uses warships as combat units, so naturally it feels that it is inferior to the Tian civilization in terms of numbers. Therefore, in the subsequent plans of the Great Voyage Organization, the Tian civilization can only be defeated by the four major characteristic technological civilizations, and it is impossible to defeat the Tian civilization when the level 7 civilization creations still exist. It must find a way to kill it to the center of the Andromeda Galaxy and destroy it, otherwise it will definitely be exhausted to death by the Tian civilization. However, the civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization could not figure out why the Tiandu civilization had not launched a full-scale attack on them under such circumstances. Experts from various civilizations gave two speculations. One is that the detection range of the Tiandu civilization's Tiandu Eye is limited, and they have not yet discovered the specific location of the Great Voyage Organization. The second is that the military strength of the Tiandu civilization is insufficient. Their military strength may not have made much progress in the past 200,000 years, so after discovering the strength of humans and awakeners, they dare not attack rashly. The other civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization have set their sights on humans and awakeners, but the two civilizations dare not take risks. What if the Tiandu civilization has hundreds of millions, or even tens of billions of warriors? Wouldn't it be suicide to attack rashly? But if there are so many warriors, why don't they take the initiative to attack? This doesn't make sense. People from various civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization thought about it, and felt that there might be another reason. The Tiandu civilization is afraid of the Tianqin. There is no answer to guessing. After hundreds of years of confrontation, the four characteristic technological civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization decided to launch a general attack on the Tiandu civilization after the patch of the Neutron Battlestar was completed. However, what the Great Voyage Organization could not have imagined was that the Celestial civilization had completed the upgrade of the Celestial Eye 100 years ago. They had used the 7th level civilization creation to see the fleet composition of the Great Voyage Organization through a 4-dimensional perspective, including all the movements and trends of the Great Voyage Organization fleet. But now they are also a little guilty, because they have seen the number of the Awakener fleet. They feel that with their current military strength, they cannot take the Great Voyage Organization away in one wave, so they plan to delay for a while, wait until their army is larger, at least twice as large as the Awakener fleet and the human fleet, and then launch an attack on the Great Voyage Organization, and then destroy it all. Here, the Tiandu civilization also misjudged the number of consciousness-linked warships in the human fleet. Since the appearance of the human fleet was the same type, they thought that all conventional warships of the human race were powerful consciousness-linked warships. From the perspective of the Tiandu civilization, the Great Voyage Organization had more than 31 million powerful warships that could fight a 1-to-1 loss ratio with themselves, which was definitely a special technological product of the Great Voyage Organization. Such a misjudgment, coupled with the Tianqin, the strange neutron star that had just been discovered, and a warship that could actually travel through 3-dimensional space, made them dare not directly attack the headquarters of the Great Voyage Organization. Based on this, the Tiandu civilization also changed its war strategy. They changed their goal from destroying the elite fleet of the Great Voyage Organization in one fell swoop to temporarily attacking the residential spacecraft of the Great Voyage Organization to make the Great Voyage Organization surrender. However, just after they made this decision, they found that the Great Voyage Organization actually began to pull out the residential spacecraft clusters originally hidden in various small universes, and then drove them to the void outside the Andromeda Galaxy. Should we attack now? The leader of the Tiandu civilization, the goddess of the Heavenly Maiden, also hesitated. She felt that if she attacked now, she would definitely be able to kill a large number of civilians of the Great Voyage Organization, making this organization from the Milky Way pay a heavy price, and let it know that the Andromeda Galaxy is not the Milky Way. But now those powerful warships are still there, the number of warriors on her side is not dominant, and the opponent also has that warship that can teleport, and the strange neutron star, a warship that can travel in 3-dimensional space. How can there be so many different types of existence? Does this so-called Great Voyage Organization have more than one special technology? Shunhua, the goddess of heaven, couldn't understand why the Andromeda Galaxy, which is so large, hadn't had a unique technological civilization for so many years. How could the Milky Way, which is so small, have so many civilizations mastering unique technologies? Seeing this situation, she actually had the idea that the previous declaration of war was a bit hasty. But this idea was quickly extinguished by her. She still firmly believed that if she gave the heavenly civilization some more time and trained more sacred flankers, she would definitely be able to eliminate this organization that destroyed the beautiful life of the Andromeda Galaxy. Chapter 1160. While the Tiannu civilization was hesitant, the Great Voyage organization was also struggling over whether to launch a larger-scale attack to spy on the strength of the Tiannu civilization's army. The Dole civilization told the Great Voyage organization a lot about the Tiannu civilization, but there were also many things they didn't know, such as the armament of the Tiannu civilization's warriors, how long it took them to train a warrior, and how much it cost. All these things needed to be investigated by the Great Voyage organization itself. Of course, the Dou-type civilization is still very useful. Although their combat level is very low, the information they provide is very useful, at least saving the Great Voyage organization from countless explorations. You must know that every time the Great Voyage organization successfully detects the details of the Tian civilization, it has to pay a huge price, and thousands of warships have been destroyed by the Tian civilization. Now, the four characteristic technological civilizations of the Great Voyage organization have come together again. Due to the powerful combat power of the Tian civilization, even the Awakener has stopped going out alone to expand his own members, and instead came back to discuss countermeasures with the other three characteristic technological civilizations. The leadership teams of the four civilizations have sat down and discussed for a long time, and all agreed that they must try again, but how to try again became a problem. Last time, it was the human consciousness-linked warships and Awakeners who led the other ordinary level 6 civilization fleets to go, and then failed. This time, of course, the method must be changed. But as they discussed, everyone fell silent, because the leadership teams of the four special technological civilizations knew that at present, except for humans and Awakeners, the other ordinary warships of the Great Voyage organization were just cannon fodder. Shinju civilization, how long will it take for you to get the patch for the Neutron Battlestar? In the virtual venue, the leader of the Inshin civilization called out to the Shinju civilization. It's not that simple. It's not something as simple as the interstellar communication network. We have to understand the various manifestations of gravity in four-dimensional space, so that we can effectively defend against attacks from four-dimensional space. A scientist among the representatives of the Shinju civilization said. Just tell me how long it will take. The leader of the Inshin civilization was a little impatient. Scientific research is unpredictable. We are not like you who can get special technology with just one word. The leader of the Shinju civilization immediately responded sharply. He was obviously talking about the fact that the Inshin civilization relied on other races to obtain special technology. Okay, stop arguing. We are discussing the problem now, not arguing. The Awakener Huan made a round. We can't wait any longer. We think the longer we wait, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. We must take action and find out how much power the Tiannu civilization still has and what they are doing now. Yu Yuan also spoke on behalf of human civilization. What do you think we should do? At the critical moment, the Shinju civilization can't move. Do you and the Awakeners have to send out another fleet like last time? The leader of the Inshin civilization said. Yu Yuan certainly doesn't want to consume humans. He pondered for a moment and said, other civilizations can't fight, so we must go, but this time is different from last time. We human civilization will not send out elites. Before he finished speaking, the Awakener Huan also said, then we won't go either. The Awakener was not stupid. Seeing that Yu Yuan did not want to sacrifice the consciousness-linked warships of mankind, he naturally did not want his members to die. If you don't go, do you want us to go? We only have one galaxy, and we won't go. The leader of the Silver Heart civilization also immediately expressed his position. Since you are like this, then who cares? Why don't we wait until our Neutron Battlestar is patched? Before the Shinju civilization finished speaking, Yu Yuan interrupted. Listen to me first. We just don't send out consciousness-linked warships, and we didn't say that the Tianqin won't go. How about this? This time we will be led by our Tianqin, and the Galaxy Civilization Star River will lead a fleet as the main force. If possible, you can also contribute some combat power. This time we want to launch a surprise attack and force the Tiannu civilization to come out. The Shinju civilization Neutron Battlestar cannot participate for the time being, so we will send out conventional combat power. Of course, It can't be just us. The other ordinary level 6 organizations of the Great Voyage organization must also mobilize most of their forces, and even if possible, let their fleets go out in full force. Seeing Yuan's words, the leadership of the ancient civilization also thought for a moment, and finally their leader said, "Human civilization is right. If other civilizations want to find out the power of the Tiandu civilization, it is best to mobilize all their forces. It is useless to keep them anyway, so it is better to use them, and let the Tiandu civilization think that we have launched a decisive battle." Well, according to the latest detection intelligence analysis, we think that the detection range of the Tiandu civilization seems to be wider. Many of our detectors located 100,000 light-years away from the center of Andromeda have been hit by them. Well, we can't wait any longer. We are making progress, and so are our enemies. We agree with the plan of human civilization. We will risk our lives to accompany you. In addition to the neutron battle star, all of our 7 million conventional warships will be dispatched. The leader of the Shinju civilization took the lead in expressing his opinion very straightforwardly. "We will send 1 million warships, and I will go there myself. We need to stay with the remaining forces to protect your residential spaceship cluster. You don't want the Time civilization to slaughter your nest when we carry out the surprise attack plan." The Awakener one also breathed a sigh of relief. "That's what we mean too. Our consciousness-linked warships must stay to protect everyone's residential spaceship cluster." Yu Yuan also said, "Well, this is necessary, and we agree with this plan." The ancient civilization also expressed its position. "This is why we are withdrawing the main body of civilization from the Andromeda galaxy. According to the Do-type civilization, the coverage of the Eye of the Goddess of the Tiandu civilization is at most in the Andromeda galaxy. It is safest for us to withdraw the main body of civilization. It would be great if we could lead them to the void outside the Andromeda galaxy. The Silver Heart civilization is right, but the Tiandu civilization is not that stupid. It is impossible for them to follow the enemy even though they know that the battlefield is set in a place where they cannot make a 4-dimensional jump." The leader of the Silver Heart civilization seemed to have thought of a good idea. He suddenly said excitedly, "Hey, since we already know that the Tiandu civilization cannot make a 4-dimensional jump outside the Andromeda galaxy, why do we still need to raid the 7th level civilization creation? Why don't we change our strategy? The Tiandu civilization is not stupid." The leader of the Shinju civilization gave a look of contempt. He didn't want to listen to the ancient civilization anymore because he had already thought of what the leader of the ancient civilization was going to say next. However, these words couldn't stop the ancient civilization leader from speaking. He continued, "No, no, no, we are not retreating, but a tactical retreat. We will retreat to the void, and then use the Superstar Destroyer cannon to flatten the Andromeda galaxy from the void. This is called the Scorched Earth strategy." Chapter 1161. Wow! Hearing the leader of the Silver Heart civilization say this, the leadership teams of the 3 civilizations, Human Civilization, Awakener Civilization, and Divine Principle Civilization, all shouted wow. The leader of the Divine Principle Civilization originally thought that the Silver Heart Civilization wanted to retreat to the satellite galaxy of the Andromeda Galaxy, mine resources there, build warships, and then leave the Andromeda Galaxy directly, giving up the search for the Pioneer's footprints and changing the route of the Great Voyage. In their impression, the Silver Heart Civilization could indeed do such a thing. But I didn't expect that the ancient civilization would change its nature. When they encountered difficulties, they didn't think of running away at the first time, but came up with such a cool operation. I didn't expect it. I have to say that this time you really made us look at you with new eyes." The leader of the Shinju civilization couldn't help but praise him. Seeing that the arrogant guys of the Shinju civilization praised themselves, the leaders of the ancient civilization and their leadership team felt full of emotional value. "Your stereotypes of our ancient civilization are too serious. It's really hard to finally change some." Then, their leader continued to say, Doesn't the Tiandu civilization cherish everything in the Andromeda galaxy like the cuckoo cherishes its feathers? Aren't they arrogantly declaring war on us? Aren't they trying to build a beautiful, peaceful life in the galaxy? Then we must let them know what war is." Although the plan of the leader of human civilization is good, I suddenly feel that it is still too conservative. We do need to test the number of their warriors, but testing does not require going straight to Huanglong. The leader of the Silver Heart civilization suddenly became high-spirited, then showed a crazy expression, and began to explain his thoughts. "Aren't we now withdrawing the main body of civilization from the Andromeda galaxy? This way we can pretend to be an escort retreat, and at the same time let other level 6 civilizations send warships to go there." As he spoke, the Silver Heart civilization leadership team cooperated to call up a star map, and the Silver Heart civilization leader marked dozens of locations on it, and then continued to say frantically, "We can let them go to these places to deploy defenses and pretend to be the last one to leave. Although it is useless, we have to do such useless work. Because the Tiannu civilization will laugh at our useless efforts, we will let them laugh for a while, and when they are done laughing, let them watch us laugh. When our main civilization withdraws from the Andromeda galaxy, our plan can begin. At that time, all our civilization's fleets will also go to the void, leaving the Andromeda galaxy, and then launch superstar destroyers from there to the Andromeda galaxy. The Andromeda galaxy is full of stars, with more than 117 billion stars. It just so happens that we have been sailing for more than 10,000 years, facing darkness and nothingness. We really think there is no better fireworks than this." The leader of the Silver Heart civilization spoke passionately, waving his short arms while speaking. With his 4 eyes and starfish-like body, he looked a little cute in the eyes of humans. But with such a cute image, his words were so evil. The 4 leadership teams in the virtual venue understood that the leader of the Silver Heart civilization was going to blow up all the stars in the Andromeda galaxy. Use superstar destroyer cannons. The Great Voyage organization still has so many warships, and they all ran into the void together, away from the range of the Time civilization's 4-dimensional jump, and set up cannons there to blow him up. It is indeed a bit far to fire in the void outside the Andromeda galaxy, but the superstar destroyer cannon is not limited to the speed of light. As long as the warp engine is added to the warhead of the cannon, it will be a super light speed superstar destroyer cannon. All civilizations of the Great Voyage organization have this technology. As for the long distance accuracy problem, there is no need to worry, because these guys must have blown up many stars in the Milky Way. They are very good at aiming at the slow stars in the starry sky. And there is no need to worry about the resource problem. Although there is no directly usable matter in the void outside the Andromeda galaxy, there is a dark matter halo, and the Great Voyage organization can use dark matter there for conversion. Dark matter, dark antimatter, energy, energy mass conversion, element synthesis, various minerals, mineral resources, although this is a bit troublesome, but there is material energy. With energy and matter, the Great Voyage organization can continuously produce superstar destroyer shells, and then send them to the Andromeda galaxy crazily. When the time comes, the 13 civilizations will set up their warships, and bombard them hard. I don't believe that the Tiannu civilization will not be anxious. Aren't they 4-dimensional jumpers? Then it depends on whether they have a larger population, or the Great Voyage organization has more shells. At that time, they will definitely be able to force all the warriors of the Tiannu civilization out. However, the large-scale bombing of stars may also destroy the interstellar network system built by the Great Voyage organization. At that time, it will be impossible to detect how many warriors the Time civilization has dispatched. An expert from the Shinju civilization raised his own doubts. In response, the leader of the ancient civilization blinked his 4 eyes. We can install a small detector in the warp engine of the superstar destroyer cannon. This is an easy task for us. If you can't do it, you can bring the superstar destroyer shells to us for processing. Don't worry, there is no processing fee." Hearing this, the leader of the Shinju civilization said happily, "Good, I think this plan is better. Let the Tiannu civilization know what war is." In the past battles, the Shinju civilization had been holding back for a long time. If the neutron battlestar patch had not been installed properly, they would have wanted to crush these guys. Now the large-scale destructive behavior proposed by the ancient civilization is just a relief. Maybe they can even use this to threaten the Tiannu civilization if they can't stop it. Of course, they can also choose not to stop it. If they don't stop it, then they will blow up all the stars in the Andromeda galaxy. After the bombing, we will fight to the death. This is the scorched earth strategy. This is war. We have already fallen out. What is there to be afraid of? As for whether the traces of the pioneers will be affected by the scorched earth strategy, the leadership team of the 4 characteristic technological civilizations of the Great Voyage organization thinks it is possible, but based on the pioneers' past practices, they should have created a small universe to protect their traces. Moreover, there are other 6th-level civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy. Maybe they know something. In short, there seems to be no better plan than the proposal of the Galactic Center civilization at this stage. I have to say that this plan is indeed better, and our human civilization also agrees. I agree with this plan on behalf of the Awakener civilization. Okay, in that case, then it's settled. We will notify all civilizations in the name of the Great Voyage organization and execute it immediately. The decision of the 4 civilizations with unique technologies is the decision of the Great Voyage organization, and the Andromeda Galaxy also ushered in a great natural disaster because of the decision of these four guys in the Milky Way, a world-destroying catastrophe. Chapter 1162. In fact, during the process of the Great Voyage Organization's withdrawal from the Andromeda Galaxy, the Tiandu civilization had the opportunity to launch an attack, but they also missed this best time due to strategic misjudgment. Even when the three goddesses of the Tiandu civilization saw the Great Voyage Organization's retreat from the upgraded Tiandu Eye, they still laughed at these guys for overestimating their own capabilities, and thought that the Great Voyage Organization chose to leave the Andromeda Galaxy after realizing the strength of the Tiandu civilization. From this point of view, the retreat strategy of the ancient civilization is very effective. The Tiandu civilization watched the Great Voyage Organization disappear from their sight. However, they did not stop recruiting soldiers, nor did they stop training and converting their warriors, because they also realized that this number of warriors was no longer enough to protect the ideal life they created. Just let this group of bastards go. The goddess of the warriors, Shunning, was somewhat unwilling. If she hadn't seen that the Great Voyage Organization still had so many powerful warships, she would have led the holy guards of the Tiandu civilization to kill them. Although the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy is far away, it only takes a few jumps to reach it after the Eye of the Goddess is upgraded. Shunhua, the goddess of the goddess, shook her head and said, "They probably discovered our jump range. They probably want to retreat to the outside of the galaxy to accumulate strength, but it doesn't matter. Our current strength is not enough to destroy them. But no matter what, they are definitely not as fast as us in training soldiers when they build warships. If they leave now, it's fine. If they dare to come back, we will let them know that their fancy warships can't protect their fragile bodies. The Eye of the Goddess has been upgraded. As long as they enter the range of the stars, we will definitely find them. This is not a problem. Shunning, the goddess of the warriors, I am really unwilling, but since they are gone and the Eye of the Goddess has been upgraded, should we take action against those ancient civilizations? Shunhua, the goddess of the goddess, there are not many civilizations left. Our great ideal is about to be realized. There is no rush. For now, we should wait for our new warriors to be equipped. If the Galaxy Grand Voyage Organization does not come back by then, we will clean up those ancient civilizations." Shunning, that's right. Listening to the conversation between the two and watching the Great Voyage Organization evacuate the Tianma Galaxy, the Saint Goddess Xuanyan's eyes revealed extremely complex emotions, with disappointment that was difficult to conceal and relief that they finally left. However, what the three gods could not have imagined was that these guys from the Milky Way were far crazier than they thought. Time soon came to the 30th year since the Great Voyage Organization ran out of the Andromeda Galaxy. During these 30 years, the number of the holy guards of the Tianma civilization has grown from 5 million to 7 million. In the eyes of the goddess civilization, this expansion speed is already very fast, because a holy side guard is not just a summoned individual life, but also requires equipment deployment and a series of operations of interconnecting individuals with the Eye of the Goddess. For example, the reason why the holy side guards can perform four-dimensional jumps is that they have installed a system in their bodies that communicates with the Eye of the Goddess. New warriors need to install this system, and they also need to make personal weapons and equipment for them, including four-dimensional coating, functional armor, weapons with single-unit tachyon lightsaber functions, etc. Of course, the main reason is that the Tiandu civilization is not well prepared. After all, in the past, 5 million sacred flankers were enough to overwhelm the entire Andromeda Galaxy, and they don't have too many remaining weapons and equipment in their inventory. But even so, the growth rate of their warriors is indeed far faster than the shipbuilding speed of the Great Voyage Organization. If they continue to develop, the outcome is unpredictable. Fortunately, in the past 30 years, the Great Voyage Organization's strike plan has been ready, and some fast-moving civilizations have already fired at the Andromeda Galaxy in advance. But the target is still too far away, and the shells have not yet flown. In fact, after arriving at the dark matter halo, the factories of the 13 civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization worked together to manufacture superstar destroyer shells with detection equipment, and at the same time calibrated the positions of the stars in the Andromeda Galaxy, striving to destroy one with one shot. The reason for preparing for so long is that the Great Voyage Organization feels that it is safer to go farther away. Of course, there are also factors such as the assembly of new shells, and the setting of the strike target and strike method. According to the traditional strike method, it is to directly destroy the star closest to itself in the number 1 spiral arm, but it is obvious that if this is done, any star that is detonated will immediately attract the attention of the Tian civilization. Therefore, the Great Voyage Organization adopted the measurement of multi-point simultaneous detonation. That is, according to the distance and direction, a large number of superstar destroyer shells are fired. The farther the target is, the earlier the shells are fired. After accurately calculating the flight time of the shells, the stars in the far and near areas can be detonated at the same time. It must be said that this strategy greatly improves the suddenness of the attack. Although the Eye of the Goddess civilization has been upgraded, their main focus is still on the Great Voyage Organization fleet returning to the Andromeda Galaxy, as well as the hidden small universe in the Andromeda Galaxy, and other large targets. In other words, the focus was biased, just like when the Great Voyage Organization focused on warships and ignored the individual lives of the Tiannu civilization. This time, due to the inertia of thinking, the Tiannu civilization made the same mistake. The Great Voyage Organization has 13 civilizations. Although the number of sub-civilization level warships has been consumed after several rounds, the total number is still about 90 million. On average, each civilization has about 7 million ships. If the Great Voyage had not consumed a lot of them, there would be more. Of course, it was also the result of the desperate development of the 13 civilizations after arriving at the Andromeda Galaxy. 90 million sub-civilization class warships can fire 90 million superstar destroyer shells in one strike, and the Andromeda Galaxy has only more than 117 billion stars. Each warship can allocate one superstar destroyer shell to each star if it fires more than 10,000 times. This was a rain of shells. Each civilization of the Great Voyage Organization was assigned to an area. They either fired from the outer edge of the number 1 spiral arm, or drove the warships to the upper and lower disks of the Andromeda Galaxy to strike, or ran around the outer edge of the spiral arm and shot all the way. In short, after the 4 characteristic technological civilizations issued the strike order in the name of the Great Voyage Organization, the 13 civilizations began their own performance. As long as they stay more than 110,000 light-years away from the black hole at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, that is the blind spot of the Tiannu civilization, and they cannot find them. The 13 civilizations all feel that this is the most useful information the Great Voyage Organization has obtained after entering the Andromeda Galaxy for so long. Chapter 1163. The Andromeda Galaxy has a diameter of 220,000 light-years, and the fastest level 6 shells take 1,032 years to fly. Of course, the superstar destroyer shells equipped with warp engines of the Great Voyage Organization can't actually reach that far, because even a fully fueled warship can only last about 100,000 light-years in a single voyage. The superstar destroyer shells of the Great Voyage Organization, even if they use the warp engine technology of the Feiyu civilization, can only reach 100,000 light-years at most. However, the conventional relative speed of the superstar destroyer is not limited by the warp engine. After the warp engine stops working, it can continue to rush to the target star at a conventional speed close to the speed of light, and this process will be much slower than the warp stage. Therefore, the Great Voyage Organization needs to circle the Andromeda Galaxy and launch attacks on it from all directions. However, it is still difficult to quickly hit the cluster of stars in the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. But this is enough, because there are enough shells. In this way, a few years have passed. Many superstar destroyer shells have flown into the Andromeda Galaxy, but because the Tian civilization focused on the wrong point, they did not find these shells that caused slight warp traces. After more than 10 years, more and more shells entered the Andromeda Galaxy, reaching several hundred million. Perhaps because of the large number, the Tiannu civilization still noticed something was wrong. Through the information feedback from the Tiannu Eye, they detected many traces of warp speed, but perhaps because those traces of warp speed were too weak, the Tiannu civilization thought that they were caused by the navigation of some low-level civilizations, so they did not pay too much attention. They even thought that the Great Voyage Organization had left, perhaps to the satellite galaxy of the Andromeda Galaxy. 100 years later, the number of shells entering the Andromeda Galaxy has exceeded the number of stars in the Andromeda Galaxy. It was not until this time that the Tiannu civilization realized that something seemed to be wrong, because there were too many slight fluctuations in the warp speed navigation. Therefore, Shen Hua, the goddess of heaven, went to the Holy Land of Heaven again and asked Shen Yin, the goddess of saint, to adjust the observation data of the Eye of Heaven to a more subtle observation angle. However, the Eye of Heaven is an intermediate application created by the heavenly civilization based on the research of the 7th level civilization creation. It is not a real 7th level civilization creation. Although through it, the heavenly civilization can obtain many functions of the 7th level civilization creation, this large-scale adjustment of the observation object still cannot be achieved by pressing a button, and a large amount of data adjustment is required. In this way, the celestial maiden civilization wasted a little time. Finally, the eye of the celestial maiden completed the adjustment of the observation object. It was at this moment that Shunning, who came to the celestial maiden holy land with the celestial maiden goddess Shunhua, saw a scene she would never forget. What is that? For a moment, even the martial maiden goddess Shunning, who was responsible for war, could not believe it. She murmured, "Warp missile?" As if answering her question, the powerful ability of the eye of the celestial maiden immediately enlarged the picture, so the celestial maiden goddess, the martial maiden goddess, and the saint goddess saw the high-definition appearance of the shell. It's really a warp missile. Could it be that some level 5 civilization wants to develop a star-destroying weapon again? Shunhua saw the warp shell, and subconsciously thought that a level 5 civilization was conducting a prohibited weapon experiment, but she soon noticed that the speed of this warp missile exceeded the maximum power of the level 5 civilization's warp engine, exceeding 200 times the speed of light. This is a star-destroying weapon launched by a level 6 civilization. Didn't they order the development of star-destroying weapons to be prohibited? Could it be that some ancient civilization couldn't sit still? No, the ancient civilization couldn't know that we upgraded the eye of the goddess. Looking at the superstar destroyer shells, the goddess Shunhua thought to herself, something is wrong. An ancient level 6 civilization cannot have such a huge number of warp missiles, and they seem to come from outside the Andromeda galaxy. As the developer of the eye of the goddess, Shunyin was the first person to receive observation signals from various places after adjusting the observation parameters. Just when Shunhua felt something was wrong, she was the first to see a large group of superstar destroyers with the same type of warp fluctuations. From outside the Andromeda galaxy, what is the exact number? The goddess of martial arts, Shunning, seemed to realize something, and she immediately asked loudly. She seemed to have forgotten that she also had the authority to access the eye of the goddess. Well, wait a moment. Shunyin was too lazy to remind her. A large stream of data flashed in Xuanyin's eyes, and then she stretched out her big hand and wiped it in front of her. As she moved, a full picture of the Andromeda galaxy immediately appeared in the air in front of the three people. The group of red dots in the picture represented the number of superstar destroyer shells detected by the eye of the goddess after adjusting the observation data. The four-dimensional scan is indeed powerful. It can actually scan such a small trajectory of the superstar destroyer shells in such a large range. Shunning, hiss! Shunyin, what is that? Shunhua, 100 and 473 billion. So much? Damn, it must be the work of that big voyage organization. Just look at the group of guys from the Milky Way before. What are they going to do? The shells entering the Andromeda galaxy have exceeded the number of stars in the Andromeda galaxy. Now some stars have been allocated 2 shells. But the Great Voyage organization has not stopped firing, and the warships in various places outside the Andromeda galaxy are still firing crazily. Hiss, it's still increasing. It must be those evil guys who did it. They are going to destroy the entire Andromeda galaxy. Shunning stared at the red dots and the soaring numbers in the star map with wide eyes. She felt that her brain was a little insufficient, not that she couldn't think, but that this behavior was too crazy. From the time she was born to now, she has never had such thoughts. Although Shunning is known as the goddess of martial women and is also the goddess who leads foreign wars in the Tiannu civilization, the wars she knows are at most destroying a few stars and wiping out a few civilizations, and that was 200,000 years ago. After the Tiannu civilization obtained the 7th level civilization creation, the way of war has undergone earth-shaking changes. She only needs to bring a team of sacred flankers, destroy some warships, and kill some commanders, and those civilizations will be defeated and enter the order of the Tiannu civilization. However, this organization from the Milky Way refreshed her understanding of war. Can war be fought like this? If the entire Milky Way is destroyed, how many low-level civilizations will be destroyed? How could they do this? Why is there such an evil organization in the universe? No, it is the Milky Way adjacent to Andromeda, and the second largest galaxy in the local galaxy group. Why can such a crazy organization appear there? And why has the Milky Way, a galaxy with such a crazy organization, not been destroyed yet? Perhaps because her view of war had been hit unprecedentedly, the goddess of warriors Shunning was confused for a while. Shunhua and Shunyin were better, but they were also shocked by this madness. Why are these civilizations from the Milky Way so crazy? Do they really not care about the lives of other low-level civilizations? What kind of evil organization is this? And what kind of living environment is the Milky Way that gave birth to such an evil organization? Chapter 1164. Desperate, absolutely desperate, don't they care about the life and death of low-level civilizations? The 3 gods of the Tiannu civilization were somewhat confused. The actions of the Great Voyage organization were indeed beyond their original view of war. They had never thought that there would be such an evil organization that wanted to destroy the entire Andromeda galaxy. That's more than 117 billion stars. That's the energy source for countless civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy to survive. How dare this organization do such a thing in such a big way? Also, why did they do such a thing? The three gods really couldn't figure it out, and finally the goddess of heaven, Shanhua, said with a decisive look, "Fortunately, we restrict those civilizations from developing star-destroying weapons, otherwise such evil organizations would definitely appear in our galaxy. It is impossible to figure out what kind of living environment the Milky Way is by just thinking, but the actions of the Great Voyage organization are obvious to all." Shanhua couldn't figure it out, so she changed her mind and felt that her approach to the civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy was very correct. She should restrict those technological civilizations from developing star-destroying weapons. Only in this way, there would not be such evil organizations in the Andromeda galaxy. Only in this way can the civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy live in a peaceful and beautiful environment. Shanhua, the goddess of heaven, finally came back to her senses from the shock. She turned and looked at Shunning and Shunyan beside her. "Our beautiful homeland cannot be destroyed by anyone. Shunning, you must bring all the sacred flankers of your warrior women immediately to intercept these star destroyers. Shunyan, you must go out this time. We have limited warriors, and all of them must go out. We must intercept the star destroyers and protect our beautiful homeland." With so many targets being transmitted at the same time, is the Eye of Heaven system okay? It's not a big problem. The holy maiden goddess Shunyan first gave Shunning a reassurance, and then said, "But if you want to upgrade the port of the Eye of the Goddess in the future, it will not be so easy. Shanhua, Shunning, you should also know that it is not a simple matter of adding ports. It involves the design framework of our entire Eye of the Goddess. At present, our holy flanker is far from reaching the upper limit of the Eye of the Goddess. Modifying the basic framework of the Eye of the Goddess to increase the connection port can be postponed. The most urgent task now is to solve the problem of the Star Destroyer." The eyes of the Goddess of Heaven were firm. She knew that the ports of the Goddess's Eye had an upper limit. She didn't have to worry about such things before. She even thought that the standing army of the Goddess civilization's 5 million sacred flankers was too much. Therefore, the connection ports of the Goddess's Eye were always redundant. It has been like this for 200,000 years. But she didn't expect to encounter such an organization from the Milky Way. The warships of those guys were really powerful, especially the rectangular warships, and another beautiful streamlined warships. They could actually see the trajectory of the four-dimensional jump, which was incredible. It was their existence that made Shanhua feel the insufficiency of her own forces for the first time, and also reminded her of the framework problem of the Eye of the Goddess. And changing the framework of the Eye of the Goddess is indeed, as Shunyan said, not a simple upgrade problem, but a framework problem. It involves the basic functions of the Eye of the Goddess. To complete such a structural upgrade, after completing the research on the new framework, it is necessary to find an appropriate time to shut down the Eye of the Goddess for maintenance. This is undoubtedly a huge project that will take a long time. And because it needs to be shut down for maintenance, it must be carried out after the Great Voyage organization is resolved. What Shunyan is working hard on now is the framework research of the new Eye of the Goddess. Her scientific research goal is to increase the connection port of the current Eye of the Goddess from 30 million to 100 million. By then, the Tiandu civilization can equip 100 million sacred flanker warriors at the same time. Such research cannot be accomplished overnight, so it is not wrong for the goddess of the goddess Shanhua to let Shunyan put aside scientific research temporarily, and solve the current issues first. After all, with so many star-destroying weapons attacking the Andromeda galaxy, the Tiandu civilization can no longer hold back and must go all out to intercept. Although Shanhua had no confidence that she could intercept all of them even if she tried her best, she still had to try to save her beautiful home. Let's go without delay. Okay. Let's go. Prioritize intercepting the star systems that attack low-level civilizations. The three gods of the Tiandu civilization reached a consensus immediately, and as soon as they found the Star Destroyer coming, they led their respective sacred left and right envoys, and all the sacred flankers to intercept in the starry sky. The efficiency of the action was so fast that it could not be matched by the Quidling system. The next moment, all the holy guards of the Tiandu civilization, except for those responsible for recruiting soldiers and weapons manufacturing, were dispatched. With the help of the four-dimensional jumping ability of the Eye of the Tiandu, they jumped from the area near the center of Andromeda to all directions of the entire galaxy. A total of 7 million holy guards were dispatched at the same time. Each of their jumps could span tens of thousands of light years. After completing a jump, they waited for the port assigned to them by the Eye of the Tiannu to complete energy charging, and then they could make a second jump. The interval between the two was only a short breath. Crossing the galaxy is as easy as pie. This kind of single-unit jump is for the closer target, and for the targets farther away, the Tiannu civilization chooses to jump together as an organized army, which is much farther than the single-unit jump, and can reach the star field tens of thousands of light years away in one teleport. This is another function of the Eye of the Goddess, but this function cannot jump coordinates at will. It can only jump to the network node set up by the Eye of the Goddess in various places in the Andromeda galaxy. It is not wrong to call them the four-dimensional warp points everywhere. That is the function of the original 7th-level civilization creation. The Eye of the Goddess is just an operating platform. With the help of these warp points, the holy guards of the Tiannu civilization can be transmitted from the center of Andromeda through the palace building to the spiral arm nodes of the Andromeda galaxy. This is also the reason why they were able to appear so quickly before. The people of the Tiannu civilization went out together. They mainly used the four-dimensional jump of fixed facilities, supplemented by single four-dimensional jump and conventional warp navigation, and went to their assigned targets in batches. Because of the existence of four-dimensional jump, the movement speed of the Holy Guards is much faster than the conventional warp speed. Many superstar destroyers were intercepted by them, while they were still in the warp process. Ha! A Holy Side Guard jumped into the void, took out his weapon, and fired a tachyon lightsaber attack at the cannonball. This attack comes from the sword-like weapon in the hands of the Holy Side Guard, which is called Ship Destroyer Weapon by the Tiannu civilization, and is the standard weapon of the Holy Side Guard. The Holy Left and Right Envoys have an additional weapon, which they call Star Destroyer Weapon. Chapter 1165. The Superstar Destroyer shell is actually a warp missile, and also a weapon application of negative energy. The principle of destroying stars can be summarized in one sentence: great force can make miracles happen. The shell is made of positive and negative materials, and is equipped with a warp engine. The shell will be accelerated to a relative light speed extremely close to the target in the warship's gun. After the shell is fired, the warp engine will work and carry the shell at the maximum warp speed. When the shell is about to reach the target, the fuse inside the shell will be activated. The activation of the fuse will instantly make the positive and negative matter inside the shell lose their original isolation effect, thus generating an instantaneous repulsive force. The positive matter will be ejected by the negative matter, just like the last kick, going a step further on the basis of the extremely close light speed and diving into the interior of the star. The matter at the extremely close light speed will have an extremely large kinetic mass relative to the target, so it can blow up the star in one fell swoop. Star destroyers that pursue high power will also replace positive and negative matter with antimatter and negative antimatter. This kind of shell will have incomparably powerful kinetic energy at the moment of contact with the star, and combined with the energy released by the annihilation of the antimatter warhead itself, it will blow the star into pieces. This is how the solar system was destroyed back then. However, it is still a shell, a warp shell, and it has no shield system. Such a shell was quickly destroyed by the tachyon lightsaber of the sacred flanker of the Tiannu civilization. However, this thing is a miracle that can only be achieved with great force. Its structure is easily destroyed, and the warp engine is blown up instantly, but the kinetic energy of the shell warhead itself is difficult to weaken. The ship-breaking weapon of the Tiannu civilization, that is, the single-soldier tachyon lightsaber weapon, is an energy weapon. It is easy to destroy the warp engine of the missile with one shot, but it is difficult to destroy the kinetic energy of the shell. The Holy Flanker can either choose to confront head-on to block the extremely close light-speed attack of this mass object, or use tricks to destroy the shell warhead. If stars can't withstand the attack, then the individual lives of the Tiannu civilization can't withstand it either, even if they have been strengthened into Holy Flankers, so they choose to use a tricky method to launch an antimatter attack on the warhead of the shell again. Let the matter and antimatter of the shell annihilate naturally to achieve the purpose of interception. In fact, they can also use the same Star Destroyer weapon to hedge against the Superstar Destroyer shells of the Great Voyage organization, but the drawbacks of the weapon hierarchy system of the Tiannu civilization appear. That thing is only equipped by the Holy Left and Right messengers. Therefore, the Holy Guards can only intercept with tachyon lightsabers and conventional antimatter shells. If they encounter Superstar Destroyer shells that are originally antimatter warheads, they have to make another space jump to the front of the shells, and then fire another positive matter shell. The Tiannu civilization has not encountered an opponent for 200,000 years. They have long been accustomed to the fighting method of breaking into the interior of the warship to win, so they are extremely lacking in means and experience to deal with such large warship weapons. In fact, when fighting against the Awakeners and human consciousness-linked warships, the three gods of the Tiandu civilization had already discovered that their sacred flankers would basically die if they were hit by the warships of two civilizations. The sacred flankers, whose bodies were strengthened to the point of warp speed in the starry sky, could not withstand the tachyon lightsaber attack of a sub-civilization level warship. It was just that no civilization could hit them before. They can travel at warp speed and actually have a shield system, but their single shield is not designed to resist ship guns. Under the impact of shipborne weapons, they often cannot last for more than a second before being blown up. Individual life forms of the Tiandu civilization are also carbon-based life forms. Their body enhancement technology is very powerful. After all, they can have single-body shields and warp-speed navigation capabilities. However, this universe is based on physics, and they cannot break through the limitations of physics after all. When facing huge shipborne weapons, their individual bodies are still too small. Compared with the Holy Flanker, the three gods with the highest authority weapons are much more powerful. They have weapons they call holy weapons, which is what the Great Voyage organization calls the Void Strike. In the process of intercepting the Superstar Destroyer shells, the three gods of the Tiandu civilization only need to fire a Void Strike to destroy a shell, which is easy for them. However, the three gods of the Tiandu civilization are only Shanhua, Shunying, and Shunyin. They can block a Star Destroyer shell with a wave of their hands. They are also trying to intercept it. After blocking a shell, they immediately use the Tiandu Eye to jump in space again and go to another void to intercept other shells. They are not idle for a moment, but there are too many Star Destroyer shells, and the current sacred flankers of the Tiandu civilization are only 7 million people. The Tiandu civilization can only choose to intercept the target shells that hit the star system with low-level civilizations first, and can't care about other things. Because the Great Voyage organization adopts a synchronous attack method, the time when the stars are hit is basically not much different. The Tiandu civilization must quickly rush to destroy the next target after completing the interception of a shell. The Tiandu civilization has tried its best to intercept, but it seems to be stretched to its limits with limited manpower. Fortunately, the Tiandu civilization discovered it late, but not too late. After reacting, they still had some time to actively try to intercept. What the Tiandu civilization could not have imagined was that their all-out interception behavior was exactly what the Great Voyage organization wanted. The detection units installed in the warp missiles had already recorded the information of the appearance of each holy flanker before they were destroyed, and then related to the Great Voyage organization through the previously established star-level communication network, one node at a time. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 6 million, 7 million, 7 million, 7 and 370,000. Well, these tens of thousands of data should be repeated. They seem to have only more than 7 million sacred flankers. Just as the Tiandu civilization was trying to intercept, the four giants in the virtual venue outside the Andromeda galaxy gathered together again, and the one who spoke was the leader of the ancient civilization. After saying this, he looked at the Awakener and the human civilization, and the meaning was very clear. Judging from your performance, our plan was very successful, and the number of sacred flankers of the Tiandu civilization is much less than the power of your two civilizations combined. The opportunity is not to be missed. Has the patch for the Neutron Battlestar not been completed yet? The Awakener Juan knew what the leader of the Silver Heart civilization meant, but he didn't want to invest all of his civilization into it, as that would be too much of a loss, so he consulted the Divine Principle civilization again. It's not that easy. The leader of the Divine Principle civilization sighed, and he also knew what the Silver Heart civilization meant, but the patch for the Neutron Battlestar had not been completed. But now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sure enough, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization shouted anxiously the next moment, "I can't wait any longer, you just stay at home this time. This time, we, human civilization, and the Awakeners will lead the attack. While the goddess civilization cannot take care of both ends, we will go straight to Huanglong. Of course, when we launch a surprise attack, other civilizations cannot be idle. The Superstar Destroyer cannon cannot stop. Keep bombarding us. Also, we will let the Interstellar communication system play its last remaining heat before it is destroyed. We will let it send out a final broadcast to explain the situation to the vast number of oppressed advanced civilizations, and promise to take them on a long voyage after the war to reduce the resistance to our bombing of stars. After all, we did bomb their homes. So far, no shells have hit the stars, but the number of the holy guards of the Tiandu civilization is so small that they certainly cannot stop so many shells. The large-scale destruction of the stars in the Andromeda Galaxy is inevitable. Knowing this intelligence, the ancient civilization made suggestions for the next actions of the Great Voyage organization. It must be said that although the ancient civilization seemed to always run away when facing the Reapers during the Milky Way period, their judgment of the situation was still very accurate. For example, the suggestion they made now, although the Awakener was somewhat reluctant, the raid was indeed the best opportunity at this moment. Chapter 1166. Have you calculated the probability that the Tiandu civilization may not be able to use its full strength? The Awakener Juan was a little worried. After all, if they really had to fight this time, they would be the main force. Of course, I calculated it. The leader of the ancient civilization read the data that his civilization had prepared. When we decided to implement the Andromeda Galaxy bombardment plan, we had already calculated based on the data of both the enemy and us. In this case, if they still have the ability, they will definitely not send out only such a small number of Holy Guards. We just don't know how the Holy Guards will grow at present, which is also the unstable factor of this plan. It is precisely the existence of this uncertainty that makes this raid strategy more uncertain, but we don't have a better chance than this, right? If we really fail this time, then we think the best way is to retreat to the satellite galaxy of the Andromeda Galaxy. We can only give up exploring the footprints left by the pioneers in the Andromeda Galaxy. There is no other way. To be honest, the long voyage is still a long way to go. After all, the Tian civilization has mastered the 7th level civilization creation. In the absence of certainty, we think that preserving civilization is the right thing to do. We really don't need to ruin our future here. The Silver Heart civilization is still the Silver Heart civilization. The Awakener Juan said, no civilization development is smooth sailing, and the Great Voyage is the same. If you retreat when you encounter a little difficulty, you will not reach the end of the Great Voyage. This time it is the Tiandu civilization. So what about the next time? I have told you a long time ago that anything can happen on the Great Voyage. In fact, it is common to encounter other level 6 civilizations in the galaxy like now. Okay, it's more important to solve the current problem first. The representative of the Shinju civilization interrupted. Yu Yuan, there is no better stage than this. It's rare for the ancient civilization to be active once. I will follow on behalf of human civilization. The Awakener saw the human civilization express its position and immediately said, let's kill her thoroughly. The leader of the ancient civilization saw this and felt that he had led the ancient civilization to successfully turn the 3 of them into 4 of us, so he said happily, kill through the Andromeda Galaxy. The virtual meeting was closed, and the 4 characteristic technological civilizations immediately sent the decision to other civilizations of the Great Voyage organization through the network node, allowing them to continue to bombard the Andromeda Galaxy from all directions. Because of the limitation of warp speed, this battle covering the entire galaxy actually progresses very slowly. A few more or less hours will not have much impact. After all, even at full warp speed, it will take thousands of years to cross the entire Andromeda Galaxy. Now the area where the main fleets of the 4 characteristic technological civilizations are located is still outside the Andromeda Galaxy. If you want to reach the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, it will take at least 500 years. More than 500 years, that's a lot of things to do. In the raid plan, the Great Voyage organization will bombard the Andromeda Galaxy continuously during this period of time, with the aim of reducing the pressure on the raid fleet. As a civilization left behind, the Shinju civilization must protect the safety of the base camps of all civilizations in the organization. The neutron battle star is the reassurance of all civilizations. The Shinju civilization is also confident that it can stop any enemy that dares to rush in. Although the neutron battle star is still being patched, as long as there is no 4-dimensional jump into it, they are really not afraid of the mere Tiandu civilization. Not to mention the neutron battle star, even if it is the regular fleet of the Great Sailing Organization, as long as there is no direct attack into the warship to behead, they are not afraid of the Tiandu civilization. Moreover, the Shinju civilization also said that as long as the neutron battle star is patched, it will also join the raid team. When the 3 civilization fleets of Human, Awakener, and Silver Heart civilization set out, they also said that the neutron battle star patch would not exceed 1,000 years, which was a bottom line for the 3 civilizations participating in the raid mission. I just don't know whether this is true or just a lie. This time, the raid team is determined to be composed of 3 special technological civilization fleets. The Human civilization, led by the Tianqin, leads all the existing consciousness-linked warships, a total of 4 million. There were some losses in the previous battle, but the industrial capacity of mankind is there, and mankind has already decided to develop its subsequent fleet as an elite force strategy, so it must go all out to build consciousness-linked warships. So over the years, a lot of warships have been built. The same is true for the number of Awakeners. Although the Tiandu civilization has been stopping them, their previous awakening work in the Andromeda Galaxy has also achieved certain results, and now there are 14 million individual lives. The structure of the Awakener civilization is quite special. They have as many warships as their population. In fact, the reason why humans have been able to manufacture consciousness-linked warships so quickly during this period is also due to the help provided by the Awakeners. In return, the top leaders of human civilization also agreed to let the Awakeners invite human individuals to join the Awakeners with their consent. However, after so many years, the Awakeners themselves have not figured out how to perfectly transform humans, a race that is born with the ability to dream in the third person. They always believe that as long as this problem is not solved, even if a human individual agrees to join the Awakeners, in the end that individual is still a human, not an Awakener. This is the fundamental issue of the Awakener civilization, and they dare not be careless. In other words, all the Awakeners are also dispatched this time. The Silver Heart civilization is led by the Galaxy, plus the conventional warships that serve as its combat units, a total of about 3 million ships. The Silver Heart civilization still has many conventional warships, but the Galaxy can only bring so many. Its problem is similar to that of the Eye of the Goddess, and there is an upper limit to its linked combat units. As for wanting to increase the upper limit, the scientists of the race of the Silver Heart civilization said, you might as well build another galaxy. In this way, a large fleet of 21 million warships from 3 distinctive technological civilizations began to break in from the first spiral arm and headed straight for the central black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy. When the warp traces of 21 million warships cut through the void, it meant that a new battle had begun. Such a large-scale fleet advance would definitely be discovered, so the fleet must have encountered a lot of resistance during this 110,000 light-year journey. All those who participated in this raid, whether they were humans or Awakeners, or people from the Galactic Center civilization, were ready to sacrifice. Especially when the fleet is fully loaded with fuel and cannot reach the center of the Andromeda Galaxy in a single voyage, it is conceivable what kind of fierce attack the fleet will suffer when it stops to resupply. Watching the fleet of one's own civilization sailing into the Andromeda Galaxy again, people can't help but feel a sense of wind whistling and Ishue cold. Chapter 1167. As expected, the raiding fleet had just entered the Andromeda Galaxy less than 20 years ago when it was noticed by the Tiandu civilization, and the Tiandu Eye saw everything clearly. After all, this was too easy for the upgraded Tiandu Eye. The 7th level civilization creation was so powerful that the raiding fleet did not know that it was being spied on when it was being observed. Unfortunately, the Tiandu civilization at this stage did not have time to deal with the raiding fleet. They were almost all intercepting missiles. If they wanted to attack the assault fleet directly, they would have to give up intercepting the incoming warp missiles, because 21 million warships were not trivial, and the Tiandu civilization had no confidence in winning without concentrating its forces. After all, this was 3 times the current military of the Tiandu civilization. More importantly, the Tiandu civilization did not know what the purpose of the 21 million warships of the Great Voyage Organization was. But they were not stupid. When they discovered the assault fleet, they had already thought of the purpose of the Great Voyage Organization to bomb the Andromeda Galaxy. So that's it. It turns out that the purpose of this crazy bombing is to spy on the number of our soldiers. It's really crazy and evil. Raising her hand and waving her individual weapon, the Void Strike weapon, the Goddess of Heaven, Shenhua destroyed a shell. At the same time, she connected to the Eye of the Heavenly Maiden observation system and took a look at the latest detection data. She murmured, "But so what? The number of the holy guards of our Heavenly Maiden civilization will not remain unchanged. No matter what your purpose is, it won't be long before our holy guards exceed yours." Jumping to another void to intercept another warp missile, Shenhua seemed to have thought of the purpose of the raiding fleet. She sneered, "Are you raiding our Eye of the Goddess? It seems so. It's a good plan. However, with your sailing speed, even if we don't stop you, it will take 500 years. It's really stupid. 500 years is enough to do a lot of things. Although the upgrade of the Eye of the Goddess frame cannot be completed, the number of sacred flankers can be fully recruited. So Shenhua thinks that this so-called raiding fleet can be put aside for the time being. The most urgent task is to intercept the incoming Super Star Destroyer shells. She was not stupid. Of course, she also thought that the Great Voyage Organization might continue to attack in the future, but she was not afraid because she had realized that the Tiandu civilization could not intercept all the incoming shells. Since it was impossible to intercept perfectly, she would just let one holy guard guard a low-level civilization, and the other holy guards would attack the assault fleet together. In the Andromeda Galaxy, the Tiandu civilization had an absolute advantage in long-distance mobility, so she was not worried that the assault fleet could outrun her. In this way, the raiding fleet actually had a rare period of peaceful sailing for more than 10 years. Until the first shell hit a star. It was a blue giant star located in the middle of the second spiral arm of the Andromeda Galaxy. After so many years, the starry sky of the Andromeda Galaxy finally bloomed the first star fireworks. This was only the first star fireworks. Those shells that were not intercepted in time also hit the target one after another in the following time. Stars in various parts of the Andromeda Galaxy exploded, and its light engulfed all the planets in the entire galaxy in just a few dozen hours. The stars near the raiding fleet's route were also detonated. Within a few years, the stars at all the spiral arms of the Andromeda Galaxy exploded, and the dazzling light lit up everywhere in the galaxy. 1, 2, 3, 300, 3,000, 30,000, 40 million, 500 million, 10 billion. After the first star explosion, in just 3 years, the number of stars that exploded in the Andromeda Galaxy reached nearly 600 billion, which was almost half of the number of stars in the Andromeda constellation. The Great Voyage Organization used its madness to make the advanced civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy realize another mode of war, and see the cruelty of war. At the last moment of death, the stars burst into brilliant light. Countless lights spread in all directions, illuminating the entire galaxy. As time goes by, their light will be seen by civilizations in other galaxies in the local group. As the largest galaxy in the local group, the Andromeda Galaxy is definitely the focus of attention. Millions of years later, those civilizations that observe this phenomenon will definitely guess what happened in the Andromeda Galaxy millions of years ago. Doubts will turn into curiosity, and curiosity will turn into action. In a few years, more civilizations will surely come to the Andromeda Galaxy to investigate what is happening now. The civilizations in other galaxies will need millions of years to see the scene, but the civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, especially the advanced civilizations, are already in disaster. More than 600 billion stars are exploding in the void like fireworks, with endless light and heat gushing out, accompanied by a large amount of material ejection, which will soon fill the empty starry sky of the Andromeda Galaxy. The original vacuum environment was filled with strong radiation from all directions. There were sublight-speed material ejections, powerful gamma-ray bursts, various mesons, electromagnetic radiation, shock waves, and thermal expansion gases also filled the starry sky. A large amount of heavy metals after iron were formed at this moment, and they were sprayed into nothingness. At this moment, the Andromeda Galaxy was like purgatory. Looking around, the starry sky background disappeared under the strong light, and nearly half of the stars exploded, making the brightness of the entire galaxy continue to rise. Endless photons raged here, illuminating the entire originally dark void. However, the attack has not stopped. The superstar cannons of the Great Voyage Organization are still roaring, and the interception of the Tiandu civilization has not stopped. With their powerful technology and shields, they can move freely in the environment after the supernova explosion, and blow up one shell after another. The assault fleet has not stopped either. They are still rushing towards the target at more than 200 times the speed of light under various radiation. From the third-party perspective of humans and awakeners, now their assault fleet is like a fleet sailing in a blazing flame and thunder, allowing the thunder and fire to burn themselves and the strong wind to rage, and they are moving forward. Galloping in the sea of stars, sailing in the blazing fire, from the perspective of an optical telescope, there is nothing but strong light, and the starry sky has become a sea of light. Many primitive life planets were reduced to ashes in this catastrophe. It was not a mass extinction of organisms, but a catastrophe of life planets. Under the countless superimposed gamma rays, no primitive life planet could escape the catastrophe. Many low-level civilizations also perished in this catastrophe. Perhaps many of them escaped direct destruction because of the interception of the Tian civilization, but the explosion of nearby stars in multiple directions still brought them a catastrophe. That was not a supernova explosion, but hundreds of billions of them. Maybe those low-level civilizations would not die immediately, but they would gradually perish due to various factors in the subsequent disasters. This was a disaster that aerospace-level civilizations despaired of. Even a fourth-level civilization could only protect itself at most. The Great Voyage Organization created a natural disaster in the Andromeda Galaxy. From the perspective of the low-level civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy, the evils of the Great Voyage Organization in the Milky Way are too numerous to list. However, facing this scene of destruction, the leader of the Silver Heart civilization who dominated it all was calm, and his 4 eyes showed an expression of appreciating the explosion of fireworks. Destruction is also rebirth. Chapter 1168. Some people are appreciating, some are wailing, some are happy and some are compassionate. The destruction of nearly half of the stars has made the Andromeda Galaxy, which has been silent for 200,000 years, suddenly lively. After 200,000 years, the fallen civilizations have finally turned their eyes to the vast starry sky again. The advanced civilizations, who know what is going on, are singing praises to the noble kindness of the Tiannu civilization. It is their efforts to intercept that have allowed their civilization to be safe and sound. At the same time, they are also condemning the Great Voyage organization from the Milky Way and recording that the civilizations from the Milky Way are all evil civilizations in the history of their own civilization. The civilizations that somehow managed to survive also aimed their probes at the starry sky, and at the same time sent out their only probes to explore what happened in this starry sky. More civilizations perished in this disaster. The changes brought to the entire Andromeda Galaxy by the actions of the Great Voyage organization not only affected the civilizations inside, but also destroyed the stable gravitational structure of the entire Andromeda Galaxy. Although the Great Voyage organization's strikes were very uniform, the interception uniformity of the Time civilization was not high, which resulted in a larger number of stars being destroyed in some areas and fewer in others. The stable gravitational structure of the entire Andromeda Galaxy was naturally destroyed. Of course, it does not mean that after the star is destroyed, the star field loses its gravitational effect. Rather, it means that the star field loses the gravitational effect centered on the star, and turns into a wide-area gravitational effect based on a large nebula. The dispersed gravity will change the original spiral arm state of the Andromeda Galaxy. After this, it will no longer have 9 spiral arms. How many will it become, and what the entire galaxy will become, it will be left to time to evolve. Because the war is still going on. According to the current number and data of star explosions, the Galactic Center civilization once made an evolution model. According to their evolution model, if more than half of the stars in the Andromeda Galaxy are destroyed, then its territory will be pushed by the light pressure to expand to 1.2 times the current level due to the super large amount of strong light radiation. The distance between stars will be farther, and communication between new civilizations will become more difficult. At the same time, the mass of the entire galaxy will decrease. If it is an ordinary 1 or 2 stars that explode, then its mass will continue to remain in the galaxy under the pull of the black hole at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy. But the power of such a supergroup explosion is too great. Various strong light pressures will continue to accelerate the matter that originally had sublight speed due to the explosion, allowing it to get rid of the gravitational bondage of the central black hole. Many light elements will be blown out of the Andromeda Galaxy in this case, and pieces of molecular clouds will become like clouds, being blown into the void on all sides of the Andromeda Galaxy. Among these blown-out materials, many will be pulled in one direction due to the gravitational competition between galaxies. The Milky Way. After several years, these materials will travel 2.54 million light-years at sublight speed and reach the Milky Way. If a subsequent civilization embarks on a long voyage from the Milky Way during this period, they may encounter these sublight speed materials. This lucky civilization only needs to synchronize its speed with these materials to use them for supplies. The same is true for the civilizations that set sail from the Andromeda Galaxy. They need to catch up with these materials, but they will most likely not go to the Milky Way if they know the route of the pioneers. This kind of hydrogen molecular cloud wind between galaxies will last for a long time. They will form a material wall between galaxies for a long time, becoming a rare material resource for the long-distance civilization during that period. Of course, this will happen more than 1,000,000 years later. Today, the Andromeda Galaxy is still a purgatory scene. The Great Voyage fleet is still heading straight for its destination in such a purgatory environment, and the warriors of the Tiannu civilization are still trying to block the subsequent warp missiles. In fact, it is difficult for the subsequent star destroyers to destroy the stars in the Andromeda Galaxy, because the first wave is already the lowest limit of the Tiannu civilization's interception ability. They will continue to increase the number of holy flankers in the future. With the increase of holy flankers, their interception ability will only become stronger and stronger, until they can protect the remaining stars while gathering strength to attack the raiding fleet of the Great Voyage organization. If the Tiannu civilization is determined to protect the star. In fact, they really did so. Even the Great Voyage organization had to admire them for sticking to their own ideas under such circumstances. It was their insistence on their ideas that allowed the Great Voyage organization's raiding fleet to have a long period of stable sailing time. Even more than halfway through the journey, the raiding fleet had stopped to resupply, and the Tiandu civilization had not yet appeared. This is very confusing. It stands to reason that the raiding fleet raided while resupplying, which is the action that best suits the interests of the Tiandu civilization, and is also when they have a relatively advantageous position, but they did not do so. The Great Voyage Organization believed that this was caused by the lack of military common sense of the Tiandu civilization. But the Tiandu civilization themselves did not think so. They had actually seen the raiding fleet stop for supplies, and clearly saw the fleet there nervously deploying defenses to prevent being raided. But the Tiandu civilization did not raid because they felt they were not ready at that time. When the Great Voyage Organization's raiding fleet was resupplying, it was about 40,000 light-years away from the central black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy. This period of time is exactly the time for the last two batches of the Holy Guards of the Tiandu civilization to be equipped and trained. They planned to fill the quota of the Eye of the Tiandu civilization, and then destroy the assault fleet at one time. According to the expansion speed of the Tiandu civilization, it will take about 345 years for their Holy Guards to expand from 7 million to a full 30 million. This is the normal state of the Tiandu civilization. Now, due to the need to intercept the incoming superstar destroyer shells, the Tiandu civilization needs to provide ammunition for the soldiers who go out to intercept while producing new equipment. Resources will be tilted to a certain extent, so the time will be extended. After weighing the pros and cons, the Tiandu civilization gave up attacking the raiding fleet in the supply. This was a very rare situation. The raiding fleet of the Great Voyage Organization was a little confused. Humans, the Awakeners, and the Silver Heart civilization did not expect that they could sail safely for nearly 70,000 light-years. They were prepared for constant harassment from the Holy Guards during the process. It seems that our strategy of covering and attacking with the Superstar Destroyer cannon is very successful. The Tiandu civilization should be exhausted and have no time to care about us. After completing the supply, a message was sent from the galaxy. It seems so, but after so many years, hasn't the number of their Holy Guards increased at all? This is unscientific. The Awakener one was puzzled. Chapter 1169. Follow the plan, and don't take it lightly. On the Tianqin, Yu Yuan also communicated with the two on behalf of human civilization. Maybe they are accumulating strength. Although the detection intelligence shows that the number of people they dispatched to intercept the Superstar Destroyer shells has not increased, don't forget that they don't need to increase the number. The number of interceptors has not increased, and there has been no harassment along the way. These two factors may be the illusion they deliberately created to make us mistakenly believe that they only have 7 million sacred flankers. We believe that after so many years, they must have more than just a few holy flankers. They are probably planning something somewhere right now. They probably want to have a big showdown. Galaxy sent a response message. Hey, this Tiandu civilization is amazing. It is obviously more beneficial for them to constantly consume us all the way. Are these stars really that important to them? Or are they confident that they can crush us? Awakener illusion. Is there a possibility that it takes them a long time to equip a warrior, so they dare not waste time with us casually? Well, anyway, let's proceed according to the plan. While the three civilizations were communicating, the raiding fleet continued to pass through the diffuse nebula ravaged by gamma rays, and started the second half of the journey. At this time, there was almost no clean starry sky in the interstellar space of the Andromeda Galaxy, all of which were high-intensity radiation. Only a level 6 civilization could maintain stable navigation in such an environment. In fact, the speculation of the raiding fleet was almost right. The Tian civilization was indeed holding the intention of a decisive battle. They were not only confident of destroying the raiding fleet, but also planned to gather troops to raid the Great Voyage Organization outside the Andromeda Galaxy after destroying the raiding fleet. The three gods of the Tiandu civilization have realized that they are in a passive situation, but they still firmly believe that their war potential is greater than that of the Great Voyage Organization. So even if they destroy this assault fleet, they will suffer heavy losses, and they believe that they still have the ability to replenish their personnel faster. The Tiandu civilization concluded that the only elite force that can fight in the Great Voyage fleet is this assault fleet. As long as it is destroyed, the Great Voyage fleet will be powerless in the future. Even if it can still produce such a powerful warship, the speed will not be faster than the birth of the holy flanker of the Tiandu civilization. Apart from this fleet, the other ordinary warships are not a concern. The problem is that the Great Voyage Organization is constantly bombarding the entire galaxy outside the Andromeda Galaxy. Interception alone is not enough. The Tian civilization solves the problem from the root. In this regard, the Tian civilization currently has two plans. One is to destroy the raiding fleet, and then send troops to the headquarters of the Great Voyage Organization to destroy the entire Great Voyage Organization. The second is to communicate with the Great Voyage Organization after destroying the raiding fleet and reach some kind of agreement, such as maintaining their base in the Andromeda Galaxy, and then letting them leave the Andromeda Galaxy. Although the Tiannu civilization is proud and arrogant, it is not foolish. They are not sure that they can defeat the Great Voyage Organization without the help of the four-dimensional jump, but they do not think they will lose. The Great Voyage Organization relies on crazy operations to remain undefeated, and the Tiannu civilization can also rely on the 7th level civilization creation to remain undefeated. At worst, you can use the third plan. If you can't reach an agreement, the worst thing is to waste time. Your Great Voyage Organization has been launching Super Star Destroyer cannons to attack, and our Tiannu civilization has been intercepting them. Let's see who can outlast them. Indeed, if the war is fought in terms of consumption, the Great Voyage Organization can't outlast the Tiannu civilization, but the war will only enter a war of attrition when the two sides are evenly matched. So now the focus is on this assault fleet of 21 million warships, and the future choices of both forces also depend on the success or failure of this fleet. In this way, many years have passed. This year, the Great Voyage Organization's assault fleet has reached a position 26,000 light-years away from the central black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy, which is almost equivalent to the distance from the Sun to the center of the Milky Way. It was also in this year that the Tiannu civilization's troops appeared. The detection ships around the raiding fleet had already detected their traces, and many ships had been destroyed by them. Tiannu civilization finally arrived. They arrived at the nearby space node through a large-scale long-distance jump, and then used a single-person four-dimensional jump to assist warp-speed navigation, and arrived near the raiding fleet of the Great Voyage Organization. The starry sky in front and to the front. The Tiannu civilization's troops were divided into 3 parts, blocking the front of the raiding fleet of the Great Voyage Organization. That's it, evil organization from the Milky Way. Not long after the Tian civilization troops appeared, they sent a message to the assault fleet. You are extremely evil. You have the heart to kill more than 600 billion stars. Your sins are unforgivable. I, the Tian civilization, will now physically destroy you on behalf of all civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy. It seems that it is a habit of the Tian civilization that it cannot change to say a few words before fighting. Haha, it is still unknown who will win. You, the Tian civilization, are the most evil. What have you done to the huge Andromeda Galaxy? There are corrupted civilizations everywhere, and there is no enterprising vitality at all. There is no point in keeping such a place. There is no construction without destruction. Our destruction is to bring new life to the civilizations in the vast Andromeda Galaxy. Of course, the most important thing is to eliminate you, the root of corruption. The Silver Heart civilization was the first to respond with a reason that they themselves did not believe. In fact, they saw that the Tian civilization was still talking nonsense before the fight, and they took this opportunity to carefully detect how many troops the other side had sent. Sure enough, within a short while, the Awakener Juan asked in the internal channel, how many? The outer detectors were destroyed by the Tiannu civilization, but they probably thought that our detection range was the same as that of an ordinary level 6 civilization, so we still collected a lot of data. The Incheon civilization immediately replied in the internal channel, about 25 million holy guards, and the 3 leading them wearing different armor should be their leaders. At this time, the Tiannu civilization still has 5 million holy guards to intercept our artillery shells in various places in the Andromeda Galaxy. I really don't know whether to say they are confident or arrogant. Awakener Juan, their warriors have indeed increased in number, which is a bit tricky. I hope they don't have backup forces. Yu Yuan also asked in the internal channel, have you found the transmission node of the Tiannu civilization? Are you still not confident in our detection capabilities? The data will be synchronized with your 2 families immediately. We have not been sailing for hundreds of years. We have collected a lot of space jump data of the Tiannu civilization from the 1st spiral arm to the 9th spiral arm. We probably already know their long-distance transmission 4-dimensional space warp point in each spiral arm. The galaxy continued to send out information. Take their 25 million warriors for example. They came from a warp point 4,000 light-years ahead. The approximate distance of their single 4-dimensional jump has also been measured, about 3.7 light-years. Just solved a Reaper that can kill everything within a 4 light-year range, and here comes another thing with a 3.7 light-year 4-dimensional jump. Level 7 civilization technology is really too tricky, but it also reflects the power of the Pioneer's special technology from the side. They can actually achieve quantum macro tunneling within a range of 3 light-years. It is precisely because of a variety of special technologies that the Tianqin is able to compete with this civilization with a level 7 civilization. Chapter 1170. The Tiannu civilization has come to block the road, which means they are ready. The usual polite words have been said, and there is no need to say more. Fight! Sisters, follow me, let justice punish this evil fleet, for the peace of the Andromeda Galaxy, for the prosperity of all races, and for the ideals of the Tiannu civilization. Accept the punishment of justice, evil organization. Go to hell. The Tiannu civilization channel remembered the pre-war slogan, and then their 25 million sacred guards and sacred left and right guards, led by the three gods, launched an attack on the assault fleet. Perhaps because the assault fleet was divided into 3 parts and sailed in 3 different starry skies, the 3 gods of the celestial maiden civilization also divided the team into 3 parts, and each of them led a team to fight against the 3 sides of the assault fleet. The one rushing towards human civilization was the celestial maiden goddess Shanhua, but she only had 5 million sacred flankers and a sacred right messenger Mingxi under her command, and her sacred left messenger had been killed by the Tianqin. The one heading towards the location of the galaxy was the 4 million sacred flankers led by the saint maiden goddess Shanyin, as well as her sacred left and right messengers. The remaining goddess of the warriors, Shaming, and the 16 million holy guards she led were naturally to deal with the Awakener. Each of the 3 gods of the Tiannu civilization had his own holy envoys, and below them were the holy guards, or the captains of the holy guards, who usually formed a combat group of 1,000 people. There was no difference between the holy guards and holy guards in terms of weapons and equipment, only in combat experience. The Tiannu civilization had also made preparations. They recognized the human Lyra and the Awakener. Until the 2 civilizations have strong combat power, so when allocating combat power, they also let the most skilled warrior goddess in their civilization lead the most sacred flankers to deal with the largest number of rectangular warships. The combat power of the Lyra is also very strong, especially the Lyra. They are very afraid of the Lyra's teleportation ability, so they also have to give themselves an advantage in allocating troops. As for the galaxy, the Tiannu civilization still has the intention of testing it first, so it is just right to let the Saint Goddess with the strongest scientific research ability deal with it. When the 2 sides were shouting, the distance was still very far as 7 light-years away, which was the distance that the Tiannu civilization felt safe and could attack at will. In fact, when they launched the attack, they first made a 4-dimensional jump to advance 3.7 light-years, and then immediately switched to conventional warp speed. Here we come! The galaxy of the ancient civilization sent a message on the internal channel. Everyone, move closer to the flagship of human civilization. Almost at the same time, the Awakener one also notified his people to move closer to human civilization. Getting closer to the Tianqin, this does not mean that the 2 civilizations want to harm human civilization. This is actually planned, because everyone knows that the Tianqin has weapons of mass destruction and can carry out large-scale strikes, so the closer they are, the more advantageous it is for them. Because if you use your brain a little, you will know that the quantum macro-tunneling range of the Tianqin of human beings is only 3 light-years, and the shuttle range of the galaxy of the ancient civilization is only 1 light-year, which is far less than the single 4-dimensional jump distance of the Tiannu civilization. There is a big gap in mobility. In this case, if you want to destroy the opponent, the best solution is to defend and counterattack. This is what the Awakener did when fighting the Tiannu civilization. Their warships moved in an area, and when the Tiannu civilization's holy flanker jumped over, they maneuvered to dodge, while aiming at the opponent's jump point and using ship guns to strike synchronously. Each jump of the Tiannu civilization takes a certain amount of time, and this is the best time to hit them. If the fleet is dispersed in the vast starry sky, then they can hit you with a kite at will, and then they will be in an unbeatable position. Therefore, the optimal solution is for all 3 parties to move closer to the Lyra, and all fight within the range of the Lyra's energy quantum macro tunnel. For this reason, the Great Voyage Organization's assault fleet appears to be divided into 3 parts, but in fact, they are not far apart, and they are all ready to move closer quickly. As for whether the Time civilization will retreat after getting together, or give up the collective attack and turn to a scattered attack strategy. If so, it would be better, because the previous battles have proved that the scattered attack of the Time civilization is not a big threat to the Awakener. So can we not fight? Of course not. The Tiannu civilization must take the initiative to attack. Because the Great Voyage Organization's assault fleet is advancing while grouping together, if the Tiannu civilization does not attack, the assault fleet will directly kill towards the central black hole and hit Huanglong. Shunning, The Galaxy Great Voyage Organization fleet is approaching the fleet in the middle. Shen Yin immediately communicated on the internal channel when he saw this. Shen Ying also made a decision immediately. We will disperse 1,000 people against each other and attack from the upper, lower, left, right, and front directions of the opponent. The more dispersed we are, the better it is for us. Pay attention to the warship that can move in strange space. Shen Yin, okay. Shen Hua, sisters, follow the plan and don't try to be brave. The previous individual combat is not very effective against these evil guys. Thousands of people must jump at multiple points at the same time to jump into the enemy's warships. Remember this. Remember. Don't worry, God. Let's kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. How can a mere warship, a fancy thing, be a match for my Tiannu civilization? The Holy Guards responded immediately, and at the same time, they were synchronizing data with the teams they led in their own system channels, staring at the fleet several light years away through the eye of the goddess. Now the distance between the two sides is only 2 space jumps away. The Tiannu civilization does not dare to jump over again, because they are also afraid that when they jump over, the Tianqin on the opposite side will take advantage of the gap between their jumps and suddenly jump over to attack them inexplicably. That's how the Holy Left Envoy was killed. And from the information collected over the years, the jump interval of that streamlined flagship is shorter than theirs. The Tiannu civilization also knows what's good and what's bad. While moving at warp speed, Shen Hua said in the private chat channel of the three gods, "It seems that they are going to gather together. Shen Ying, this is obvious. It seems that we have to activate the second plan. The three of us must work together to limit the flagship and not let it jump to the face of our 1,000-man team to launch that kind of attack. Shen Hua, it can only be done this way. Originally, we planned to deal with other warships first before dealing with it, but if the opponent does not cooperate, there is nothing we can do. Do we really need to use the weapon projection of the Tiannu treasury immediately? That kind of 4-dimensional projection attack is not perfect yet. It is not impossible to use it by force, but it is likely to cause the Tiannu treasury weapon projection channel system to overload. At that time, the Tiannu treasury may need to be maintained for a long time," Shen Yin said worriedly. Chapter 1171. Shen Hua took a deep breath of vacuum and said, "It doesn't matter, the weapons are in the hands of the sisters now. As long as we can destroy the battleship in one fell swoop, victory will be ours. Light years away, it was a close combat. This situation may also appear in interstellar wars. The jumping range of the Tiannu civilization is wider, and the initiative of the attack is in their hands. They did not let the Great Voyage Organization's assault fleet wait for long. When most of the Holy Side guards arrived 3.4 light years away from the assault fleet, they took the lead in launching the attack. For the purpose of probing and collecting enemy combat data intelligence, the first wave of Holy Guard jumps was not large-scale, nor was it a collective jump of 1,000 people, but a small group of 3 or 5 people, and such jumps were obviously not aimed at humans and awakeners. "They are coming for you," Awakener Huan reminded. When the Tiannu civilization took off, he saw their jump location, which was the ancient civilization fleet. "Hey, do you think we are easy to bully?" The galaxy sent out an angry message. The Silverheart civilization did not have the early warning capabilities, like humans and awakeners, but that did not mean they did not have any detection capabilities. On the contrary, their detection capabilities were the most advanced in the Great Voyage Organization. Under normal circumstances, when the Time civilization's jump point appeared, they could detect the spatial fluctuations at the landing point, which was much faster than ordinary level 6 civilizations. However, facing the level 7 civilization of Time civilization, the technology was still a little insufficient. Often, just after the detection, before the warships had time to maneuver, the enemy appeared inside the warships. Fortunately, the Galaxy was not an ordinary warship, and with a reminder from the Awakener, they responded. Many 3-dimensional shuttle tunnels appeared immediately, within the 1 light-year range of the Galaxy. The next moment, the Galaxy and its combat units plunged into the tunnel at the bow of the ship, and at the same time, the warships had also appeared at other tunnel entrances within the 1 light-year range. Almost at the same time, these warships opened fire. Tachyon lightsabers and void strikes were fired at the same time, and when the Holy Flanker jumped over, a crisscrossing firepower network was created within the 1 light-year range of itself. The Galaxy's response was very timely. With the reminder of the Awakener, it used the 3-dimensional shuttle technology to make the Holy Guards empty-handed. Some of the Holy Guards could even see only half of the Silverheart civilization warship after completing the jump. The Silverheart civilization fleet was not static, so the moment the tunnel appeared, It went straight into it. Moreover, their shuttle was not a one-time shuttle, but a continuous shuttle. In other words, a combat unit warship can sometimes cross 3 tunnels, with the head in one place, the tail in another place, and the body in another place. The galaxy itself is even more exaggerated. It can travel through many tunnels at the same time. From the effect alone, it is almost in a state of fragmentation when using this technology. At the same time, it can also create 3-dimensional tunnels when firing, and hit its own attack to any angle within a light-year range of its core. It is obviously firing forward, but it is firing backwards, which can be said to be unexpected. The galaxy is much like the Awakener in dodging, but it is better than the Awakener in attacking unexpectedly. Unfortunately, the range is a bit small, only 1 light-year. But this was enough to make the Tiannu civilization suffer. Their probing attack did test the combat level of the Galaxy Battle Group and obtain combat data, but they also sacrificed the lives of more than 1,000 Holy Guards in this wave of probing attacks. Many Holy Guards had just completed their jump when they found a light curtain behind them. They knew without looking that it was a shipborne Tachyon lightsaber attack, but there was no battleship at that location. What kind of method is this? Is it another special technology? How can this organization have so many special technologies? Wormhole, it doesn't look like it. A wave of probing also attracted the attention of the 3 gods of the Tiannu civilization. They saw the movement and counterattack methods of the Galaxy Battle Group through the perspective of the Tiannu Eye, and they became more alert. Sure enough, those who dared to rush in knowing that we have 4-dimensional jumps are not ordinary people. 3 civilizations, 3 special technologies. Are these special technologies wholesale in the Milky Way? The 3 gods felt uncomfortable. How could a special technology civilization pop up just by trying it casually? This battle is even more difficult. A ball of fire appeared. It was the Holy Left envoy Mingxi who reacted quickly after jumping off the side. He hit the side of a Silver Heart civilization warship with a Star Destroyer. The pure physical attack directly hit the warship armor. After a burst of sparks splashed, a large gap appeared on the side of the warship. So hard. Mingxi was stunned. This warship happened to be in a 3-dimensional shuttle state. It was impossible to open the shield in this shuttle state. I didn't expect that a Star Destroyer couldn't kill it. She was a little unbelievable, because she had also attacked this kind of sub-civilization level warship from the outside. Basically, as long as there was no real shield, a Star Destroyer could blow it up. Before she could think, a void attack came at her head. The eye of the goddess was loaded. Mingxi dodged the attack with a 4-dimensional jump and appeared 2.1 light-years away. Then she said in the channel, "Oh my god, the battle mode of that fleet has been measured. The range of that kind of space shuttle is about 1 light-year. I see. It seems that we can only activate the battle team range jump. That battle group should not have such a fast reaction speed, Mingxi." Understood. For the sacred ideals of the Tiannu civilization, sisters, follow me. The battle did not stop for a moment. After a quick communication, the Tiannu civilization immediately launched a second round of attack. This time, it not only targeted the Galaxy Battle Group, but also human civilization and Awakeners. The Tiannu civilization began to jump in echelons, with hundreds or even thousands of people jumping to the target warship. Their jumps were also tactical. It was not that a 100-man team jumped at the same time, but there was a time difference between the front and the back. The Tiannu civilization had studied this tactical coordination, and it allowed them to jump onto moving warships more accurately. It turned out that their tactics were very effective. The battle lasted only for more than an hour, and they successfully destroyed tens of thousands of warships of the ancient civilization. Even the Awakeners killed thousands of them. Another 30 minutes later, more than 800 consciousness-linked warships of the human civilization were also destroyed. Bang, bang, boom, a sacred flanker aimed at the warship where the Awakener Huan was and jumped over. If it was any other warship, this jump would be a sure thing, because more than a dozen sisters nearby had been killed by this warship, and they would jump up to take revenge. However, what these dozen Holy Guards didn't expect was that the Awakener warship suddenly turned like a clockwork brick when they had no way to avoid it, so that they who had jumped into the warship suddenly deviated several kilometers and appeared outside the warship. And before they could launch an attack, they saw the marble-like ship body smashing down on their heads. Bang, 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 bang. After several silent brick-like hits, these dozen Holy Guards were directly hit by the warship controlled by the Awakener illusion, like a brick hitting people and flying away. Then, while they were flying backwards, more than a dozen void strikes were thrown out from the flat muzzle of the side of the rectangular battleship, and hit them accurately, as if the celestial maiden was scattering flowers and sniping at them, who had just completed the void break. All this happened smoothly, as if everything was within the calculation of the rectangular battleship. A square rectangular battleship was actually hit with the illusion of having 4 limbs and arms. Still 3.4 light years away, the 3 goddesses who were waiting for the Lyra to jump could not help but frown their scaly eyebrows when they saw this scene. They had prepared for a tough battle, but the situation was even worse than expected. It seemed that none of the warships in this fleet were simple. How could this special technology be so powerful? It shouldn't be. Shunyan was also worried. She recalled that when the Tian civilization fought against the civilization with special technology, it didn't seem so hard. The Tian civilization only paid less than 10,000 people to defeat the civilization with special technology. The 7th echelon, follow me. This time we have to kill the rectangular warship in one fell swoop. It should be the flagship of the rectangular fleet. The holy left envoy of the goddess of the warriors waved his hand, and led 1,000 holy side guards to launch a 4-dimensional jump again. The target was the Awakener Huan, who had just stabilized from the spinning gyroscope state. Huan, be careful! The Lyra, which was always paying attention to the battlefield dynamics, reminded him that it was difficult for Huan to enter the warp speed directly in this state. If he was not rescued, Huan would probably die. Unexpectedly, Huan seemed to see the Lyra's plan and said, "Don't jump, the 3 gods of the Tiannu civilization haven't moved yet, and their target seems to be you. I always feel that they are brewing something, don't give them a chance." The humans also noticed that the 3 gods of the Tiannu civilization didn't move. Their dress was different from that of other people in the Tiannu civilization. At this distance, they could be recognized at a glance from a third-person perspective. Chapter 1172. After hearing what Huan said, the Lyra stopped turning on the switch for quantum macro tunneling, but did not stand there pretending to be an expert. The group battle had already begun, and standing there would be courting death. So the Lyra also kept fighting, and the fighting method was the same as that of the Awakener and the human consciousness-linked warships, both of which used warp speed maneuvers to evade the 4-dimensional jump of the Holy Flanker, and then used the Void Strike and the Tachyon Light Sword to counterattack. Along with the Lyra, there were nearly 4 million elite warships of human civilization. Of course, sometimes the Lyra will also launch a quantum exile attack, but it is not the most powerful attack, and the range is not as large as before. This attack method is the result of human civilization's improvement on quantum exile attacks over the years. Originally, it could only launch 1 attack at a full charge, but now it can launch about 10 times, but these 10 times are not large-scale attacks. This is equivalent to dividing the energy of large-scale attacks into many times for use. Only a few hours have passed, and many sacred flankers have been buried under the attack of the Lyra. The performance of the Lyra is obvious to all, and the 3 gods of the Tiannu civilization have focused most of their attention on it. After all, its maneuverability is top-notch even without using quantum macro tunneling. 256 times the speed of light is unique among all warships, and it should be said that it is unique in the entire battlefield, and even the Tiannu civilization has never achieved it. With high multiples of warp speed, and mastering the advanced warp speed level technology of the 6th level civilization, the Lyra can already enter and exit the warp speed in seconds. Combined with the third-person driving mode, even if the Tiannu civilization jumps in echelon form, it is difficult to jump into the Lyra. The 3 gods of the Tiannu civilization have seen this situation, but they still dare not move. On the one hand, they are shocked by the inexplicable attack method of the Tianxin, and on the other hand, the Tianxin has not launched quantum macro tunneling. They want to see the Tianxin launch quantum macro tunneling a few more times to collect its data, so as to make targeted attacks. Since the beginning of the war, more than 100 sacred flankers have died under the attack of the Tianxin, but the 3 gods of the Tiannu civilization remain calm. It still didn't move. The warship seems to have 3 incredible technologies. One is the attack that seems to come from the microscopic world, one is the warp speed that exceeds the conventional 6th level civilization, and the other is the dodge technology that seems to be the ability of foresight. Seeing his own sacred guards constantly dying, the goddess Shenhua was angry in her heart, but pretended to be calm on the surface. Shunyan also spoke in the channel. It is indeed some kind of attack from the microscopic level. The eye of the goddess detected a strange spatial fluctuation. It is a form we have never seen before. It is the 8th time. Is there no interval in that kind of attack? It is really patient. The description of it in the previous intelligence is even more powerful. It can be so powerful without using that kind of magical jump. Shunning also murmured in the channel, "Do you think there is a possibility that its magical jump cannot be used continuously, so it is holding back?" Shenhua gritted her teeth and said, "There is such a possibility. It is not good to let it continue." Unless thousands of holy guards are concentrated to launch a jump, it is afraid that it will not be able to force its jumping technology. She was a little puzzled. When fighting against Wei, Erna, and Qian, this warship used that kind of jump method. Because of this, the three were killed instantly by it, but now facing more holy guards, it can still hold back and not use it. Let's do it again. Let's send 10 echelons together. 10,000 holy flankers. If we fail again, we can't continue to waste time. We can't afford it. Shunhua looked at the battlefield situation solemnly. Since the beginning of the war, the Tiandu civilization has not gained any advantage. The damage data in the previous conflict was about 1:1, but now, after only a few hours of fighting, the damage rate of the holy flankers is still high. Basically, 2 holy flankers can only exchange for 1 battleship of the opponent. And the main loss of the holy flankers is on this battleship. It's not that the Great Voyage fleet has become stronger, but in the conflict that year, the Tianqin and the Awakener Huan did not participate in the battle, and of course, there was the Xinghe. In fact, if it weren't for the ordinary warship combat units of the Xinghe, the record of the Tiandu civilization would be even worse, but the 3 gods of the Tiandu civilization have not realized this yet. They just think it's a bit incredible. Just as they issued the jump command for the Tianqin, the echelon 4-dimensional jump launched by the Holy Right Envoy Mingxi on the Awakener Huan began. This was a range-covering jump, which happened at the moment when the Awakener Huan stabilized the ship. This was also the 4-dimensional jump that Tianqin was worried that Huan could not dodge. The jump was completed quickly, and Huan could not dodge it, because all its dodge routes had the jump points of the Holy Flanker. It could dodge this one, but not the other. Huan had to use the same trick again. He suddenly controlled the high-strength magnetic thrust engines around the warship and rotated the warship sideways again. This rotation was different from the last time. The last time was based on the central axis of the rectangle as the rotation axis, while this time it first rotated a circle with one of the corners of the rectangle as the center, and then flipped irregularly. Hundreds of holy guards, who had just jumped over, were knocked away by Huan's battleship armor, but this time Huan was too late to make up for it. Success? At the same time, a holy guard also successfully jumped onto the battleship of the Awakener Huan. According to convention, she should have used her personal weapon to fire a few tachyon lightsaber shots at the battleship of the Awakener Huan and blow it up. However, due to Huan's coquettish spiral movement, she just successfully teleported into the battleship and hit the inner wall of the battleship with a bang. At the same time, at the moment she was knocked away, a large group of nanometals rushed out of Huan's warship and stuck to her, and ejected her from a certain channel in a flash. Everything reacted so quickly that the Holy Flanker only fired 1 tachyon lightsaber when he recovered, and had no chance to fire a second shot. Huan's warship was a Civilization-class warship, very huge, and after arriving in the Andromeda Galaxy and encountering the Tiandu civilization, he also specially upgraded his warship. That is, modular shields are installed on the internal compartments of the warship, and the compartments are built layer by layer like watertight compartments. At the same time, the reaction mechanism of the internal nanorobots is upgraded to increase the survival rate of the internal hit. This is a very complex system. After all these years, the Awakeners did this after not looking for the fallen civilization, and now the effect seems to be good. Although a tachyon lightsaber was hit from the inside, Huan's warship was only cut into a gap, and some local equipment was destroyed, which was considered a minor injury. Later, the nanorobots blocked the gap, and he could continue to fight. Chapter 1173. Awakener Huan is indeed the most talented fighter in the Awakener civilization. As a leader, his warship is more advanced than other Awakeners. For example, this time, the internal modular upgrade is to modify his warship first. Awakener Huan escaped a disaster, and the next moment, the Tianqin encountered the same unavoidable situation as him. The Tiandu civilization is determined to force the Tianqin to perform an evasive action of teleportation. They even cost 10,000 sacred flankers to let them cover the activity area of the Tianqin. The Tianqin's mobility is certainly the strongest in human civilization. When the warp speed is 256 times the speed of light, it is even stronger than the Awakener illusion. However, the coverage jump is too unreasonable. Even with such a high movement speed, it still cannot escape their coverage. However, the Tianqin also has quantum macro tunneling. When it is unavoidable, it can directly activate quantum macro tunneling for extreme evasion. It is definitely possible to dodge, but since the opponent is forcing itself to use quantum macro tunneling, the Tianqin is not willing to just dodge. It just so happens that the first charge of quantum exile strike still has 1/3 of energy left. Therefore, Before launching the quantum macro tunneling, the Tianqin poured all the energy into the microscopic world at once. With a clang, a certain string structure of the curled-up ultra-microscopic six-dimensional world was plucked. The third-person perspective is so powerful that the moment when humans plucked the cosmic strings was the moment when the 10,000 sacred flankers completed their jump. The 10,000 sacred flankers of the Tiannu civilization could not have imagined that the Tianqin did not use the warp maneuver to dodge like before, but just stood there waiting for them to jump in. What surprised them even more was that almost all of their companions, who had just completed the four-dimensional jump and jumped with them, had lost contact. It appeared. That kind of attack was indeed a blow from the microscopic world. The holy maiden goddess Shunyan simultaneously received the four-dimensional perspective information from the eye of the goddess. She saw that there was obviously some strange fluctuation from the four-dimensional. It was a fluctuation that had never been seen before. It seemed to just pass through the four-dimensional. Okay, it succeeded. Almost at the same time, the goddess of the goddess Shunning excitedly said on the communication channel that she saw through the eye of the goddess that 13 sacred flankers and the sacred right envoy Mingxi successfully jumped onto the Tianqin. Especially Mingxi, the place where she appeared happened to be the command center of the Tianqin. Although the person who actually drove the Tianqin was not in the command center at this time, but in their own consciousness link cockpit, this was enough to make her excited. Because she saw many humans sitting in front of the holographic screen, she concluded that they must be the various operators of this battleship. Ha ha ha, weak and fragile race, die. Mingxi glanced at the humans in front of her, shouted excitedly, and then pulled out a 4-meter-long weapon and swept it across the command center. The white tachyon lightsabers swept out. If the Tianqin command center was hit, it would explode. There were 13 people from the Tiannu civilization on the Tianqin who were jumping like Mingxi. They were the sacred flankers of the Tiannu civilization. Like Mingxi, they excitedly waved their weapons and launched their attacks at the interior of the battleship and the humans on the battleship. 14 white tachyon lightsabers rushed out. However, the imagined explosion and wailing of fear did not appear, because they found that at the moment they swung their individual weapons, dense cracks suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. The cracks were instantly dense, and then seemed to turn into pixels, and large pixels were cracked into countless dense small pixels. The dense pixels gave people a feeling of lattice stacking. Not only the various facilities, equipment, and compartment floors in the warship, but also the life forms right in front of them showed the same phenomenon. When the light of the tachyon lightsaber burst out, everything that was seen had faded into nothingness. The 14 tachyon lightsabers seemed to be slashing into nothingness, touching nothing. Everything that was alive just now was just like something turned into ashes, and was blown away by a gust of wind, and then turned into stars, and disappeared in reality. Only Mingxi and the 13 holy guards were left stunned. It's that magical spatial displacement ability. It's the characteristic technology of this civilization, Mingxi said in the channel. She and the other 13 holy guards certainly knew what it was, but it was the first time for them to witness this phenomenon at such a close distance. Similarly, they were lucky, because of the 10,000 holy guards who jumped over this time. Except for the 14 of them who jumped into the interior of the Lyra, all others had disappeared. The reason why the Tianqin was able to jump into the warship was because it had launched a quantum exile strike before, which made the quantum macro tunneling of the Tianqin slightly later, but it was still within the calculation range of human third-person observation data. Although the quantum exile strike was not of the greatest power this time, and the range was less than 1 light-year, the coordinates of the Tiannu civilization's landing point were very close in order to jump onto the Tianqin, so they were all hit by a ranged strike. The range of the quantum exile attack of the Lyra this time is also different from the past. The target area set this time is a spherical space centered on itself, while in the past it was attacked forward. As for the holy flankers who jumped onto the Lyra, they naturally could not be hit, because they were on the Lyra. The Lyra could not launch a wave of attacks by itself and include the space it was in. That would put itself into the unknown quantum world. Before humans mastered the technology from the microscopic world, they would definitely not dare to attack themselves together. 14 people from the Tiannu civilization were spared, but they were not happy at all. It jumped, right now! Shunning, who had been staring at the Tianqin, shouted. She had no time to mourn for the nearly 10,000 dead sacred guards. The moment the Tianqin disappeared, she took the lead and jumped into the battlefield, 3.7 light-years away. At the same time, she was communicating with the Tiannu treasure house, preparing to launch a fatal attack on the Tianqin that was about to appear somewhere in the starry sky. The goddess of the heavenly maidens Shanhua and the goddess of the saints Shunyan followed closely. They jumped to different positions on the battlefield, a certain distance away from Shunning, forming a triangle. At the same time, they were also communicating with the Tiandu treasure house, ready to launch a fatal attack on the Tianqin that appeared anywhere at any time. The longest teleportation distance of the Tianqin is 3 light years, and the three of them jumped to various positions in the starry sky at the longest jump distance this time. In addition, the range attack of the Time treasure house will definitely cover any place where the Tianqin appears. The Time civilization has also done a lot of homework on the powerful battleship Tianqin, and knows its longest teleportation distance. Shan Yan discovered the location where the Tianqin appeared and hurriedly shouted in the private chat channel of the three gods, "Shunning there! I see it!" Shunning discovered it earlier than her, because the Tianqin was the closest to her. She waved her arms at the Tianqin 2.7 light years away the next moment. "See how you run this time." The Tiandu treasury weapon projection attack, which had been prepared long ago, was immediately launched. In an instant, patches of shadows appeared densely in the star field within a range of 3.7 light years. They suddenly appeared like shadows in the sun, layer upon layer. There were also shadows inside and outside the Tianqin within the coverage area. This is a projection of a four-dimensional object in 3 dimensions. The human driver in the state of consciousness connection quickly recognized what this thing was. Chapter 1174. The appearance of the four-dimensional projection means that something from the four-dimensional is about to come. If you don't dodge or avoid it, you will be harmed. The projection from the four-dimensional was not only seen by the pilot of the Tianqin, but also by the ancient civilization. Their detection technology is indeed much more advanced than other civilizations. They can detect this kind of projection that appears in the void, but if they are asked to dodge, they will definitely not be able to dodge it. So after discovering that the target of the Tian civilization was the Tianqin, the leader of the ancient civilization on the galaxy was very glad that it was not them who were hit. Otherwise the ancient civilization would have to build a third galaxy. However, they had no time to care about the Tianqin at this time, and they didn't even have time to remind them, because a large number of the holy flankers of the Tiandu civilization jumped over to attack the battle group of the Xinghe. As the flagship, the Xinghe was not a clear target at the beginning, and did not receive special attention, so it could fight relatively easily. It only needed to control its own combat units to counterattack the holy flankers. But now, the Tiandu civilization has known that it is the flagship of this battle group. Therefore, it was not easy for it either. When the warship of the Awakener Huan was damaged, the galaxy was also hit by a group attack. However, the Silver Heart civilization was not a pushover. They had their own way of dealing with it. Otherwise, they would not dare to act as an initiator and encourage the Great Voyage organization to raid the center of the Andromeda galaxy during this period of time. There was once a holy flanker who successfully jumped onto the galaxy, but that holy flanker killed himself when he launched a tachyon lightsaber attack on the galaxy. The galaxy opened 2 three-dimensional space shuttles inside itself, one in front of the holy side guard's swing, and the other behind her head. The Silver Heart civilization used their own unique technology to allow a holy side guard to successfully kill themselves. The holy side guard, who successfully jumped onto the galaxy for the second time, did not dare to swing the sword directly, but she did not succeed. Although she observed for a while, she was still destroyed by her own attack. After obtaining information about the Tiandu civilization's fighting method, the Silver Heart civilization thought about how to deal with this kind of attack, and finally they really figured it out. Unlike the hardware upgrade of the Awakener, they only upgraded their software applications, and opened the three-dimensional portal to the interior of the galaxy. Although it was a short-distance portal for three-dimensional space travel, it caught the Tiandu civilization off guard. They had never seen this kind of technology before, so even if the Tiandu Eye detected it the moment the teleportation channel appeared, they still had no time to defend themselves. In the eyes of the Tiandu civilization, this technology is even more difficult to deal with than the Awakener fleet. To deal with the Awakener warships, they can basically destroy an Awakener warship as long as they can jump onto it, but the technology of the Silver Heart civilization is different. Even if they jump onto their warships, they may still be destroyed with a wave of their hands. So after being fooled several times, the Tiandu civilization also learned to be smart. After they were transferred to the warship of the ancient civilization, they first put on a single shield for themselves before launching an attack. But after doing so, the attack efficiency became lower. The timing of the attack was also easy to see, and the ancient civilization could open the three-dimensional shuttle channel more calmly. There was even one time when a sacred flanker who successfully jumped onto the galaxy found that there were three-dimensional space channels in front, behind, left, right, up and down after putting on a shield for himself. No matter which of these channels you attack, the bright tachyon lightsaber will fly out from another channel and hit you. This situation occurs frequently. Other combat units in the Galaxy Battle Group are fine. Because they are too far away from the galaxy, sometimes there will be problems with the space channel not opening in time, but the galaxy does not have this problem. The Silver Heart civilization is afraid that they will lose the galaxy again, so in these years, they have focused on improving the three-dimensional shuttle program. The interior of the galaxy was built to be as strong as an iron barrel, and the result was the situation that the Tiandu civilization was facing now. A tachyon lightsaber was fired, but it hit itself. The Tiandu civilization was a little confused when they saw this situation. Some of them even thought that the galaxy was more difficult to deal with than a Tianqin. What's wrong with this Great Voyage organization? How can it be so powerful? It's okay to have a technology that seems to have the ability to predict, but also a powerful strange teleportation and large-scale attack. Now there is a being that can open a three-dimensional portal. The three gods of the Tiandu civilization felt the difficulty of this battle. Even the three gods of the Tiandu civilization, who were launching four-dimensional weapons at the Tianqin, were in a heavy mood. If the battle continues, with the current casualty ratio, the Tiandu civilization may become the loser. But now the arrow has to be shot, and they have no reason to retreat. The most important thing is that although they recognize the strength of the Great Voyage organization, deep in their hearts, they still believe that the Tiandu civilization can still win, just because the Tiandu civilization has a faster expansion speed. They felt that even if everyone died in this battle, as long as the Time civilization headquarters was still there, there would be tens of thousands of Time women as backing. As long as the Time civilization was given a certain amount of time, it could once again mobilize millions, or even tens of millions of troops. Even if it failed this time, victory would ultimately belong to the Time civilization. And the decisive blow for victory was now. The Time civilization launched a four-dimensional weapon projection attack. As soon as those projections appeared, a large group of weapons in the Time treasury roared together, and then through the 7th level civilization technology, they were directly projected from the Time treasury into the three-dimensional space area marked by them. This is the mass destruction method that the Tiandu civilization is proud of. It is a technology that they have studied for 200,000 years before they figured it out. The 7th level civilization creation is originally the household technology of the 7th level civilization. It is only used to transmit the individual life of the 7th level civilization and facilitate travel between the galaxies. It has no weapon design at all. Therefore, if the Tiandu civilization wants to use this creation for weapons, it has to program the Tiandu Eye and design its own ideas. This is the killer weapon that the Tiandu civilization is proud of. It can be projected to all spaces in the Andromeda galaxy at will. It is a true range strike. The strike range is also very wide, with a range of 1.618 light-years. It can easily destroy any star system, from red dwarf star systems with a small gravitational influence range to various large star systems. The Tiandu civilization has always believed that their strikes are invincible. In fact, it is true. Back then, they used this strike method to destroy the 6th level civilization fleet with unique technology with one shot. But now we are only dealing with a single battleship, so there is no reason for us to fail. Chapter 1175. When the attack was launched, Shunhua said, Shunyin, be prepared to jump. Although this attack is a sure thing, we still have to be prepared. You have seen the way this flagship fights. If you are not careful, it may be transferred to your face to launch that kind of inexplicable attack. Be careful. Shunyin, don't worry. Shunyin, it's just a battleship. If it dares to jump over, I dare to transfer it to its interior, and let those weak lives know what is single-soldier combat, and what is fancy. The four-dimensional weapon projection attack is the most powerful and proud attack of the Tiandu civilization. It is a range attack that uses all the sacred weapons in the Tiandu treasure house to fire at the same time, and countless void attacks are like flowers scattered by the Heavenly Maiden, hitting a space area. The entire space, whether inside or outside the warship, will be attacked, because the attack comes from the four-dimensional space, and any shield or armor is ineffective. In the eyes of the three gods of the Tiandu civilization, such an attack can destroy a level 6 civilization with one shot, as long as the main body of the level 6 civilization is concentrated within the attack range. This is a forbidden weapon. They have only activated it once in 200,000 years, and now it is the second time. As long as this warship does not have the ability to teleport twice, instantly, there is nowhere to escape. The three gods of the Tiandu civilization launched the four-dimensional weapon projection attack this time, which is a bet that the Tianqin does not have the ability to teleport twice. Even if it does, there is no need to worry, they can jump again to avoid the magical attack of the Tianqin. The four-dimensional weapon projection attack that first appeared as a sign finally hit, and those dense shadows quickly condensed, and energy fluctuations appeared. In an instant, countless crisscrossing void strikes shot out from the phantom, just like the interlaced spotlights in a disco. Oh no, it was countless times denser than that, and the countless void strikes interlaced with each other directly covered the entire starry sky. In this starry sky, no matter where the Lyra ran, the inside and outside of the warship would be affected by the void strikes. It was also very dense, and there was no way to avoid it. Void strikes can only be defended by the void shield. Even if the strikes came from outside the warship, they could ignore the real shield. The matter hit would become space matter, which is the most powerful weapon of a normal level 6 civilization. The Tiandu civilization got the 7th level civilization creation, but that 7th level civilization creation is not a weapon. If they want to play a large-scale attack, they can only think of a way themselves. They really did it. Although it was with the help of the function of the 7th level civilization creation, it was enough for them to dominate the entire Andromeda galaxy. However, their opponent now is the Tianqin. When the Tianqin fought against the electronic warship, it jumped much more frequently than it does now, but humans did not easily show the performance of the Tianqin. There was a reason to hide their shortcomings, and they felt it was unnecessary before. But this time, it had to be demonstrated again. Under the expectant gaze of the three gods of the Tiandu civilization, the Tianqin once again turned into trillions of tiny pixels, and then dissipated like a breeze. The electronic warship was a real creation of the 7th level civilization weapon. The Tianqin could fight it back and forth. The creation obtained by the Tiandu civilization was a civilian facility. Its strength was only that it was a strike projected from the four-dimensional space, and it was hard to defend against. In terms of reaction, it was far inferior to the Tianqin, which integrated 4 special technologies. Not only that, the Lyra could also accurately choose the landing point when performing quantum macro tunneling, and suddenly hit one of the 3 goddesses in the face, giving her a void attack. And this person is Shunning. But it also missed, because the 3 goddesses had already prepared for the second jump. Shunning saw the Lyra suddenly appear in front of her, and saw the muzzle of the battleship like a planet facing her. Suddenly, a sense of crisis surged in her heart, and then she immediately activated the Eye of the Goddess transmission system, and jumped to 3.7 light-years away. This is the maximum jump distance of the Eye of the Goddess. As the goddess of the warrior, Shunning has a lot of combat experience. She is really afraid that the Lyra will use that kind of inexplicable attack on her. However, she didn't think that if the Lyra could really launch a quantum exile attack at this moment, she would have been hit just now, because her jumping speed is really slow compared to the quantum exile attack of the Lyra. Unfortunately, the quantum exile attack of the Lyra was still in the charging stage at this moment, so she escaped. Shunhua and Shunyan felt uneasy when they saw that the Lyra could teleport twice in such a short time. After Shunning jumped out of the battle circle, they also jumped to 3.7 light-years away. How is this possible? Could it be that this warship also has some kind of 7th level civilization creation? How? After successfully jumping 3.7 light-years away from the Lyra, the 3 goddesses who thought they were safe were about to communicate and discuss, but they found through the Eye of the Goddess that the Lyra had turned into tiny pixels again and dissipated like smoke and dust again. Be careful. Watch out. Oops. The 3 gods were all horrified. This thing could actually teleport continuously? How could they fight it? Do you have a level 7 civilization creation, or do we? Before they could complete the second 4-dimensional jump, the Lyra appeared again, and its target was still the goddess of martial arts, Shunning. However, the Lyra could only travel 3 light-years at most in one quantum macro tunneling. Normally, the Lyra would not perform extreme distance jumps, because there was a probability of unknown errors in doing so. Therefore, after completing the jump, it was still 0.8 light-years away from Shunning. At this distance, the Lyra fired a tachyon lightsaber directly at the area where Shunning was. The void strike cannot be charged that quickly, so the tachyon lightsaber can only be used. When the tachyon lightsaber muzzle roars, it will cause damage wherever it reaches. Of course, it will first cause a slight energy wave in space. This is how the third-person driving mode of humans and awakeners predicts this attack route. This is no problem for the Eye of the Goddess of the Tiandu civilization. When the tachyon lightsaber was launched, Shunning already knew that he was the one being hit. Through the calculation of the Eye of the Goddess, she also knew that when the damage of this tachyon lightsaber took effect, her second 4-dimensional jump was ready just before. In other words, she could dodge this attack. But the Eye of the Goddess system also analyzed her based on the teleportation speed of the Lyra, and believed that after she jumped away again, the Lyra could still jump back faster than her and attack her again, and then she really couldn't dodge it. The battleship has such combat power. Shunning's eyes were stern. She weighed the pros and cons according to the probability calculated by the system in an instant, and felt that it was better for her to withstand this tachyon lightsaber sweep than the next attack that might be a void strike. Hey ha! With a roar, Shunning pulled out a shield, and then mobilized the Eye of the Goddess to bless her shield with energy. In an instant, a real shield protected her body. The next moment, the tachyon lightsaber of the Lyra swept across and hit her shield. Instantly, a small sun lit up in the starry sky, like a laser hitting a smooth sphere, shining brightly, and the energy shock wave aroused even swept away the hydrogen molecular cloud in the surrounding space. At the same time, 2 void strikes from Shenhua and Shenyan also hit the Lyra armor, causing 2 large dents to appear on the Lyra armor, but the characteristics of the quark armor instantly filled the dents. Due to the need for frequent quantum macro tunneling, the Tianqin sacrificed its shield system, and it was a warship without a shield. However, even so, Shenhua and Shuyan's attacks could not break the armor of the Tianqin. The characteristic of quark armor is that as long as you fail to blow it up with one shot, the energy you hit will become the energy needed to break the quark confinement and become new quark material. If it were a civilized warship's naval gun, the Tianqin might have been penetrated by 2 large-scale void strikes, but the power of the individual weapons of the Tian civilization is still too small. If it were not for the exclusive weapons of the 3 Tian gods, it would not even be able to achieve this effect. The Tiandu civilization has been developing according to the combat method of a single soldier jumping into the interior of the enemy's warship, and has been undefeated for 200,000 years. This also makes them seem powerless when facing the giant warship armor. But it must be said that their defensibility is still quite strong, especially the goddess of martial arts Shunning. After she was blasted by the Tianqin tachyon lightsaber, her shield was blown up due to energy overload. The second emergency shield defense on her armor lit up and blocked the attack. She herself was only hit by the shock wave and flew back hundreds of kilometers. Well, she still felt a little dirty. Shunning, be careful, it disappeared again. Before Shunning recovered from the embarrassment of the cannon, Xuanhua's anxious voice sounded again in the internal channel. Fortunately, Shunning was ready for the second 4-dimensional jump. She immediately jumped and left the starry sky. She didn't even have time to stabilize her flying body. Sure enough, just as Shunning disappeared, an invisible and intangible nothingness attack washed over her original position, creating a bright path for the hydrogen molecular cloud in the sky caused by the explosion of a large number of stars. Shunning! Shunning! 2 worried voices sounded in the private chat channel of the 3 gods of the Tiandu civilization. They were the horrified shouts of Shenhua and Shenyan. They did not expect that this warship could teleport continuously like this. Their shouts were right, because the next moment, the Tianqin disappeared and reappeared again, and then shot a tachyon lightsaber directly at Shunning, who had just completed a 4-dimensional jump and escaped, from a distance of 1.5 light years. Seeing that this attack was about to cause damage from the Tianui system, Shunying's eyes suddenly opened wide, and the scales on her body exploded. The shield weapon had been blown up, and now the Tiandu had not yet completed another 4-dimensional jump. This attack was afraid that. Shunning was a little confused, because she had never encountered such a situation. In the past, she had unilaterally crushed the group of warships. Who would have thought that she would be chased and beaten by a warship now? While she was stunned, her eyes blurred and 2 perfect figures that could not be covered by armor appeared in front of her. They were Shenhua and Shenyan. The 2 of them jumped in front of Shunning through the 4-dimensional eye of the goddess, and then made the same action as Shunning before. The 2 of them gathered their shields in front of them, and a spherical real shield appeared in an instant and protected the 3 gods. Ha! Ha! 2 habitual shouts rang out. This kind of shouting did not enhance the defensive power of their real shields at all, but it could increase their determination to fight against the ship's guns. Chapter 1176. The interval between quantum macro tunneling of the Lyra is very short. After a while, the reloading speed of the 2 main guns, the Void Strike and the Tachyon Light Sword, could not keep up, and they had to take turns. However, quantum macro tunneling cannot be activated infinitely, otherwise there would be no need for warp travel. The limiting factor is energy consumption. Activating a quantum macro tunneling to move about 3 light years consumes dozens of times more energy than warp travel for 3 light years. Therefore, it is unrealistic to use frequent quantum macro tunneling to travel long distances. Of course, It is not impossible in an emergency, but it requires frequent replenishment. So in general, quantum macro tunneling will only be used in combat. In other words, as long as the opponent can hold out until the fuel stored in the Lyra is exhausted, there is hope to defeat the Lyra. As a warship equipped with 4 special technologies, the Lyra is equivalent to having 4 energy-consuming giants, each of which is a special technology. Quantum macro tunneling and quantum exile strike are the most powerful among them, and the third-person driving mode and warp enhancement device are slightly more normal. But looking at this, the 3 gods of the Tiannu civilization will not be able to hold out until the fuel of the Lyra is exhausted. Their 4-dimensional space jump gap is much shorter than that of the Holy Flanker. After all, it is the privilege of the gods, but it is still not enough in front of the Lyra. Basically, the Lyra can launch 2 quantum macro tunnelings before they can prepare for a 4-dimensional space jump. Judging from the frequency, even if they jumped farther, they could be easily caught up by the Tianqin, just like being bombarded now. Shanhua and Shanyan used the Tian's remote energy loading to add shields to themselves to resist the damage of the ship's guns. The result was the same as shunning before. The single shield in their hands was broken, and the 2 of them were beaten black and blue by the subsequent impact. Even the armor on their bodies became a battle-damaged version. In fact, if the Tianqin's second quantum exile attack was not still filling, they would have been taken away by 1 shot. But this behavior was misunderstood by the 3 gods. After withstanding the shipborne tachyon lightsaber, Shanyan, who was wearing damaged armor, murmured, "This warship did not use that weird range attack. Does it want to capture us alive?" "Capture alive? That depends on whether it has the ability." Shanhua, who was also hit by the tachyon lightsaber and flew back hundreds of kilometers, stabilized her body. She was unwilling to accept the fact that the Tian civilization was about to fail, but she really couldn't think of any way to deal with this warship. The 4-dimensional weapon projection attack of the Tiannu treasury has been used, but it was still easily avoided by the warship. It is impossible to launch such an attack again in a short time. The Holy Guards also tried their best. They successfully jumped into the warship, but the other party directly teleported away, and did not teleport with the space inside the warship, so that the Holy Guards on the Tianqin could only watch the things in front of them turn into pixels. It was already difficult to jump onto the warship, but after getting on, the other party was able to teleport. Let's go! They can't even beat them in teleportation speed, and they can't even break their armor when attacking from the outside of the warship. Now Shanhua is a little doubtful about the development concept of Tian civilization, especially after being beaten by the shipborne lightsaber. She couldn't believe that such a huge warship could be so flexible. It must not be special technology. There must be some kind of 7th-level civilization creation on this flagship. Shanhua made such a conclusion due to her inherent thinking. Shunning also said bitterly, "Why is this universe so unfair that we get a 7th-level civilization creation that cannot be moved, but let other civilizations get a 7th-level civilization creation that can be carried on a warship?" As soon as the voice came, Shanyan immediately shouted, "Shunning, hurry up, it's coming again. Shunning, damn it. Shanhua, go, I order you in the name of the goddess of heaven, go, we can't all die here, go organize our soldiers to give us revenge." Seeing that the Tianqin has become real again and appeared in front of them, but Shunning is still hesitating whether to resist the ship's guns again or launch a 4-dimensional space jump to avoid it, Shanyan can't help but say anxiously, "Second sister, hurry up. The eldest sister is right, we can't all die here, the goddess of heaven civilization can't be without a leader." The word sister shocked Shunning. She looked at the Lyra, which had turned into a physical body, with great resentment, and looked at its huge muzzle of the void strike that had been fully charged. "Great voyage organization, my Tiannu civilization will fight you to the death." After shouting, she finally activated the 4-dimensional jump and jumped out of the battlefield. At the same time, a void strike with a diameter of 100 kilometers rushed past Shanhua and Shanyan. The 2 who did not have time to make a 4-dimensional jump had no choice but to communicate with the eye of the Tiannu and load energy into their personal void shields to resist. However, when they decided to use individual soldiers to fight and install personal void shields, the outcome was already determined. In the starry sky, personal equipment that looks like mini equipment cannot compare with shipborne equipment in terms of energy volume. Their personal protective equipment is indeed invincible in the Andromeda Galaxy, because there is no warship of level 6 civilization that can point its guns at them. And inside the warship and the planet, those weapons can't break their defense at all. However, facing such a close and large void attack, the personal void shield of Shanhua, the famous goddess of the Andromeda Galaxy, only lasted for less than a second before it was destroyed due to overload, and the same was true for Shun Yin. The shield was broken, and the two were instantly bathed in the void attack. They died. Or, not a trace of them remained. Shun Hua and Shun Yin were also made of matter, and matter would be turned into void space matter by the void attack. Their physical enhancement had reached a level that all civilizations in the Great Voyage Organization could not reach, but they were still matter. The goddess of heaven who had oppressed the Andromeda galaxy for 200,000 years was killed by a void attack from the Lyra. The goddess of heaven, Shun Yin, also followed in her footsteps. In fact, Shun Yin had already felt the drawbacks of the Tiannu civilization model. She also wanted to change it. She also wanted to stimulate her elder sister through the Great Voyage Organization and let the entire Tiannu civilization change the existing model. However, she wanted to make her elder sister realize the power of the Great Voyage Organization in this war before mentioning this matter. However, the opposite happened. The sword had no eyes, and she died just like that. They didn't expect that the Great Voyage Organization, which had always been at a disadvantage, would have such a powerful warship, and it was so outrageously powerful. Similarly, what they didn't expect or see was that after the Tianqin killed him with a naval gun, it did not stop, but directly launched the quantum macro tunneling again and went toward Shunning. Chapter 1177. The Lyra was staring at her. Intelligence had told the Lyra that the guy who ran away was one of the three goddesses. The other two had been killed by a void attack. The rest could not be let go, otherwise there would be endless trouble. Not every warship of the Great Voyage Organization was the Lyra, and the interval between the four-dimensional jumps of the three goddesses was obviously shorter than that of other warriors. Keeping them was a threat. Facing the Lyra that had teleported after killing her sisters, Shunning no longer had the spirit of the goddess of martial arts. She just wanted to run to the nearest long-range four-dimensional warp point as soon as possible, and then teleport back to the headquarters of the goddess civilization, where she would accumulate strength and come back for revenge. Therefore, she tried her best to jump 3.7 light-years every time in the four-dimensional space, but the interval of the quantum macro tunneling of the Lyra was shorter, and she was caught up by the Lyra after only 2 jumps. Looking at the Lyra, which was like a planet, Shunning, the goddess of warriors, felt the fear of the giant ship for the first time. She found that she could neither break the armor of this behemoth nor stop its attack. Is this my ending? Or is it the ending of the Tiannu civilization? Sister, our great and sacred ideal may really fail. We have just found those hidden ancient 6th-level civilizations. Our great and sacred cause is only 1 step away. I'm sorry, sister, I let you down. I failed to successfully return to the civilization headquarters. Looking at the muzzle of the gun that was only 2 AU away from her, Shunning was desperate, but she did not regret her sacred cause until the last moment. I'm leaving at lightning speed. An anxious shout came from the Tiannu civilization communication channel. It was Mingqi's voice. At the moment, when the Tianqin had just completed the quantum macro tunneling and was about to attack Shunning, she led hundreds of thousands of sacred flankers to jump into the interior of the Tianqin. She succeeded. This collective jump allowed hundreds of sacred flankers to successfully jump onto the Tianqin. In order to avoid damage, the Tianqin had to give up the bombardment of Shunning and used quantum macro tunneling to avoid the attack of the group of holy guards. Shunning, the goddess of martial arts, thus saved her life. But the group of holy guards were not so lucky. The Tianqin, which had teleported away, directly launched a void attack on their location, and then a shipborne tachyon lightsaber swept across, causing heavy casualties. However, the Tiannu civilization seemed to have made up some kind of determination. In order to get their goddess of martial arts away, they had reached the point of not caring about their lives. Just as the Lyra destroyed tens of thousands of holy guards, thousands of holy guards jumped to the Lyra. At the same time, holy guards jumped from all over the battlefield to Shunning. They were using their lives to protect Shunning from leaving the warship. The Lyra was too conspicuous, and its fighting style was obvious to all. The Tiannu civilization believed that as long as they stopped this warship, their goddess of martial arts could successfully leave the battlefield. As for the others who could not teleport, the warships will definitely not be able to catch up. That is why they all turned their attention to the Lyra, and stopped it from chasing Shunning at all costs. Seeing this scene, Shunning's eyes were filled with tears. She felt so painful, and today was the most painful day in 200,000 years. On this day, she lost her sisters, and so many sacred flankers lurked for her, and later went to die. She felt that this Great Voyage organization must have deliberately shown weakness before. Otherwise, why would such a powerful warship be brought out at this time? My God, don't say anything. We have already dedicated our lives to the great and sacred cause of the Tiannu civilization. We died for a good cause. Let's stop this evil organization. I will leave at full speed. Let's go! The captains of the Holy Guard shouted in the channel. It was the first time they spoke to their goddesses like this, and it was also the last time. While shouting, they also led their teams, divided into echelons, and purposefully jumped to the starry sky near the Tianqin, or jumped directly to the Tianqin. Some troops jumped to Shuning's location to prevent the Tianqin from jumping over again to attack Shuning. It must be said that their tactics were quite successful. The Tianqin was unable to chase Shuning, and could only fight back while avoiding their group jumps. But even so, it also brought huge casualties to the Tiannu civilization. At this point, the Tiannu civilization was completely defeated. And their behavior of mobilizing a large-scale army to besiege the Tianqin also caused insufficient combat power against the Awakener and the Yinqin civilization, which reduced the pressure on these two civilizations by many times. As one side gains, the other side loses. The casualties of the Holy Guards of the Tiannu civilization also began to rise sharply. On the one hand, they died in the siege of the Tianqin, and on the other hand, they were short of manpower and could no longer exchange one-on-one with the Awakeners. Instead, they were killed by the awakened civilization. The Galaxy War Group was like a war fortress with a range of 1 light-year. The Holy Guards, who entered this range, would often be killed by their own people. In this situation, Shuning had already seen that the Tiannu civilization was going to fail. Although she was unwilling to accept it, the fact was that the only advantage of the Tiannu civilization now was mobility. If you want to reduce casualties, the best strategy is to stop caring about the Awakener civilization and the Silver Heart civilization, and you don't need to care about other warships, because these warships can't catch up with you at all. Put all the troops on the Lyra. Although doing so may cause more deaths of the Holy Guards, while the other side has almost zero casualties, the Tiannu civilization can no longer care so much. In order to let their own goddess of warriors escape, the Holy Guards have gone crazy, and they have no choice. It must be said that their strategy is still very effective. The Tianqin had already performed several quantum macro tunnelings in order to chase Shuning, which resulted in the Tianqin now being separated from the raiding fleet cluster, equivalent to being alone in the deep. However, the Tianqin was not a soft persimmon, but a hard bone. In order to let Shuning run away, the Tiannu civilization immediately turned on the boss-killing mode. Thousands of sacred flankers rushed to the Tianqin desperately. After one team jumped, the next team jumped during the window period of the previous team's 4-dimensional jump. In short, even if the Tianqin could not be hurt, it could not be caught up. As time went by, more and more Holy Guards came to besiege the Tianqin. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Under the desperate leaps and sieges of nearly 10 million Holy Guards, the Tianqin really couldn't chase Shuning, but there was no need for the Tianqin to chase Shuning, because the second quantum exile strike had been fully charged. Nearly 10 million Holy Guards thought that the Tianqin didn't perform long-distance quantum tunneling because it didn't have the ability, but in fact the Tianqin was preparing to launch a quantum exile strike. After discovering that nearly millions of Holy Guards were desperately targeting them, the Lyra dodged and moved several times in a small area, and gave up using the Tachyon Light Sword and the Void Strike to fight back when it could, pretending to be able to focus on dodging. It was precisely because of this that the Tiannu civilization thought they had seen hope of destroying the Lyra again. They did not believe that the warship could continue to teleport. They were right. Frequent quantum macro tunneling did make the Lyra's fuel depot a little overwhelmed, but the Lyra did not need to continue frequent quantum macro tunneling because there were already more than 9 million Holy Guards gathered within a light-year range. As a result, the strange attack that the Tiannu civilization thought of appeared again. More than 9 million sacred guards disappeared directly, leaving only more than 100 who successfully jumped onto the Tianqin. After these more than 100 sacred guards performed quantum macro tunneling again, they were killed by a Tachyon lightsaber and a void attack. Then, the remaining sacred guards were also slaughtered by the Tianqin alone in the subsequent time. But by this time, Shuning had already run away. The Tiannu civilization successfully covered their remaining goddess at the cost of nearly 10 million sacred guards. The Tianqin did not dare to pursue them anymore. After all, if they were separated from the main force and besieged by a group of Holy Guards again, they would be at risk of running out of fuel. This battle ended with a great victory for the raiding fleet, and it was also the first defeat of the Tiannu civilization in 200,000 years. They sent 25 million Holy Guards to this battle, but only more than 1 million returned, and 2 supreme gods died. Chapter 1178. The Tiandu civilization has been completely defeated. The result of this battle was completely beyond their expectations. Originally, they wanted to use this battle to consume most of the assault fleet, and then use the subsequent time to continue recruiting soldiers, expand the strength of the holy flanker, and finally make one more effort to annihilate the assault fleet. But now it seems that this is a fantasy. Shunning, who finally escaped from the battlefield, was filled with grief and anger. The Tiandu civilization suffered unprecedented losses in this battle. It has never suffered such a defeat in the past 200,000 years, and this is when the connection ports of the Tiandu have been filled. If there were only 5 million people at the beginning, I can't imagine what the result would be. The purpose of the raiding fleet is obviously the black hole at the center of Andromeda. The Tian civilization has known about this for a long time. Shunning didn't care at first, thinking that it didn't matter if she knew it, as long as she wiped out the raiding fleet. But now she is so angry with the civilization that revealed the information of the Tian civilization. The Tian civilization will never tell the Great Voyage organization about such important information. It must be done by an ancient 6th-level civilization that is hiding and disobeying management. Don't let me know which civilization it is. After stepping into the teleportation point, Shunning cursed the unknown civilization in her heart. After passing through this 4-dimensional warp point, she can return to the Eye of the Goddess, which is the building surrounding the center of the Andromeda Galaxy's black hole. The powerful ability of the 7th-level civilization creatures made her actions countless times faster than the Great Voyage organization, which was also the source of the confidence of the Goddess civilization at that time. But now, this confidence has plummeted with the failure of the war. Even Shunning, who always advocated suppression by force and had the most experience in war, didn't know what to do for a moment. The raiding fleet is still 40,000 light-years away from here. At their speed, it will take about 200 years for them to arrive. What can our Tian civilization do in 200 years? As soon as she stepped into the magnificent palace of the Tian civilization headquarters, Shunning couldn't help but ponder. She no longer had time to mourn for her sisters. She had to find a way to deal with the raiding fleet, otherwise the countdown to the demise of Tian civilization could begin. After this battle, the holy guards of the Tiandu civilization suffered heavy losses, with only more than 1 million people returning, while the number of casualties of the Great Voyage organization's raiding fleet was about 6 million warships. According to this loss ratio, even if the Tiandu civilization could gather an equally large army to fight again, it would not be able to defeat the raiding fleet. The most important thing is that Shunning now has no idea how to defeat the flagship that can teleport. She thinks that thing is simply unreasonable and cheating. The holy guards have clearly jumped onto the warship, but it can still teleport away, and it is the kind of teleportation that does not involve the holy guards on the warship. If there is no way to defeat this warship, no matter how many troops are sent, it will be useless, especially its large-scale indiscriminate attack, which is simply a nightmare. The reason why the Tiandu civilization lost so many sacred flankers this time is all thanks to it. Shunning also thought about attacking the raiding fleet in different places, but if they were scattered, they would not be able to jump onto the enemy's warships. If they were concentrated, they would be wiped out by the enemy's range attack. No choice is good. Now there are less than 200 years left, to be exact, 187 years. According to the original expansion speed of the Holy Guards of the Tian civilization, 12 million people can be recruited in 180 years. But now Shunyin is gone, Shunhua is gone, and the Tian civilization has problems in the production of individual weapons and equipment, the connection between the Holy Guards and the Tianvi port, and armed training. With the efforts of Shunning alone, it would be good to have an efficiency of 80%, that is, 9.6 million new Holy Guards in 180 years. In addition to the survivors of this battle, the Tian civilization can still use 11 million Holy Guards in 180 years. If the 5 million people sent to intercept the Superstar Destroyer shells are added, there will be 16 million Holy Guards. Shunning felt that the Tiandu civilization had reached a life-or-death moment, so she was planning to stop caring about those stars. She was already thinking about what actions to take with those sacred flankers to save the Tiandu civilization after they were transferred back. As for the stars in the Andromeda Galaxy and other low-level civilizations, I can only say sorry. We are now in a difficult situation. Once we defeat the Great Voyage organization, the Andromeda Galaxy will be able to restore peace. But how to do it? Shunning looked at the magnificent but empty palace, feeling extremely empty inside. After a long time, she sighed, oh, if Shunyin were here, she would definitely have a way to improve the power of individual weapons. If she could improve the power of individual weapons, maybe there would be a chance, but what should I do now? Shunying walked around the palace alone. The palace was very tall and large. She didn't feel crowded at all with her 4-meter-tall figure. As she paced, she muttered, "Conventional weapons, ship-destroying weapons, star-destroying weapons, sacred weapons, oh what a joke." Shunying was reflecting. For the first time in 200,000 years, she felt that restricting her people from using powerful weapons was a wrong decision. She now felt that the Holy Guard should be equipped with holy weapons. But she became depressed again, because even with holy weapons, they could not break the shield of the Great Voyage battleship because the size of individual weapons was too small, unless they were attacked from the inside. But if they could be attacked from the inside, she would not have so many worries now. Shunying thought for a long time, but had no answer. If it was usual, she only needed to give Shanyan a word to upgrade the weapons, and Shanhua would be fully responsible for the overall planning, but now she was the only one left. Let's go to the Holy Land of the Goddess. I hope Shanyan left something behind. Shunying had no choice but to leave the headquarters of the Goddess civilization. After explaining the recruitment matters, she went to the Holy Land of the Goddess through the 4-dimensional jump transmission point. When she arrived at the Holy Land of the Goddess, she endured her sadness and went directly to the data center of the research base. Through the physical link, she looked through the research materials left by Shunying, trying to find a way to quickly upgrade the weapons. After passing the gene sequence test, she successfully connected to the system of the research base of the Holy Land of the Goddess, and then she searched. She happily opened a file marked with top secret research. Just a glance at the content shocked her. There was a huge amount of data in this file, but the beginning was not directly the research process and results of various weapons. Instead, Shanyan appeared in front of her as the folder was opened. Chapter 1179. Shanyan, you're still alive. Seeing Shanyan in front of her, Shunying was ecstatic. However, before she could be happy for too long, she heard Shanyan in front of her say, "No, I'm just an intelligent system. What you see is just the data I entered into the system before." "Shanyan, what are you doing?" Shunying also found that Shanyan in front of her was a virtual image, but she couldn't help it. Shanyan's virtual image said calmly, "Sister, you can see this file link, which means I'm dead. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of research to do, especially the research on memory imprinting. If it really works, our soldiers will not be afraid of sacrifice. Unfortunately, I have been studying for 60,000 years, and still haven't completed it." "What memory imprint?" Shunying seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming to the Holy Land of the Goddess. She unconsciously followed Shanyan's question. Shanyan's intelligent shadow said, "A long time ago, probably when we first encountered a civilization from the extragalactic galaxy, I was thinking, what should we do if one day our warriors can't beat those civilizations from the extragalactic galaxy? Although this situation is almost impossible to happen with our 4-dimensional jumping ability, I can't help but think about it. I thought about it every day during those years, and later I secretly set up a research department to study the memory storage and transmission of our life forms. Well, for us who have a long life and are invincible, this technology does seem to be useless, but I can't help but study it out of curiosity. I always think that we should master this technology. I have also collected data from other civilizations in our Andromeda galaxy. They don't have this technology either, but we all know that 200,000 years ago, many level 6 civilizations had this technology. Those ancient level 6 civilizations have it. In fact, one of the reasons why I want to upgrade the Eye of the Goddess as soon as possible in recent years is that I want to find those ancient level 6 civilizations and see how they achieve that technology." Shanyan's shadow talked a lot about memory research. From her words, Shunying felt that Shanyan seemed to have different opinions on the development of the Goddess civilization and the current situation of the civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy a long time ago. Especially when talking about all the civilizations in the Goddess galaxy, and under the rule of the Goddess civilization, there is no memory resurrection technology. She felt that Shanyan seemed to have some complaints about the gene module assimilation policy of the Goddess civilization. Although she did not say it explicitly, this was the meaning of the word she left behind. After introducing all the settings in the program to Shunying, Shunying's intelligent shadow asked, "How did I die?" "It was an evil organization from the Milky Way." Shunying gritted his teeth. "Alas, is it too late?" Shunying's shadow sighed, and then returned to an emotionless state. "Goddess of Warrior Shunying, the research data you want is all here, but except for the rechargeable single-soldier void strike weapon, most of them are unfinished research. What are you going to do with them?" Shunying was not used to the sudden appearance of Shunying's phantom, which seemed to be artificially mentally retarded, but she still explained her purpose to the phantom. "Research data on heavy weapons?" Xuanyan's phantom immediately retrieved all the research data on weapons for her. Xuanying did not say much, and directly searched for the content of heavy weapons. But after seeing the research data, her heart almost sank. According to the description of Xuanyan's research data, the so-called heavy weapons must be carried by large warships. The Time Treasure House weaponry of the Time civilization has now maximized the power of individual weapons, and this is still with the help of the Eye of the Time and the energy transmission of the 7th level civilization creation. If not, the power of the weapons in the Time Treasure House would be much weaker. In other words, there are no heavy weapons at all. If you want heavy weapons, you must carry them on a larger platform, but a larger platform cannot perform 4-dimensional space jumps. With a heart that is almost cold, Xuanying continues to travel in this secret research data. It seems that God has blessed her, or Xuanyan has prepared for this, and has long been worried about this, and finally she has found some secret research. At the end of the data, Xuanying saw a very detailed parameter with the appearance of a goddess, weapon blueprints, or super large mecha blueprints. According to the information left by Xuanyan, the purpose of this mecha design is to deal with targets outside the coverage of the Eye of the Goddess. Unfortunately, there are only blueprints but no real objects. One of the reasons why it was not built is that the Time civilization did not need to build this kind of mecha, which is basically an alternative warship. The second reason is that Xuanyan has not had time to convince Shenhua. She originally wanted to put this plan on the agenda after dealing with those ancient 6th level civilizations. Xuanying was very disappointed, but she had no idea what to do. It was definitely too late to build this thing now, and without Xuanyan's supervision, it was unclear whether this kind of equipment could be fully built. In the end, she had to return to the Time civilization headquarters and concentrate on recruiting and training new sacred guards. Perhaps the only good news for her now was that the 4-dimensional weapon projection of the Time treasury could be used again, but the premise was that the Time civilization needed to produce more sacred weapons before the arrival of the assault fleet. Because Xuanying has decided to distribute all the holy warriors in the existing arsenal and upgrade the individual weapons of all the holy side guards. She has realized that now is not the time to stick to the old ways. In addition, she actually has a bold plan. She thinks that the holy warriors cannot break the elite warships of the Great Voyage organization, but it is certainly no problem to blow up their residential spaceships. So for now, she thinks that while expanding the army, she will continue to send out the holy side guards to raid the fleet to harass and delay the advance of the raid fleet. In addition, she will send some troops to the outer space of the Andromeda Galaxy to detect the headquarters of the Great Voyage organization and launch a raid on it when necessary. If it succeeds, it can be used to threaten the Great Voyage fleet to negotiate peace with the Time civilization. She thinks that with the deterrent power of the 4-dimensional weapon projection and the threat to the Great Voyage organization's base, the Time civilization should be able to win peace. Although it is humiliating to declare war and seek peace on her own, Xuanying can no longer care so much. In the current situation, the right thing to do is to let the Time civilization survive first. She also knows that the 4-dimensional weapon projection can't do anything to the Tianqin, but she is not stupid. If she can't do anything to the Tianqin, then change the target of the attack. As long as the warships other than the Tianqin can be destroyed, there is still room for recovery. The Tianqin obviously dares not go deep alone, which means that it also has weaknesses, and cannot be a single warship to challenge the entire Time civilization. Otherwise, this assault fleet should only have one warship. Why so many warships? Not to mention that Xuanying was busy dealing with the upcoming raiding fleet. The Dayuanhang raiding fleet, after this battle, had already gained unprecedented momentum, especially the strength of the Tianqin, which once again made the two allies feel at ease. They all believed that this raiding mission was already a success, and the Tiannu civilization was no better. So, after the Tianqin had some supplies and rest, the raiding fleet once again advanced towards the Andromeda black hole at the highest warp speed. The goal is clear, that is, to kill the Eye of the Goddess at the headquarters of the Goddess civilization, destroy it, make the individual lives of the Goddess civilization lose the ability to jump in 4 dimensions, and then talk about other things. Although this battle was won, as long as the Goddess civilization still has the ability to jump in 4 dimensions, it is still a threat, which will threaten the Great Voyage organization's future exploration in the Andromeda Galaxy. This thing is too threatening. If it is not disarmed, the Great Voyage organization will not dare to mine at ease, and the residential spacecraft cluster will not dare to enter the Andromeda Galaxy again. Time flies day and night. More than 100 years passed in a flash, and the raiding fleet was getting closer and closer to the target, and it was harassed more and more frequently by the sacred flankers of the Goddess civilization. It was under such circumstances that the raiding fleet received a broadcast message from the goddess civilization. Chapter 1180. The Great Voyage Organization. We don't have any irreconcilable conflicts. Since you call yourself the Great Voyage Organization, your destination should not be our Andromeda Galaxy. The conflict between us is nothing more than that we don't allow you to mine materials in the Andromeda Galaxy, but that is in the past. We now allow you to mine at will. You can take what you need. We don't care what you want. We don't ask what you want to do in the Andromeda Galaxy. We only ask you to take what you should take and leave our Andromeda Galaxy. You go on your great voyage, and we will still live happily in our Andromeda Galaxy. Everyone keeps to themselves. I think this is the best result. We, the Tiandu civilization, acknowledge your strength and admit that we should not have been aggressive at the beginning, but judging from the results of the conflict, we are the victims, and you did not suffer much loss. We, the Tiandu civilization, are a peace-loving civilization. We are committed to making the Andromeda Galaxy a galaxy without war, where all civilizations live a carefree life and people in each civilization live a happy life. This state has lasted for 200,000 years, and all this was created by our Tiandu civilization. We created the peaceful order and brought peace and beautiful life to thousands of lives. We are not saying that we are great, but that we love peace. Once we are no longer restrained, the order of the entire galaxy will collapse, and at that time, the lives of the entire galaxy will be destroyed. We, the Tiandu civilization, have made enough concessions. I hope that your Great Voyage Organization will not be aggressive anymore. We admit that you are very powerful, but if we really fight, we may not be powerless. We still have countless holy warriors. Even if we are not the opponent of your flagship, we are not afraid of your other warships. From the perspective of war costs, the cost of your manufacturing such elite warships must be greater than our training of a warrior. Therefore, we think that both sides should stop fighting. We will no longer restrict any of your actions, and you don't have to attack us anymore. We will sign a peace agreement. The broadcast message sent by the fairy civilization is quite long, and it also analyzes the benefits of peace between the two sides, and the most likely outcome of continuing the battle is that both sides will suffer losses. It is worth mentioning that before sending the peace negotiation message to the Great Voyage Organization, Shunyan gave up intercepting the Superstar Destroyer shells, and sent the Holy Flankers, who were originally responsible for intercepting the shells to the outside of the Andromeda Galaxy to explore the location of the Great Voyage Organization's residential spaceships. Obtain information about the blind spots of vision, and let them act according to circumstances. Although it was to act according to circumstances, in fact, her purpose was very clear, and the Holy Guards, who led the team also knew very well, that is, to find the location of the Great Voyage Organization's residential spaceship cluster, and then rush into it as much as possible, control their civilians, and force the Great Voyage Organization to submit. Although it is somewhat unethical to do so, the situation has developed to this point, and the Tiandu civilization has no choice. Besides, there is no Geneva Convention in the universe. What supports Shunyan in making this decision is her confidence in the body-strengthening technology of the Tiandu civilization. She believes that as long as the protection of the warship is lost, no matter which civilization's individual life is, it will not be a match for the Holy Guard. In response to the Tiandu civilization's peace broadcast, the ancient civilization rushed to reply, "Haha, in fact, we prefer your unruly appearance. Do you really think that the Andromeda Galaxy is your home? You can start a war when you want to, and stop the war when you want to, still negotiating peace? Haha." The Silver Heart civilization had no intention of negotiating peace, not to mention that the Tiandu civilization was negotiating peace, not asking for peace, which made the Silver Heart civilization feel that the Great Voyage Organization was not fighting hard enough. So after responding to the Tiandu civilization broadcast, they pulled the humans and the Awakeners into the virtual conference room for communication and expressed their position, to defeat the Tiandu civilization and, if possible, to get the Tiandu civilization's research data. Needless to say, the Silver Heart civilization actually meant the same thing. The raiding fleet was almost at the Tiandu civilization's lair, and it was impossible for them to give up halfway just because of a few words from the Tiandu civilization. The body-strengthening technology of the Tiandu civilization is also coveted by everyone. Although the races are different, the stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade, and the greatest value is the reference value. The civilizations of the Great Voyage Organization are very curious about the body-strengthening technology of the Tiandu civilization, as well as their lifespan technology. According to the Do-class civilization, the three Tiandu gods existed 200,000 years ago. 200,000 years, what a long time, And now there is no civilization in the Great Voyage organization that can achieve such an achievement in lifespan. Individual lives of most civilizations of the Great Voyage organization cannot survive such a long time without using hibernation technology. But the Tiandu civilization can, and not only can, but 200,000 years does not seem to be the highest limit for them. Regardless of whether they rely on 7th-level civilization creations to achieve this, it is of great reference value. The current top lifespan technology of mankind can only extend lifespan by 100,000 years. 100,000 years is far from enough for the long journey of the Great Voyage. Of course, the intelligent lives of various civilizations of the Great Voyage organization also want to see the destination of the Great Voyage, and want to see with their own eyes whether the Great Voyage can make their civilization a cosmic civilization. Everyone was fighting for this slim hope. Although they were ready to pass it down from generation to generation, it would be best if they could see it themselves. In this case, I hope you won't regret it. The Tiandu civilization said a few words at the end and stopped talking. The raiding fleet did not reply. The 15 million warships of the three civilizations continued to move forward, heading towards the black hole at the center of Andromeda. If they continued to sail at this speed, they would reach their destination in a few decades. The Tiandu civilization, which had failed in its attempt to negotiate, naturally did not allow the raiding fleet to approach its base so easily. So in the following time, they would send out some sacred flankers every now and then to hinder the raiding fleet. They succeeded in delaying the attack for more than 10 years, and also caused some losses to the raiding fleet. About 1 million warships were destroyed in their blocking. During this period, the Tiandu civilization also launched several attacks with the Tiandu treasury's four-dimensional weapons, but the target was not the Tianjin. It was this attack that caused great losses to the raiding fleet. But at the same time, the raiding fleet was also told not to get too close to each other, otherwise they would likely become the target of the four-dimensional weapons. In this regard, the Injin civilization suffered greatly, but they had no choice, because their battle group had to be within 1 light year of the galaxy. Chapter 1181. When the raiding fleet arrived near the black hole of the Andromeda galaxy, a sacred flanker unit of the Tiandu civilization also successfully found the base of the Great Voyage organization in the void 110,000 light-years away. After being far away from the Andromeda galaxy, although the sacred flankers could not perform four-dimensional space jumps, it must be said that the 7th-level civilization creations are amazing. They can still communicate in real time here, so they find things very quickly. After all, they communicate all the time, and everyone knows who has found what and where. In addition, the Great Voyage organization clearly walked from the outer periphery of the number 1 spiral arm, and did not walk far, so they were naturally easy to find. So, this group of 5 million holy flankers began their road to death. They held the latest charged holy weapons, and like a swarm of bees, they moved from all over the void to the Great Voyage organization's residential spaceship cluster. They also destroyed many detectors of the Silver Heart civilization along the way. However, their whereabouts were also known by the Silver Heart civilization, and the Silver Heart civilization knew it, which meant that the Great Voyage organization also knew it. This Great Voyage organization is indeed powerful, but they may think that we will not dare to come out if we run out of the Andromeda galaxy, so they relax their vigilance. In another year and a half, we will reach the cluster of their living spaceships. Their fleet is still bombarding the stars in the galaxy everywhere, and no fleet comes to stop us. 5 million holy guards stepped on the sublight-speed hydrogen molecular cloud and walked on the light all the way. After seeing that there was no fleet to stop them, many holy guards felt that this mission was stable. The goddess's decision was correct, which was to take advantage of our mobility. Sure enough, after we gave up protecting the star, this Great Voyage organization from the Milky Way did not react. We had already killed our way to their homeland, but their warships were still bombarding the star. Yeah, it's ridiculous. They probably thought we would be so pedantic as to keep allocating troops to protect the star. The Holy Guard shared their feelings on the communication channel. Originally, they were very conflicted about giving up protecting the star this time, but as long as this plan could succeed, all the sacrifices would be worth it. After all, after a star is blown up, the stellar matter will not completely disappear. Although a lot of matter will be blown out of the Andromeda galaxy, more matter will still remain in the galaxy under the strong gravitational pull of the central black hole. After a long time, they will still gather together again due to the problem of local gravitational imbalance, and become new stars again. If a level 6 civilization intervenes in this process, the time will be greatly shortened. And a level 6 civilization can do this. Although the process will be very difficult, by then we, the goddess, will be the creator of the Andromeda galaxy, because all new stars are reformed under the efforts of the goddess civilization, and it is the goddess civilization that brings light to future civilizations. Apart from anything else, this vision is very attractive to everyone in the Tiandu civilization, because they have been educated like this since their birth. Bringing light to the world and bringing peace and stability to the civilizations under the jurisdiction of the Tiandu civilization is sacred. As time passed, the Tiandu civilization assault force finally arrived at the star field where the Great Voyage Organization's living spaceship was located. Although it was still more than 100 light-years away, the Tiandu civilization assault force had already detected it. But at this time, they suddenly discovered that a neutron star appeared on the route of their large force. Hey, it's a neutron star! A holy guard raised his hand to stop the thousands of holy guards under his command. She was very confused as to why there was a neutron star in such a place. It seems to be an ordinary neutron star, and it looks like a wandering neutron star. Well, it seems that the Great Voyage Organization's bombing of the stars in our galaxy has a great impact, and it actually dumped a neutron star here. Perhaps the current performance of this neutron star is really no different from that of neutron stars in nature, so some holy guards thought it was just a normal neutron star. But they soon received a tip from the Tiandu civilization headquarters. The Great Voyage Organization has a strange neutron star. Strange neutron star? A holy left envoy under the Wu New God system stared at the rapidly rotating neutron star not far from the starry sky, and said in the internal channel, "Leave 1,000,000 people to explore with me to see if this neutron star is really that strange neutron star. And the rest of the holy guards will lead the sisters to bypass it." Didn't the Great Voyage Organization launch a surprise attack on our headquarters to attack Huanglong? Let's do it to see if they are faster, or we are faster. Understood? Got it. Haha. I can't help but want to see the reaction of this group of weak races when they see us standing in front of them. Just as this group of holy guards was about to cross the neutron star, the assault fleet of the Great Voyage Organization, which was 110,000 light-years away, also stopped, because in front of the fleet, a huge holy guard force of 12 million appeared again. It is obvious that the Tian civilization took advantage of the delay of the assault fleet to recruit troops. Although the number is less than that of the assault fleet, their reserve personnel are endless. If it were not for the limitation of individual weapon manufacturing, their explosion speed would be even faster. Therefore, the longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Great Voyage Organization. Great Voyage Organization, with your backward communication technology, you probably don't know what is happening in your headquarters right now. I'm not afraid to tell you that our troops have arrived at your headquarters, and your residential spaceship cluster is already under our attack. So, we will give you another chance now. Do you want to continue the war or make peace? The Great Voyage fleet just exited the warp speed when it received the broadcast of the Tiandu civilization. Human civilization? What? What do you mean give me another chance? Awakener civilization? What? Are there troops arriving at the headquarters of the Great Voyage Organization? Oh, that's fine. It has nothing to do with us. Galactic Heart civilization? Huh? You are so brave. I didn't expect that the troops you gave up guarding the star were actually sent to attack our headquarters. The three civilization leaders and their teams who had just entered the virtual conference room looked at each other when they heard the news, because they really didn't know how to evaluate the tactics of the Tian civilization. I'm afraid they have fought too many favorable battles, and don't know how to judge the situation. Not to mention that the Great Voyage Organization still has the Shinju civilization there. Even without the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization, the Great Voyage Organization's residential spaceship cluster can continue to run into the void. I really don't know why these guys are so confident. To be honest, this place is 110,000 light-years away from the headquarters. Although the assault fleet has placed communication relay devices along the way, due to the delay problem, it really doesn't know the real-time situation at the headquarters. As for this news, the leaders of the three civilizations agreed that the Tiandu civilization must have known that it was at the end of its rope. In this situation, they desperately grasped any stupid tactics that they thought were a lifeline. We didn't want to destroy you, but unfortunately you are too stupid. By the way, the entire Andromeda galaxy has become stupid along with you. This is really a great misfortune for civilization. The ancient civilization replied impatiently. It was not known whether it was a coincidence or not, but as soon as they sent out the reply in the form of a broadcast, the goddess of martial arts, Shunning, who led the team to stop the raiding fleet, was stunned. Her originally calm expression could no longer be maintained, and turned into panic and disbelief. It was because in a real-time communication channel of the Tiandu civilization, there were the voices of the sacred guards, and the familiar voice of the sacred left envoy Mengyu. It's a neutron star. It's that strange neutron star. The attacker is that neutron star. Is it another special technology? No, it must be a 7th level civilization creation. Stop it. Stop it. Use the sacred force. The 45th echelon, the 42nd echelon, the 1st, attack it together. Can't stop it, ah. No effect. The gravitational field around it is too strange, ah. That neutron star is a battleship. We can't break it at all. It's coming to me, ah. It's waiting for us here on purpose. It's over. Everyone quickly disperse, disperse. Oh my god. How can a neutron star jump through space? It's over. It's all over.